Chapter 22, Simulations and Secondment. The War Chronicles of a Little Demon. Set in the Demon's verse. A Saga of Tanya the Evil FIC. By Sunshine Temple. Naturally, I do not own Yujo Senki. So here's the disclaimer. Saga of Tanya the Evil, its characters and settings belong Carlo Zen, Shinobu Shin Atsuki, and Nutco, Ltd. Previous chapters and other works can be found at my fanfiction website. FIC/CNC as always is wanted. Chapter 22, Simulations and Secondment. A ways south of the city of Victrix and the major base nearby, a vast plot of scrubland claimed by the fleet and legions spread out across the uneven hills and plains. The parcel was a long-standing training grounds where generations of personnel had practiced landing operations as well as the use of ordnance across its various ranges. Several mock settlements and facilities had been built over the years, mostly from cast-off shipping containers, but over time the crude structures had been expanded upon and made increasingly permanent with the efforts of each training cohort and their attached budget. Compared to the Adria testing range near the capital back on Diu, the Juno training facility was several times larger and even more impressively fitted out. It was handy that land out here in the boonies of Mersum was far cheaper than in Shoreline Province. Plus, the lower population density meant that there were fewer people around to object to the sounds of late-night artillery fire. Today, however, my unit was not making use of any of those facilities. Instead, the pilots of Quirinus's demi-wing were plugged into nearly 50 simulators, all crammed into a broad, low building that had clearly been a disused hangar until recently. Still, impromptu surrounding or not, as a training tool, the RP simulators were absolutely invaluable. Short of actual wing time, they were perhaps the best way to prepare flyers for their upcoming maneuvers. And of course, plenty of scenarios were all but impossible to fully model out in the training grounds. In such cases, the simulators were really the only viable option for preparing ritual plate pilots for the tasks to come. The current scenario had our demi-wing supporting a full-blown Corpus Incursion-sized operation. Specifically, we had been tasked to provide support for a secondary landing zone. Admittedly, this was a scenario that could be molded here in Juno, especially if our suits were in training mode with illusionary data put into our scrying screens. In this case, the use of the simulators came down to expense rather than necessity. An hour in a simulator was far cheaper than an hour in the air. Time on wing was, in my opinion, the best form of training available, but such training carried many costs. Fuel for one, munitions for another, if the exercise involved live fire. Maintenance pre- and post-flight required separate billing, as did field support for any emergency repairs necessary mid-exercise, and of course, transportation had to be factored in as well. Most exercises didn't require a carrier, but some did, which required an additional budget outlay. For an 8-hour exercise consisting of nearly 50 suits, the savings afforded by simulator training were considerable. Savings that could be folded into still more training, or perhaps more equipment. The simulators did have a downside. Taken together, the optical illusion spells, artificial scrying speed, and harness system combined into a reasonable simulacrum of motion, but even still, the gap between simulation and reality remained. Adding in the illusion of inclement weather highlighted that gap, as generating sufficiently convincing rain was enough to noticeably task the simulator's capacity for graphic generation. Admittedly, snow was easier to generate, and I could decrease the efficiency of the simulated wards to mimic the impact of precipitation on the shields, but it just wasn't the same. Summed up, the only way simulators could remain an easy and cheap training option was by sacrificing a degree of verisimilitude, widening the gap in experience between the simulation and the real deal. Such tools could help us keep our skills sharp, but there truly was no substitute for reality. The secondary landing zone in our scenario was supposed to be a lower intensity front, though the weather had played havoc on both LZs. Thus, only 3 cohorts, temporarily organized into a vexillatio, were sent down to secure several bridges to cut off Luxon's northern line of communication and reinforcements. Our demi-wing was sent in to provide overall air support at the standard ratio of a bit under 1 flight of RP per century of legionaries. For the purposes of this exercise, we were serving as their organic RP components. Normally a cohort would have a dedicated RP detachment, and a demi-wing like ours would be a supplemental force. In the scenario, Luxon had anticipated such a landing and had dug in. Driving off their own ritual plate assets, mostly Inupits, was our first complication. The enemy were fielding 2 flights of Seacomet air superiority suits over the secondary landing site, and taking down that protective umbrella was our first task. Fortunately, the enemy seemed to have neither Thoth sensor platforms nor Neath scrying RP units in our area of operations, giving us an edge in information. A more pointed complication was the realization that our legionaries were facing 3 Janissary mechanized infantry battalions down on the dirt, half of a full-blown mechanized brigade. They were already bunkered down and were making use of the poor weather to further complicate the Hoofslagger's approach. Intelligence had suggested that there would be only a single reserve battalion here, giving our legionaries a comfortable advantage. Instead they had rough numerical parity, against a foe on the defensive that had superiority in heavy equipment, and ours were landing in a storm. Air assets were our only decisive advantage, especially in the opening phase of the exercise after 1st and 3rd Squadrons drove off enemy RP. Even then, the air assault phase of the operation almost became a debacle as Luxon strike aircraft counterattacked during a particularly bad part of the ice storm, and almost took out a squadron of Umbra VTOLs. Once the cohort's forward scouts got on the ground, they were able to searching out the Janissaries' concealed positions and stared calling in targets. Throughout the exercise, 2nd and 4th Squadrons kept busy with near-constant air-to-surface fire missions. As the bulk of our cohorts touched down with acceptable losses, the Legion Hoofslager slowly began to establish their own anti-air network around the secured beachhead, finally giving our own armored elements the opportunity to touch down. Protecting the heavy transport VTOLs kept our Harmonia 1st Squadron thoroughly occupied. My squadron was in the swing overwatch role, using our higher number of Gorgon rigs to supplement the 2 Sarpedona Squadron's scrying systems and providing that extra fire support when required. Also, whenever the Janissaries concentrated into an armored column to try to dislodge our legionaries, I had my 3rd flight drop land strikes on their heads on my own recognizance to show them who had the biggest stick. Even with a judicious, and minimal, heavy fire support, hitting armored vehicles with the capital ship-grade weapons left an immediate and highly visible impact. Much of the small city that the Janissaries had lodged themselves in was already in ruins, and most of the buildings still standing were engulfed in rapidly spreading flames that the heavy snow was only minimally slowing. After the second major armored formation shattered under our onslaught with the survivors picked off by pylon fire from Julia's 2nd Squadron, the Janissaries learned to disperse their forces and bide their time among the broken city's bones. By my estimate, Lady Julia Jade Talon was still the weakest prefect in the unit, but she had the sense to listen to her wing woman, possessed a creative mind, and by becoming more decisive was growing into her position. 3rd Squadron, enemy air assets detected on the following vector. Estimated strength is 2 squadrons, tentative identification is Marzana air superiority suits, flight ops chimed in my ear before giving the coordinates. Are you available for intercept? This is Diamond Actual, I responded, briefly checking over the update on my map display. The view outside my eye lenses had a low ceiling due to oppressive cloud cover and was further hampered by a mix of sleet and hail. Engrossed as I was, it almost felt like I was in the air, despite the petulance of my Zephyr. Confirm. We can intercept. Note, my 3rd flight is configured in strike mode. Understood, the woman playing the role of flight ops said with textbook, if a bit forced, unflappability. Epsilon Actual, this is Diamond Actual, I said, switching over to the command channel. Go Diamond, Quirinus replied. We have been informed. It sounds like Luxon got some Alenus assistance. The scenario was that we were supporting a landing operation in the western part of House Luxon. Given where I had trained and that Quirinus had been one of my early instructors, I found the location of today's scenario unsurprising. Snow was infrequent in that part of the world, but on the rare occasions that the storms brought icy fury with the rain, the resulting storms of slushy sleet tended to be nasty. Harrow Fang, are you okay without the extra air cover? I asked the commander of 4th Squadron, switching off the general command band to her channel. Asking the question, even though I was all but certain of the answer, was part of the by-the-book procedures good training emphasized. In this scenario, where our role was to support the legionaries on the ground, the textbook maneuver would be to intercept the incoming squadrons of Alenus fighters before they could arrive to make things hard for our Sarpedona squadrons. Which wasn't to say that Harrow Fang's answer bore no weight. If she asked for us to stay, I would trust her judgment and remain in place, even if I felt she was being overly cautious. Fabia had spent the last 5 weeks honing her rookies, taking every bit of extra training to give them that much more time to learn. I had volunteered my squadron to act as the opposing force to help, which Fabia took with toothy relish. To wit, this was a training scenario, not an active combat zone. My role here was not to advance the Black Sky banner, but to help others learn how to carry that banner forwards as well. I'd rather you fight them further out than over our heads, Fabia stated firmly. These Janissaries are being mighty coy with their Hathors and Tefnits. The Hather was Luxon's main dual-purpose armored vehicle. While superior in anti-ground roles, mostly infantry and light vehicles, they were capable enough as anti-air platforms, if a bit low-charged and somewhat slow in tracking. Integrated and well-positioned formations of Hathors were more than capable of taking out incautious enemy ritual plate, especially if they were given telemetry by Luxon RP. That said, part of the reason they were being cautious could be that tracked vehicles required extra care on iced-up streets, which would make it difficult to position said tracked vehicles to gain maximum utility. The Tefnit was a fairly compact VTOL that carried some missiles for anti-air work and some evocation projectors for ground targets. It was not as robust in the latter role as a dedicated fire support platform like the Sobuk, but the Tefnit could do some of the forward targeting roles for a Hathor. It was inexpensive enough that they could be attached to Janissary formations at the battalion level, much like the anchor ground combat golems with their courtiers of smaller base T infantry support golems. With limited magazine capacity and wards due to size and power restrictions, the Tefnit was a fair defensive platform, unless it was overwhelmed and outmaneuvered, as we had done here. That the enemy had an integrated air defense system of multiple air and ground platforms that needed taking out delayed the timetable for landing operations. Our losses were been acceptable. Our Sarpedana squadrons had taken the brunt of it. Better them than us. Even if it was all just training, casualties were never welcome. Overall, in my consideration, our 4 squadrons were working together well enough. The stiffness that had marked our first couple weeks together had eased and our coordination was more fluid. It helped that Quirinus's stern but quite capable instruction worked well with her willingness to use 1st Squadron as a training rival. I returned the favor and volunteered my Polyxo suits, in, mostly, air superiority mode to give the Greenhorns some aggressor training as well. Confirm, I agreed. Diamond. Quirinus caught herself. Never mind. See you after the exercise. Understood, ma'am, I said and switched back to my squadron's channel before the other squadron commanders could start wondering aloud what was going on. Sometimes the Tribune could be sentimental, but she realized I would not take things personally. Good news, girls, I said with bright cheer to my entire squadron just as their displays updated with the new targeting information. Is that the good news, ma'am? Lucia inquired primly. My newest Primus Centurion had done more than just keep pace. Indeed, her ability to parry Loveblood's retorts and keep her own flight admirably squared away enough to give second flight a real challenge had rapidly become quite useful as a tool to keep my noble pilots' egos in check. Still, I was keeping a close eye on watching her flight's performance. Snow was, after all, none too common up on Lancia. Flight Ops has found some Alenus reinforcements that we'll need to clean up and your flight is equipped with lance batteries. I smiled, knowing they could hear it in my voice as I spoke. You're going to be our big guns. There was a tiny pause. Do you think we'll need them against enemy RP? It wouldn't be the first time Countess has done it, Violet Blood replied, smug even now as was her wont. That is correct, Lucia admitted, but I hardly think that Elena would enter this combat with such paltry numbers and, even if they did, 2 squadrons can't turn the numbers. No, this is part of a larger attack. My guess is that their Marzana are here to escort and clear the air. Escort? Like a bomber run? Visha asked. Something like that. I took in the map display. The ground situation was chaotic. In many ways, the imperfect resolution of the simulator was more accurate than if it had perfect fidelity. Static and snow were close enough analogues for visual impairments. Our ground assets are spread out, but there's still a few nodes large enough worth risking a cupola or 2 for. In part, there is a non-negligible chance that they could be loaded with missiles as part of trying to clear out our ritual plate assets. Overwhelming force is preferable to allowing the Alenus to freely conduct air-to-surface fire missions. Understood, Lucia soberly said. For a legionary flyer, ceding air superiority back to the enemy when you still had legionaries on the ground was anathema. Priority target then? She asked. A lance strike on a bomber formation was still overkill, but quite justified in this case. Correct, I confirmed. We don't have many lances, but those bombers could do a lot of damage if they get through. Take them down. Lucia handled. I turned to directing my flights into an overlapping formation, with 1st and 2nd on either side separated and at slightly different altitudes with 3rd hanging a bit behind. I let each Primus Centurion organize their pilots. To my gratification, my subordinates had all opted for similar of staggered diamond formations. For an intercept track, the textbook diamond provided a good compromise between mutual support and expansive coverage. Taking a moment to broaden the focus of my map display, I surveyed the progress of the greater operation. It was all too easy to grow overly focused and fall into tactical tunnel vision and target fixation, especially as miles of terrain raced below my wings on the way to seek out and destroy my enemy, whoever that may be. Even without the action-oriented influence of one's Zephyr, that hunter-killer urge was native to the aggressive pilot eager to prove her worth and her their wage. It was the job of officers and non-coms to direct those urges in a productive manner towards out objective. The landing was a massive affair, even rendered on the tiny convenience of my heads-up display. The operation plan had called for 15 ritual plate air groups, a force totaling well over 5,000 fleet pilots and Legion flyers. There were also nearly 400 Umbra medium VTOLs, about 50 Peugeot and Gladius heavy VTOLs, 100 Spada lights, 50 Osta torpedo bombers, and over 3,000 torpedoes joining us on the wing as we bit and held the burning coast. And that vast skyborne hammer was just the aerial component of our invasion force. Fully 6 legions with all their equipment were also being deployed, infiltrating the mud and ashes after we devastated the current tenants. Unfortunately, little of that terrible strength could be spared for our secondary theater. 6 legions, a full corpus incursio, were landing on the headlands above a pointedly fictitious Luxon base that, for the purposes of the exercise, represented a major linchpin defense of the whole southern front. The landing force was also experiencing nasty weather bad enough that landing operations were only barely feasible due to the intercession of the fleet's Tempstorii. Intercession aside, the landing was not going well. The first waves had battled their way down to the ground, but air control remained tenuous at best. Fleet support was disappointingly anemic. Both the ground strikes from torpedo bombardment vessels and the number of fleet pilots deployed to supplement the 2 legionary air groups already engaged didn't seem to be leading any great shifts in the battlefield's calculus. Admittedly, beyond contenting with high winds and poor weather, the fleet pilots had good reason to be distracted. The landing fleet was under attack. Sipping some water, I resisted the temptation to study the far-off simulated battle in greater detail. Doubtless the exercise proctors had added such a wealth of information specifically to act as an attention trap. Still, it seemed like a significant number of Alenus and Luxon ritual plate, fixed wing, and even airship assets had been committed to the struggle for the fortress. They had timed their arrival well, swooping in just after a probing attack along another vector and while the landing fleet was distracted with the launch of its second VTOL wave. As mighty as the enemy Great House's air assets were, they faced a massive armada of carriers shepherded by dozens of escort craft, including a full cruiser squadron and multiple torpedo bomber tenders. If they could batter their way past those defenses, then the enemy could land a crippling blow to the ability of the fleet to support, supply, and expand the invasion beachhead. Such a crippling blow would also inflict strategic damage to House Black Sky's continued legionary lift capability. The sterile weapons tracks, blinking icons, and cold notations told the story of a nigh-apocalyptic battle. One that my squadron was just a sideshow to, or perhaps even a sideshow to a sideshow as the legionaries fought their pitched battle below our hooves. However, my interest did not stem from some voyeuristic desire to witness destruction, rather, my inattention was to see if any enemy assets would be splitting from the main assault and winging their way across the storm-torn skies towards us. Flight ops, flight ops. I'm seeing a breakaway, I said, rattling off the coordinates after switching to the proper channel. Cupola squadron with supporting RP elements. Estimate on composition or numbers. There was a pause. Diamond, we're not sure what their intent is. I exhaled through my nose. Flight ops, I'm not asking for intent. Do we have any assets that can even give a tentative ID or numbers? I asked, keeping most of the rebuke out of my voice. This was not just an exercise for legionary flyers, flight ops dispatchers were also getting some simulation training. Given the attack on the landing fleets, it was entirely possible that the room the flight ops officers were in was full of klaxons and other distractions. Yes Diamond, the dispatcher cleared her throat. We are reading a heavy cupola squadron with 3 to 4 squadrons of RP. A mix of Marzana air superiority and Purin strike models. If they change heading, their distance and speed does allow for them to enter your area of operations, possibly even support the squadrons you are intercepting. I resisted the impulse to snort with disdain. If cupola unit changed their heading to the secondary landing zone, there was no possibly in their moving to support. Those first 2 Marzana squadrons would try to draw my own squadron out of position, but there was a limit to how far we would chase and any sensible Alenus officer would know that. While leading us on a merry chase far from the operational area was out of the question, drawing us out and hitting us in a pincer was an entirely valid tactic for some enterprising dandy of a squadron officer to try. Understood, flight ops. Pass this information to Epsilon Actual. Also, any support, such as a torpedo strike would be appreciated. My tone was a bit brusque, as I stated my reply, old authority rising from instincts deeply ingrained as danger approached my command. Some fleet heavy fire support would be very handy, but the fleet had their own problems right now, and that was likely both beyond the remit of this exercise and their currently limited capacity. That might be challenging. Good luck, Diamond, the dispatcher said. I could hear a squealing, tearing noise in the background. I wondered if they would have to do an evacuation drill, and who our fallback flight ops would be, or if this would be one of those exercises where we'd lose all dispatch support. Seeing how legionaries and fleet reacted to the loss of central command and control was an irritating but necessary part of these exercises. I changed comms channels. Tribune, did you get the new intercepts? I did. They might be going after the northern flank of the primary LZ, Quirinus said, a contemplative note touching her voice for a moment before vanishing behind the bland tone of the detached commander. I agree, I replied, stating the obvious, but we'll know in a minute based on which way they change heading. Will your forces be freed up if that does happen? Not comfortable with 5 to 1 odds, Countess. The slightest hint of gallows humor shown in Quirinus' question. We both know exactly what my odds are, ma'am, I said, answering her query frankly without any attempt at false modesty. She had asked for my assistance in setting up the training scenarios. But this is the exact type of relief force those Janissaries have been hoping for. Additional support will likely be necessary. I would think the Janissaries would be hoping for some air-to-ground missile and arcane fire from their RP and golems, she argued. I don't think the Janissaries are particularly picky about who kills us, I countered. And even if my squadron pushes them back, we will likely sustain sufficient losses to endanger our air superiority over the LZ. An ideal option for the opposing force would be to have Seacomet air superiority suits direct missile fire from Tefnet drones to clear us out of the way so their Anupet ground attack RP and Sobek VTOLs could engage the ground troops and clear the landing zones with their freshly purchased window of opportunity. However, given Luxon's air power doctrine, the Seacomet was a rarer model, unlikely to appear over a secondary front in significant numbers. The Seacomates also relied on heavier protection to compensate for their somewhat lackluster maneuverability, lackluster at least compared to other air superiority plates. More than the stronger wards, which required more power to operate, the Seacomet made up for their clumsiness with good scrying systems and some of the best-in-class combat directing and data sharing capability. Though not quite on par with the Harmonia, the Seacomet remained an adequate fighter. It was clearly superior to the Trozik Rockefort and unlike the Alinus Marzana, there was no first-generation failure to blemish its name. Luxon also had the manufacturing capacity to make enough Seacomates to lower the pursuit cost, something Xiox was unable to do with their tricky-to-fly T-Jar2. In the hands of skilled pilots, especially ones who knew air combat was a team effort and not dueling, an experienced Seacomet formation could challenge even a Harmonia squadron. Indeed, the only casualties first squadrons had taken during today's exercise so far had been inflicted by Seacomates. Even without support, I sighed into the channel to my commander, I'm sure our girls will be facing plenty of Marzana and Seacomet suits today. Quirinus seemed to consider that for a moment. I'll be vectoring to provide support, Quirinus eventually said, her tone firm and committed as she sent the plan to my display. We will approach along this vector, allowing us to support you while maintaining cover over the landing zones. I'll have 2nd and 4th squadrons pull back to help backfill. Understood, ma'am. Thank you. I did not begrudge her for her choices today. As the commanding officer, Quirinus was in a tough situation, contending against a rapidly increasing number of enemies with very finite resources. Then again, all training exercises weren't necessarily supposed to be fair. I do not mean fair in the sense of fighting an equally skilled and equipped enemy. I mean fair in the sense that the situation presented is one that is winnable and the proctors will not artificially change the scenario and enemy capability to ensure an outcome should the trainee threaten to seize victory from the jaws of predestined defeat. Still, that sort of deliberately invincible scenario was rare, and it was possible for our demi-wing to win today's scenario. At the end of the day, the purpose of any training exercise was to simultaneously instruct the trainee while providing an accurate gauge of their skills and capacities. Constantly moving the goalposts might teach a lesson, but altering criteria on the fly only muddled test results. Besides, enduring an unrelenting string of defeats in purposefully hopeless scenarios was corrosive to the morale of even the most elite units, nothing to say of a newly fledged formation that included green troops and units still getting used to working with one another. Simply brutalizing Quirinus's command would serve, as far as I could tell, little purpose. At the end of the day, though, training was limited and approximate by nature. Our knowledge of the enemy's capabilities, doctrine, and decision-making would always be imperfect. Beyond that permanent flaw was the level of unpredictability in war, a factor notoriously hard to measure. As such, even the more creative scenarios could have value, if only to stave off complacency. Or to knock a sense of humility into pilots and officers whom command had judged to be suffering from hubris. A duty that often fell upon me. I switched back to my squadron channel. We have still more good news. I said in the saccharine tone officers used only to indicate things were quite the opposite. We are getting back up. The Tribune is coming to play support. Ah, Grey Dawn said, her voice grim and toneless as she doubtlessly digested her freshly updated map of the local airspace. She knew exactly what the sudden arrival of reinforcements in the middle of a mess like this heralded. And we're ready to lend our fire. Lucia said with the enthusiasm I expected from a flight leader. At least the news of our impending backup had lifted someone's spirits. Excellent, I stated in my pleased commander voice. The plan will require some slight adjustments, but if we play this right, we'll get the first Alinus relief force before the second can catch up to it, and then we can envelop that one between our two squadrons. The quick briefing was almost rote. Practice helped a lot with that, practice also helped make sure it was not actually rote. That was where mistakes would come in, with things missed and assumptions made. We were outnumbered roughly 2-1 and we were getting closer. Charity, Iron Talon, lances now. Lucia ordered. A pair of highly energetic beams shot out, their passing searing the impression of brilliant blue lines cutting through the air, not that the simulation could fully realize the intensity of such a weapon's backscatter, and obliterating the Alinus suits. Third Flight had a limited number of shots with their powerful lances, but they were worth breaking up the enemy formation. One suit was tagged and blew apart while 2 more were damaged, which was a nice bonus, but the real goal was shattering their unit cohesion at the critical moment of our assault. The 2 enemy squadrons fractured into half a dozen flights and tried to reorient around us. I tightened in my own pilots and moved to slice off the 2 northernmost enemy flights. 12-8, we had local numerical superiority. While the 2nd generation Marzana was a capable platform, these simulated pilots were middling at best, and may have been calibrated to be weaker flyers, overly dependent on their instruments in the middle of the fight. Perhaps the simulation had decided that they would be spooked, their morale disrupted, or maybe their flight leaders were not aggressive enough. Either way, we sliced through them almost effortlessly, taking minimal hits by using superior coordination and maneuvering. As we raced past, we left only broken suits flaming out, vanishing down into the embrace of the snowy squall. Redline acceleration. I ordered over the squadron channel, feeling my suit strain and stir as I poured on every scrap of thrust I could muster. The quicker we got to the others, the less time they had to reorganize. As any cavalryman could tell you, the route was where the real business of killing was done. Soon we were at the apogee of our climb. The 4 remaining flights, still trying to huddle together for safety, turned and opened fire as we swept down upon them like cuirassiers on a disintegrating square, like raiders from the steppe descending on a piddling line of village militia. For all of the ordered opposition and fighting spirit the Alinas could muster, they might as well have been peasants rousted from their huts. Less, even, at least in that case, their shoddy response could be blamed on their lack of training. The simulated Alinas pilots had no such excuse for their tactical plotting. This was the type of glorious slaughter that my noble brats in the capital had fantasized about. Smoke. 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 I ordered as a dozen Veridum launchers each shot out a quartet of enchanted obsidian pebbles. Black fog was a somewhat new and niche munition, like most such the ordnance, they were a short-ranged affair, but within their envelope of effect each arcane munition would explode into an obscuring, hot cloud of magical distortions. Chaff, smoke, and other countermeasures very much held a niche role in RP combat, given their relatively short range and the ability of wards and intercept systems to give active protection against incoming fire. Launched counters aside, the sheer speed of ritual plate encounters led many pilots to put a low premium on such tools. After all, the clouds could only provide a moment's protection, and measures like using the Veridum to launch the baffling ordnance ahead of your flight only slightly increased that window of effect. I, however, held that the pilot who dismissed such measures did so very much at her peril. Obscured behind a layered, burning cloud, my squadron quickly shifted thrust, changing headings as we maneuvered to avoid the blind fire from the Alinas suits. I had to give the Marzana pilots credit, while their choice of action may not have been optimal, it was decisive. Firing their own chaff, the enemy dove through the resulting cloud, their lead elements pulsing their scrying arrays and closely followed by the remaining flights, who kept their sensors in a passive mode. It was an aggressive response straight out of the pages of their textbook counter-ambush doctrine. The Alinas chaff system, codenamed Prompt Candle, worked by releasing spirals of metallic ribbons that were hypergolic with the atmosphere. When the small canisters burst, the tightly wound strips would fly apart and ignite with an incandescent intensity. That heat was mostly released to distract targeting warheads, but secondarily was used in powering the enchantments inscribed upon the ribbons, which generated localized and randomized veils. Despite rather protected casings, the individual prompt candle munitions were delicate to handle, but the result was a set of charges that made a thorough hash of our scrying systems. The problem for the enemy was that 3rd Squadron had been thoroughly trained to fight in as many operational envelopes as I could come up with, which meant they knew exactly how to handle this rarest of combat scenarios, close-range blind fighting. A place where the margin of error was non-existent and the sensor suite was half trustworthy at best. It was one thing to fight ghosts when they were far off, it was another when they could practically grab you by the horns. As a result, both formations were fighting half-blind, but my side still had the edge. I did not order my girls to target the Alinas Pathfinders lit up by their active systems. Oh no, here was where I wanted to show the advantage of a full squadron equipped with Gorgon rigs. There was enough backscatter to target the 2 flights right behind the leading one. Yes, there were nearly 30 sets of ritual plates swirling around trying to kill each other in the middle of a burning, if rapidly dissipating, cloud in the heart of a raging blizzard. But if the conditions and chaff munitions had conspired to render my enemy blind, then my suits with their expensive sensor suits were only half blind. And if those countermeasures would last for just another few short but crucial moments. Flight 3, get ready to clear the fog. I ordered Lucia. We split in a pincer, evading the lead Alinas elements to pinch down on the middle of their formation, dragging 8 more Marzanas into the brawl. Neutralizing them was not entirely without cost. Poor Pulavia became my squadron's first and so far only casualty. Even as she fell through the generated sky, a cold part of me noted that the exchange was still magnificently unbalanced in our favor. Provided that the rest of us managed to survive this combat and fulfill our objectives, of course. Leading in material counted little if the slaughter of the enemy distracted form the true goal. The Marzana flight with active sensors detected what was going on behind them and flipped. And now, my squadron had 1 flight ahead of us and 2 mostly intact flights to our rear. There was no way they could all get away from us now. Clear. I ordered. Lucia obliged. She fired a single lance directly at the leading Alinas Pathfinder. At that range, hitting an actively emitting target was a near certainty. And then everybody had the opportunity to learn what happened when a massive evocation blast of lance energy detonated within a cloud of burning prompt candle ribbons and black fog pebbles. The sky burned like an acetylene torch as over a dozen wards flared as one. While the 3 ritual plate caught directly in the lance's blast were destroyed, without even shrapnel to mark their passing, the focused intensity did not diffuse enough to meaningfully damage the rest. The Marzana pilots, or whatever simulacrum was making their decisions, hesitated. This was not something they had trained, or been programmed, for. It would only take them a moment to recover. I smiled. My girls had trained for this. Take them, I ordered over the squadron channel. It was a slaughter. The 9 or so remaining pilots, already wrong-footed, were shattered and overwhelmed. Where the previous hits were using positioning and concealment to separate the enemy and defeat in detail, this was the full force of Legion flyers running down the enemy. Though one understrength flight, consisting of heavily damaged suits did manage to successfully break off. As they fled for the nebulous cover of a low-hanging fog bank, I opted not to have us pursue them in their route, instead surveying our newly conquered aerial battlefield. I exhaled and took a moment of satisfaction on a job well done. We took a bit of time to adjust, hydrate, and reassemble our formation. The next phase of the battle would soon be upon us. The second formation had a larger group of Marzana air superiority suits at its core, supported by Perrin strike models and a number of cupola fixed-wing aircraft bristling with missiles. While the fixed wings were primarily an air-to-ground model, such ordnance could be pressed into an anti-air role, albeit at a performance cost. That inefficiency was what saved my squadron. Acting as fire directors, the Alenus interceptor suits provided telemetry for both the missiles and the Perrin's lance strikes. Unfortunately for those spotters and the formations coming up behind them, those weapons were designed to rain down on the heads of ground-bound forces, not swat highly mobile airborne assets from the sky, especially not airborne units armed with countermeasures against those weapons. Still, the sheer accumulated mass of firepower resulted in a rather prickly target we could not simply charge headlong into, as we had the previous batch of Alenus suits. We still retained the range advantage thanks to our air superiority kit, and while the enemy had greater numbers, they could easily be drawn into a Pyrrhic victory if they attempted to simply rush and overwhelm us. Defeating my squadron was, after all, only the first probable objective of their mission. Once we were gone, they would have had to take out Quirinus's as well, while retaining sufficient forces to combat our Sarpedona squadrons before their survivors would likely press their advantage to attack our cohorts left exposed in the landing zone. Flight 2, advance and feed data to Flight 3. Flight 3, take out their missile boats. Confirm, Violet Blood said with obvious relish. Ahead, on the course I was directing my squadron towards, the thick storm clouds loomed. Visibility, even enhanced, would be cut down to almost nothing, leaving us all reliant on our scrying systems and other sensors. Despite this factor, I had faith in my pilots. They were fully capable of decisive action in spite of such a limitation. Flight 3, you can go for a full salvo. The enemy needs to keep this cupola squadron mostly intact if they want to relieve their allies. Flight 1 will take point and run interference, I ordered. Understood, Lucia acknowledged, her tone easy and professional. The enemy had put a number of missiles in the air, but nothing like their full loadout, just barely enough to call it a volley. Obviously, they were holding back. I eyed their positioning on my display. They had a tight and defensive formation that fit my expectations of an Alenus commander trying to conserve her forces. Her goal was to get past my squadron with her forces intact, after all, not to squander her people in a slugfest. That was fine with me. At this range, we still had the range advantage and could evade return fire with ease as well as deploy countermeasures practically unimpeded. Then, the simulated Alenus surprised me. Immediately after Flight 3 destroyed a cupola and crippled 2 more, the 2 Marzana squadrons shot forwards at max acceleration, abandoning their escorts. For a moment, I found myself shocked by the flagrant violation of Alenus doctrine. I half expected to hear some Pukovnik or Bohonik screaming a vendetta over the open channel because I just killed her little sister. But, aggressive though their charge was, their formation remained strong and cohesive. I did not begrudge Quirinus's decision. She had her priorities for this exercise. Her first squadron went after the bombers and strike RP. The Perrins and remaining cupola missile bombers were the more dangerous target to the cohorts we were assigned to protect. While their escorts were chasing after us, they were almost defenseless, especially in the face of a harmonious squadron. As the Marzana came in on their indulgent, and mission-destroying, attack, the doomed bombers released their entire payloads. My display was filled with the clutter of new missile tracks, practically whiting out our sensors and dropping us into true near-zero visibility. Third fight opened up with their lance batteries. Their solid fire support winnowed down the enemy attack at range. The smoke clouds and chaff further confused the missiles' attempts to achieve a target lock, just in time for our projectors to fire on the missiles. With all those factors combined, we somehow survived the desperate moment. There was a place for the shock of blind aggression in combat. Were I proctoring this exercise, I would not have chosen this moment as one of those places, but perhaps that's why they had opted to throw that tactic against my unit. They knew I'd be surprised, and, to their presumed credit, they had been proven correct. I suppose that was an upside to this training exercise I hadn't anticipated. along with the surprise opportunity to evaluate the simulated performance of the latest model of Black Fog countermeasures. First Squadron took a number of critical casualties in their strike, but they utterly destroyed the bombers and Perns in exchange. First Flight was in the lead, and I was front and center at the head of First Flight. Predictably, the enemy assault zeroed in on us, and I took advantage of their target fixation. Their supporting elements were using heavier veils and relying on scrying data forwarded by their lead flights. Still, they were obvious enough and I gave targeting data to Lucia. On my direction, Visha did not lead First Flight into an attack, declining to pit strength versus strength. While the Marzana was very maneuverable, even their second-generation suits had weaker protection relative to other Great House fighter role ritual plate. We had superior rate of climb and, as long as the missile's volume was thinned, our ballista projectors had a slight advantage in offensive power. My wings ached as Visha sharply maneuvered her flight as a dagger to split apart the enemy formation so that the rest of the squadron could pick them apart. Smoke! Visha ordered as First Flight snap maneuvered and, perilously close, hit the lead Marzana. This time, we would deprive them of their targeting data. Two of their suits blew apart as they tried to recover and evade and another died as she flipped to retreat back, but managed to cover her wingwoman's escape in the process. Despite their maddened aggression, the Alinas fought well. They had a choice. They could focus on First Flight and have their flanks picked apart by the rest of my pilots enfilading them, or they could fall back, regroup, and attempt another assault run. This time, I expected them to make the irrational choice and to target me instead of my wingwoman. Aiming for leaders and officers, not to mention the leading unit in an attacking force, was rational, and to press the issue I accelerated to put myself between the enemy's strafing run close to literal knife-fighting range. Well, that was a mild exaggeration. I had no sword this time. What I did have was the internal magazines of my Veridum launcher. The small physical projectiles were notoriously short-ranged, a factor of little issue in this particular aerial brawl. Their arcane payloads, especially the ones that acted as conduits for my own magic, would drain me, but I would worry about that later. I waited until I was extremely close to the tightly packed formation of Alinas RP before I fired my ballista and my Veridum, caring nothing for the ammunition drain as I rammed all my remaining power into my wards. Beams of evocation energy and exploding arcane pebbles that would arc lighting, fire, and other elemental energies blasted through the enemy suits. My wards flashed as I rippled off the last of my black fog and obscured the Marzana squadron swarming me. The chaff would not last long, mere moments only, but that was all I needed, and all I had. There was a frantic moment as the enemies flashed into brief visibility and were promptly hit, vanishing into the simulated sky as their suits tumbled down. These virtual pilots began to panic as I continued to evade, maneuvering at levels just outside what they must have been programmed to think a Polyxo could do. Warning tones chimed and lights flickered amber as power loads and suit stresses exceeded their limits. My wingwoman, the rest of the flight, the rest of my squadron, Dark Star's blood, even Quirinus's squadron took the opportunity and harrowed the distracted enemy. Numbers were starting to tell as the display started to clear of the enemy, but their myopic focus on me could not be dislodged. There was a moment's indecision among the nearest flight. The glossy Marzana flickered as her veil shorted before recovering. It was as if their imperative to attack, and attack me above all others, was conflicting with their tactical sense yammering demand to pull out regroup. But as long as they remained fixated on me, I knew where all their attack vectors would terminate. Wings burning silver, I shot forward into that momentary conflict and robbed the enemy of the decision. I fired on the closest Marzana, using a Veridum pebble to blast away her wingwoman. Designed to clear landing zones, the Blue Daisy was a bulky yet small munition that was shorted-ranged even by Veridum standards, and thus extremely ill-suited to air combat. Except in edge cases like this. Fighting alone was about the worst thing one could do in combat. Fortunately, I was far from alone. The rest of my squad was taking advantage of my reckless plunge forwards, and when a bomb capable of cutting through dozens of trees to make a 100-foot clearing went off right in front of the second Marzana, my girls pounced. The luckless pilot nearest to the explosion was shredded. Her wingwoman staggered back, her wards down and along with much of her power systems, the rest of her flight only slightly better off. Under most circumstances they would all have been fine. Normal doctrine was to keep formations spread out for reasons like this, and one did not close with the enemy beyond the required amount to get a hit via conventional weapons under a similar rationale. But, I had forced their hand. By keeping the enemy single-mindedly focused on me, I had denied them the luxury of spreading out. Snapping into a dive, I clipped one of the surviving suits with a tackle. It was then that I learned that some very bored, or perhaps very thorough, artificer had gone above and beyond the call when it came time to set the parameters for emulated melee combat. My claws flicked out as my tail sliced through the pilot's tail and my hand went over the weaker neck armor. As this was a simulation, I did not get any energy from the intimate kill. I suppose no one had added that to the program. The enemy, however, was able to react to my attack. The last pilot in the flight was about to fire but a ballista bolt blew her helmet and head off. Another formation of the Marzana pilots managed to run that gauntlet of the rest of my squadron, and their diminished remainder opened fire upon me. The dead pilot I clung to was a questionably effective shield. After her rendered corpse absorbed the first few shots, I let her go, springing away and delighting at the sudden drop in drag as my aerial profile abruptly shrank. My Veridum launchers were soon empty and my ballistas were flickering overheat warnings, though they would soon run dry along with the rest of my suit's systems. And then a shot breached my wards. Suit alarms went from insistent to frantic. As my wards rekindled, I got another kill, but at the cost of a second hit which dropped the protective bubble. Ward projectors burnt out, the system's indicator lights turned red. I managed to damage another Marzana, but now the exchange had become utterly unsustainable. The latest energy blast had disabled my propulsion and flight control systems, leaving me all but dead in the air. I tried to get a handle on the situation beyond my suit. This particular Marzana strike was blunted, shattered and being enfiladed by my squadron with an assist from 1st Squadron. Concern and cheering came over my squadron channel, which gave me an instant of regret. I had done another thing that would lamentably give a bunch of impressionable young pilots the utterly wrong idea. Despite it all being an exercise, my wings strained with pain and felt aflame as I went into a flat spin, my suit's systems failing. All my indicator lights were flashing, most of them turning red. My altimeter spiraled down as I felt, my gimbals spun, my stomach tried to exit via my mouth, and my Zephyr treated this all as though things were finally getting interesting. The vision outside my eye lenses was a blur of grey sky and white ground that altered and gyrated until all the indicator lights blinked out, and my suit went dead. I still felt the spinning motion, but I saw that the purely mechanical altimeter and other backup instruments were not moving. My heart pounded. I took a sip of water. It was dark and there was a moment of calm. I blinked as the illusions faded and the lights came on, revealing I was suspended on an articulated arm within a white cylindrical chamber. The arm mounted to my back, just between my wings, pulled me up into a vertical position before locking into place. A rounded door opened and 2 of my ritualista came in and started disconnecting cables that ran from the arm to the back of my suit. When they were clear, I put my hands to my helmet and lifted my faceplate up. Laurentia undid the catches on the articulated arm and the taller blue-skinned woman helped me down to my feet. I took a step, feeling the weight of the suit again. My Zephyr were giddy as if they found this to be an amusing overture but wanted to go into the air for the first act. The grey-winged and horned and white-haired ivory tail used a smoking censer to calm down the spirits and handed me a cup of coffee. I pointedly did not think about any parallels between the two actions. After I took a sip, my 2 ritualista then assisted me out of the simulator chamber. I was still just a bit disoriented, and I was wearing an RP suit, something heavy and expensive. Outside of the simulator, I took a few steps. With the incense making my Zephyr lethargic, much of the weight of the suit rested unsupported on my shoulders. At least my Polyxo was devoid of mission modules such as weapons or ward projectors, making the gear somewhat lighter. That was an unfortunate end for the exercise. It could have been worse. Most times when you get shot down you are not immediately given some coffee to enjoy. At least there was no evading enemy capture module to today's training. I rolled my shoulders and motioned to Ivory Tail and she closed some of the sensor's slots. Taking in the liquid stimulant, I nudged my air spirits out of their torpor, just enough to help make my RP easier to walk around in. We stood in a long hallway that had 5 rows of about a dozen simulators. I could hear other ritualists helping pilots out of their pods. That was expected. Fortunately, it did sound like our losses were less than I feared. Pulavaya had exited hers and was talking with a pilot from 4th Squadron. Glancing over, she gave me a nervous and apologetic look. She needn't have worried. Some casualties were only to be expected, after all, although I suppose being the only casualty had to be somewhat embarrassing. Though now she was no longer the only casualty in 3rd Squadron. Drinking out of a water flask, Quirinus strode over to me. Her Harmonia was similarly stripped of armaments and other components that were best left off for simulation work. It all made her suit look even sleeker than mine. There were some similarities of course, both our suits were designed and manufactured by Muark Amalgamated. Tribune, I said before bracing and giving a salute. Our respective entourages of Ritualista had dispersed and went to help the other technicians overseeing the simulators. Prefect. Her crimson features were stern as she returned the salute and motioned for me to follow. That was an interesting bit of air combat at the end there, she said with mild disapproval. Ma'am, the scenario was that I was to be shot down during this phase of the exercise. I shrugged my shoulders in a motion of articulated, enchanted plates. I decided to do it in a way that minimized suspicions and limited how incredulous the proctors would be in having the opposition target me over all mission-oriented priorities, I said with an absent tone as we walked towards the double doors that lead out of the simulator hall. Where I was taken out by a lance attack from a Purin, Quirinus admitted as she undid her helmet, pulled it open and then slung it on her suit's waist. Unfortunately, my squadron did not get close enough for that to be a reasonable option. I held up a placating hand. That's not my choice. The proctors could have had some Purin strike units in that attack on my squadron, or have a max-range lance reach out and hit me. Those fluke 1 in a million shots do happen in battle. I suppose that was the Proctor's choice to go after you like that. Quirinus sighed as we crossed a hallway and knocked on a plain, grey-painted door. An artificer opened the door for us and ushered us into the larger room on the other side. At first glance, it looked like we had stepped into flight operations. There were over a dozen legionaries at various control stations, each sat in front of their own displays with a giant map projection dominating one whole wall. Many of the legionary technicians were wearing headsets and were having quiet, deliberate conversations with unseen partners. However, the simulated flight ops was headquartered in a different room, further down the hall. These technicians were the proctors running the exercise. Quite a few of whom paused in their work to look it up wide-eyed at us. I don't know why they looked that shocked to see me. One hastily clambered up from her seat, hustled over, saluted us, and handed Quirinus a clipboard. While she read that, I studied the wall map, removing my helmet as I took in the details of the unfolding scenario. Are they holding together? Quirinus asked me as she passed the clipboard and handheld display over. Primus Centurion Shadow has rallied 3rd Squadron with minimal losses. Yourself excluded. Quirinus's tone was light and her orange eyes twinkled the way they did when I tried to be respectfully formal on the topic of Visha. Myself excluded. I gestured to the main map. Prefect Cenis used her squadron and 3rd to take out the Alenus assault before pulling back to cover the landing zone. A bit cautious but understandable, it looks like the Janissaries had been pressuring the legionaries quite severely. As I spoke, I checked the demi-flight's current status. A significant aspect of this training scenario was seeing how our pilots responded to the loss of their leaders. It was not a full wipe, there were still 3 prefect centurions left, but the loss of a tribune and a prefect centurion would still alter the wing's dynamic considerably. They seem to be doing well enough in our absence, Quirinus nodded. Could have a bit more coordination with 2nd and 4th squadrons. This is a good opportunity to push those Janissaries out of that bridge. Maybe they're waiting for another escort run. I glanced back up to see how the main landing operations were going. The combined Luxon and Alenus counterattack on the Black Skyvian landing fleet had been driven off, thought not without casualties. It's possible. Quirinus conceded as she stepped further into the room and examined one of the observer seats. Unsurprisingly, given the nature of this room, the chair was rated for ritual plate. Sitting down next to her, I passed over the clipboard. At least this gives us a head start on the exercise debrief, I offered as I put my mug down and took up one of the spare notepads and slipped a headset over my ears. Examining the blocky little brass and glass contraption it was plugged into, I moved the selector over to the command channel and started listening in on the demi-wing's transmissions. Always the optimist, Quirinus said with a slight smile. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 8 7 6 5 4 3 2 1. Diffusion of responsibility is a curse that becomes increasingly insidious as an organization grows larger. While it is one that plagues military organizations on the broad scale, small groups down to the squad level can fall afoul of its siren call just as easily. In this case, there was more than enough blame to spread it equally over all of my subordinates. It was Grey Dawn's suggestion to have a celebration and morale-building exercise. Rainhild contracted the caterers. It was Visha who pointed out that the event could be expanded to include our ritualista. Violet Blood picked the venue. And it was my newest flight leader, Lucia, who, taking in all of the above, came to the natural conclusion and informed others of the sartorial themes for today's event. Standing on the boardwalk, I crossed my arms and gazed down at my subordinates. My wings twitched. It was no one's fault. It was everyone's fault. I looked over the crowd below me, standing in the sand with the water at their backs. Ritualista and pilots gazed back up as a warm breeze came over the ocean. Full of ships, the water was a deep blue, with a lovely view of the city to our north, complete with hulking masses of the base's cyclopean hangars looming like artificial peaks in the distance. Behind us stretched the Nolus Hills, the few points of any real elevation in this portion of Mersum. Ice chests, grills, and tables of food were laid out across the sand, the sense of cooking meats adding pleasantly to the bouquet. Reinhild's always capable efforts provided the atmosphere. An almost leafy scent lingered on the wind, mostly wafting from the torches and braziers she had placed around our reserved portion of the beach. I could ignore how I was dressed. Really, if one looked past the frills, the swimsuit was not that bad. It was shockingly demure and sensible, considering it was one of Violet Blood's suggestions. 3rd Squadron, Epsilon Demi-Wing, 78th Infantry Legion. I cried as I spread my wings. Over 100 eyes were upon me as I dipped into the rhetoric training of several lifetimes. In the months, I have become proud to see you've grown as a team and have earned the confidence our Imperatrix has given you. You have done well. I gave a sharp smile. Most of you are familiar with my teaching methods and know the precious coin such praise means. Lucia, your flight in particular has caught up impressively. Well done. I met the purple eyes of my newest Primus Centurion. Her black and gold bikini complemented her svelte form and made her legs appear even longer. Thankfully, seeing Visha and Violet Blood's outfits kept me from getting too jealous. Lucia's broad-rimmed and pillowy hat was a bit indulgent, though I supposed it did an adequate job of keeping the sun out of her eyes. And it was no more absurd than the floppy sun hats Tribune Quirinus enjoyed. Maybe there was something about horns that gave in some of us a taste for bizarre haberdashery. I pushed the nonsense thought from my head and gave Lucia a tiny acknowledging nod. I'm happy that my flight managed to catch up to the one full of cadets. She shouted back, a smile on her sharply regal face. Cadets trained by the Countess herself. Violet Blood shot back to the laughter of the assembled legionaries. I let them have their moment of levity before motioning for silence. We are not the only squadron being melded together. Our entire unit is training hard, and I would like to thank our ritualista for keeping us operational. Without them, we would not be here. I gave an expansive wave as I bowed to Centurion Suzette Gibbs. You know what our tribune expects from us. What you do not know is the mission. Now, the silence was total. I had the full attention of dozens of demonic soldiers. I glanced at my kitsune who was standing by the food prep station by the grills. Rainhild also had a cousin and a niece with her. Willing to moonlight for some extra pay, they were also auxilia scouts but on active status. I was loath to trust nepotism, but as they both were legion, and Quirinus had recommended them, my disquiet was minimized. Bringing multiple foxes to a social event might get tongues wagging, though. In keeping with this event's theme, my maid had also dressed for swimming, but in contrast to her role she was wearing an apron, at least while she was working. Meeting my gaze, the fox nodded. Good, we had privacy, not that I would be revealing anything particularly groundbreaking. I pulled my wings in and looked over my legionaries. To be clear, I cannot tell you quite what our mission will be. But, I can tell you that we have been assigned to a ship of the household fleet, who in their role as Daihu's premier taxi service will graciously transport us on the HFV Tarantula Hawk, one of their Melina medium carriers. That triggered a bit of murmuring. The Melina was a workhorse carrier that was a good compromise of capacity and expense. It would comfortably fit our demi-wings 4 squadrons with space for 2 more, likely a pair of fleet squadrons to protect the carrier, run escort, and handle similar tasks. We don't know what legionary formation we will be supporting or what ship they'll be transported on. Once that is known, we will focus on their capabilities and joint training missions. My tail flicked as I took a pondering pose, finger to my chin. We won't be supporting a formation larger than a vexillatio, but if I had to guess, I would say we'll likely be attached to a cohort. If my last comment had gotten their interest, this morsel of information had grabbed their attention. A demi-wing for a cohort of troops was a fairly standard role for a heavy strike. That was roughly the mix the Hadean-class long-range insertion airship was fitted out to transport and deploy. That we were not being assigned to one of that class could be due to several reasons. The most innocuous explanation was simply that ships of the larger class were simply not available for our mission. There were, after all, 4 times as many Melonas in the fleet's grand inventory as Hadeans. Thus, the operational planners could just be making do with whatever 4th or 5th fleet had available. That was certainly an explanation. I smiled disarmingly at my assembled personnel. We will cross that bridge. We are Legion. And we are the Tribune's force multiplier. While the rest of her flyers are skilled specialists, we are expected to excel in every role. And, I stated emphatically, we will not disappoint. The skilled part was not entirely out of politeness' sake. Fabia's greenhorns in 4th Squadron weren't rookies fresh out of flight school, and they had grown impressively over these months. But, you're not here to get a lecture from me. Not today, at least. Please, enjoy yourselves. With that, I waved to the kitsune. At my signal, the trio opened the ice chests with a flourish, as if they were priestesses offering libations. The grills were also lit and crates heaped with cheese, bread, fruits were proffered, and there were still yet more boxes of provisions to be opened. I had even ordered a few exotic items, including some gelatos and other cold sweets to supplement the beachside feast. However, the meat and fish seemed to send the greatest thrill among the crowd as my subordinates went about their refreshments and, using their towels, started staking claims on the beach. Fluffing my wings, I jumped off the boardwalk and onto the sand, relishing the soft warmth between my toes as I padded my way down the beach. I would have scheduled this later in our training, but Grey Dawn had pointed out that we were in the midst of fall and soon the water would become too cool for swimming, even at this latitude. The fine, pale orange sand was hot below my feet. It felt hotter than the air around, which was entirely possible as it was a clear cloudless day and the sun had been beating down on the beach all morning. I was tempted to use my zephyr to try and hover over the beach, but my eager wind spirits would likely kick up a lot of sand. Additionally, I was unacceptably out of practice with such precise maneuvers. It had been years since my time in the ballet troupe, every move held up to professional rigor by the hard-eyed coaches. I made a mental note to try to add that to my groundside training regimen. Besides, the biggest reason to hold off on prospective experiments was striding my way. Centurion Suzette Gibbs was a dark-haired, straight-horned, cynical woman whose face seemed locked in a perpetual scowling. The chief ritualista of my squadron had years of experience and a deep skepticism of the wisdom and judgment of ritual plate pilots and the damage they caused to her suits. Repairing said damage had presumably engraved the scowl into her face over the years, like the slow action of wind and rain upon some pale and particularly standoffish stone. "Prefect," she said, her tone casual but her salute textbook. I returned the salute. We were both out of uniform and the situation did not call for such a gesture. That she had led with such formality indicated some mild displeasure on her part. "Anything awry, Gibbs?" I asked, glancing up at the taller woman. I noticed most of my personal ritualista were nearby, having spread out a large beach blanket. "Nothing much. The new ritualista are meshing well." "Really, only Flight 3 is new," I observed. Gibbs smiled thinly. "And Primus Hood runs a tight flight." The pale and vivacious ivory tail looked up from the beach blanket she was straightening, her tail curled questioningly. "Do we have an issue, Centurion?" I quietly asked. "We will be deploying off-world soon enough, and I would like to know if there are personality clashes before everyone is crammed onto an airship." "Perhaps a word where we can speak freely?" Gibbs asked. "By all means." I nodded to her and we started to walk. Instead of heading to a more secluded part of the beach, as I expected, she led me over to where Lucia and her pilots were lounging on their blankets. Looking up, Lucia hopped up to her hooves as we approached. I waved her and the others off before they could salute. The gold and black bikini Lucia wore emphasized just how long-legged she was and I felt the prickly old jealousy of my own diminutive height. "Countess! This is quite the event you've set up." The head of Flight 3's smooth tones faltered when she saw Gibbs at my side. "I heard we might have a problem?" I asked, pitching my voice so it didn't carry. Lucia looked to Gibbs who gave a small nod. "Yes, ma'am. I mean that there's not a problem with my ritualista. It's more." Lucia's sharp aristocratic features stilled as she groped for a diplomatic wrapper for her complaint. "Poaching," Charity Breezeflower murmured. "That's putting it kindly," Gibbs commented with all the blunt delicacy of a torpedo volley. I rubbed my forehead. Like many specializations, ritualista were always in high demand. The magical aptitude and rigors required were not as rare as necessary for a ritual plate pilot, but there were, altogether, over 6 times as many ritualista in the fleet and legions as there were RP pilots. And that count only included the ritualista required to maintain ritual plate. Vehicles, VTOLs, airships, and other systems needed their own ritualista. "Are we at least dealing with Legion officers trying to tempt them?" I asked, my tail flicking irritably. I had heard that getting qualified maintainers was a bit harder on the off-world colonies than on Daiu, but surely Mersum wouldn't have that issue. A Tribune Opal-wing from the 43rd Legion, one of the training legions, was struck with a brilliant idea and has been making the rounds to various maintainers with the pitch of no off-world deployments, Gibbs said. Anger struck me, a deep rage roiling off of me in waves as all the thorny implications twisted trough my mind. "Without informing me. I just found out about it," "She went over my head too," Lucia snarled. My tail went still, and it is all I could do to keep it from writhing in indignant fury. That was very poor form, to say the least. I had questions about this Tribune's sense of decorum. "Right. Are any of your girls tempted? Anyone who has the leverage to finagle a transfer?" Officially, the legions were meritocratic. By and large, they were, but they also bowed to the reality of existing in a monarchical and aristocratic environment. As an imperial heroine, a countess, and the daughter of a duchess, I was well aware of that, given both my own fast promotion track. On the other wing, I had earned all of those honors and titles via my own skill, even if my connections had smoothed any complications out of my path. So far, no, Lucia shook her head, but some of the younger ritualista are having a bit of a culture shock having gone from the anchorage to the colonies. Right. I frowned as the pieces began to come together. In many ways, the Lancia anchorage existed as a sort of fleet in being. Especially the legionary aspects. That lead to some non-standard situations. This latest irritation very much included. I turned my thoughts back to them, orders already on my lips as the semblance of a plan formed. "Gibbs, you put out feelers. See if we actually have anyone setting up the necessary deals to get a formal transfer. Anyone who stopped thinking and started acting. Lucia, I'll have a word with Quirinus, both to see if any of the other squadrons are being poached and to see if anyone can assign this logistics tribune some nice and helpfully informal coaching." Lucia nodded, her full lips pursed in a severe line. Gibbs bowed her horns and instead of going back to her part of the beach went into one of the lines for cold drinks. The pilots of Flight 3 watched her go. "You don't need to stay on my account," I assured them. Rising up, Charity bowed to me. While not as tall as Lucia, the woman was broader of shoulder, hip, and had a more statuesque form. Her long gold blonde hair was tied back in a tight ponytail. The flight's other blonde, Centurion Lady Adriana Melisande also stood. Her shoulder-length ash blonde tresses were styled with a lot of body and showed almost as much care as violet blood put into her hair. Her horns were a sky blue, like her tail, and curled back from her brow. Like her superior, she had a noble cast to her appearance, though not quite as sharp. Her periwinkle eyes glittered. "Will you duel this tribune, Countess?" she asked with affected idleness, adjusting her rather daring swimwear with a casualness so natural it had to be deliberate. I was used to nudity. It was a part of life in the military. Daiyu also had different cultural norms than my previous lives, and this was a beach. There were plenty of my subordinates who did not bother with swimsuits, including half of my personal ritualista team. Lady Adriana Melisande was not one of them, more's the pity, she was technically dressed. But the gossamer strips and chains adorning her admittedly lush curves were so scandalous that it would have been less blatant had she simply had foregone any suggestion of clothing. Especially with how she drew attention to her state of dress with sinuous movements more shamelessly licentious than I had seen in quite some time. Not since a particularly avant-garde Luxon ballet that Violet Blood had dragged me off to shortly before we left the capital. Blinking, I drew my attention towards Lucia. Which was a different kind of issue, but one I could manage better. "Pardon?" I asked. Her wingwoman and mate, Iron Talon Cardino, was the last to stand. The shortest in the flight, she still had a bit of the more lanky morphology of someone born on Lancia. Her steel blue hair contrasted nicely with her cerulean skin and grey eyes. Her jade one-piece swimsuit was enviably less frilly than my own confection. I noted the fine silver thread of an old scar shimmering across her right cheek, either a deliberate keepsake from some tiresome duel or a sign that she'd had to make some past apology and the offended party had been remarkably merciful in the punishment doled out upon her. "Adriana, you don't say things like that to our squadron commander." Centurion Cardino stamped her foot and tried to force her guileless, open face tried into a mane of stern disapproval. While the expression did bring attention to her scar, which shone silver on her sea blue cheek, I couldn't help but notice the expression of amused delight that darted across Centurion Melisand's face before she shuffled an unconvincing mask of remorseful regret into place. "I am sorry, Countess," Centurion Melisande said, lowering her head in what I could only presume was an attempt to conceal the smile dancing in her eyes, reinforcing her gambit with a pointedly lavish presentation of her horns in a gesture of submission. "I'm surprised you didn't ask her to be light with your punishment," Charity noted, full of a maternal sternness that told me not only that she hadn't noticed the other blonde's cheeky shamelessness but also she hadn't even a hint of private amusement. Adriana, it seemed, was a good bit more subtle than her swimsuit might lead an observer to believe. "We have learned that the Countess is not one to spare the rod when it comes to discipline," Adriana agreed with an unseemly eagerness that didn't so much as hint but scream its undertone for all but Charity to hear. I rolled my shoulders and then smiled at the blonde temptress. "Lady Adriana, we are relaxing, and while I appreciate your..." I looked to Lucia for help. She shrugged, seemingly defeated but with a private smirk of her own. "Candor," she offered. "Yes," I conceded, "let us go with that. While I appreciate such frankness, I will note that we are both in committed relationships." "Oh, that's not a problem for us. Right, honey?" Melisande said as she pulled her wingwoman into an embrace. "You did chip in to help pay to have my motorcycle shipped out here," Iron Talon admitted before nuzzling the blonde. Admittedly, the shipping to move a vehicle, even a small one, from Lancia to Mersum would have been quite a burden on the typical pilot's wallet. "Ah, well." My horns tingled a warning and I smartly stepped to one side. A shadow fell over us as Violet Blood leapt into the conversation with a wing and Zephyr-assisted long jump. Despite my attempt to strategically sidle aside, no sooner had her feet hit the sand than she wrapped her wings over me in an embrace so ostentatious that it put Adriana and Melisande to shame. A carnally addled and traitorous corner of my mind was disappointed that I had been successful in my earlier attempt to convince Violet Blood to show a modicum of modesty by wearing a suit for our beach excursion. I shook off those thoughts, but not the surprisingly warm membranous wings that nearly cocooned me. "How affectionate," Lucia noted, a strangely cautious look in her eyes as she glanced from her paired pilots to me and back. Entirely unmoved, Violet Blood gently but firmly perched her head on my shoulder, rubbing her horns against mine as she made pointed eye contact with first Adriana and then Lucia. My tail straightened in shock as my head began to swim with a strangely pleasant tingling fuzziness. "They are engaged," Charity said, perhaps to herself, as if she were trying to mollify herself at such a instead of scandalous public display, at least for an event such as this. "Well, who needs some mere fashion statement? Wearing your partner as a wing wrap is plenty daring already," Adriana said, her tone complimentary yet waspish as she pulled her own mate closer. I could almost hear Violet Blood preening. "Something like a Paimonish yucca," Iron Talon noted, boldly striking out toward congeniality. "Oh, I was thinking more of formal Alina's high fashion." Adriana's smile grew, needle teeth as sharp as her town John full dips lay between plush lips. The less formal and rigid house Paimon often made me nostalgic for my first life, especially on the many times I'd enjoyed its food. And while some house Elena's courtly dress was kimono-inspired, the garments, accessories and requisite tresses were exceptionally ornate and tedious to don correctly. Unsurprisingly, I had little desire to dress in such a manner. At least musing over Elena's impractical garb offered some distraction from the way Loveblood's attention was making me feel. I do not see how a wing-like dress would be anything like an Elena's Farisode, I replied, trying to ignore my betrothed's long-suffering pout in favor of the desultory conversation about fashion, I supposed. I'd never realized Loveblood's head was quite this heavy before. Or is she pushing herself down into my shoulder? I suppose you are correct, Countess, Adriana said in an exaggeratedly magnanimous tone. After all, you are missing the mask. The other pilots nodded, Lucia still looking decidedly squirrely, wings twitching, as if she were seconds away from propelling herself up and away from the conversation. I wondered if her discomfort was a result of the mention of Elena. They were notorious for their cultural fixation on masks, and many demons found the Elenas disquieting for this reason. Besides, we had just gone up against a simulated Elenas force, perhaps the newly transfer flight leader was still flinching with leftover stress. You know, that's a funny thing, Lucia said, her voice calm and thoughtful, as her body language wasn't, as if she were some academic expert on masks holding forth in her lecture hall while preparing to escape from a pack of undergrads pesting her about overdue grading. Elena's ritual plate has blank-faced helms, where our house is the one that uses sculpted death masks. That is indeed a fascinating cultural quirk, I dryly noted, trying to deal with the amorous violet blood. Most pilots, myself included, used a faceplate cast in her own likeness. There were a few who used masks of noteworthy ancestors, and among the more religiously minded various saints were popular. It took a very pious, or presumptive, pilot to wear the likeness of Darkstar herself, however. Nobody but me, it seemed, and perhaps Lucia were focusing much on the conversation. Handling violet blood was easier said than done. An invasive but not unpleasant intimacy flowed between us. The anxieties and angers of a lifetime nearly bereft of family, a lifetime isolated, a lifetime of working to prove herself, a lifetime of burbling, haughty bloodlust swept over me. Violet Blood's life may have been short, only a year and a half longer than my life as Toria, but it was focused and glistened with a cold intensity like a precisely cut diamond. Violet Blood's embrace became less desperately limpet-like as if she was reading my innermost emotions. My tail went limp as the horrified realization sunk in. For all the talk about masks, Violet Blood was seeing me without mine. You worry too much, she whispered in my ear. I was thinking of getting some refreshments. Lucia dimpled a diplomatic, albeit strained, smile towards her pair of amorous pilots, and towards Violet Blood and I. Does anyone require anything in particular? Summoning all the dignity my years as an officer could muster, doing my best to disregard both my perpetual lack of stature and the noble woman draping herself over me, I nodded gravely. That would be good, Primus. It looks like Primus' shadow is bringing refreshments to us already, Adriana observed as she shifted her balance to better cuddle. My tail straightened as my interest rose. It was a bit surprising that I hadn't noticed Visha's approach, but I excused my oversight by dint of how distracting Loveblood was being. Iron Talon blinked, frowning. Is that a male kitsune with her? All but pinned by Violet Blood, I could not see them approach, but by way of deduction I knew which fox they were talking about. Yes, that is Rianhild's cousin, Yui. The blue-haired pilot blinked with mild surprise. Hey! There's not many forests up on Lancia, Adriana said by way of apology. Purple eyes calculating and glittering with a suddenly renewed certainty, Lucia's smile broadened and she bowed her head to Violet Blood in respect, like a duelist acknowledging a touch. What? I tried to turn but the Baroness' hold grew ever so slightly tighter. Being wrapped in Loveblood's arms and wings was not entirely unpleasant, but this was perhaps not quite the right time. Though, that silky little voice in me countered, if beachside R&R on wasn't the right time, when was? When it's just the three of us. Another fragment of my mind rejoined. The traitorous thoughts added fuel to both my mental turmoil and the infernal furnaces steadily heating my cheeks. Just a moment, do you really want to ruin the surprise? Violet Blood whispered with a gentle, reassuring caress. There was no pouting on my part, but I did stop squirming and let myself relax in her arms and wings. You trained us to work as a team, Violet Blood whispered, her tone teasing. With the benefit of experience, the noble was becoming quite the skilled temptress. That was not entirely reassuring. Glancing about, I could see the rest of Violet Blood's flight approaching. Grey Dawn had crossed her arms and wore a small smirk while Octavia was watching with undisguised amusement. Even Gibbs and the rest of my crew had also drawn near while all of the other ritualistas' attention was focused on us. I could feel Violet Blood's ill-contained mirth as her tail swished to and fro. Before I could brace myself she snapped into action, releasing me from her wings and spinning me around in a single leaping burst, leaving me facing back the way we had come. Only feet away stood Visha, who along with the male fox was carrying a large multi-tiered cake. Even across the salt sea smell of the beach, I could pick up the first hints of chocolate on the breeze. Behind them, Sunshower and her niece approached, laden with plates, cups, and a nice chest of drinks. My birthday isn't for 2 weeks, I petulantly said, for lack of any other immediate reaction. "Shall I call off the cake then?" Violet Blood murmured in my ear, before raising her voice to ask her question a second time to all in attendance. "Everyone, do you want to wait a fortnight for cake?" There was a chorus of light-hearted protests. Visha helped Yui, a rather literal silver fox, set up a table to present the cake. Then my wing woman held up a knife and gave me an eager and expectant smile. Stepping over to me, she gave Violet Blood a warm smile. While not making quite as blatantly overt of a display as Love Blood, Visha still pointedly took my arm in front of the assembled squadron, her wings brushing against mine. Somehow, her feelings sounded quieter, less shouted and more murmured. Despite the lower mental volume, they were if anything equally emphatic. The blade flashed in Visha's free hand, before the hilt was pressed firmly into my hand. I tried to clear my mind and focus on something safe, on something simple. The cake knife was well balanced. It was good Vajri steel, I'd recognize that distinct patterning anywhere. I wondered where Visha purchased it. Yet the pressure from my 2vs was overwhelming, like a warmly weighted cashmere blanket on a cold winter's night. I somehow managed to remain stoically dignified, taking it all with good grace expected of someone of my position. My right and left hand subordinates were very capable pilots and pleasing to be around, and it was gratifying that they valued me as well. It was all perfectly sensible, even the feelings in my chest that made it a bit hard to concentrate. But I had fought on with far greater distractions, and I could not disappoint the rest of my people. I suppose no one minds if we have dessert before the meat's grilled. All in all, it was not an unpleasant 15th birthday. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 8 7 6 5 4 3 2 1. As an immense legion and fleet base, Colonia Mersum Castra Magnus was a city unto itself, a complex of barracks, warehouses, training facilities, offices, dockyards, and hangars of all sizes, strewn across acres of land. Getting around the base required lots of walking, even after using the base's somewhat sparse tram system to cut the travel time down considerably. There were other transit systems available, of course, but they were less frequent and mostly focused around the main airfields and administrative structures. Amusingly, for the stronghold of a winged race, flight was not really an option on base, as the airspace had to be controlled for obvious reasons. There were 9 of us, Quirinus and her 4 squadron commanders and each of our seconds. Our subordinates were still digesting last week's simulator exercise. The beach interlude had helped with morale. Not that they needed much of a morale boost, combat losses aside, Epsilon Wing had won the exercise handily. By the end of the scenario, they were left with sufficient combat effectiveness to hold the landing zone until reinforcements could arrive. All things considered, Hangar 143A was not too far from the tramway stop. The walk was unfortunately short enough that I knew there was no hope of convincing Quirinus to sign out a couple carts from a motor pool. At least, not yet. The distance from our barracks and from the hangar our ritual plate was currently stored into hangar was a potential issue in the future. Despite its cavernous volume, Hangar 143A was barely more than a shack, lurking in the literal the shadow of the massive Class C hangar next door. The better part of a mile in length and over 1,500 feet wide, with an interior height of about 55 stories, Hangar 4C was a titanic structure of support towers and cable stays that could fit a single Celestial class, the largest vessel in Black Skyvian service. It was an enclosed and controlled environment complete with overhead cranes and other mechanisms to provide the servicing and refit for any airship in the household fleet. Not only was the interior protected from the elements, it was temperature controlled to boot, with each hangar regularly visited by Tempsterii who used their weather magic to control the humidity and chase away the cloud formations from the upper gantries. The Empyrean Zenith was assigned to Colonial Domitianus 4th Fleet and Hangar 2C in specific, but the base had a number of Class C hangars. Giant doors more akin to hollowed-out track mobile buildings than simple doors were partially open to allow for the slow, careful egress of a fleet carrier. Even the most jaded among us paused to watch the group of ritual plate on observation and wind duty swooping about the airship like pilot fish around a vast whale, while a group of ground vehicles with guidelines helped nudge the airship free of its berth like tugs around one of the Leviathan cargo vessels back in the City of Trees. Most of those vehicles, dwarfed into comparative insignificance, were heavy-duty train engines that ran along the dedicated surface rail lines servicing the hangar. It was hard to keep a good grasp of scale when looking upon such a structure, so utterly did it dominate the surrounding area and the pygmy side buildings and structures bowing before its titanic presence. A Class C could easily swallow up a pair of Avalon heavy carries and a pair of Nova fleet carriers or equivalently sized airships like 2 Tonbokiri-class battleships and 2 Konobo-class battlecruisers. Troopships like the massive Typhoon class and other heavy legionary lift assets could easily vanish inside. An entire Legion landing flotilla, including escorts, could be maintained within a handful of Class C hangars, all with a good amount of space to maintain and work on said airships. The entryway to the hangar and much of the interior had several long trenches of various depths and widths that allowed for installation and maintenance of an airship's various ventral structures. They look so much more delicate when they're stuck down on the ground, Julia noted as we waited to go down a set of steps that would have us walk under the large taxiway avenue. Beside us, another railway line ran under the taxiway. Each hangar was served by 2 sets of rail lines. The ones cut in trenches just below the surface avoided at-grade crossings and allowed for cargo and personnel transport, though less frequently than the trams. The surface rail lines allowed for the transportation of oversized components, but those trains had to stop to avoid getting in the way of the taxiways that connected the hangars with the aprons and runways. More like a wallowing hog, Fabia countered. Julia gave a slight smile to the more senior Sarpedonous Squadron commander. Careful, you don't want the fleet girls to hear you bad-mouthing their precious hulls, Quirinus lightly said. Given the size of the vessel, that's actually a lot of control and precision, I noted as we went down the steps and into the echoing subterranean corridor. It wouldn't be a practical weapon if a slight breeze could prevent their deployment, or if a bit of rain could ground them at the slightest notice, Fabia shrugged. I chuckled, a bit hollowly. Airships had tended to be highly niche transportation platforms in both of my previous lives, albeit for different reasons. My previous empire had tried deploying aerial mages from zeppelins with some good results. However, Germania's limited colonial holdings had left the empire with only little need for such of extreme endurance aircraft, especially considering the infrastructure and maintenance costs they required. In my first life, well, a botched landing in New Jersey, a wind-blown crash in France, and a crash off the coast of California had doomed the dirigible to the pages of history books, outside of limited novelty commercial engagements. Visha clearly shared my amusement, judging by the way her tail swished as she walked ahead of me. We climbed up to another part of the complex. There was one giant hangar, albeit still smaller than the colossal that was Hangar 4C, and clustering around it were a bunch of even smaller hangars. All were in the shadow of that massive Class C, which in addition to blocking out the daylight also provided a rather effective wind screen. The base layout tried to minimize wind funnels and other such areas that would make the maneuvering of giant, rigid lighter-than-air ships even harder. The big hangar on this side of the taxiway was merely a Class B. It still used buttresses and cable stays. At under 2,000 feet in length, 700 in width, and with an interior height of a mere 40 stories, it was still the size of several blocks of office buildings. It was sized to fit a single Avalon heavy carrier or equivalently sized hull such as a Bacchus-class heavy cargo ship. For major bases, the Class B was a useful size for working many of the mid-range vessels in the fleet. 4 MAL-class cruisers could comfortably fit inside with ample overhead space for refitting, removing, or installing major ship components. This made them a common workhorse hangar for the bulk of the household fleet. The standardization gave some efficiencies that offset the large investment in such structures. Our journey took us briskly past the open doors of this hangar, and we had plenty of time to confirm that Hangar 43B held a trio of Melina medium carriers. The quarter of the hangar that was empty of airships was still crowded with structural frames, giant cabling spools, racks of equipment modules, and a few sealed-up outbuildings secured with privacy screens. None of those ships were our destination. Our orders were to report to Hangar 143A. Freestanding arched structures, Class A hangars could be taken down, transported, built in the field, and were a key infrastructural component of minor bases. Just over 1,000 feet long, 500 feet wide, and 20 stories tall, they were still large structures. It was only proximity to their larger cousins that rendered them small. Well, relatively small. The vast base was an exercise in extravagance, given the endless fields of buildings and industrial equipment and personnel required to keep 4th and 5th fleets operational. It was a world of concrete, cables, rail lines, tank farms, warehouses, and hangars. And that was just the heart of the base, the considerable civilian infrastructure required to support, supply, feed, water, and train everyone who worked here sprawled out around the base itself in a web of logistical veins supplying the garrison's every need. A large part of the populations of Mursa Victrix the city and Mursum the entire colony worked for this base, directly or indirectly. Entire family lines had dwelled in the outbuildings of the larger hangars for generations, their society a guild and apprentice system of skilled tradeswomen of crane operators, artificers, welders, seamstresses, machinists, enchanters, and all the various tasks required to maintain and refit the household fleet. Still, a single Melina class could fit inside a Class A hangar or a pair of Damocles light carriers, Mace-class destroyers, or other similarly sized ships. Though the Class A was more commonly used for the Colibri Patrol class or the Venture Scout, of which it could fit 4 or 7 within its walls respectively. Our assigned vessel being kept in a relatively small hangar by itself was not unheard of, but it was a bit unusual. I wonder how cramped it'll be to work in there, Julia noted as we walked up to the main gate for Hangar 143A. For us? Not cramped at all, Fabia shrugged. We'd be nothing more than gnats inside even one of these. Now, the Ventus pilots and their VTOLs may find it a bit cramped, but they'll just wheel those in. She trailed off when we got a better eye at the gate guards. All military bases had gate guards, but I'd seldom worked out of a hangar with its own guard post at the entrance, complete with a pair of sentries clearly checking names against a list. No wonder Quirinus had reminded us to keep our military identification handy, and a second, civilian form of identification, to boot. In the case of most of our pilots, that second ID was our library cards, but clearly Quirinus hadn't been joking in the slightest. Security was, to say the least, tight. People couldn't just walk into a hangar even if they had already been gladly waved onto base. Honestly, the level of verification and security warmed my heart, even though my peers grumbled. This, more than the mere assignment of a dedicated hangar, was the best way to emphasize to the wing the importance of our maiden operation as a unit. The guard shack and gatehouse were the tip of the complex of support buildings that encrusted both sides of the hangar like fungal colonies. The front and back had been kept clear, allowing the massive doors to pedal open. Once we had satisfied the stone-faced guards that we were authorized personnel, our little party descended down a corridor lined with offices, lockers, and workshops for the various yard workers and maintenance crews. Many of these subsidiary rooms were secured areas, complete with a variety of ocular and occult scanners and combination pads. I was used to airship hangars having sensitive areas such as those for the teleport rune inscribers, the communications specialists, the power drive gang, or lockdown rooms where dismounted scrying arrays were refurbished, but Hangar 134A seemed endowed with an overabundance of windowless rooms, restricted corridors, and places that were locked off to even senior legionary flyers. My tail flicked a bit in nervousness. We were being assigned to a Melina class, which was a good mix of small enough to be common with over 100 in the household fleet, yet large enough to have good all-around capability with 6 RP squadrons, half a dozen torpedoes, and a small, but varied, complement of VTOLs for cargo delivery, search and rescue, and other utility roles. While 6 Fujiwara aerial torpedoes was not very many, it did give the carrier some organic fleet defense or fire support capability, depending on loadout. The smaller RP carriers did not have that flexibility in VTOL complement and did not carry any torpedoes. The larger ones were more capable, but were slower, more expensive, and fewer in number. My worry grew as we trotted past still more fleet personnel and clannish dock technicians hard at work on unknowable tasks, until finally we passed through a set of double doors and entered the hangar proper. It was always an awe-inspiring sight to see such a vast cavity, even if, or perhaps especially if, it was filled by the resting form of a Melina class. From an almost directly bow-on angle, the vessel's class was obvious. The airship used the side-by-side lifting hulls of the Virtus modular design, a single forward torpedo launcher was visible, and there were the 4 starboard ritual plate catapults near the bow as well as the matching landing ramps with presumably the same number on the port side. VR62 was painted on one of the aft vertical tail fins as a finishing touch, the pennant number prefix code for a Melina medium carrier, V4. Virtus and R for ritual plate. There was every visual indicator that this was a standard backbone of the fleet carrier. One ideally sized to carry a demi-wing for legionary support with room for 2 squadrons to protect the carrier and other fleet tasks. Yes, the Nova fleet carrier held 2 fleet-sided RP wings for a total of nearly 200 ritual plate, plus about 2 dozen torpedoes and a couple VTOL squadrons. Relative to the rather rare Avalon heavy carrier, the household fleet had nearly 4 dozen fleet carriers, but that was still well under half of the total number of medium carriers. Many in the household fleet had a joke: pray for a Nova, expect a Melina. Which amusingly enough indicated that the culture of the senior Black Skyvian military branch was not quite as cynical as the Imperial Legions. Our version of that joke would be pray for a Melina and expect nothing. Visha sensed my unease. I think the tarantula hawk looks pretty. Many of the Melina class were named after eusocial stinging insects or similar creatures. Last year, my cadets had completed live fire training while deploying from the HFV Hornet, which had infamously gone so badly awry that I had been left facing down an entire Elenus Vanguard strike unit with just 3 other pilots. Decidedly not an outcome envisioned by whoever had designed that particular training scenario's parameters. The hull was the standard semi-matte fleet grey when the camouflage system wasn't powered. Many of the airship's propulsion modules were missing, and based on the double row of replacement pods to one side, that whole system was being replaced. Like most of our hardware, upon activation, the hull would change to a pattern that matched the surrounding environment, which along with a few other tricks, made it so a giant airship was not blatantly obvious in the empty sky. However, truly veiling over 800 feet of airship would be very costly. Such high stealth applications were limited to platforms like ritual plate, VTOLs, and for smaller, highly specialized airships. The tiny Venture Scout and the various Colibri patrol craft were often modified into examples of the latter. The former was the smallest airship in the fleet and little more than a platform for scrying systems and a mothership for 6 ritual plate. The latter being just large enough to be configured into the various troopship, reconnaissance, VTOL mothership, cargo, torpedo corvette, and patrol carrier roles the fleet uses, albeit all on a small scale. However, if one wanted a very quiet, but very small, troop insertion, bombardment, or carrier strike, then a high-veiled Venture and Colibri or 2 would get the job done. I suppose, I admitted as the 9 of us walked up towards the ship. Closer, I could see that parts of the envelope were being worked on, presumably elements were being replaced while the gas bags were being inspected and refurbished. Strangely, the areas where the envelope peeled back had all been tented up and covered in tarps over frameworks that prevented any sight of the airship's structural interior. One would think that being in a restricted hangar would be privacy enough, but there seemed to be an abundance of caution around the tarantula hawk. What I could make out was that the team of artificers moving in to work on a particularly heavily draped section looked rather large in number, and, based on the equipment they were bringing, up doing some serious work. Indeed, so serious that a crane's assistance in hauling them a spool of very thick high arcane energy cabling up to the work site. That was a bit odd. The tarantula hawk should be new enough that the teleport system's distribution network shouldn't need replacing. The thought of what other power-intensive systems might be up in an airship's envelope and greater structural frames left me full of disquiet. Crossing the hangar's interior was a simple evolution only because there was a marked and railed path to the airship. Without the markings, the journey would have been considerably more difficult, as the pathway meandered parallel to the airship before joining a veritable temporary roadway, crossing over one of the service trenches on a modular bridge. Right after the bridge squatted a portable gangway to a somewhat large entryway in the starboard amidships hull. To our right was one of the Tarantula Hawk's 2 VTOL launch ramps. Yet more security waited for us at the top of the gangway. Interestingly, these seemed to be part of the ship's shipboard legionary complement. The detachment were all Evocatus veterans on at least their second term with a rather high ratio of grenadiers represented. There was no tail measuring, as even the most hard-bitten hoofslogger appreciated legionary flyers. That is, unless after a mission they found their air support to be too timid or too uncaring about friendly fire, then the claws would come out. After making it through the checkpoint, we were directed towards the left, into a corridor heading towards the ship's bow. Wow, quite the refit. She even has that new blimp smell, Julia remarked as we walked down the decking. She wasn't wrong. Everything was freshly painted and the hatches we passed did seem newly refurbished. Fabia, however, gave her a dark expression as we walked. Her wingwoman was even more blatant as her tail started to turn limp. Something was wrong. We didn't get turned around? Visha asked. No, Fabia stated. My wingwoman gave me a questioning look. Just a moment, I said, holding out some hope as we went forward by another frame. As expected, the corridor opened up. However, where on any other Melina medium carrier the aft starboard RP maintenance bay would be, instead this ship had a stripped-down compartment. Like most compartments, there were plenty of tie-down points in the decking and many of the storage options were left in place. But all of the ritual plate-specific items, the arming chairs, the spirit sanctums, the engraving and enchanting rigs, the other maintenance and machining equipment, the power cell vaults, and even the bins for parts and spares had been pulled out. The only trappings of the ritual plate bay left behind were some of the munitions lockers and a handful of benches and auxiliary seating. We were not fleet pilots, but still being on board an RP carrier that had stripped out a major portion of its ritual plate complement felt wrong. Maybe they've just pulled everything old out and they'll replace it with new stuff. Visha's tone put on a hopeful front. Fabia shook her head. They might replace the vaults, if their material was found to be flawed or cracked. But they'd leave the floor open to slot the new ones in. The Sarpedana squadron commander gestured to the entirely new, and contiguous decking in the room. They also wouldn't downgrade the sprinkler heads and other fire suppression systems, I said with resignation as I slowly ambled forward, studying the ceiling. Like most compartments, it was a mass of pipes, conduits, and tubes all color-coded. Every compartment had some damage control capability, but RP maintenance bays, given the energy densities of our equipment, had some of the higher levels, second only to places like torpedo magazines, the main power plant, and the teleportation controllers. And no fleet officer or crew would ever reduce that, unless the compartment was fully derated, Julia's grizzled wingwoman stated. Carol, do you think they did this to the portside aft bay? Julia asked her second. The shaved-headed older legionary flyer gave a slow nod. That's my fear, ma'am. And there it was. Removing one maintenance bay, that is one squadron's worth of ritual plate was bad enough, but two. A Melina only carried 6 squadrons. Why would one remove a third of an RP carrier's capability? It would free up a fair bit of capacity. Not just the ritual plate and their pilots, but the maintenance and parts, and that every single ritual plate suit required 4 to 5 ritualista. VTOLs and armored vehicles also required ritualista. The average legion required over 1,000 of the arcane maintenance staff. Which was why people like Tribune Opalwing might be desperate enough to use other means to fill the empty slots in her organization. Fortunately, Tribune Quirinus had managed to get a hold of the 43rd Legion's legate's ear and had explained a few things. I might have played some small part in the explanation. Normally, I was loath to lean on my mother's reputation, but when Quirinus had put forth the argument that legates were political creatures and that few would want to cross a duchess, I had conceded. While the Duchy of Arginia was a provincial duchy, it was a rather important border holding, one held by a reserve officer who had some influence over the training of legionary flyers and thus not a personage that a legate, especially a colonial legate, would want to offend. Counting ritualista, for 2 squadrons that came to over 100 people, over a sixth of the complement of a Melina. All household fleet airships had some number of ritual plate, but the entire purpose of an RP carrier was to launch, transport, support, rearm, and recover ritual plate squadrons. Visha slipped up to me. My examination of the fire suppression system had taken me towards the far end of the compartment. Her tail brushed past my leg as she turned around to face me. I looked up at her questioning face. I'm fine, just thinking about the mission, Visha surmised. She had lost that puppyish worship from when we first met, but somehow she could still go through 2 worlds worth of wars with a smile. Harp's world is a pit of factions, I lowered my voice. And if we're being sent there on a ship like this? I had no idea the capabilities of the Tarantula Hawk, but the space freed up by removing 2 squadrons would be put to some use. Enough to send a message? A small strike on one of our rivals' interests. Visha whispered back. At least 4 great houses had enclaves on Harp's world, Alecto, Elena, Trosier, and Ziox. Maybe as a catspaw for an ally. My tail curled in thought. Alecto wouldn't shed any tears if something happened to Trosic assets and if we could do something against them. Memory tickling, I recalled that there were some recent Alenus actions that Alecto could have chosen to take exception with. There was a tug as Visha put her hand on my shoulder. For a moment I thought to resist, we were in a professional setting but she wasn't pulling me into a hug, just getting my attention, though her hand did linger. I'm okay. Just thinking. Visha nodded and led us back towards the others. Yes, ladies, I am sure you can all count, Quirinus stated as she rejoined the group as well. Don't worry, there's enough space for Epsilon Wing. We won't be cramped or split up. Come on. At her urging, we continued forward. True to her word, the starboard side still possessed its 2 remaining maintenance bays. Interestingly, as could be seen from the outside, the Tarantula Hawk still had the normal count of ritual plate catapults and landing ramps. Removing a proportional third of those would have been a potential weight savings, but someone had chosen to leave them in place. I suppose with a reduced RP count this decreased the deployment time, but my disquiet grew nonetheless. Quirinus brought us into the main briefing room at last. At first glance, it looked identical to similar rooms in other carriers of its class. Then I noticed that only 2/3 of the chairs in the room were rated for ritual plate. The rest were the far lighter shipboard models that only had to worry about supporting a Diademonis. Even here, things were pared down to match the reduced capacity. Except, the room could still seat over 70 people. Our commander motioned for us to take seats in the front row. That we were not kept waiting long immediately raised my suspicions. Someone had put a good deal of thought into the stage management of this little tour. As if on cue in strode a tall, Demonis, the contrast ivory skin and long black hair made all the more striking by the drab matte grey of the room. Her black feathered wings pulled in as she entered, jet black hooves ringing on the deck. She wore a legionary uniform with a centurion's rank badge and recon unit's badge, along with a handful of service ribbons. Notably, her uniform lacked a name badge or any specialization insignia. My tail curled in recognition. Quirinus stood. Her crimson skin and glossy emerald hair were a bright contrast with the other woman's more corpse-like appearance. Ladies, this is Centurion Invidia Nihilus. Myself and others who are familiar with Invidia can vouch for her, and for her associates in the Office of Cultural and Strategic Reconnaissance. Thank you, Artemis. Wing command suits you. Congratulations. Invidia's grey eyes sparked as they swept over the room. Ah, and Prefect Countess Diamond Dust and Prefect Harrow Fang, lovely to see you as well. As if to punctuate her greeting, she placed a small valise on the lectern at the front of the room, smiling pointedly as she awaited her reply like a teacher coaching a pair of particularly slow pupils. For politeness' sake, Fabia and I bowed our heads to her, and if my nod came a bit more grudgingly than Fabia's, nobody remarked on it. Unease rippled through the other Centurions. CSR had a reputation and being assigned to a carrier that was, not normal, failed to improve the collective mood. Invidia smiled at that before she addressed all 9 of us. I'm sure you all have noted that the Tarantula Hawk is quite the special ship. You do not know just how special she is. Indeed, you will not fully know that. However, as I am the operational liaison to the ship's RP complement, it is my job to get you up to speed on your role here and what the HFV Tarantula Hawk can do. Quirinus gave her a slight nod, then turned to us and leveled a stern, but reassuring, look at us. For my part, I wondered. The legions used a larger ritual plate wing than the fleet, which meant that many new Volantes tribunes would take an executive officer position in an established wing under an established tribune. Despite her qualifications and record, Quirinus was still a new junior tribune and had gotten her own command and a relative pick of legionary flyers. Had she made a deal to get those things? Was this the price for it? Yes, this ship is part of a new subclass to the Melina. However, take heart, it is an expansion of an existing concept and built on a solid foundation. Invidia's bright smile was as artificial as the one chiseled on a saint's statue, with eyes just as cold as sculpted marble. In terms of assault carriers, this is more like the Fortuna subclass than the Arcadia refit. There was some amused and confused murmuring, but Fabia and Quirinus nodded. I had not heard of the Fortuna, but the HFV Arcadia was an Avalon-class heavy carrier. An experiment with the assault carrier concept, the standard complement of 4 fleet ritual plate wings, had been reduced to 3, and the freed up space and tonnage was used to increase the legionary complement to a full cohort, heavy equipment included. The Arcadia concept had failed because it was a waste of limited hulls. The fleet only had 6 active Avalons, and having one put into a niche role was a major burden. An Avalon could put an entire ritual plate air group anywhere the house wanted, and it was a waste to spend one to give air support, even overwhelming, to just a cohort. The Hadean class, which was half the size and numbered into the dozens, could do that. Toss in a fleet carrier for backup and the lucky unit got extra air support to boot. Nvidia took in our emotions. We all can agree that the Arcadia's refit was an oddity, a curiosity, perhaps even a failure. Even the Brasshorns agreed, as she was converted back to a conventional Avalon after, 10 years? 8. Quirinus mildly corrected. 8, Nvidia nodded. And that stained the whole assault carrier concept. She raised a forestalling hand. Yes, I know you'd point to the various sizes and types of long-range insertion craft, all a key part of fleet and legion doctrine. All well and good, if the goal is to have a major set-piece air assault as part of taking and building up a beachhead. Nvidia gave us her cold smile again. And I suppose for smaller, more intimate operations, a Rhodian or a Phoenician can put down a century or two. My tail stilled. I did not like where this one-sided discussion was going. A Phoenician class was the same size as the airship we were on, but it only had 2 RP squadrons. The rest of the space was dedicated to 2 centuries of legionaries, their equipment, and 4 Umbra medium VTOLs to transport them to the ground. It was a good platform for a small scale, but not tiny, air assault. The airship we were on would have twice the ritual plate. And now we go from the second largest to the second smallest. Nvidia spread her hands. She looked back as if the massive screen at the front of the room was projecting some schematic. The not-so-humble Calibri. Just imagine what one could do with a highly veiled platform carrying, say, 20 crack legionaries, a pair of Spada dropships, also variants with extra veiling, all supported by an RP squadron. I kept in a small sigh. That was the exact variety of mission profile I had most wanted to avoid. A very small, very important mission where individual capability would be of maximal importance. In my past life, I had experience forming and leading such a unit, and I had long known my own skills in the legions could easily send down much the same path. I had hoped being part of a demi-wing would produce a unit too large for such skullduggery, but it looked like Nvidia and her associates had other ideas. Fabia had an appreciably cynical look, which was reassuring. Even Julia, green as she was, seemed perturbed by Nvidia's sales pitch. Quirinus gave her a very patient look while the rest of us digested it. All 12 of those in ritual plate would not be available to support the legionaries, some would have to stay to watch their mothership and escort the Spada VTOLs. That still gave a flight or 2 of air support for a mere 20 legionaries or whatever specialist infantry conducting that operation. The Fortuna subclass was an idea built on those very special Calibri LRI craft. Nvidia's smile seemed to turn genuine for a moment. Real amusement brushed that empty expression. Same concept, but on a hull twice as large and based around a light carrier. Nvidia looked right at Fabia. The large room fell quiet for a moment. Where this ship is based around a medium carrier, Fabia stated. You wanted more infantry, more air power. Can you blame us? Nvidia shrugged. I know you flyers don't like to brag, but in terms of combat power you are a very useful platform. You just happen to be very expensive and in very high demand. Fortunately, my associates conduct relatively small operations. We're not talking about cohorts, let alone legions. And the expense? Quirinus asked, her tone dry. I suspected she already knew Nvidia's answer, and the question was purely pro forma. We all know that a veiled airship, that is a truly veiled airship, is far more expensive than a regular version. Compared to that, what is the cost of a demi-wing or 2? Nvidia gave us all an appraising and hungry smile. You would be amazed what 40 legionaries and nearly 30 ritual plate can accomplish. Well, you won't be amazed for long. Regardless, the Fortuna has been quite the little success, unlike the poor Arcadia. It helps that there's over 100 Damocles carriers. Pulling a handful off to the side to refit into your little raiding platforms is a comparatively small ask, Quirinus pointed out, not bothering to mention that an Avalon would be quite impossible to turn into a hole in the sky. Certainly, Nvidia agreed, and that's the rub. My associates have found that sometimes, it would have been, less troublesome to have a larger platform to work with. Scalability is also a wonderful thing. I must have made a small noise as it fell into place. This project was more than having something that a group of smaller assault carriers could accomplish. The idea was to get a ship that had more all-around capability. Yes, Countess. Nvidia practically purred. The Melina isn't any longer than the Damocles, it's basically 2 Damocles carriers side by side. Helpful in veiling to the level you want. And it helps in other ways, both require only one RP squadron to defend the carrier. You also get a ventral well deck for all sorts of oversized cargo, transport, and docking purposes. Finally, the Melina has enough extra space to carry some aerial torpedoes, which the Wasp assault carrier subclass still retains. I told you, we're not the trailblazers here. The Wasp herself showed this could be done. For just a bare instant Nvidia's mask of aloof disdain and false gregariousness cracked and a genuine passion leaked out. This was a project she cared about, maybe for what the Wasp represented for her associates, maybe for what she could do with it. Perhaps in the shadowy intra-office games of prestige and power that cultural and strategic reconnaissance played, this whole scheme represented an investment of her personal capital and she stood to personally gain from its success. What's the infantry contingent? Fabia asked. Omitting 2 RP squadrons frees up a lot of berths. Not entirely removed. You will be joined by a flight of Fleet Harmonia pilots. They'll supplement in for cap and escort roles. That should make Prefect Sinus's job a bit easier. The refit also omits a couple Fujiwara aerial torpedoes from the reload magazine. I raised an eyebrow. 4 total torpedoes was not much. A Colibri corvette had twice as many. I suppose that did give this ship some long-range fleet defense or heavy ground support capability. Nvidia gave me a simulacrum of a don't worry about it smile. We have about the same overall complement as a normal Melina, so most of those freed up berths are put to use. Specialists to control the enhanced veiling systems make up a small part. Systems neither you nor I nor our legionary ground team will be read in on. How many legionaries? Julia asked. Or equivalent. This thing could carry a broadcast recon century for all I know. If only we were getting that many, Nvidia sighed. They were one of the few specializations in the Imperial Legions rarer and more demanding than ritual plate pilots or combat evocation specialists. Broadcast recon were tactical teleportation infantry, which made them extremely useful for covered insertions, raids, and other commando operations. While Imperial Legions had about 14,000 RP pilots, we only had about 3 cohorts, a tenth as many, broadcast recon. But yes, total ground troops amount to a bit over 100. Call it a heavy century's worth. We'll have a VTOL squadron of 3 Spatholites and 2 Umbra mediums. That's a bit generous in terms of air mobility, but our infantry won't be bringing down much in the way of heavy equipment. Nvidia's winning smile returned. But with your help, the Tarantula Hawk will be most capable. Nodding, I focused on the platform's capabilities, it helped push aside my personal concerns. It was all trade-offs and something had to go to make the Wasp subclass function. There was space for a heavy century of troops, but they would have no artillery, no nymph light vehicles, and not very many mule cargo striders. On the other wing, they would have 2 Sarpedona squadrons, the better part of a Harmonia squadron, and my Polyxo squadron. That explained why this briefing room was still kept so large, it was intended to seat about half of the total legionary and ritual plate complement. Fabia was more succinct in her evaluation. It's a fancy cloak and dagger toy for your associates. Nvidia gave a thin smile. Now, Prefect, your reputation and those of your fellow squadron commanders precedes you. For this mission, I would say less cloak and far more dagger. Fabia crossed her arms. I could not blame her or her skepticism. In theory, a Wasp could be used as a mothership for a long-duration intelligence-gathering mission. 2 recon squadrons using their occultia for signals intelligence, ground mapping, and other forms of airborne spying could be carried, leaving enough space for ground support and air defense. The ground team could even be pared back to make room for linguists, cartographers, tactical anthropologists, and other analysts. And instead of combat specialists, those going to the surface could be CSR assets capable of going undercover. On the other hand, we would clearing not be supporting that kind of mission. Thank Darkstar for her small favors. I shivered at the idea of having to support some long-duration covered observation and strike mission. No, if I had my suspicions, we would be delivering a message to prevent a shifting of alliances among the great houses, or at least to send a message to a mutual rival. After all, war was politics by other means. That said, I felt my fear of the consequences of such correspondence were entirely reasonable. Such missives and their replies had a way of getting rapidly out of hand. Epsilon Wing is ready for this role, Quirinus stated in a clear voice, every inch the decorated, experienced, Volantes Tribune. I kept my private reservations to myself. I would not undermine my superior, especially not one I respected and who I saw as a mentor figure. We hardly had 3 months to gel as a multi-squadron formation. 4th Squadron was still generously semi-green, as was the 2nd flight of my squadron. And now CSR wanted us to be the air component to one of their shiny new spook ships? Couldn't Nvidia's associates find a more experienced RP unit for this assignment? The longer I thought about it, the more my apprehension about being pulled into the world of shadows, spies, and lies grew. This whole setup felt wrong. Maybe this was some esoteric variety of shakedown cruise. If so, our demi-wing would not be the only new element present. It sounded like there were not many Fortunas out there, let alone Wasps. There could not possibly be many fleet personnel familiar with operating raiding assault carriers, they'd need time to familiarize, surely. Every part of the Tarantula Hawk's complement would have to train together to perform at a high performance for a high-value mission, otherwise why bother with the massive expense? Visha took my hand and gave it a gentle squeeze. I returned the gesture. It was not that I thought we could not do this, but we both knew where this could lead. That was why I had made sure my pilots had the best equipment and training I could get them. What can you tell us about our mission? How long will we have to train? Fabia asked. Alas, not as long as you would like, my associates have already found opportunity too perfect to pass up. Invidia tapped her valise. Allow me to stress that the mission profile is nothing new, and that your part in this will be standard doctrine. Albeit, you will be providing air support at far greater level. You could just about give every single 8-person contubernium their own flight of RP, Julia said. We considered that, Invidia admitted with every sign of seriousness. It lacks efficiency. Instead, you will be slightly more concentrated, allowing flight's rotation to give persistent fire support, layered air cover, escort, cap and account for combat losses. It's still a massive investment. Does the mission need this much air support? Julia asked. As a Sarpedana pilot, she thought in terms of neutralizing ground-based threats. Under normal circumstances, her squadron would be pretty heavy support for a cohort of 6 centuries. Here, her squadron was being asked to protect 50 legionaries. Invidia put on a sympathetic face that was slightly more realistic than the ones painted on theatrical masks. While intelligence has indicated we have time to train up the Tarantula Hawk and her complement, I must confess that, we are very much a Plan B option. Higher profile, higher risk, but with greater potential rewards, if enough goes to plan. Hopefully, when we get to a certain world we will not be required. And we can be given more time to train and ready for a later mission. If we're the fallback, what's the primary plan? Fabia asked, a nervous chord thrumming under her admittedly steely professionalism. I leaned forward slightly in my seat, curious despite myself how Invidia would answer. Oh, it's far more destructive, but if Plan A goes off, no one will have to set hooves on this contested colony world. I'll confess, I'm earnestly hoping we won't have to go through with Plan B, but we still must train for it, just in case my wish doesn't come true. Invidia's sincerity rang out so clear, so honest, and so truthful that, for a moment, I felt myself being taken in. Then I remembered all of my previous encounters with her, and felt an iron weight plunge in my stomach. Invidia and her associates were not the type to merely hope for some development. Indeed, the fact that she had vocalized how sincere that hope was only told me that Plan A, whatever it was already dead in the water. One way or another, I was gloomily certain that the Tarantula Hawk would be winging its way towards Harp's world, and I and my 2vs would be aboard. Chapter 23, Cat's Cradle. The War Chronicles of a Little Demon. Set in the Diodemon's verse. A Saga of Tanya the Evil FIC. By Sunshine Temple. Naturally, I do not own Yujo Senki. So here's the disclaimer. Saga of Tanya the Evil, its characters and settings belong Carlos N., Shinobu Shin Atsuki and Nutco, Ltd. Previous chapters and other works can be found at my fanfiction website. FIC/CNC as always is wanted. Chapter 23, Cat's Cradle. It would be fair to say that I maintained significant reservations with the mission that had seconded my unit to the HFV Tarantula Hawk. The cloak and dagger work, the nebulous objectives. None of it sat well with me. However, I couldn't help but admit that the small, status-obsessed part of me that fretted endlessly about how my career looked to others drew satisfaction from being assigned to such a clearly important task. The aft starboard ritual plate maintenance bay was 3rd Squadron's domain, my domain. The bay and its portside twin were slightly smaller than the forward bays, which were 1st and 2nd Squadrons, but I saw no need to quibble about the assignment. We didn't need the spare room quite as much as the 4 fleet pilots assigned to the Tarantula Hawk, whose gear collectively was stowed in both forward bays. Having another Harmonia flight to assist 1st Squadron was good, but they were, frustratingly aloof, to put it kindly. Even considering my experience with the cream of the Imperial Capital's RP pilots, as well as wrangling the flight of snooty nobles placed under my own command, I felt that these fleet girls were exceptionally haughty. I could only hope that their skills justified their arrogance. I was fully aware that I might be judging the fleet flyers with unwarranted harshness. There was, after all, always some degree of rivalry between the household fleet and the Imperial legions, but that degree tended to be minimized between fleet pilots and legion flyers. Ritual plate doctrine, training, hardware, and organization was nearly identical between the 2 service branches. At the end of the day, though, they were still shippies to the core, and my soul, dyed in army colors twice over, couldn't help but hold it against them. Of course, the fleet could hardly claim to monopolize arrogance, though with fleet pilot Crystal Candida and her flight assigned to our little task force that claim was a bit strained. For all that, I could not entirely fault Primus Baroness Crystal Candida. Stiff-necked habits and choleric humor aside, she was a skilled pilot, commander, and trained her flight well. They were also First Squadron's problem. I was happy to let Prefect Mila Cenis deal with the green-haired witch. So I'm sure it was pure coincidence that the gold-eyed, blue-haired Prefect Cenis had come to my maintenance bay. That's unfair, I privately chided myself, and besides, everybody deserves a break once in a while. The head of First Squadron and I had served together since Vualaya and through the entirety of the tour of the Croc-Ellie jungles. There was no need for me to be unnecessarily uncharitable to her, especially given my prior experience with her. And furthermore, after my time riding herd on the Academy students, I felt a great deal of sympathy towards any officer tasked with managing brilliant yet infuriating martinets. Any issues getting all your equipment on board? Cenis asked as she sipped her ember tea. We were standing off to one side of the bay, tucked away in an alcove set up as a miniature preparation and refreshment area. A pilot could get out of the way and have a drink, splash some water on her face, or even stretch her wings a bit without worrying of knocking over a box of spanners or whatever. It was also, conveniently enough, where I'd had Gibbs bolt down a fleet-issue coffee machine. The yard dogs have been cooperative, I admitted, and turned to watch my ritualista and pilots as they ran diagnostics, went over checklists, and checked over the inventory. Cenis snorted. Compared to the rest of the kit they have to get loaded onto the Tarantula Hawk? No wonder. Must be easy street. Fair, I admitted, then took a sip from my mug. A dozen Polyxo suits plus all their maintenance equipment, parts, munitions, and other components would add up, but it was still a mere 60% of the mass of even a light VTOL. Besides, that's not the real problem of getting our gear loaded. Cenis let the implication hang as she took a drink. The speed's not really the choke point here. Security is remarkably tight, I admitted, fully understanding Cenis's unvocalized frustration. Everything coming aboard had to be taken apart and inspected. While I could understand the concerns, it was on some level farcical. After all, a ritual plate suit was a platform with advanced weapons and scrying systems. They were supposed to be filled with gear that could only be called highly suspicious. Though that was why Legion Counterintelligence, and the fleet's equivalent office, focused more on the interpersonal dimension than the technical. That wasn't to say that the risk of arcane infiltration was neglected, but they were more interested in catching potential and personal, intelligence weaknesses. That is, the greatest concern on missions like ours was that someone involved had been suborned, blackmailed, turned, or had secretly always been an enemy agent. However, this was an Office of Cultural and Strategic Reconnaissance operation. And the CSR lived and breathed percent, which made their detailed examination of our gear all the more unexpected in its intrusiveness. Their heightened scrutiny was even more disquieting for how entirely transparent their motives, and means, were. Remarkably tight, she says. Cenis gave me a look that was not quite withering as her tail flicked. I suppose knowing Nvidia helps, she drawled. Tribune Quirinus has known Centurion Nihilus for longer than I said mildly. Left unstated was that Mila Cenis had also known Quirinus for just as long. That is true. The commander of 1st Squadron exhaled. Have your ritualista brought their tribute to the ship's spirit board? A scale model of the Tarantula Hawk's embarkation deck graced the landing and launch ops with its presence. 4.5 feet long, the model was studded with tokens denoting the status, condition, and, when they were on the ship, location of the carrier's VTOLs, ritual plate, and other deployable assets. The various wooden tokens that represented individual ritual plate and VTOLs used magnets to keep their spot on the board even if the carrier pitched and rolled. The winged Demonis and plane-shaped tokens had slots to hold markers that denoted their status and condition as well as carrying one other thing. That was what earned the spirit board its appellation. Each intricately carved token contained a small piece from the air asset it symbolized. When receiving VTOLs and RP that were not assigned to their ship, landing and launch ops kept extra tokens in a bucket. They lacked the thaumaturgical linkages but having visual representations of their status and the space they were taking up, was useful. And it was the thaumaturgical link that was the main benefit. Due to the nature of the tokens used and the number of symbols on the board, the thaumaturgical link was low bandwidth and its location data dropped precipitously with range, especially past the ship's own wards. However, the link did provide tracking and telemetry data, which was a nice backup to Suit's data link. The limitations suited landing and launch ops just fine. They were less concerned about the greater tactical battle space, which was flight ops' responsibility, and more concerned with making sure the various aircraft and RP coming and going didn't crash into each other or the carrier, and the spirit board gave them another way to prevent mid-air collisions. Optio Gibbs has made the regular collections, I said. Why? Tail flicking, Cenis took another pensive sip of her tea. It took a bit of doing to get it done for all the flights under my command, she sighed, her drawl a bit thicker as she took advantage of our comparative privacy to let a touch of her exasperation slip through. But in the end, we managed it. Ah. I noted her careful wording. Problems with our fleet allies. It is something you have experience with, Cenis said cryptically, reining in her accent. Her gaze went across the compartment to where Centurion Lavish Rose Talon was intently listening as her ritualista team pointed out the repairs they had made to her suit. Nothing you can't handle, though. I enjoyed some of my coffee as I considered my reply. I had my issues with the fleet brew, but it was plentiful, which allowed me to sock my own supplies away for later. Do you want a training exercise as an object example? Or is this more leveraging my own reputation as the ace countess? She laughed. I know you hate the infamy of that appellation almost as much as being called the jungle fox. That's why I'm willing to talk to you, but your status is useful. Left unsaid was that we were the same rank, despite me being many years younger than her. While we were both protégés of Tribune Quirinus with considerable honors, I was a countess and daughter of a duchess and Cenis was, not. My tail swished. I could just take her at face value. I was more than capable of being the opposing force anvil to her training hammer, but there was more to this. Mila, we've fought together since Vualaya. And while I share your frustration at our highborn flyers, it hasn't been a problem until now. Is this about Baroness Candida and her flight of fleet brats? Or is there something else awry? Just wanted to catch up and see if you had any final issues as we get ready for liftoff, Cenis demurred, shaking her head and sending her blue tresses flipping about, but her tail, flicking with agitation, told another story. Normally, I would take her at her word. Mila was a professional, an officer, and an adult. As a legionary flyer, she had more experience in dealing with the politics, friction, and hassle that came with membership in the legions. Besides, if she really needed someone to talk to then, surely she would go to a friend or a peer to find a shoulder to cry on. Buying time with a nice long sip of my coffee, I quickly tried to sort out the meat of the situation from the gristle. Mila, Cenis, had known me for quite some time, even if she didn't exactly like me. The other two squadron leaders, Fabia and Julia, were as new to her as they were to me. They could grow into confidants, but that would take time. Perhaps when it comes to people her own rank, I'm actually the only one readily available. Perhaps, that's why she came to me? Not in spite of our previous relationship, but because of it. Standing around isn't very comfortable, I offered, paring the olive branch with a reassuring smile. I heard the smoking lounge just got some new chairs as part of its refurbishment. Cenis blinked, gold eyes focused on me. You want to go to the smoking lounge? She asked with slow, deliberate enunciation. Regulations are clear that the smoking lamp is only lit with the captain's approval and only when the ship is in the air, I said, a touch smugly. People looking to indulge their habits right now must resort to one of the hangar's smoking areas. And it's just been cleaned with most of the furniture replaced so it doesn't even smell, Cenis noted before laughing. Fine, sounds like a plan. Lead on, Countess. Collecting our mugs and stowing them with the other drinking vessels, I gave Lavish a little bow and informed the ritualista where we were going. The two of us left the compartment, traversed a passageway, and climbed a ladder up to the second deck. There, the direct route to the smoking lounge was blocked by a corridor closed for maintenance. A group of fleet ratings had dismounted some decking and the cabling beneath to maneuver up some replacement power conduits, chanting as they levered up the deck plates to access the rat nest of cable boxes below. A small smile on her face and tail twisting, Cenis paused briefly to listen to their work song. I did have to admit that the shanty's chorus was catchy, if a bit morbid with its reference to how the sisters of a ship's crew would soon be sleeping in the cold below. After the detour, it was just a short trip aft a few frames to our destination at the smoking lounge. Fire was a major concern on any warship, and perhaps on airships most of all. Much like any naval warship, any given airship had plenty of fuels, lubricants, power systems, munitions, paints, and other alchemical compounds aboard that would burn quite happily. Unlike those seaborne vessels, our hull and structure were quite lightweight, which made sealing compartments in the event of a fire a challenge, and we also lacked a functionally unlimited supply of water with which to fight said fires. At least we did not have to worry about our lifting cells being combustible air bombs unless things went very, very wrong. That eye for safety made it so that open flames were restricted to certain parts of the ship, mostly kitchens and specific mechanics alcoves. It was a very important rule common to airships all across Diu, given that everyone with demonic ancestry aboard the ship could make their own fire whenever they so pleased. As a result of this abundance of caution, in addition to the presence of more than an average amount of sprinkler systems, the smoking lounge enjoyed two sets of doors, in case one was blocked by fire, and was furnished entirely in non-flammable materials. Still, the small compartment had a cozy atmosphere despite itself, the couple of couches, the tables, and a bar complete with stools producing a generally welcoming ambience. Even the furniture was surprisingly comfortable, the chairs had springs and thin coverings that despite their appearance did not feel like plastic. I pushed aside my ponderings on the material science of the cushions and savored a deep breath. The walls were freshly cleaned, with the smell of paint completely replacing that of smoke. It wouldn't last, but for now the room smelled perfectly clean. We had the room to ourselves. Cenis sat down after me. So, I began, what's the problem with your Baroness? She's not my Baroness, Cenis snorted, her drawl coming out in irritation. She exhaled and stood back up. Drink? She asked, scanning the mostly bare bar. Water. I nodded as she scrounged around and found a couple more cups. I regretted leaving our mugs back in the maintenance bay. Cenis came over with a pair of metal cups filled with what I thought was lukewarm water. Mine was full of water, but an astringent plum-smelling scent wafted off her cup. Both had been stamped with the crest, name, and hull number of the Tarantula Hawk. I was briefly amused at the idea of Nvidia considering such decorations an affront to operational security. Cup in hand, I gave my fellow squadron commander a questioning look. I was going off of duty before talking to you anyway, Cenis said, sipping the fleet issue rotgut and wincing at the taste. Ugh. You'd think the prissy fleet girls would have something worthy of their fancy titles. You don't seem to mind other baronesses, I noted, unwilling to be distracted so easily. Cenis gave me a baleful look. You keep your love blood on a tight leash. Not literally. I protested, the objection coming to my lips reflexively. That only earned me a smirk from the woman. Oh. I opened my mouth but stopped before I could dig myself down any deeper. I took a sullen sip from my cup, letting the taste of tepid water wash away my thoughts. After a moment of luxuriating in her own little victory, Cenis's smile eventually fell and she sighed. It's not her. It's not even really a problem. You don't mind other noble pilots. Noble legionary flyers, Prefect Mila, Cenis stressed. Ah. I took another sip of tepid water. In many ways, the fleet was more political than the legions. Patronage and social rank were even more important with who you knew and who your mother knew. This wasn't a matter where I was particularly well placed to throw stones though, given how much my own connections had accelerated my advancement through the ranks. But it did seem that the legions were a bit more aggressive in finding ways to puncture the pride of spoiled noble brats early on. Is Primus Baroness Crystal Candida that bad? Please. Cenis snorted, spare me. I know you find her to be uptight, cryptic, and needlessly aloof. I bowed my horns. It was not the most flattering interpretation of my private thoughts on the Primus, but Mila was upset and there was little point in needling her. Outside of her suit, Primus Candida can be difficult to work with at times, I admitted, in the spirit of meeting Mila halfway. And that qualifier is why I'm gripping to you instead of going through official channels with our Tribune, Cenis replied flatly, tossing back another mouthful of her horrible liquor. I considered that for a moment. Cenis was close to queerness. The Tribune was her mentor as well, which meant that such concerns had already been informally raised. Do you need someone with a higher social rank? I quietly asked. I would not be happy with it, but it was something I could do. I'm not sure that would make it better. I don't really know these noble games. She looked at the glass. Really, I just wanted to talk to someone who could understand. I mean, I have had to deal with noble nonsense, I admitted. Taking a sip, Cenis snorted. Between your Baroness and your elevation, yet. Is this about my childhood? Cenis shrugged. I frowned. I did not know much about Mila's life before the legions. Is this her first deployment? She's not a greenhorn. She and her flight have been in a few colonial bushfire postings and before that in Vajri. Ah, but have they had a shipboard posting? And not just to a battle wagon that spends most of its time in a hangar or circling around our coast. My tail flicked in thought. Spending a few months in a flying box tends to smooth off one's edges. Well, that or sharpen them. One or the other. Mila chuckled. That is why most of us pilots start with a rotation in the scouting branch, crammed asses to elbows on the smallest of airships. So. Well, now mention it, I don't recall Baroness Crystal having any such deployments. She shook her head and stared into the metal cup full of the strong-smelling fleet issue liquor. But that raises questions on why her flight was even tapped for this in the first place. It's supposed to be a fairly short endurance mission, I stated, vocalizing the same response I'd come up with in answer to my own, similar concerns. Which goes back to why us. Over 50 Black Skyvian ritual plate isn't very subtle. Why not a demi-wing in Electon export suits? Why not one of our dissimilar instructor wings? I nodded. Those units were equipped with ritual plates sourced, by various means, from other houses. Their main role was to provide realistic training for fleet and legion pilots, which meant that not only were they equipped with the RP of other great houses, but also that they had studied their tactics and methods. It was also patently obvious that Black Skyvians who could pass as foreign ritual plate pilots would be very useful to Nvidia and her ilk. I exhaled. Clearly, they want our target, whoever they are, to know it was our house who were behind this raid, whatever it will be. And why our demi-wing? Mila groused. We've got a fair number of greenhorns of our own. Your 3rd Flight and much of 4th Squadron for starters. I know veteran units are in high demand, but if anyone had enough pull to grab them, you'd think it would be Nvidia and her associates. It could be they simply drew from what was available. My counterpoint was fairly lackluster. Alternatively, they want us specifically. But that only raises further questions. Mila sighed. Fabia's rookies have been drafting letters. Ah. My tail went limp. Have they at least written wills? My fellow prefect Centurion laughed. Always so prudent. If one is to die in combat, then the last letter is a way to tell them your feelings. It is for their benefit, as is making sure that the disbursement of your assets will be properly done. Your honor name really should have been Prudentia. Cenis's tail swished as she teased me, before sighing. If only Fabia's girls took your advice. I bowed my horns to her. Let me guess, more poetics and less estate planning. I asked. I did not want to admit that the most prudent option would be to draft one's last letter back on Mersum just in case the tarantula hawk was destroyed, but that would be a bit too grim to state openly. Epic poetry, to hear Fabia's quiet complaints. And tedious at that, though, if that helps concentrate a pilot's mind. Cenis shrugged. I'll admit to some dramatics in the last letters of my more noble Legion flyers, I shrugged. I suppose it helps that Violet Blood's view on such things is rather restrained. She went through her subordinates' letters personally with a red pen and a gleeful expression some might call unbecoming of an officer of the legions. Really? I would have thought she'd enjoy an epic poem of glory and tragedy. Cenis leaned back on her chair, her tail flicked in thought. Ah. Personal experience. I nodded. Loveblood is a firm believer in the concept that the beneficiaries of a last letter should be those who are still alive, not the maudlin pilot fretting about her mortality. Cenis gave a morbid little laugh, a half-snorted chuckle. Fitting. And she is well placed to deal with your noble greenhorns. I nodded. Our demi-wing is coalescing nicely, but we could still have used a bit more time. And that crunch is truthfully a bigger problem than haughty fleet nobles, Cenis sighed. Worse is why CSR wants everyone to know we were behind this raid. Taken together. As Cenis drifted off into brooding silence, I wondered if she was less looking for a solution and more for a sympathetic ear. That was an unusual role for me, but I have patiently listened to, and talked down, Violet Blood's various complaints of wounded pride, vainglorious grudges, and spurned attention. If I could endure my fiancé's frankly incredibly petty rants, I could lend a hand to my colleague. I won't do anything rash, Cenis assured. I tried not to frown as I surreptitiously glanced down to see if my tail was betraying my emotions. Before I could see anything, the door slid open. As I tilted my head to see who had entered, I was met with two surprises, one large, one small. The small surprise was still rather large. Over 20 pounds of rectangular, leonine cat sauntered into the smoking lounge, swaggering with imperial majesty. One of the ship's cats, the robust feline, rejoiced in a fluffy coat of thick silver fur. Her pale green eyes met mine. Long shaggy tail held high, the cat sauntered straight towards me and then sat down expectantly. Behind the cat, the larger surprise negotiated his way through the doorway, angling his shoulders and lowering his head to avoid the low-for-him lintel. Thankfully, the forest person managed to enter the smoking lounge without so much as a minor head injury and closed the door behind him. More than occasionally, I'd begrudged my short stature. While I was rather petite, I was still within the normal height distribution for my age, if decidedly towards the lower end of that spectrum. Nonetheless, my lack of stature was an advantage when it came to going down the more claustrophobic passages on fleet airships. It also helped the bare handful of times I traveled the smaller legionary ground vehicles. The Nyx Scout in particular was notoriously cramped. And the fleet did try to make their vessels, at least their skyborne ones, accommodating to most above-average height diademons. House Black Sky's submarine fleet however was small by many definitions. Either way, our newest guest, 4 feet taller than me, had to exert great caution when traversing the Tarantula Hawk's corridors. Lares. I warmly greeted, bowing my horns and trying to ignore the silver cat's imperious gaze. Countess. He nodded to me. Centurion Gibbs told me where to find you. Cenis nodded to him. You were stationed at Fob Emerald Inferno with us 2 years ago, weren't you? The large forest person nodded as he looked around for a seat that could handle his bulk. It was good to see the end of the Croc-Ellie jungles. My tail flicked. Your team is attached to this mission. Lares gingerly sat down on one of the couches and we all paused for a moment, waiting for the ominous creak of overstressed furniture. When no such creak was in evidence, I hoped for a moment that the cat would use the opportunity to pester him. Instead the feline only stood up, stepped closer to me, and sat back down again, resuming her attempt to stare me down. They are. Lares leaned forward to accept a cup from Cenis, the meager thing looking positively dainty in his giant hand. Noticing my disquiet, his chest rumbled like an earthquake. I noticed the coincidence too, Countess. Does Nvidia have anything on you? Cenis asked bluntly. He gave a tectonic shrug. You know how it goes for us Auxilia, especially those with my people's talents. That is what has me concerned, I murmured. There were relatively few forest people in the Legion's auxiliary service, but those few were absolutely invaluable. More than their raw size and strength, their skill with tracking, their naturally high magical aptitude, and of course their ability to turn functionally invisible in woodlands were perennially in high demand. The number of soldiers who could serve as arcane specialists in heavy infantry while also completing infiltration and deep penetration scouting missions was small, to say the least. The cat trilled insistently at me, lowered her head, and butted against my leg with a surprising degree of force. I pulled my leg back and managed not to hiss at the smug little predator. Both Laris and Cenis laughed. Even that cursed cat gave me a smugly aloof look. Oh, just pet the poor thing, Cenis sighed. She started it. And Laris let her in. There are few places denied to the ship's cats, Laris said sagely, and it's said that being a poor host is bad luck. I huffed. There were a lot of superstitions around these cats, and for being in a military branch where offerings to spirits were an everyday mundanity, that was saying a lot. Ship's cats still retained their vermin-killing role, but given their efficacy, that responsibility was practically vestigial. Still, they offered a key companionship role and were a critical part of establishing that a ship was more than just a vessel, it was part of what made it a home. And that allowed for a threshold to form, which was a critical standing magical resonance that acted as a foundation allowing many other arcane constructs to be anchored to the ship. Looking into the cat's arrogant jade eyes, I fully believed that she was aware of her own importance. Tiring of waiting for an invitation that would never come, she took the opportunity to leap onto my lap, her surprising weight forcing a gasp from my chest at the impact, and then took her sweet time stretching herself out. Having been forced to deal with my fair share of smug nobles, I could honestly say none managed such an effortless air of aloof dominance and superiority as this silver feline did, luxuriating herself on my lap like it was her personal throne. Then, of all things, she had the gall to look up at me and meow expectantly. The Baroness will be very cross that I did not take a picture of you and Miss Chippy, Cenis sighed as she reached over to scratch the cat's chin. The arrogant little monster allowed the offering with lordly disdain but kept her green eyes upon me the whole time. Cameras aren't allowed on the tarantula hawk, Laris noted. I have my ways, Cenis smirked as she continued to pet the cat until Miss Chippy's patience waned. She then studied the forest person. That's an Eastern Province accent. County Larium to be precise. Really? Cenis gave me a sharp grin. Isn't that a small world, Countess? She asked, her own Midlands accent thickening. She is a fair and proper landlady, Prefect Centurion, Laris assured. We have discussed business arrangements for our lives after the legions. Smiling, Cenis tried to resume petting Miss Chippy. The cat would have none of that, however. Do tell. Just a trifle, I waved off. How is the family? Last I heard you were on leave and spending some time back home. Laris nodded. It was good to catch up and stretch my legs. See some familiar places. I heard you were stationed in the capital. I shrugged. I was. It had its positives, but it was very busy. Laris laughed. You going to play the provincial country noble? Why not? I am from Eastern Province, I retorted. Even the cat looked up, as if she were taking the opportunity to register her doubts. Cenis seemed to study us. If it's no trouble me asking, what business have you two considered? No trouble at all, ma'am, Laris bowed his head. Some timber assay, it'd be foolish for the Countess to not reach out to the forest people in her county for a lumber concession, but mostly mushroom farming. Blinking, Cenis turned to me. It's an underutilized resource and there are plenty of varieties available in County Larium. Not just culinary too, but plenty of medicinal varieties as well. I crossed my arms, not at all haughtily. Well, it's not as bad as the underground resources in the county I hail from. Northeast Midlands. Laris ventured. Silas County. Cenis looked down into her cup, then made her way back to the bar for a refill. Her bangs and wings rustled a bit, it seemed her zephyr were a bit upset. Laris nodded in recognition. As that locale was unfamiliar to me, I attempted to indulge Miss Chippy with a belly rub. The gesture placated the beast, momentarily, then the claws came out because of course nothing would ever truly satisfy the damnable girl. I take it you've never had the pleasure? Cenis asked me, as I nursed a finger. I'm surprised your friend knows of it. There's some good timber in that area, hard to get to, Laris' deep voice grumbled. It's more Kitsu territory though. My folk tend to be more in the southern half of the Midlands. His tone was offhand but I could tell he was a bit affronted. That made some sense, the Kitsune and the forest people had cherished a rivalry for centuries, and though most of its heat had long since dwindled, the shades lingered. Both preferred similar woodland terrain and both served in the legions as auxilia scouts. To tell the truth, I had been a bit relieved when Rainhild peacefully agreed to stay here on Mersum. Forest people and Kitsune conflict aside, I was not going to be the kind of snooty officer who insisted on a spare bunk so she could bring a servant. I was already pushing my luck far enough with my billeting situation, I didn't need to make matters worse by indulging in true excess. I wondered if Lares could smell Reinhild's lingering scent. The forest people did have excellent noses, even by Daida's standards. Sinus, however, merely shrugged and offered to refill his cup. Lares nodded before continuing. Course, timber's only a small part of what the northern hill counties are known for. That's coal country, ain't it? I turned to Sinus. She gave me an even look. I was young and well. Mama got laid off from the mines and it was either the legions or... She took a sip of her liquor. There ain't much work out in Silas County. I suppose the church helps, but they don't go out into the hollers. The hill folk still hew to the old ways. And while the current Countess of Silas is in the pocket of the mining guilds, she knows how things go out in the Midlands. I'm sorry. I said, trying to keep the uncertainty out of my voice as I hoped she was looking for a sympathetic statement. Sinus snorted. Don't be. I told you, I know you're not a spoiled brat. Besides, once the recruiters tested me and found I could pilot well, that made things a peck easier. The way her spirits riled about the room, however, put her words into doubt. Did they? Lares asked. Even he noticed the brief gust of wind in the compartment. Well, I got the fancy volantes flashes on my uniform. Sinus's smile was rueful. I suppose this way I'm a more direct part of the Black Skyvian war machine. Mostly bituminous coal. Lares asked after a moment's thought. I raised a brow, about to get myself involved in the topic now that it was sliding into something I could sink my teeth into, when the cat pressed her head into my hand again, insistent upon my attention. I humble, soft steam coal, powering industry. Sinus saluted with her cup. Silas County had a small anthracite vein to the west. And a couple, other, things. But that wasn't the trouble, not that trouble, no, the real trouble was over 20 years ago after the miners went on strike after some breaker girls got flogged. The officer was quiet for a moment. The old countess called in mercenaries from Ixia province. And then the rail line they were traveling was blown 100 miles down from the pass through the Viraj mountains. Lares gave a sad nod. I'm guessing by people who had a grievance and access to explosives. I ventured while evading a clawed paw batting at me. Sinus gave a bitter smile. The legions had to be called in before the mine was set aflame. That caused the tension in the room, already dense as coastal fog, to crystallize fully. House Black Sky was ruled by an imperatrix, we were the imperial legions. As a territory, the Midlands was technically imperial lands as opposed to the household lands of proper provinces. All of that was true. What was also true was that, when it came to domestic issues, Imperatrix Black Sky preferred a light touch. Light, at least, by Daida's standards. Sending in the legions on the other hand, was anything but. Mila laughed at our expressions. Oh, come now. What do you think happened? That they lined the railbeds with impaled strikers. That's what Luxon does, I stated plainly, drawing on my lessons on the internal politics of the other great houses. Sinus nodded, as if bowing to my expertise. I did hail from the border with House Luxon, after all. That's fair enough, I suppose. Sinus began to draw herself up, only to deflate into a weary sigh. I understand where you're coming from, but no, Countess. She carefully stated, her Midlands accent once again passing from her voice like the sun behind clouds. No one was nailed up on the crossbars. It was all quite bloodless. In fact, even the old Countess Silas was found strangled, and the position fell to her estranged niece. The mining guild lackey? Lares inquired. The same, Sinus confirmed. But Midlands mines and refineries are greedy, not stupid. This is their one chance, and if they screw up again, the Imperatrix seizes the mines. I asked, giving my fellow officer a critical look. I wondered if her mentioning an ambitious noble murdered under questionable circumstances was, in part, a lesson to me. It wouldn't be the first time. And now the guilds and the new countess are in the same spot as the rest of us, caught between the Imperatrix and what's out in the hills. I nodded. Even Black Sky herself left much of the empty places of her house be, for they were never truly empty, and one did not become a millennia-old demonic empress without gaining the wisdom to let the silent hills lie. Sinus gave a shrug and then picked at her uniform. Still, I don't exactly flaunt my dress blacks when I go back home for a visit, if you get my meaning. My family might be happy enough to use the Legion and Fleet Bank branch that was opened when the new countess came into office, but, well, it's just not good taste to push any further. I could see why, I nodded. And as for the banks, that's a sensible choice as well, their loans have quite reasonable terms. The LNF Bank started out as a pension system for legionaries and fleet sailors. It grew in scope into a member cooperative with a non-profit charter that became one of the house's more pervasive, if quite conservative, banking and investment organizations. Well, it ain't much of a secret where that reduced usury comes from, Sinus shrugged, her drawl rising up again. By limiting those who could make use of their financial services, it was said the LNF Bank could offer more favorable loans. The truth was a bit more complex and dealt with the fact that they were the default bank that handled the Imperial Legion and Household Fleet's payroll in addition to their pensions, which was a considerable amount of guaranteed business. The guild and the nobles weren't the only ones being given a warning, Lares grumbled. Cenis gave a little nod. The Imperatrix was very gracious. There were many pardons. With the understanding that next time they may not be so forthcoming. I sighed and resumed petting the irritable fluffy monster that had claimed my personal space. At least there was minimal waste. Lares eyed me. I'm talking about people's lives. I huffed. Cenis huffed a breath that was half a laugh, half stress release. Though not wasting a mine full of top-grade coal is also nice. Receiving a small measure of gratitude from the cat, I petted Miss Chippy anew. I wondered if a full survey had been done of that part of Midland's territory. Coal deposits rarely happen in a vacuum, there could be other things deep underground, possibly more fuels or precious minerals, or rare metals. However, Silas County was not my responsibility, and I had enough on my plate. I also did not pity the new Countess of Silas, given the figurative sword that hung over her head. Juggling the interests of local townies, country gangs, hillfolk, guilds, and her own greed and desire for power would be precarious. All made worse by the fact that the Imperatrix had made it known that she, or more accurately, her agents, were watching things. Thankfully, my mother had given me a calm and easy county to administer. I gave Lares a grateful nod. The forest person coughed and sipped from his stamped metal cup. If you do need help with Primus Baroness Candida you need only ask, I assured Cenis. Flicking her tail, she gave me a thin smile. Glancing between us, Lares then pointedly looked down at his cup. Oh, don't worry, I assured. It is just some inter-service rivalry. Speaking as someone who is neither fleet nor legion, I thank you for the heads up, Lares said as he pulled at the dark green of his uniform tunic. I have enough to deal with training up my team. Congratulations on the promotion, by the way. I bowed my head to him. Then I paused and mulled it over. That is, if you wanted it, anyway. It was a rare mission that would have just one forest person. The Tarantula Hawk only had about 100 slots for the ground mission. They're good lads, and are used to the training, as odd as it is. Cenis and I gave him a level look. Though the sobriety of my expression was marred when that infernal cat decided to nip at my hand. Lares leaned back, trying to get as comfortable as his size could allow in the, to him, cramped compartment. The four of us have been training on a lot of varied terrain and climates. Fortunately, they're all compatible with our strengths. Ah, so we're going to a place that has trees. That narrows it down, technically, Cenis gave an amused huff. Lares shrugged apologetically. I can't speculate much. It is a nice change of pace from sweltering jungles, but that you are here is, reassuring but also ominous. I said while trying to get the cat off my lap. Miss Chippy felt like a fuzzy sack of leaden flour on my legs. The reaction was similar on our part. Bunks could be worse, he admitted. Really? Cenis asked. Yeah, had to get some longer beds and we're in a compartment that normally sleeps 8, but I've had worse billets. We all have. I snorted, giving up trying to dislodge the cat. The cat, sensing victory, looked up at me with wide green eyes, and let out a long, loud, demanding meow. I tried to ignore her. Quite so, Countess, Cenis gave me a coy look. What? It's great that they can get some bunks that aren't too small for them. I frowned as the needy silver cat meowed again, arching her back and demanding her scratches. I suppose, and you don't seem too surprised that one can get large bunks on this ship. My tail flicked. I suppose not. Lares tilted his head. As senior staff for the ritual plate demi-wing, we get officer billets. 2 to a compartment, Cenis explained, daring me to correct her. The forest person seemed only vaguely interested. Privilege comes with rank. Did you get large bedding, Countess? I shook my head. No, that would make it more cramped. I winced. Cenis chortled. You share a bunk with Quirinus. I cried. Yes, but, I prefer having the compartment closer to the baths. I had to give her that. A ship the size of the Tarantula Hawk may not have the relatively palatial bathing faculties of a fleet carrier or larger, but they were comfortable enough. And I'm not engaged to the Tribune, Cenis added airily. I did not flush. There are 5 of us, being the odd officer out, it was rational for me to take in other pilots. That we are engaged is immaterial, we're all Legion, so sharing bunks isn't anything new. Oh, I wouldn't dare presume anything untoward was going on with you sharing a compartment with your lovely VS. Cenis's warm laugh turned bittersweet. Leaving a mate, or 2, home when you go to war isn't great, but neither is bringing them with you. But you can make that choice. In a way. I'm a bit jealous. She emptied the cup. And it's not like you have any broodlings, yet. Mila, is this really appropriate? I haven't even. That is. My eyes darted around the compartment to look for assistance. Laris's craggy face was set with mild confusion as if the tribulations of demons were incomprehensible to him, and Miss Chippy had rolled over and looked up at me with the absolute smugness that only felines were capable of. Giving a light chuckle, Cenis shook her head. Oh, if you insist. I'm not teasing you. You're hardly the first officer to be in your position. Laris gave another vague shrug. I did not blame him. Doubtless, he was glad to be a step removed from us crazy demons. Cenis held up her hand, her gold eyes sober. I am not mocking you. Yes, you are a teenager, but you're still a bit young. If you're showing restraint with your betrothed, that is your choice and is none of my business. We all know you're quite the ascetic, so this type of self-denial is an admirable gesture of piety. I stared at her. That's not why. I put a hand to my forehead and then shrugged. I was well into my teens. In less than a year I would be at the normal age for enlistment in the legions. I'm not that devout. My comrade gave me a level look. Countess, I'm a bit worried at the type of zealot you would consider to be religious. I sighed, reaching for some way to get her to understand. I was raised in a church orphanage and one of my mothers is a nun. Cenis looked skeptical. Miss Chippy gave me a far more judgmental expression, but that was because, apparently, I was petting the wrong part of her back. Is it really a big deal? I asked. Communal bedding is the norm, isn't it? It was not my experience, but I was orphaned at a young age and I was only adopted on my 12th birthday. And while Violet Blood was also an orphan, Visha did come from a large family. It's not strange at all, Cenis assured. And we've all spent time in the barracks. Laris tried to look supportive but was clearly out of his depth. Giving me a bored look, Miss Chippy rolled over before jumping off my lap and back down onto the floor. Walking over, she went to the door and gave it a scratch. Tail high, Miss Chippy turned to look at me and gave an imperious meow. Sighing, I stood up and moved to let the ship's cat out. When I did, I realized I had silver fur all over my uniform. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 8 7 6 5 4 3 2 1. Rolling a bit, I got into a more comfortable position in the middle of our bunk. The tarantula hawk was underway and the gentle rolling of its cruising through calm skies was hypnotic, almost as much as Violet Blood's snores. Sprawled out, the taller noble took up most of the bedding in our small compartment. I was actually laying on one of her splayed wings and had to keep nudging her legs and tail aside with my foot. After a couple more minutes I put down the latest edition of the Journal on Air Combat. Visha had already abandoned her own maintenance logs and was giving drowsy murmurs. I steeled myself. While Violet Blood would often give a credible impression of a poorly lubricated bandsaw crossed with an amorous octopus, Visha tended to roll, talk, and even get punchy in her sleep. Her wings were the worst offenders. Most nights they would pop out, and at full extension, they could fill the entire room. Violet Blood's, at least, were easy to control. Visha's were just as chaotic as the rest of her sleeping form. The arrangement was far from the luxurious bacchanalia that Cenis implied. I would not deny that I found their company comforting. One snorer and one flailer each was certainly a mighty improvement from the old days. I had been nothing but honest in agreeing that we'd shared far worse billets before. Compared to the Rhine front or the Croc Alley jungles, sharing a bunk with people who merely slept loudly whilst flailing their limbs was a treat and downright relaxing. Fatigue and stress were going to erode our effectiveness during this mission if we were not careful, though. Many of my subordinates had already begun displaying textbook signs of stress these last few days. The 78th Infantry Legion's Epsilon Demi-Wing had boarded the Tarantula Hawk without knowing our mission or destination. Thankfully, I had so far managed to distract my pilots and ritualista from their justifiable worries with training and exercises. I was hardly the only one feeling the strain, however. The last few days had seen a continuation of the assault carrier's earlier shakedown cruises, only now with the ship fully crewed. Meanwhile, NVIDIA would only answer questions about our mission profile with hollow platitudes about how we would be fully informed just as soon as was practical. That we had teleported from Mersum to Vikram, one of our smaller colonies, earlier today would have been a good opportunity for the CSR spook and her associates to illuminate us. Instead, we'd had another impromptu exercise to contend with. Though this was a step up, with the Tarantula Hawk's ritual plate, VTOL, and infantry assets all being deployed from the carrier for the first time, all to an islet seemingly picked at random. The whole tempo of this operation filled me with a disquiet I dared not openly express. Even in this compartment, I was loath to upset my VS. Tomorrow's schedule seemed relatively free of training exercises, which had less stress, but might result in more idleness among my subordinates. Tossing the journal over to the small vanity, desk, and table, with the sink hidden under the hinged surface, I stared at the ceiling and shifted my wings. Visha had taken the blanket while Loveblood had pulled the sheets. At least both were warm and comfortable enough to serve as proxy bedding, especially supplemented by my own wings. Though that had its own cost as my VS, unsatisfied with taking the blankets and sheets, would then make use of my feathered wings as a de facto comforter. It did, however, seem to help them calm down and stop being so fidgety when they slept, plus the action provided me with additional warmth. The ergonomics involved made it a bit uncomfortable, but our situation was overall quite efficient and gave me an entirely rational sense of satisfaction. Vish's murmurings quieted down to a purring rumble and a quiet snore, and while Violet Blood was still snoring, her saw-like grating had also shifted into a lower register. At least they were easier to keep happy than Miss Chippy or any of the other arrogant ship's cats prowling aboard the assault carrier. Above my head, various pipes and conduits snaked, all with color-coded paint. There were also sprinkler heads, the speaker for the ship's primary circuit, and hooks for straps and tie-downs. I could only imagine the quantity and variety of head wounds Laris would sustain, should he attempt to walk unbowed through the cabin. Concentrating, I could hear the tick of my pocket watch over 2 snores and 3 sets of purrs. I felt my eyes get heavy and slipped into a perfect moment of comfort and warmth. A moment that, sadly, was not to last. My clock began to jingle as a tiny bell within started to ring. Giving a little snarl, I stretched my tail and used the fins to flick the watch off the vanity. It flew towards the bunk and would have hit Violet Blood in the neck if not for my wing intercepting it and tumbling the ringing timepiece into my waiting hand. With a twist of the knob, the alarm ceased and I began the process of untangling myself from my betrothed. There were some murmured protests and some grasping at me, but, with reluctance, I slipped out of the suspended bed and stood up. I went to one of the lockers and pulled out some clothes before securing the vanity's counter and lifting it up to access the sink. While I did have time for a quick shower, the 3 of us made use of the starboard baths before having some downtime. Fortunately, I was well acquainted with cleaning up using nothing more than a bit of water and a towel. Some cleaning gel did help. A brush got my hair to an acceptable state. Satisfied, I pulled on my uniform. Once dressed, I inspected my pants, tunic, and sash. Everything was a bit ill-fitting, slightly wrinkled, and out of place. I concentrated at my reflection and things started to shift a bit as creases sharpened and the drape of my uniform corrected itself. Tying my Preserver Order award around my neck, I inspected myself in the polished metal mirror. I suppose there are some advantages to being part of a species and culture that had access to sartorial and cosmetic magics. Soon enough, Visha woke up and murmured a greeting. "Don't forget you and Violet Blood have a flight leader meeting in an hour," I said as I checked her watch to make sure the alarm was set. "I won't forget," she languidly said, rolling over to watch me as I finished touching up my appearance. "Good. Make sure Love Blood and Lucia behave," I nodded to her with a smile as we both seemed amused at the still snoring Violet Blood. All in all, I actually felt reasonably refreshed, in addition to well rested when I left the compartment. Signifier Grey Dawn was waiting for me in the corridor. The senior non-commanding pilot in my squadron saluted, fingers to exposed neck. I returned the salute and eyed her. She was also in full Legion blacks. Typically, when about shipboard or equivalent duties, pilots would wear an unbuttoned jacket or tunic over an inner flight suit. Technically unofficial, long-standing tradition allowed for it as it allowed a pilot to be suited up that much faster. The tall grey-skinned woman gave me a respectful nod, but there was a hint of amusement in her eyes. "You seem quite chipper this morning," I remarked by way of greeting. The Tarantula Hawk was running on a universal Diu time synchronized to the capital. But I could see why the fleets, and legions, based on Mersum would synchronize to that day cycle. There were still some old salts in 4th Fleet who bemoaned this change. A couple decades back the colonial 4th Fleet and the 5th Landing Fleet used Mersum time. I maintained it was far better now that all 8 fleets had the same timekeeping, even if it made it so fleet officers had to use 2 clocks on Mersum. That was inevitable with off-world operations, as we were currently on Vikram, a colony with its own length of day and seasons. "Long experience has shattered my normal sleep cycle and sense of time," Grey Dawn stated with such a casual deadpan that it was only due to our long acquaintanceship that I could tell my subordinate was joking. This portion of the ship was mostly accommodations for my squadron's pilots with Ritualista nearby. As we went aft down the corridor, I noticed a higher than normal number of people lingering about. The tiny recreation area, really an alcove bench seating built into the walls and a couple of tables right by the baths, was crammed with a surprising number of my people, particularly surprising considering the early morning hour. They all seemed a bit amused, but very respectful and happy for me. I gave Grey Dawn a quizzical look. "It's not the first time we've all billeted in close quarters," she stated. That much was true. Senior pilots slept 2 to a room, myself excepted. Typical line pilots slept 4 in a room that was a bit larger. And Ritualista, not including Gibbs and her seniors, were in the more general 8 to a compartment. The lack of privacy for most of the ship's complement was why the ship had a number of recreation rooms that could be signed out to allow for some private time among crew and others on the ship. In abstract, given our culture, I could see the importance of morale, and as an officer, I did have a number of passes that I could distribute to my subordinates. I told myself it was no different than giving out weekend passes when stationed base side. I was not naive, I knew the kinds of entertainments legionaries would get up to. Speaking of, now that we're underway, are there any issues? I asked after we went down a ladder to the embarkation deck. There's no excessive use of the squadron liquor stock, Grey Dawn said. And the gambling? Grey Dawn looked down at me and blinked as we stepped to the side to let a team of fleet pipe fitters pass. Visha didn't tell you. She mentioned that Adriana and Cardino were cut down a couple notches at yesterday's card game. Nothing too bad, Grey Dawn assured. She paused, seeing my cross expression and crooked tail. But when they and the rest of Flight 3 get done with their combat air patrol, those two may want a rematch. Lucia's flight and the fleet flight were currently out on patrol. Vercom was friendly territory, which was why we had only 2 flights airborne. 2 more flights from 1st Squadron were suited up near the catapults in standby, where in theory they could launch to provide backup and buy more time for the rest of the RP pilots to suit up. I shook my head as we resumed walking aft. Do be careful. Of course, ma'am. I won't do anything reckless. She didn't clean them out? I asked, a bit surprised that the two would even have anything to do a rematch with. I wouldn't say that, Grey Dawn's tone was carefully neutral. I rubbed my forehead. I'll have a word with Visha. As you say, ma'am. If they're looking to get even and get their pride back. Well, Adriana is more than willing to use her charms, I cautioned. Grey Dawn gave me a dry look. Of course, ma'am. I laughed to myself. I presume you're more than experienced in dealing with young hotshot pilots. Somewhat, she allowed. My senior pilot seemed still amused at the concept of Adriana trying to seduce her, or at least use favors in exchange for leniency at the card table. Anything else? How's the rumor mill? I asked as we went past one of the legionary staging compartments. I noted a handful of broadcast recon were chatting with a couple of Laris's forest scouts. The tactical teleportation specialists had an almost ethereal air as they moved, which, despite the large size of the forest people, was something they had in common. There's plenty of wild chatter, but no firm scuttlebutt. Some of the pilots think it's ill-omened that we're traveling alone. I made a vague grunt of acknowledgement. It was a bit odd that the Tarantula Hawk was traveling without escort, scouts, or cargo support. I think some fleet superstitions are rubbing off, Grey Dawn admitted. Just grumbling? I asked. As the senior non-commanding pilot in my squadron, Grey Dawn was a mentor figure for many. Not even that, more like vague muttering. I've been pointing out that we're bound to rendezvous with other elements and it's likely that scouts are already in play. Well, we'll know soon enough, I concluded with a shrug. What about the Ventus Centurions? VTOL pilots are easy to keep happy. As long as we give them good escort they'll be happy with us. But they might have heard more about this mission. We entered into a staging compartment. This one took up most of the width of this part of the starboard side of the airship and had a set of massive doors on the aft wall. There were rows of crates and other bits of cargo tied down to the deck. This compartment and its mirror on the port side were used for staging vehicles. It's interesting that we're carrying the VTOLs we are, Grey Dawn noted. Oh. The Tarantula Hawk carried 2 Umbra medium VTOLs. Yet, if they skipped out on the bigger VTOLs we have, 9, maybe 10 Spadas total. They'd be easier to hide and we'd have more airframes. You think it's because the mission will need something that big? Grey Dawn shrugged. The Umbra can do a lot that a Spada can't, like delivering an Arachne artillery system, a NIM flight utility vehicle, a Nyx stealth scout, or even one of the rumored Eris project vehicles. The Eris is real, I assured her. Not like we're bringing one of those to this mission. I suppose it's a good thing CSR didn't think we needed an infantry support gun, Grey Dawn nodded. Based on the Nymph and Nyx hull, the purported Eris was a tracked vehicle armed with the same caliber gun as the Vestal Scout tank or the Triarii IFV. However, unlike those vehicles, the Eris project, in order to fit in an Umbra, was very small and lightly armored. I have my misgivings about the concept, but I can see the appeal, I admitted. Right. It's an eggshell with a hammer, but it'll be able to fit on a ubiquitous workhorse of a VTOL instead of the unwieldy Gladius and Peugeot heavy VTOLs the rest of our armored vehicles require to be transported. Grey Dawn frowned. You're thinking about commanding combined arms, ma'am? Should we be fitting you for a Legate's scepter? I glared at my subordinate. Of course, ma'am. She bowed her horns. Your point stands. Instead of a couple armored vehicles, CSR has decided a couple squadrons of Sarpedana RP is good enough. I shrugged. This mission seems to have a light ground footprint. The only ground vehicles we've got are some Marius mules. The remote-operated Golem Strider was a Legion mainstay. A group of maintenance crew and ritualista were going from mule to mule with a set of tools and diagnostic equipment. Most of the models were the basic half-ton cargo hauler, which could also double as a stretcher carrier. Though a good number had 8-shot Vel missile launchers. A fact I couldn't help but find interesting. Grey Dawn gave me a look. Was this one of the rumors? Just something I noticed, Prefect Fabia Harrowfang said as we approached. Slipping a small pulp novel away in a pocket of her flight suit, the Sarpedana pilot eyed the collection of anti-air assets. Yes, there's about an equal number in the other staging bay. Call it 8 launchers? 60 missiles. I said, pondering. That's not a bad impromptu air defense network. Especially not when the speed and ease of deployment was taken into consideration. The advantage of a mule was that it could basically be kicked out of a landing VTOL and sent to scurry off, and it would connect and set up a network then and there. Even so, that was a lot of mules to bring down. On the other wing, these were cheap enough that they could be scuttled in place. And if they bring reloads? Grey Dawn asked. A mule could carry 2 sets of reloads, but the reload packs, and indeed the missiles that would go in the launchers, were stored in a different magazine. One that was more secure, fire-resistant, and sporting a collapsible floor that could easily jettison the munitions in an emergency. Fabia nodded. Then add that there's at the very least our 4 squadrons. That's quite an abundance of scrying data to feed into the missiles. They expect the ground team's mission to be at risk of an aerial counterattack, I nodded. That implies a longer mission, or that our target is close to a base or ship with reinforcements. Or maybe they'll be using the Vels as ground-to-ground missiles, Grey Dawn suggested. The Vel was not particularly well suited against heavily armored vehicles, but it could serve in that role if it had to. If nothing else, the sheer volume of fire would make up for its deficiencies. As an air-to-ground close air support specialist, Fabia looked affronted for a moment. However, she took a moment to ponder and her eyes widened. So, instead of a mass air counterattack, you think we risk a counter of enough ground forces that 2 Sarpedana squadrons will need to call upon 100 missiles as fire support? Grey Dawn shrugged. Maybe either option is likely, ma'am. Hence using a flexible, if suboptimal, platform. True enough. Anyway, I was out here waiting for our meeting, Fabia said, absently patting the pocket where she stashed her book. But there's one other thing. She led us over and pointed to one of the missile launcher mules and one of the cargo variants. Both had extra prongs attached to the articulated footpads at the end of their spindly legs. Ice treads. And cold weather gear, Grey Dawn noted and gestured to some extra insulation built onto the joints and anti-icing features on the scrying systems. All were features that took up extra weight and complexity and were thus omitted unless they were needed. Harp's world did have polar regions and their northern hemisphere was having winter right now. That did narrow down our possible targets somewhat. Unless, of course, Nvidia was playing some CSR game within a game, and the ice gear was just another nested bluff. But that way lay insanity. That fits with the last few training sessions, I added, pulling myself back on track. Our exercises had run a gambit of environmental conditions, but there had been a pronounced tendency towards storms, heavy winds, and cold across the last few. Part of that was admittedly bias, as clear days with unlimited ceiling and no precipitation did not make the training harder and were thus less memorable, but still. Fabia nodded. Right, which is why I'm curious what scenarios the VTOL pilots have been running. Speaking of, tomorrow is pretty much clear of training missions for us, I noted. Perhaps Quirinus has an all-hands debrief planned? I heard from a fleet steward that the big briefing room was reserved for most of yesterday. She and her team are going to have to square everything away early in the morning, Fabia offered. Maybe, I allowed. Our demi-wing did have enough pilots that it would require a good-sized room to accommodate everyone. However, it was not Quirinus's style to have that be a surprise. Is the Tribune here yet? Fabia shook her head. I think she's talking with the ship's captain. Julia will warn us when she gets down here. I looked to the aft doors. Tail flicking, Fabia seemed to weigh my unstated question, how much did the VTOL pilots know about this mission? An experienced centurion, Grey Dawn took a discreet step back and faded into the background, content to let the officers hash it out. Quirinus wouldn't object if we just talk with our fellow pilots, and besides she might get delayed, you know how the brasshorns are. I pointedly did not say that as a tribune, Quirinus counted as a brasshorn herself. Fabia frowned. We could go to the aft ventral observation station, Grey Dawn offered. That's up in VTOL country, but wouldn't have us directly intruding on our tribune's meeting. And we would be ideally placed where a runner could find us if she is regrettably detained, and we must start the meeting without her. Well put, signifier. Fabia bowed her horns to Grey Dawn. I see the Countess has an eye for talent. I have been with her since she made flight leader, Grey Dawn respectfully stated. No, you can't poach her, I said with a smile as we went to the aft of the compartment. The giant vehicle-sized doors had smaller ones inset in their frame and we passed through them. The Tarantula Hawk's aft hangar was the largest compartment in the ship. Running the full width of the lower deck and tall enough to fit an Umbra VTOL, the space was roughly a square 200 feet to a side. The aftmost corners were chamfered and there were a few other areas where the compartment was trimmed, as the space was within an airship. As large as this space was, it was utterly dwarfed by the equivalent compartments in Nova fleet carriers and other vessels in that displacement range or larger. At the very aft of the space on the ship's center line were the doors and landing track for the ship's VTOLs. And to our side, and mirrored on the port of the ship was one of the angled launch doors. The immense room was full of activity as dozens of crew and maintainers worked around the 5 VTOLs carried aboard. Even tied down to the deck they looked sleek and aggressive. The standard model Spathe and Umbra VTOLs were the Legion and Fleet's doughty utility transports. They were armed and could provide ground support. Their primary role was moving troops, vehicles, and materiel. These were different. While most of the vehicles in Black Skyvian inventory had various semi-active camouflage systems, it was far from invisibility. Those were generally more of a type of bulk color matching with contrasting segments that helped blend a vehicle and break up its silhouette and shape. Veiling systems provided a broader range of stealth, and at their higher levels could render functional invisibility. Instead of the normal rust red and splotchy grey paint job of a standard VTOL, this squadron was coated in a sullen almost matte dark violet that, despite seeming to absorb the overhead lights, still gave off an iridescent sheen that formed rainbows arcing over the hulls. I suspected the strange effect was due to some arcane property of the surface materials manifesting even in their unpowered state. When their veil projectors were powered up, these aircraft could vanish like a heat shimmer. While I had plenty of scrying data on how their veiling systems performed, as to their exact mechanisms I had little but speculation and suspicions. "I'm almost jealous," Fabia said as we walked on the edge of the hangar, careful to stay clear of any tool trucks, maintainers, fuel bozers, parts carts, and other hazards. "I do wonder how much more expensive all of these accessories make them compared to the standard model," I said as we made our way to the observation post. "I'm just noting that between the Tarantula Hawk herself, the VTOLs, and the ground crew, we're the only assets who don't have extra secret spook stealth on board." Grey Dawn's tone was dry. "We've already got veiling systems on our suits. Maybe that's sufficient." Fabia shrugged with an admirable degree of seeming indifference. Indifferent or otherwise, she was correct, at least by the standards of the book. Black Skyvian doctrine mandated a baseline veiling capability on all suits and to upgrade with each iterative advancement. I supposed Muark Amalgamated or maybe Imperial Blimp and Freight's Tactical Aviation Division was using those scans my flight got from the Alinus Volos stealth suits last year as part of that work. Grey Dawn appraised me with a thoughtful look as we reached the aft ventral observation post. I was not sure why she was focused on me. I was just one of about 50. Or. Fabia mused as we went down the half-deck to the actual lowest part of the ship. Maybe the quieter suits are already there. "I would be shocked if a venture with a few occultia wasn't already lurking somewhere near the target," I said. The occultia was a rather quiet suit, primarily to make a hard-to-detect passive scrying platform. While the occultia was armed and could work in a stealth combat role, it was not the best use of a rare platform that required specialized pilots. No one would send a squadron of occultia in a ground support or escort role, let alone 2. "That's a malicious waste of resources," Fabia snorted, echoing my thoughts. "But an occultia with the advanced scrying system stripped out might be useful." I shrugged as we entered the observation post. There were rumors about a so-called occultia light as a sort of very quiet, very expensive, and somewhat anemic stealth raider. Even without the scrying it would still be a rather expensive platform, and as Elena found out with the Volos you have to pick between high-level veiling and combat maneuver power or active weapons. Everything is a trade-off, there are no magic bullets. Grey Dawn turned from looking out the windows to blink at me. At least her concern was subdued enough to not undermine my authority in front of another officer. Fabia also gave a slight laugh. "Countess, all of the Legion's bullets are magic. Or at least have an alchemical core." She held up a hand as if to forestall my correction. "Yes, training rounds are inert. It would be a waste otherwise." "Well yes, but that's not what the phrase means." "I know," Fabia replied, waving off my protestations. "I'm just having fun." She went back to the site below us. Like most fleet airships, the Tarantula Hawk had a handful of ventral observation posts. Some were built near the caissons for the ship's landing gears, others, like this one, were placed with an unobstructed view. Landing and launch ops kept an observer here to monitor the approach vectors of various incoming and outgoing craft, ritual plate, of course, VTOLs using the aft landing gate, and any heavier craft docking via the ventral well deck in the middle of the airship just forward of this position. The position was staffed. A fleet airship, especially a carrier, nearly always had some assets in the air. During lulls between heavier operational tempos, the observation post was generally kept half-staffed, and the empty seating provided off-duty crew with something like a de facto lounge. As long as no one distracted the observers, and the post did not get crowded, we would be allowed to make use of the space. Oh, there was some excuse that tried to justify pilots having an interest in the area. We were, after all, the ones who would interface with landing and launch ops and clearly just wanted to make sure the observers and their tools were working properly. But everyone knew the real reason we had come here to linger. A little unspoken agreement that, as long as everyone played their part, left everyone walking away satisfied. And as such, these posts ended up being a place for pilots to hang out. I preferred the bow observation post, and that was not just because Ritual Plate Country was at the front of the ship. Though I would not deny that there was something satisfying about seeing RP pilots being launched out of the ship's catapults. Similarly, the aft observation posts were more the domain of the VTOL pilots. There were 2 Imperial Legion Ventus Centurions who had taken one of the spare seats and were looking down at the rolling deserts below us. Vikram was generally considered a relatively wet world with grasslands that rolled down into considerable marshlands and fens before reaching coastal bayous. But that was only a part of the world. Yes, that was the area that had the most settlements, but Vikram had a gambit of biomes. Biomes such as the desert we now found ourselves over. We're not staying by the coast? Grey Dawn quietly asked. We had a pretty good jump to the beacon of Castra Tilly out by Pearl Landing. That's busy airspace, one of the VTOL pilots drawled, green eyes sparkling. She had short dark purple hair and long golden horns. Given her uniform had the rank of Prefect Ventus Centurion, she had to be Beatrix Pollux, commander of the VTOL squadron. Prefect Pollux had 2 Primus Centurions, one each in charge of the Umbra and Spada contingents. There were a total of 9 Ventus pilots, including co-pilots and spares. Over 20 Ritualista and load mistresses who helped maintain and run the VTOLs were also under her command. Compared to Ritual Plate, VTOLs were far more forgiving in swapping out pilots for a given airframe. Having extra meant that a VTOL's aircrew could be swapped out, which increased operational tempo. Meanwhile, Volante's pilots took the opposite approach. Instead of having spare pilots, we retained spare Ritual Plate suits. That is, among the collected parts and major components stockpiles, a squadron's Ritualista could generally find enough material to assemble a spare suit or 2 in a pinch. Given such a suit would have to be fitted to a given pilot, it was thought best and easiest to just keep the parts as spares. Especially as those components would often be far more useful for keeping multiple flights patched up than splurged on building a new suit out of whole cloth. And so we're flying over to the Vulcan wastes, Fabia stated. Despite us being only a few hundred miles from Vikram's major base, the desolate land below drove home just how far from our homeland we had come. I was left with the fanciful vision of us crashing onto one of those dunes and the ship's desiccated, crumbled carcass being buried by the sands until centuries later a shifting of winds or happenstance revealed the tarantula hawk's bones to a civilization that knew nothing of diademons or the great concerns of the great houses. While her companion looked up and nodded to us, Prefect Pollux gave a sharp smile. You're here early. You getting in before your tribune? The VTOL officer asked with that slight lilt. After listening to Mila Cenas, I could tell that Pollux was simply imitating a Midlands accent. Affectations like that were hardly uncommon among Ventus Centurions, though I was surprised to find that hearing Pollux's faux twang caused my tail to flick. Just wanted to spend some time at the observation post before our meeting, Fabia assured. The Tribune is with the ship's captain right now, but should be here shortly, I added. Ah, Pollux's tone was noncommittal, but I could sense a bit of relief that she did not have to deal with such political issues, as well as just a hint of jealousy that she was not the lead pilot for this mission. There was a slight rivalry between the Volantes and Ventus specialties. Some Ritual Plate pilots looked down on VTOL pilots as glorified truck drivers delivering troops and supplies, whereas some VTOL pilots saw RP pilots as layabout glory hounds and too expensive, too fragile kit. Neither was correct, as the legions depended on both. Mitigating the rivalry was that we were all legionary flyers here, united against the fleet pilot clique as the rougher, more underdog Black Skyvian military branch. The caustic Prefect Crystal Candida's flight of 4 fleet pilots accepted. I could see CSR's logic in assembling the parts of this operation. The bulk of the airborne aspects were people with an institutional focus on supporting ground-based missions. Yes, the Tarantula Hawk and her crew were all fleet, but there was no avoiding that. I suppose it was a bit reassuring that the Office of Cultural and Strategic Reconnaissance was not such a power unto itself that they could independently operate their own warships. Gesturing for us to take a couple of the open observer seats, Pollux crossed her legs. I think the exercise went well today. It seems like the ground teams will have adequate support, judging by the dry runs, and I feel you'll be able to provide good escort, especially with such Imperial heroines protecting us, she said, coyly looking between Fabia and me. But? Fabia asked, ignoring the slight jab. Pollux and her subordinate shared a smile. But 2 things. First, how up to date are you with inclement weather precision fire support? Grey Dawn gave Fabia a cautioning look, but the Volantes prefect smiled. Why, our countess here helped write the book on air-to-ground strikes, she said, exaggerating my meager updates to the training guides based on my experiences in the Croc Alley jungles. I managed to not fluff my wings in irritation. Though it was harder when Pollux gave me a predatory smirk. Darkstar's blood, Cenas helped just as much as I did, I grumbled. Somehow, the entirely logical argument did not help my case. And the second? I asked, apprehension growing. Neither my pilots nor the ground teams have any exercises for tomorrow, Pollux smugly stated. And we don't have all that many days before we get to Harp's World. Fabia gave me a knowing smirk. Do tell? Our schedule is also cleared, and the big briefing room has been reserved, I said, with more confidence than I felt. That's it then, Pollux laughed. The brass horns are finally going to brief us. After we make transit to Forlorn Prospect and are charging our teleport runes, if I had to guess, Fabia offered. I shook my head. Not a full briefing, but they'll tell us more. Like maybe where we'll be attacking. You and Prefect Pollux have to know where the ground teams will be sent, can't rightly do your jobs without that. Laughing, Pollux nodded. We'll get plenty of bad news tomorrow, but they'll keep plenty in reserve. Nvidia and her associates are generous like that, I said with mock levity. Chapter 24, Adversary Anticipation. The War Chronicles of a Little Demon. Set in the Diodemon's verse. A Saga of Tanya the Evil FIC. By Sunshine Temple. Naturally, I do not own Yujo Senki. So here's the disclaimer. Saga of Tanya the Evil. Its characters and settings belong Carlo Zen, Shinobu Shinatsuki, and Nutko, Ltd. Previous chapters and other works can be found at my fanfiction website. FIC/CNC as always is wanted. Chapter 24, Adversary Anticipation. I was starting to dread the Tarantula Hawk's briefing rooms. I was no eager young officer, brimming with youthful vigor and national zeal, disdainful of long meetings when I could be winning glory on the battlefield. I understood the importance of patience, organization, and careful coordination over brash action. However, even my maturely rational self found Nvidia's parsimonious habits when it came to the sharing of information frustrating. I could understand it and even see a certain level of logic in it for the intelligence operative, but something about the way she seemed so gleeful in the withholding seemed almost sadistic to me. It felt almost as if she were some detached observer, poking and teasing us with just enough detail to tempt our minds before dropping the oh-so-ruthless hammer of classified, I'm afraid. We were no longer on Vikram nor any place so pleasant. Instead, we had temporarily weighed anchor, or however the shippies put it, on the cold and desolate Electon colony world of Forlorn Prospect to allow our teleport runes time to cool off before the next charge and jump cycle that would take us to House Electo's main colony world of New Batavia. It was the end of the second day in our journey crawling down the dimensional spine. We were about halfway to our destination of Harp's world. Perhaps our advanced location had shaken some urgency loose in Nvidia's mind, because in a pleasant break from routine we had not been kept waiting long, although it had been awkward standing around the conference room while Nvidia set up the display screen. The crowd in attendance mostly consisted of troops in their Legion Blacks, but a sizable contingent in Fleet Whites were also present, along with a smattering of Auxilia Greens. Quite soon after the projector winked to life, a stark woman I didn't recognize strode into our conference room, closely followed by another CSR Centurion cut in the same smarmy mold as Nvidia, whom I recognized by sight as the liaison officer to the ground teams. The door locked behind the new arrivals as the red light over the header lit up. Most of the new woman's hair was white and put up into a severe, prim bun, the exceptions being a few black-tipped bangs on her right side that seemed shockingly insouciant. She wore a thigh-length starched black skirt with silver thread with a matching bodice and jacket, all of which were cut more reminiscent of a stern governess than an imperial officer. Notably, nothing she wore bore any insignia or rank badges, no hint of anything even slightly military or official. The woman had pale grey skin with stern, faintly aristocratic features that took on that mature set that accompanied women of a certain age. Maybe old enough to be my Duchess mother, she had grand curled black horns and pale membranous wings that trailed behind her almost like a cape. From the effortlessness in her stride and the unconscious deference Nvidia gave her, if she was not an elder demoness, then she was very close. Her bright blue eyes went over each of us with a deliberateness for a moment, as if she were updating some sort of mental catalogue. Nvidia gave a bow to her before turning to us. This is Legate Lady Angela Prudentia Jade Javelin. Thank you, Nvidia, Angela stated in a smooth voice that had just a hint of an Electon accent. Today, I will be briefing you on Operation Epimetheus. As you have guessed, this operation will have considerable compartmentalization. I do apologize for the inconvenience. It is, however, entirely necessary. Regrettably, informing you why this is so would also be detrimental to operational security. Her precise diction left no room for sincere concern. I repressed a sigh. I knew it was going to be one of those operations. The Lady Legate studied the collection of specialists with her penetrating gaze. Ancient eyes seemed to cut right through us and measure every fiber of our being, like our very souls were laid bare before her. First, yes, this operation will take place on Harp's world. Obviously. Nvidia dutifully put a slide into place and a map appeared on the room's forward screen. It was a map of the southern hemisphere of Harp's world, centered on the continent of Ling. Tail still, Legate Jade Javelin turned as if to contemplate the map. East of the free city of Kelly is our target, the Onyx Institute, she explained, taking a pointing stick Nvidia offered her. Nominally an independent arcane research facility, the institute is an Elena's proxy. It is a sprawling facility, lined with testing grounds and sporting a wide range of artificers' workshops and barracks. Between Allied intelligence and our own scouting efforts, we have pieced together a fair idea of the happenings within the Institute. And yes, post-solstice, Lang is rather balmy this time of year, but don't expect a balmy night, she added with something that might have been a half-hearted attempt at levity on a less severe woman. With the Lady Legate, however, it merely sent alarm bells ringing through my head. The interest in the room grew. I noted that most of the ground components of our mission group didn't seem very surprised, despite Lauri's excellent attempt at a poker face. No matter how good he might be at studied blankness, feigned surprise sat poorly on his craggy features. NVIDIA switched slides, and now the screen displayed a layout of the vast Onyx Institute compound. It seemed rather nice, with ample green space and recreational facilities. In addition to the residence buildings, research space, and various ancillary buildings, it also appeared to house several relatively isolated testing cells. Further out from the main compound were various notations denoting the presence of defensive installations, including missile launchers and symbols indicating light naval assets beyond the coastline. You're all bright ladies, I am sure you can see where this is going. A technically not great house research facility coincidentally located off of Diu, a rather bluntly equipped CSR operation, complete with a ground component. The elder demoness gave us a joyless smile. We are on the same page, I believe. I wasn't sure about that, but I had begun pulling some of the pieces together. Honestly, if anything, the new insights only raised more questions. If the CSR simply wanted to destroy whatever it was Elena was working on, there would be no need to have hoofs on the ground for starters. At most, only a small recon element would be necessary to achieve that objective. And yet, here we were with a reinforced century worth of troops. NVIDIA's mask slipped, revealing just the slightest edge of concern. When we first met on this ship, back when it was still in dock, NVIDIA had been insistent that the ground component was a backup plan. Perhaps she had been telling the truth back then. If so, then clearly plans had changed. Perhaps despite her best efforts, perhaps not. I suppose this is what you get when you work with spooks on black operations. I grumbled to myself. Shifting mission plans, secretive objectives, a twisting snake pit of plots within plots. I really shouldn't be surprised. Simply put, Legate Jade Javelin continued, this is a recovery mission. House Elena has been toying with some decidedly sensitive stolen property, and we in the Office of Cultural and Strategic Reconnaissance merely wish to put it back in more deserving hands. Return the stolen goods to their rightful owners, if you will. The elder demoness gave us a smile as bright and warm as a dead star. And if House Elena elects to obstruct us, we will simply have to educate them on the depths of their error. I buried a cold shiver at the implications. The target object in question is codenamed Silverhold, Jade Javelin continued, moving briskly onward with her briefing. Beyond that, we get into compartmentalized information. Suffice to say, the relevant members of the ground element will be briefed on Silverhold's features at a later point, how to find it, how to render it quiescent, and how to transport it. Time permitting, they may even recover other assets. Well, that explains those Vel missile launchers. Based on the map, there were ample assets in close proximity, readily placed to respond to an attack on the Onyx Institute. Having an impromptu air defense network set up on hand would help with the recovery mission. From her spot next to me, I felt Vish's increased concern, and I couldn't help but agree. Everything about this recovery mission stank to me. Whatever this artifact was that House Elena was performing arcane research on, it had to be something of terrifying importance. Something critical enough that the task force deployed to capture it couldn't even be told what it was or who the goods had been stolen from. The fact that we were bothering with a recovery mission at all instead of simply blowing up the entire institute spoke volumes. Perhaps worst of all, as far as warning signs went, was that even House Elena had seen the wisdom in doing this research on an obscure colony world under someone else's flag, rather than on Diu itself with their best facilities. Everything about this was expendable, dangerous, and spoke of a potential fallout that soaked my bones in dread. And that was before the great house politics came into play. Allied intelligence had to be a reference to House Electo. That wasn't exactly difficult to figure out, they were our only real ally on Harp's world, not to mention that they had objected strenuously to recent Alenus actions, including making overtures to Electo's main rival. An Alena-Strozic alliance would leave Electo in a precarious situation. Convincing their ally, Black Sky, to hit a major yet deniable research facility would be an attractive method for House Electo to make their displeasure known while maintaining discretion and nominally clean hands. Conversely, it seemed CSR wanted to make it blatant that House Black Sky was behind this operation. All mission elements have received preliminary training on countering Silverhold and derived assets. As we transit to the operational area, we will expand on this training, with the assistance of the arcane support elements. The legate nodded to herself before her eyes fell on our arcane specialists and Tempsterii before looking to the VTOL and RP pilot contingent, seemingly satisfied by what she saw. I felt a bit of prickly anxiety hovering over Prefect Pollux and her girls. They had steeled themselves, but in this moment their concern was open for all to sense. There is another factor that you all need to know, Legate Jade Javelin added. The Silverhold is being studied by Alina's tactical meteorologists. Weather conditions for the operation could become complicated, especially after they realize that they are no longer alone on Ling. I tried not to glance at Quirinus. Despite the news, I felt nothing radiating from her but resolve. Even by her unflappable standards, the woman was focused and calm. Like the VTOL pilots, none of the briefing's revelations seemed to have come as a surprise to her. I suspected she had already been read in, giving her plenty of time to process Operation Epimetheus. Rank, apparently, still had its privileges. No wonder some were surprised I elected to not bring my personal maid on this operation. Beyond the honor name that entitled Lady Tribune Quirinus, my commanding officer did not have much ambition for noble titles. Which wasn't to say that she lacked ambition, however, as her quiet desire to one day bear a legate's scepter indicated. Thinking back, I had noted that many of the training missions Invidia and Quirinus had put us through were staged during inclement weather. While the Silverhold's full nature was still occluded behind the walls of compartmentalized intelligence, it seemed obvious that it, in some way, augmented the ability of a Tempsterii to influence the weather. Which was enough reason for Elena to want to study it in a remote area, and ample reason for us to deny it to them. Quirinus coughed as she stood. You are all bright girls. While the exact nature of the Silverhold is not ours to know, it is obvious that Elena would not be putting this much effort to study it if not for the potential to give their Tempsterii a considerable advantage. The implications onto aerial operations fleet and legion should be obvious. The Lady Legate's expression was carefully controlled but she made no comment, which was ample commentary in and of itself. Further, Quirinus continued, the restrictions around knowing who the true owner of the Silverhold implies a being of considerable power and one whose patience in this matter may wear thin. The disquiet in the room grew. We were collectively absorbing the heavy implication, but the Tribune had just spelled it out and made it explicit. House Black Sky would not be going through all this effort to acquire this artifact and then simply give it up. Not unless the act would benefit our house, that is. And not unless the rightful owners of the mysterious item in question were fearsome indeed. In full disclosure, Operation Epimetheus does have two options. Jade Javelin's tone might have had a ghost of wry humor. Which we take will depend on what the observational elements in the vanguard find. Option Chi will consist of purely aerial components. Option Gerda will involve both the aerial and ground mission groups. The refined woman didn't so much as glance at Invidia, but I could feel her presence weigh on her all the same. Like a gentle hand on her shoulder, an oh so simple gesture just to remind Invidia that she was there, that she was in charge. Even Invidia clamped up under the pressure. Jade Javelin's smile was a cold and mirthless thing. Note that Option Chi is very much our fallback position, one that will act as a pure asset denial. Denying Silverhold to Elena is only barely tolerable as a partial solution. If it is at all reasonably possible we will execute Option Gerda. I bit back a furious scowl. Technically, this matched Invidia's creative interpretation of the truth she'd revealed back when we had first boarded this ship. The only fly in that ointment was the oh-so-important fact that the supposed high-risk Plan B was actually the primary plan. The one that my feathered hide was getting dragged into in order to support the most brazen black OP I'd ever heard of. Option Chi, the plan that Invidia seemed more inclined towards and the one she had tried to sell my unit on, sounded almost tailor-made for my team. Given that my squadron was the only RP asset on the Tarantula Hawk capable of launching lance strikes, much of the heavy lifting involved would undoubtedly fall to us. Unfortunately, that option was also quite clearly the backup plan disfavored by the elder Demoness. It was little wonder, then, that she had Invidia on such a tight leash. In mere moments, the faint hope of this mission being anything short of a complete clusterfuck was snuffed out. Unfortunately, my realization hadn't slowed Jade Javelin down in the slightest. Her briefing continued as she began pointing at various elements on the map while she spoke. Allow me to stress that the operational plan is high level. My associates and I will be having detailed briefings with each section. We brought you for your expertise and it would be foolish for us to not cite you. However, flexibility will be key as our forward assets are still collecting data. The display changed at an unobtrusive twitch of Invidia's fingers. Now the maps of the Institute and outlying areas were covered in multiple tracks and notations for observed naval, air, and ground assets. As many of you have suspected, we already have a ship on station, but alas, the HFV Tamora is a Venture Scout. Yes, a very specialized venture, but she still has a very limited capacity. From her position a few seats to my left, Fabia gave me an approving nod. I had suspected as much yesterday. It was a reasonable supposition. As the smallest airship in the fleet capable of teleportation, the Venture was the easiest to convert to a low-profile configuration and could be made into a simulacrum of an empty patch of sky with far greater ease. Furthermore, with the Cultia on hand and a mission profile dedicated to stealth reconnaissance, the Venture Scout's minimal ritual plate capacity wasn't an issue. The brief flash of pride at being proven correct withered as I took a second look at the formidable list of assets marked across the map. While I had seen more well-defended targets, I had yet to suffer the privilege of attacking them, at least in this life. The Lady Legate took in the sobering emotional signatures filling the room and nodded gravely in response. Indeed. The Catalan Company, a minor Housamic allied force, has recently had their security contract expanded. Officially, they have been hired to protect the free city of Kelly's seaport, fisheries, and surrounding environs. In reality, their flotilla of Electon surplus fast attack craft are securing the Institute's seaborne approach. She paused to study the display. Comparable to our Mulberry, the Blauvelt is a fast, well-armed ship. An older design, the hull is not the most robust and lacks endurance even by the standards of coastal defense ships. It also has middling air defenses, but they are better than nothing and can support ritual plate and scrying systems. I frowned. There were enough ships noted that a patrol would be active at all times, sometimes 2 patrols, with a considerable reserve of sister vessels ready to go at the first sign of trouble. The ships themselves were small and relatively cheap, but according to the diagrams could be equipped with a downsized model of Electon export multi-purpose cruise missiles still large enough to be a threat even to the Tarantula Hawk. Though that was the anti-shipping warhead, their payload could also be used in an air-to-ground or anti-ritual plate capacity. Our dear allies in House Electo are willing to sell these as surplus to anyone with the money. But for us, Jade Javelin gave a smile utterly without warmth, they are willing to provide a package of information on the Blauvelt's scrying systems and structural weakness. They have also confirmed that the Catalan Company exclusively uses Archer and Yeoman RP suits. There were flickers of amusement and a few muttered comments about perfidious Electo, which the legate studiously ignored. Harp's world was a snake pit of backstabbing factions, which was made worse when cutthroat great house politics were thrown into things. While I am no expert in such things, I suspect that 3rd Squadron will encounter little difficulty conducting strike missions against these second-hand coastal assets, the elder Demoness said with a dry geniality as her blue eyes locked with mine. I gave a confident, if curt, nod. Her message, complete with its tone of assurance that she would be proven correct in her assessment, was not lost on me. Besides, the Blauvelt, while on the small side, was precisely the type of target the Lance system was intended to strike. The additional targeting information would only simplify a theoretically easy mission, provided we had surprise. If their entire flotilla was on active patrol with air cover, then they would be a tougher nut. Still, that cold auditing gaze assayed me, searching for signs of weakness or flaws in my armored confidence. For an instant, my chest tightened and I felt cold sweat bloom across my spine. Then, the legate's expression thawed ever so slightly. You won't be alone in your dance with the coastal hirelings, Countess, Lady Legate assured. We will be rendezvousing with the corvettes HFV Desert Strix and HFV Nightjar. They will be providing supplementary fire support and some fleet defense for your planned strikes in the primary mission. In the event that we are forced to fall back to Option Chi, well, their role in our secondary plan should be obvious. There was a bit of murmuring, not in surprise but more in acceptance. The 2 corvettes and the scout ship added a combined 24 more ritual plate suits to the mission assets, but more importantly their inclusion meant that our little flotilla would have a total of 20 Fujiwara torpedoes. For a purported short-ranged and speedy raid on a research institution, albeit one with a considerably stronger campus security force than was standard, that was an almost absurd concentration of firepower. Admittedly, those magazines would almost certainly be split up and parceled out to account for several different objectives and to fill several roles, and in prolonged combat munition budgets had a tendency to be rapidly expended anyway. Broadly speaking, the stock of torpedoes wasn't all that large. A single Mace destroyer had about the same capacity as the entirety of our formation, and a Maul cruiser stocked more than double the number of torpedoes. Furthermore, Tarantula Hawk was by far the largest asset of this planned formation. It was over 4 times the displacement of a Colibri corvette and nearly 15 times that of the tiny Venture. 2/3 of the 4-ship formation's mass would belong to this assault carrier alone. At least this explained where the scouts and escorts I had expected were hiding. Even with their inclusion, our formation was still a bit light on scouting. Normally a medium carrier Singularium would have 2 or 3 Ventures. There had still been no mention of any fleet cargo ships attached to this mission to provide extra fuel, munitions, and supplies, an exclusion that betrayed an optimistic view of the expected duration of this operation. Or perhaps a worryingly conservative one. I will note that the HFV Desert Strix and HFV Nightjar have been equipped with some of the new Roadwolf Light Interceptor torpedoes carrying the Vel Sprint missile, as well as a couple other things from the Kono program, the Lady Legate said, as if she were revealing some great, unlooked-for advantage. I suppose she had some level of justification to think as much. Carrying 5 low-endurance Vel Sprint missiles, the Roadwolf was smaller and had shorter range than the Skofnung, but an airship could carry 8 of the lighter torpedoes in the same standard container used for a single Skofnung with its 20 standard Vels. The Roadwolf was intended for use against fleet escorts where the shorter range was an acceptable trade for roughly twice the capacity in interceptor missiles. Diverting some of the early production munitions from the Kono light torpedo project for this mission made sense. NVIDIA and her associates had clearly grabbed for every firepower advantage they could hunt down and had scraped their results together into a pile and shoved it at this mission. The new revelation about the extent of their scraping did, however, give me cause to wonder exactly what torpedoes were stored in the Tarantula Hawk's relatively modest magazine. The Fujiwara family of heavy torpedoes contained quite a few esoteric models. The extra RP squadrons will be put under Tribune Quirinus's command, the elder Demonis nodded to my commander. The corvettes will be contributing a heavy squadron Harmonia air superiority suits, and one flight of Svalin awarding suits. That got everyone's attention. The ship grade, but miniaturized and thus extremely expensive, ward projectors infamously required considerable magical talent to operate. That stiff requirement made the Svalina the second rarest Black Skyvian ritual plate fielded, second only to the Occultia, which also had a flight dedicated to this mission. The Office of Cultural and Strategic Reconnaissance was more than willing to tap deep into House Black Sky's capabilities for this mission. My current plan is to align the extra RP as per conventional doctrine, Quirinus said with a noncommittal shrug. Tamora's Occultia would provide theater-level scrying. The Harmonia would provide fleet defense, and act as a reserve, though they do have numbers to perhaps conduct a mission of their own if we risk it. The Svalina flight will be used to help blunt the inevitable counterattack both to the ground operation and if the enemy finds our ships. This frees my demi-wing for option Gerda. Those contributions increased our ritual plate complement by 50%, opening new options for us by giving us a total of 74 pilots, 2 squadrons of ground attack, a bit over 2 squadrons of air superiority, a multi-role squadron, and 1 flight each of the house's more specialist suits. New options opened up for us. Sensible, Jade Javelin agreed. She glanced over at Nvidia, who was pointedly studying a wall clock. Ah, well, we are running early, but perhaps we can take a short refreshment break? I think the Forward Mess Bakery has something sweet on their cooling racks presently. The mood in the tiered auditorium was immediately buoyed by the promise of pastries, even pastries of fleet provenance. Nvidia, for her part, busied herself with policing up the slides, locking them away, and shutting down the projector as the assembly rose as one to their feet. The red lamps over the doors were extinguished. Be back in 15 minutes, Jade Javelin ordered with a bit of a smile. And note, no discussion of the contents of the briefing is permitted outside of a secure ship compartment. Go, enjoy yourselves. 1 2 3 4 5 plus 6 7 8 9 8 8 7 6 5 4 3 1. Checking my watch, I was already feeling better by the time I stepped back out into the corridor. Thankfully, the line to the heads had moved fast, freeing me from at least one distraction. I went forward and soon was accosted by fresh distractions in the form of my wing woman. Prefect. Visha cheerfully greeted me, passing over a cup of coffee and a wax paper cone filled with fried and sugared strips of twisted dough. The scent of her and the food combined to soothe away my hunger and anxiety. Thank you, I took the offered snacks. Did you get a chance to use the bathrooms? I went down a deck and skipped the line, Visha shrugged as we made our way to a quiet alcove off the corridor where we could eat in peace and without getting in the way. I laughed. You'd think a ship like this would have bathrooms attached to the briefing rooms. Without the need to pass into and out of a secure room, perhaps briefing attendees would have an easier time focusing on the information presented? At the very least, less traffic in and out surely would improve security. Wouldn't you agree that that would be more fitting for a ship built to spook specifications? This is a retrofit, Visha pointed out with an eloquent shrug, but I suppose the Lady Legate could have catered. Even light refreshments, even just water, would have been a nice gesture. A little goes a long way, sometimes. I'm not sure creature comforts are high on Lady Jade Javelin's priority list, I murmured, my tail flicking sullenly as I ate. The fritters, if that was what they were good but I had little time to savor them. I just wanted my stomach to stop complaining. We've had worse missions, Visha said quietly, her tone clearly alluding to far more than the tour among the jungles. That's not exactly reassuring, I replied with a frown while glancing down the corridor. The line at the head had vanished and most of the officers attending the meeting still seemed preoccupied with getting a quick bite and something to drink, all our firm time budget allowed. But at least the CSR don't seem to want us going in entirely blind. That's not what you're really worried about, is it? Visha asked as she took a bite out of her pastry. Despite the contents of the meeting so far, she seemed serene and accepting of the fact that soon we would have to go back to hear more threats, lies, and mad schemes. I nodded, admitting that Visha was, as usual, correct. My real fear is, with us in the meeting, that means Loveblood holds unfettered, unchecked command over the squadron completely unsupervised. Oh, she won't be that bad. I gave her a flat look. Perhaps not, but she'll still be Baroness Violet Blood. Such things are evaluated on a curve. Visha laughed but her expression sobered. She has to learn sometime, you know. Silence grew between us. I might not make Tribune before I get out, I stated. It's far from assured, even with my Duchess's backing. I know you. Her gaze was supportive in its knowing disbelief. Besides, even without the rank tabs, you're clearly following in Quirinus's footsteps. A few more missions like this as a squadron commander? Plus your connections. Oh, it may take a few years, but the house needs officers like you. She stepped closer, and put an arm around my shoulder. My tail straightened, especially after she wrapped one wing over my back. Assuming we all survive, I sighed, finding myself unable to avoid appending that major and cheerful caveat. Assuming that, allowed Visha with a soft smile. Our only way out is through, I continued briskly, annoyed by the way my heart leaped in my chest. I just wish that the CSR wasn't trying so hard to be cute with their plans. This is all so unnecessarily complicated. I felt the remaining fritters crunch in their cone, but ignored them. I might not be able to finish my snack, but it was more important to spend the last few minutes before we had to go back to the briefing room to be with someone I could trust. I knew which seemed to settle my stomach more. It was a bit of a challenge to juggle the pastry cone and my mug into one hand, but that did free an arm which made it easier for me to support myself by putting it around my wingwoman's torso. Why yes, Countess. Visha's grin grew. But we both know you relish a challenge, and you will do your best to make sure we get through this mission. 1 2 3 4 5 plus 6 7 8 9 8 8 7 6 5 4 3 1. Several minutes before the scheduled end of the break, every officer was back into their briefing room seats. Quiet anxiety filled the room as officers of 2 species and 3 services waited to hear the WIRD CSR had ordained for us. For some reason, nobody had been in the mood to enjoy their break to the fullest. At the front of the room, Invidia was counting heads judging by the movement of her fingers as her mistress serenely sipped from a mug. Satisfied with her findings, Invidia pushed a button, activating the magnetic locks in the conference room's doors with a dull clang. As the flat sound ripped through the silent room, the red light over the door smoothly lit back up without any flicker. Is everyone comfortable? We had left off at the enemy air station Dola Gorod, yes. Jade Javelin asked, rising from her chair as she twitched a meaningful finger at Invidia, who immediately hopped back onto projector duty, loading its hopper and uncoiling the remote's cable. Holding my own mug full of the salted boiler compound the shippies passed off as coffee, I adjusted my shoulders as the familiar concerns returned as the brass-trimmed projector hummed back to life. The little we had been told about the target of our raid and the enemy's seaborne assets was bad enough. And now, we were going to learn about all the other things the enemy was using to defend the Institute. At the Lady Legate's prompting, Invidia powered up the projector to reveal a slide showing the aerial photos and analysis of the assets at Dola Gorod. The base itself was rather well defended. The only upside was that it was far enough from the Onyx Institute that we would have some warning. If anything, Jade Javelin was underselling their capabilities. I could spot 8 combat aircraft visible in just that one photograph alone, with possibly dozens more in the base's many cavernous hangars. If the Silverhold was as valuable as Jade Javelin was making it out to be, House Elena would surely throw all of them up to stop us. About half of the planes I could see were the Cupola light bomber, which would be unpleasant enough to any exposed ground troops or air assets. Worse, a flight of Zoyra heavy fighters was sitting there, all stark aerodynamic curves looking eager to take off into the air. Based on a Luxon design, the Zorya was an updated, but still effective, conventional fighter platform. While limited to bases with runways, the Zorya was bristling with assets, including ones that allowed for short and rough takeoffs. Most notably, it could carry missiles and fire lances, and with the expected capabilities of a heavy fighter. Those systems, and the required caster for a pilot, made it also rather expensive. All told, it carried fewer missiles than a cupola but was more capable as an air-to-air platform. The small part of me that still had optimism before a mission hoped that the Desert Strix and the Nightjar had some anti-air torpedoes loaded. A few Skofnungs, or dozens of those newfangled Roadwolves, would do wonders at trimming down those Alenus assets. While the Catalan company has a couple RP squadrons, the main airborne threat will be coming from the Alenus air station Dola Gorod, which hosts a vanguard strike unit that we believe is composed of 2 squadrons of Marzana air superiority suits, a squadron of Cupola bombers, and a squadron of Zorya strike fighters. A flight of Yarlaw recon birds was also observed but has since missing. My stomach sank. Not that those numbers were unexpected, given the size of the base and the airframes I could see, but having it confirmed was still quite unpleasant. We still outnumbered them 70 to 50 in terms of air assets, but as the attackers, only slightly outnumbering the enemy was far from ideal. More than their relative distance from the Institute, Jade Javelin continued, Air Station Dola Gorod has some additional limitations. They are restricted to just 2 runways, only one of which is of a reasonable length for launching fixed wings, impacting half of their vanguard strike unit. The limited runways also restrict any expansion of the garrison force as well as the dispatch of reinforcements to the base. More so, Allied intelligence has supplemented the work of the HFV Timoras Occultia to ascertain the defenses and patrol patterns of the base. I nodded. It would wear on equipment and pilots to keep those squadrons ready to defend the Institute, even more, when they were doing defensive patrols. Not to mention any other obligations Dola Gorod had. Garrison forces spread overly thin was a perennial problem out in the colonies for all the houses. The Lady Legate gave that stiff not quite a smile. But, we cannot neglect the ground threat. That is after all what most of us will be facing. This time it was Nvidia's fellow CSR Centurion who put up this slide in the projector. The focus went back to the Institute's grounds with several notations on observations. I saw Fabia and Julia tense as they studied the estimates. This was what their squadrons were for, why CSR wanted 24 Sarpedana ground attack RP on this mission. And there were several images of various assets that had been caught coming and going from the large hangars and storage sheds that made up the complex. The Onyx Institute has an almost respectable level of internal security, Jade Javelin dryly stated, the understatement as scorching as desert sand as she gestured at the screen. From the imagery, you can see they never have more than 2 Baal Shem combat golems out at once. However, we have spotted multiple configurations on their weapon pods. Julia kept her outward composure, but I could feel her resolve harden from across the briefing room as well as a bloodthirsty urge spread from her. I could not blame the novice officer for her war mania. The Baal Shem was the result of generations of development and refinement by Elena's war planners, Kabbalists, Golem directors, and Ritualista, all working in concert to perfect her natural enemy. Or perhaps, the perfect implement to deliver glory to her on a silver platter. The glory of victory, the anguish of defeat, all a trick of perception. Until the first shots were fired, at least. As I pondered the implications of that new threat, Nvidia fetched a glass of water for her superior. It was somewhat amusing to watch the CSR officer scurry like a browbeaten adjunct, even though the display only further underlined Jade Javelin's dread power. The head of 4th Squadron shifted her gaze to meet the Lady Legate's eye as she sipped and raised her hand. Jade Javelin nodded to Fabia. Ma'am, just how many of the Cobbleheads do you estimate there to be? Cobblehead was a mocking nickname for the 20-ton bipedal war machine, whose already formidable frame could be bulked up with several additional tons of armor, various arcane directors, and extra projectile weapons mounts as necessary for their mission profile. The Baal Shem also boasted good mobility on broken terrain, though at the cost of a high profile and considerable expense in both manufacture and maintenance. Much like the Luxon Anchor quadruped golem, the Baal Shem was intended to be an infantry support platform. It was designed to help Elena's troops tear through enemy infantry and light vehicles. While it could carry anti-air launchers, or lug a heavy mortar for indirect fire, the Baal Shem's deceptively squat and broad-shouldered 18-foot frame was more commonly mounted with rotary cannons similar to our Murtis, but in a slightly larger caliber. In addition to this selection of heavy armament, the Baal Shem would typically carry at least one heavy arcane projector as well. Another shared development with Luxon, the projector's crystalline cord, steel-sleeved barrels were constrained by a somewhat limited life, made all the shorter when hooked up to the Golem's power systems to provide an anti-armor capability. The Golem presented a large target, heavily armored and warded with an eye to resisting Black Skyvian anti-tank weaponry, but it was also fast, deceptively so. Like an enraged cave bear, the platform's strength and durability were so self-evident that it was frightfully easy to forget how quickly the things could move when the situation called for it. The Elenas treasured it as a breakthrough vehicle for infantry assaults. The Lady Legate put down her glass. Analysis of the structure of their cranial armor and foreheads has us believe there are no less than 6 of these golems. A study of the track patterns was inconclusive, though. I nodded. 6 units was the standard Elenas ground armor formation size, but there was still an abundance of room for things to get worse. For starters, there were certainly other golems stationed at the Institute. And anti-air golems? Fabia asked. We have only seen a few Lau-class anti-air platforms, but we suspect there will be at least a full battery. If present, they will almost certainly be tied into the fixed scrying and launcher network for improved targeting and coordination, Jade Javelin admitted. Based on the intensity of her glare, I was almost worried Fabia's gaze would burn a hole through the projection screen. Judging by her fire, she had experience with the Elenas missile platform under her belt and was more than eager to avenge past injuries. Rather like an overgrown Trozak Villeneuve anti-air golem, the Lau moved on 6 sturdy legs and carried a dozen missiles that were comparable to Arvel. She was far from alone in her grudge against the platform among the pilots present. House Elena saw House Black Sky as their main rival and, given our extensive investment into aerial combat doctrine, it was only natural that the Lau would be attached to many Elena's heavy ground units to add to their air defense capabilities. As a result, practically every Black Sevian ritual plate pilot who had fought against puppet forces backed by Elena had tangled with them at least once. Ma'am, I'm not seeing any images of Vilna golems or their more modern replacements. Do you estimate there will be any presence of heavy armored vehicles? You are correct that we have not detected such a platform. Legate Jade Javelin's stony face furrowed into a small frown. You are also correct to be concerned. Weighing over twice a Baal Shem, the Vilna hovered awkwardly in the space between a light tank and a heavy tank, too heavy for the former and far too light for the latter. With a low-slung hull on articulated treads, the Vilna was built to be a Vestal light tank and Triarii IFV killer. Its main gun was ideal for dispatching anything smaller than a full tank, and its efficiently armored hull had enough room to carry adequate ammunition and great enough elevation for it to act independently in a fire support role. Capable of operating without a crew, it was also quite expendable, ideal for placement in ambushes or riskier assaults. The expendability was further accentuated by the Vilna's age. After years of service, the venerable old frame was slowly being phased out of active service. The initial run had proven somewhat thinly armored, with more armor and warding projectors added in the years since to provide an acceptable level of anti-air protection. However, rumor was that the armor add-on kits complicated maintenance access, which made Alina's ritualist less willing to do preventative maintenance, and then the extra weight further wore down on the parts. Unlike the Baal Shem, a more conventional, if slightly larger, armored vehicle could and did replace the Vilna, leaving the existing units to be put into secondary and colonial roles until they wore out. I agree that it would be odd to find a colonial posting of this value without a Vilna or two, the legate said. It's possible our sisters to the north have finally emptied the warehouses, but I would not be optimistic in that regard. The Alinas do like tucking them off into low-tempo posting as an extra punch, the centurion in charge of the forward recon scouts noted. The most mundane of the ground team, and the most numerous, forward recon were, to a woman, evocatus veterans with experience in stealth assault and infiltration. They also had a higher proportion of grenadiers in their formations. The lady legate nodded. And there is certainly enough infantry stationed at the institute to keep a number running. The older CSR officer nodded to Invita, and there was now an image of several of the barracks buildings with notations. We estimate that since the Silverhold arrived at the institute, billets adequate for about 2 centuries of troops have been constructed on the grounds. This is in addition to the existing facility guard force. We have some idea as to their specializations, but much like their vehicles, we are left with questions. Ma'am, is there any intel on the composition of these Alinas troops? A lithe broadcast recon centurion with short grey hair asked. Some. The tip of Jade Javelin's tail curled. We can say that at least half are operators and support staff for the various Golem assets, bolstering the operators already present as part of the Institute's research staff. Reports have indicated that testing on Silverhold has increased in recent weeks. Perhaps that is why this mission seems so rushed? I frowned, turning the thought over in my mind. It would certainly answer a few of the questions this briefing had raised, most prominently the compressed schedule. It was abundantly clear that everyone involved in this mission would have preferred that the constituent elements have more time to train together and to get used to operating as a team, let alone practicing for the operation itself. Ultimately, that only leaves around 60 personnel available for infantry roles, the Lady Legate concluded. Given the size and importance of the facility, 60 troops is, rather under strength. Laris mused out loud. They're going for quality over quantity, then. The Onyx Institute's advantage is its relatively remote location. But, that remote location is also an advantage for us. Alina's equipment has to be flown in from Air Station Dola Gorod or transported through the seaport between the Institute and the Free City of Kelly, Jade Javelin explained. While they can take in more troops, that would draw more attention to what they are doing. In that case, are they using something like a group of 6th River Detachment commandos? The forest person asked. The 6th were amphibious troops originally trained for shoreline raids, but their remit had expanded to a general specialist infantry role. Despite this change, the 6th River remained notable in their tenacity. In some ways, they were like an Alinas version of the Luxon Janissaries Reborn Regiment, at least in esprit de corps if nothing else. These were not troops who would take garrison duty as an opportunity to slacken off. That is not an unreasonable estimate, the Lady Legate stated with a ghost of a smile. However, we are fairly confident that only one VOD is stationed at the Institute, and a light one at that. Laris glanced at the forward recon centurion, who returned his perturbed look with a nod. Doubtless they were concerned about meeting troops of their own caliber during this operation and were less than reassured by the Legate's platitudes. A VOD was an Alinas unit similar to a century but was sized to about 50 troops. Their doctrine put more emphasis on smaller, more specialized units to compose their basic tactical unit. Where a Black Skyvian cohort had 6 centuries, an Alinas battalion had 8 VODs. Not sightless specters? The broadcast recon centurion asked, prompting a grunt from Laris. Jade Javelin gave a dry but demure cough. At least one fire team of specters was spotted at Dola Gorod recently. Their current whereabouts are unknown but, given their nature, that is only to be expected. Named for their smoothed masks, reminiscent of Alinas RP helmets, the sightless were their answer to broadcast recon. Instead of teleportation, however, they emphasized the tactical uses of intangibility or invisibility. Now the presence of a team of forest people made sense. As capable as the sightless specters could be, they were still diodemons, and Laris and his boys were far larger and stronger, not to mention that the grounds of the Onyx Institute were thickly forested. It could be worse. We have not detected any signs of fire talkers or so much as a single stone coat, the Lady Legate said in a pro forma tone of false reassurance. Even Invidia glanced away as her tail flicked at that pronouncement. Little was known about those esoteric arcane sisterhoods, but a group of the fire talkers could act as their own anti-air offense or defense. Stone coats, on the other hand, were an order of extraordinarily talented golem puppeteers, able to manipulate platforms such as the Baal Shem with lethal levels of fidelity as well as enhancing their stony surrogates to greater levels of power as well. Jade Javelin flashed her fangs. I hope that this intelligence shines some light on your previously assigned training. Broadly speaking, while it is clear that Elena has assigned a number of elite troops to the defense of the Institute, it is equally clear that they are few and swamped by numerous commitments, weaknesses that you will take full advantage of. What about enemy airborne fleet assets, ma'am? Mila Cenas asked. Elena had an airship fleet that, while smaller than the Black Skyvian household fleet, remained a capable enough branch of their navy and a factor only a fool would dismiss entirely. Our fleets at full strength might be the best in the skies, but that didn't mean another house couldn't make us bleed for our arrogance. And the fleet girls would hardly be bringing full strength for this operation. Absent. No Alenus airships have been observed at Air Station Dola Gorod, the Onyx Institute, or the Free City of Kelly, Jade Javelin stated. However, the potential risk is why we will be supported by 2 corvettes. And why the 2 fleet RP squadrons should be in reserve, Quirinus stated. The Lady Legate bowed her horns to her a barely noticeable fraction of an inch. I suppose that covers it, a flotilla of fast attack ships with anti-air capability and their own aerial assets, a vanguard strike unit of 4 squadrons plus recon elements, and about 60 commandos with support by an anti-air battery, a number of medium tanks, and a troop of combat golems. The enemy has many assets, but we can mitigate them. As her mistress spoke, NVIDIA discreetly projected a summary chart that diagramming the enemy's troop concentrations and the estimated number and composition of all of the units mentioned in the briefing. There were a daunting number of question marks and dunk annotations scattered across the diagram, bracketed by a decidedly menacing mixed force. As I studied the display, Visha pulsed reassuringly at me, clearly aware of my dismay. And dismayed I was. One could make an argument that we have rough parity with the defenses in terms of assets. In some areas we had more than the enemy, in others, they had the edge. However, I felt that going into battle with an on-par enemy was something to be fervently avoided, even with the marginal advantage of surprise on our side. Jade Javelin, meanwhile, seemed entirely unconcerned as she paused to sip from her glass. I understand your trepidation. None of you are cowards, I'm sure each and every one of you would proudly give their life for the Imperatrix. The last part was almost sardonic, the slight Electan accent giving a veneer of class to the common soldier's complaint. Perhaps the CSR brasshorns were more aware of the motivations and sensibilities of legionaries than rumored. Frankly, they would have had to have been, considering how uncharitable some of the mess chat could be. The Imperatrix has invested much time and considerable resources into developing your talents. And yes, your lives are being weighed against the value of the Silverhold. And Elena, clever Elena, will not leave her plunder unguarded. Quirinus turned slightly in her position down the row to give me a cold smile, her fiery orange eyes shining with fierce pride. My tail straightened involuntarily as my eyes widened at the brief contact. My mentor, the officer who took me under her wing, who I had always considered abundantly sensible, was thoroughly committed to this mad scheme. I had my own suspicions as to why this would be. While eminently qualified, my commander's promotion to tribune with a demi-wing of her own had arrived with remarkable speed. Quirinus was no mere grudging soldier dragged along, she was diving feet first into hell, and pulling me down with her, a payment for services rendered, perhaps, or a favor repaid. Jade Javelin nodded to her. The Volantes Tribune stood. It is a matter of how we organize our forces, Quirinus asserted, voice ringing with a cool confidence that plunged daggers of dread into my heart with every word. We have 100 troops making landfall. Yes, I would prefer that our legionaries had more than a 2-to-1 advantage when it came to hoofsloggers, but we have our auxilia, broadcast recon, and combat casters to augment their strength. And the Alenus tanks and Baal Shem? Prefect Fabia asked, playing her part in an exchange that could have been pre-rehearsed for all of the spontaneity and surprise in each officer's voice. Fabia too was no stranger to the games of favor and patronage in the legions. That is where you and Prefect Jade Talon's girls come in. 2 squadrons of Sarpedona will make short work of such a force, no? Quirinus asked as her eyes tracked over the room until they fell upon me. So, it was my turn. I realized, doomed to the inevitable, all hope of escape or sanity lost. Given my own superior officer and what CSR desired, I had only one option, I had to pretend to be on board with this scheme and willing to do my best to make it succeed. That was not much of an acting stretch, as despite my misgivings I knew operational success was key to my own survivability. I stood, feeling the cold winds of fate blowing against the nape of my neck, exactly where the right for common executions called for the headsman's sword to fall. At least I was not feeling phantom pain in my palms or wrists. Elena hopes their pickets will give them early warning of our assault, or if bypassed, be able to vector in as reinforcing elements. It is a trap, Onyx Institute is the bait, and Air Station Dola Gorod and the Catalan Company are the jaws. We can defeat any of the 3 groups but at the cost of alerting the other 2. My words were not a gesture of defiance, nor a plea for sanity. Delivered in the crisp voice of cool professionalism, they slid perfectly into place within the facade Quirinus and Jade Javelin had built around my newest prison. To all it must have looked like I too attended that theoretical rehearsal as well, I realized, as Quirinus nodded, entirely unsurprised by my observations. Quite, Countess. And how does one defeat a trap? The Lady Legate inquired with an almost believable hint of curiosity that perfectly complemented her hint of an accent. Do you want the Fleet way, the Legion way, or the CSR way? I asked in return, speaking words that barely felt my own as I swept my arms in a broad arc encompassing the lecture hall-like room. Perhaps I was wrong, perhaps after multiple lives of dutifully serving two clever commanders these words were mine. But why pick just one? There's more than enough of our Imperatrix's troops here to refine the operational plan. And like that, for better or ill, the die was cast above Harp's world. I acta Alia est. 1 2 3 4 5 plus 6 7 8 9 8 8 7 6 5 4 3 1. I controlled my breathing as my ritualista finished bolting my Polyxo around me, taking in the scents of incense, oil, astringent alchemical products, and sweat that all swirled together in the bustling maintenance bay's heavy air. The deliberate act of breathing helped force me to focus on all of the preparations we had completed in advance of the landing on Harp's world, rather than all of the things that remained wildly outside of my control. The last 2 days of travel, departing from Forlorn Prospect and journeying across a further 3 jumps to Harp's world, had been spent refining our mission plans. Thankfully, though the Lady Legate expected results, she had proven herself not a micromanager. Indeed, she was refreshingly perceptive at times, fully willing to accept when some element of the plan was too optimistic, too inflexible, or too ambitious. Not that this light hand had done much to put my mind at ease about the mission overall. We had arrived at Harp's world using the beacon of Port Java, a secondary Electon base, as our touchstone relay, homing in on our notional allies' signal across the stacked dimensions to the surface of the colonial world. The good news was that luck was with us and the beacon's navigational aid deposited us within 100 miles of our destination, instead of, say, on the other side of the planet or somewhere else. Traveling the dimensional spine could be dangerous. The bad news was that it put us about 3,000 miles from the Onyx Institute. Coming into Port Java, we looked just like a venerable normal Melana medium carrier, indistinguishable from any other military surplus vessel enjoying a second life as a minor house's flagship or perhaps under an especially ambitious Free Company's banner, here for exercises with the small Electon Navy Task Force and their auxiliaries. So unremarkable were we that none of those auxiliaries seemed to notice our presence as we first attached ourselves to the flotilla as it weighed anchor, nor when we ditched them late one night, out at sea and far from prying eyes. Through that maneuver and by following an indirect heading around the coast of Leng, we minimized our exposure to civilian maritime and airborne traffic following the usual trade lanes and all but the smallest and most dispersed fishing vessels. In all, our winding course added nearly 2 more days of travel time to our journey, every hour of which we used to refine our plans and make 1,000 infinitesimal adjustments. As we endlessly polished the mission details, the Tarantula Hawk's crew busied themselves with double-checking the ship's systems, carefully bringing the sophisticated veil online with practiced ease to prevent any mysterious holes appearing in any adversarial scrying net. It was clearly a well-drilled evolution, and I found myself wondering what other operations this particular strain of shippies had found themselves party to across any number of other obscure theaters. White they were new to this particular hull, they were clearly experienced being CSR's taxi service. Being the squadron with the greatest concentration of Gorgon rigs, my pilots and I played a minor role in this massive evolution, periodically scheming out across the waves, only feet above the crests, or going to our max operating altitude to try and scry out the massive vessel, reporting back on how the veil wrapped the hull in nothingness as the process advanced. There was no cloaking fog, there was simply an absence, and that was eventually smoothed out into just more sky. It was unnerving to witness how skillfully something so large could hide itself. The Tarantula Hawk almost seemed to take on a phantasmic character as it slipped in and out of thin air without so much as a whisper or errant breeze left in its wake. It made landings especially harrowing as we were utterly dependent on our instruments and the data being fed to us by Landing Ops' spirit board. A ghost ship on a damned mission, my traitor imagination supplied unbidden. At a half-heard order from my maintenance crew, I flexed my left hand and rotated my wrist, feeling the motion of the cool, articulated plating through my suit liner as the ritualista checked the connections. The true test of our quiet talents came with the scheduled rendezvous with the HVF Nightjar, as the 2 airships and their accompanying RP formations tried to find each other without screaming out our presence to all those with ears to hear, eyes to see, and horns to feel. Thankfully, the barren patch of ocean we were scheduled to meet over was far from any normal patrol route run by the Catalan Company or any other Alenus-affiliated naval force, making the risk of detection minimal. Still, paranoia remained our newly combined forces' constant companion as we sailed on. Thankfully, before we got underway again we had time enough to use one of our special Umbra transports to transfer over some relatively fresh food to the tiny corvette, some mission-critical supplies, and a handful of ritualista from my squadron to help bolster their own support staff for the mission ahead. It was not that the HVF Nightjar did not have their own ritualista, but given the ship's 9 ritual plate consisted of 2 flights of Harmonia and 2 of the Operations Force Valina suits, they lacked some of the munitions and mission modules required for the primary plan. They were also more trained in keeping Harmonia operational and swapping out the specialized ward projectors their Svalina used. An errant clang pulled my attention back to the present. I could feel the nervous tension mounting all around me, invisible pressure rising until all present seemed to almost thrum in place, hovering at the cusp of snapping. The air thronged with flights of excited spirits, and even with the fog of calming incense there was an air of acute anxiety permeating the ritual plate bay. This mission would mark the first time my squadron went into combat as a unit, and for 3 of my pilots, it would be their first time seeing combat in earnest. I found myself somewhat regretting my choice to lump all of my Greenhorn Legion flyers into Violet Blood's flight. Talented as she might be, she was as new to command as they were to fighting for their lives. I had given her flight special attention these last couple days, but there was only so much my training and lessons could do for them in the face of live combat. Still, this was what they had signed up for. Who was I, after all, to deny the flower of black sky and nobility the chance to earn their own red badges of courage? The clamps retracted, the ritual continued, and as tradition Centurion Gibbs offered a helping hand and hauled me to my metal-shod feet. I was the first up, everyone else in 3rd Squadron was still being suited up. Due to the transfer to that corvette, some of the other Ritualista teams were a bit short-handed, but thankfully not to the extent that performance was significantly affected. Perhaps if we were to be doing round-the-clock sorties the reduced maintainers would tell, but if that happened then the mission would have far greater problems than short-staffed Ritualista. The pre-flight checklist was extensive. The squawk list of maintenance items for every Polyxo was winnowed down during the time spent since we learned about the Tarantula Hawk weeks ago. Despite that, suit systems had to be checked, survival kits surveyed and confirmed, ballista cells were charged, environmental settings such as gravity and sea level pressure were confirmed to be set to Harp's World, water flask topped off and broth cubes restocked, magazines of pebbles for the Veridum launcher filled, fresh power cells slotted in, until finally the bracing and fiddly part, bolting the conformal lance batteries firmly into place. For a moment I had the luxury of an immobile, captive audience, still in the process of being suited up in full strike mode package. A hush fell over the maintenance compartment as I strode to the front, steel boots ringing against the deck in the sudden silence. Ladies! A moment of your time, I ordered, my stern voice letting it carry without yelling. Nobody respected a screamer. 11 pairs of eyes, some already behind the lenses and death masks of their helmets, turned to face me. The Ritualista, characteristically, ignored me. They had more important things to pay attention to than any pep talk I could deliver. I cast a critical eye over my pilots, none looked or felt overly terrified, meriting an approving nod for their pluck. Oh, I could see their nerves and even the traces of poorly concealed fear crowding the corners of their faces, and feel their anxious emotions swirling amongst the compartment, but those were acceptable, sensible even, given the munitions strapped to them and the mission with which we had been tasked. Oh yes, fear was quite reasonable indeed. I lifted my faceplate, opened my gauntlet hands in apology, and gave them all a broad smile that challenged that lurking, all too reasonable dread. I know you're disappointed, I called out. I was quite upset myself, hearing that we won't be the first to launch, that an honor that should be ours has been given to the Occultia flight. I was incensed to learn that we will not even be the second. That would be our fleet cousins on the HFV Desert Strix and HFV Nightjar, who no doubt are rejoicing in the honor of bringing our Imperatrix's express displeasure down upon that wretched excuse of an Alenus air station. Instead, we will be settling for the Third Blood, I am afraid. Fitting perhaps for 3rd Squadron, eh? There was polite laughter. It was a poor joke but it broke some tension. Combined with my theatrical display of mock irritation about not flying first into the teeth of our target, the stress of the moment began to subside and strained faces started to relax. From adjoining maintenance bays came the rattle and shouted orations of the other 4 squadrons and Prefect Crystal Candida's flight making their own preparations. And truth be told, the Nightjar would be doing more for us for this phase of the operation than the fleet pilots. That we could even hear the pilots in the starboard bays shows the magnitude of their gusto. I knew that the VTOL pilots and the entire ground mission contingent would likewise be making their own final rituals and listening to the exhortations of their own officers. The Tarantula Hawk almost vibrated with the frantic movements of all of the personnel readying themselves for the launch. Despite our poorly drawn lot, let's take a moment and get the administrative work out of the way, I said before buttoning up my helmet and activating a communication channel. Flight Ops, this is 3rd Squadron Actual, requesting a comms and data check. The procedure was painlessly and professionally completed as Flight Ops confirmed that each Polyxo had linked up successfully. I also verified that my squadron level channel and the flight level channels of the 3 Primus Centurions under me were all valid, clear, and received by Ops, and that all requisite data sharing and recording protocols had been enacted. Satisfied with the results and not wanting to take up more of Flight Ops time, I popped my faceplate back open and addressed my squadron again. The Onyx Institute is well defended with layered assets of complementary types. A suspicious amount of substandard military material has been dedicated to protecting a provincial research station, but thankfully our friends in the Cultural and Strategic Reconnaissance have been quite forthcoming in their intel briefs. I smiled joyously. One could even say that they have done their homework quite thoroughly, and now it is up to us to hand it in to whatever fools the Alinas dignify as professors. There was another smattering of laughter at my strange joke, more than it honestly deserved. I could hear the layers in that laughter, part pity laugh, part the humor of demons who would laugh at anything now that they were placed in the most absurd of all situations, when all the lies about the value of life, the nobility of honor, and the richness and joy of the individual experience were stripped away. Through it all ran a knowing amusement, even from the rookies, that I was not being sarcastic about the forthrightness of the CSR was a source of grim humor. Every legionary hoofslogger knew that the only thing worse than the spooks keeping you in the dark was when the spooks actually answered your questions. Ladies, I continued, we have a busy night ahead of ourselves. All of us have busy nights. But for us, first and foremost, the Catalan company awaits. I lowered my arms and took in the rows of suits, each costing millions of ore and piloted by a legionary possessing dedication, skill, and rare talent. Even lavish Rose Talon deserved to be here, as much as any of us deserved what was soon to come. I would have kicked her out otherwise. Perhaps she would have thanked me for it eventually, remote though the possibility may be. Other noble brats I had cut from the cadet program had done just that, but most of them had more sense than her. A flotilla of about 8 Blauvelt fast attack ships await us. Kindly keep in mind when you greet them that you are not backwater mercenaries nor manic broodlings, you are imperial legionaries. I was stone, my voice permafrost. There will be no bounties or competitions to see who sinks the most. There will be no celebrations nor individual flights of fancy, showboating, or exhibitions of prowess. This is not training, it is not dueling, and neither is it entertainment. Nor is this the time for complacency. Even knowing we will be facing maybe a squadron of archers and a squadron of yeomen, even knowing the weaknesses of their ships, we will be nothing but consummate professionals, all of us. Thanks to the Alectons, we knew the presumed weaknesses in the Blauvelt scrying system. The vectors, altitudes, and veiling profiles that would allow us to enter undetected, hopefully, into lance range as well as information detailing what points on the tiny hulls had the least warding protection were all known to us, a practical embarrassment of tactical detail. I had some personal doubts about the practical utility of our information, as surely the Catalan company also knew at least some of these limitations and would have taken steps to address such weaknesses. Surely that would inform the deployment of their RP squadrons in the defense of their flotilla. My squadron knew the mission and had been briefed as fully as was necessary, but this was my last chance to fully impress its gravity upon them and to get a final read on my troops. The company's tiny fleet doubles as the Institute's southern warning system, and the cruise missiles those ships carry represent both a threat to our airships and to any landing ground elements. An unimpeded barrage will ruin this mission and leave the lot of us stranded far from home, especially if some Alinas pilot feeds them targeting data. The flotilla must be sunk. The mission planners, including the other prefects and I, were loath to split our forces, but the early phase of the operation had all but demanded a multi-pronged approach. All 3 sites needed to come under simultaneous attack. The marginal advantages we enjoyed were so thin that we needed to maximize the benefit of surprise before the Alinas could properly rally and counter-attack. In that necessity rested my concern. While the Catalan Company and Onyx Institute were at least somewhat deniable Alinas assets, Air Station Dola Gorod was a House Elena base under the Alinas banner. Given we expected to fight Alinas troops and golems at the Institute, it was a rather technical point, but from such technicalities sprang the causey belly that sired wars. The CSR appeared blithely confident that there would be no escalatory retribution for our actions tonight. I did not share their optimism. The Silverhold is not our concern, I directed. Making sure the people who are putting their hooves on the ground are able to survive long enough to grab it, fight their way back out, and return safely to this ship with the package, however, is. I studied the 3 flights under me. That means that it is our job to clear a path for our friends by cutting down every obstacle in our area of operation and to hold that path open for as long as it remains necessary. I met Grey Dawn's gaze. She was also evaluating her fellow legionary flyers and our eyes met over their armored shoulders. My senior pilot nodded. Beside her, Visha gave me a confident smile, sapphire eyes burning with a fiery trust I wasn't sure I deserved. I knew, in my heart, that if I asked her to help me storm the gates of hell or heaven, she would be there right behind me, rucksack over a shoulder, weapon in hand, and a merry grin on her lips. Though given how well that worked out last time I tried it, I suppose I couldn't blame the girl for her enthusiasm. Standing with her flight, Violet Blood gave me a cocky grin as her tail flicked. Her green eyes smoldered with defiance as she closed her faceplate and motioned for her crew chief to pull her up to her feet. Part of me still felt worried as I watched her, an irrational fragment of my heart that twisted when it thought of all the ways things could go wrong for the young demoness. It was doubly irrational as, ignoring past lives, she was older than me and had been fighting by my side since we were both cadets. I pushed the fear aside, placing my faith, my trust in her skill and composure I had seen with my own eyes, rather than what might happen. Besides, if Violet Blood is true to form, her post-mission celebration will be far more demanding than any enemy action, I reminded myself. And that left the head of Flight 3. Lucia Hood remained a bit of a mystery to me, but her purple eyes were all serious. To her 3 pilots, she was a stabilizing anchor, but I still found myself wondering if she trusted me enough to allow me to anchor her as a commander should. For a brief moment, our eyes met. The Lanshan woman gave a tiny smile. It was a ghost of Loveblood's mad grin, but still, it was there. I made a show of looking at the clock bolted to the bulkhead. Given how most of the great houses had eventually adopted our timekeeping, a Daihu day had 24 hours. That House Electo used said clock for their international shipping was a major factor in its general adoption. Thus, the clock on the bulkhead had a double marking system, the hour hand making a full rotation every 12 hours, but each hour had 2 marks. There was something comforting about seeing simple mechanical clocks with a double marking system. Timepieces like this had been in use across all 3 of my lives. Though I had little personal experience the first time around, it remained a unifying factor. In this case, the clock was running on Daihu time, specially Sylvan, but that was fine, that just meant that local dawn was at some nonsensical hour. Violet Blood was the first to join me. My betrothed sized me up for a moment before bowing her horns and stepping to one side to let Visha approach. "We're ready, Countess," Violet Blood promised. "This is not quite what I expected our first mission as a squadron to be like," I lied smoothly. Something of this nature had been among my list of fears when I had accepted the promotion. Also on that list were a Corpus Incurgio-sized landing, supporting a long-term occupation, and a variety of other types of skullduggery. Compared to the types of things CSR got their talons into, a raid to steal some high-value artifact seemed almost straightforward. Of course, given how secretive the Lady Legate had been about the artifact in question and the general trajectory of all my lives, I sincerely doubted it would stay that way. "But we will rise up and complete the mission," Visha assured. "The Islander girl is right," Violet Blood said, seemingly with a degree of fondness for her fellow flight leader. More pilots stood with ritualista assistants as their checks finished and Lucia approached me after her flight found their feet again. Her eyes were hidden behind the saintly death mask that made up her helmet's faceplate. The features were a bit customized, but at least they were not modeled after Darkstar's features. I might have had to say something if they were. While there was no rule against wearing the mask in her likeness, it was seen as quite presumptive and could reflect badly on the entire unit in the wrong eyes. Even I, with my undeserved reputation, could not get away with such a thing. While the church had given me not so subtle hints that they would not mind if I had taken upon a more overtly religious death mask, one in Darkstar's likeness was, thankfully, still beyond me. My deflection was that the faceplate was part of the gift my Duchess had given me for my 12th birthday and I wanted to honor the martial traditions of my adoptive family. Though in the interests of mollifying ecclesiastical interests, I had over the years added more iconography to my suit. Indeed, I had only actually approved of some of those additions after the fact. Upon my inquiries, Gibbs had mildly indicated that she was merely echoing my sartorial choices and that such symbols were far more prevalent on my off-duty wear. An unlikely story, but I'd had the sense not to push any further. As if in response to my appraisal of her faceplate, Lucia in turn lowered her head to take in the gold 4-pointed stars adorning my greaves and breastplate. Ostentatious ornamentation aside, they were hardly unique. I was far from the only person in my squadron to bear such marks, and they fit within the regulation requirements. When taking veiling into consideration, such coloration hardly mattered. Besides, my wings would be far more noteworthy. "Flight 3 is ready," Lucia stated with every confidence as she walked up, her hooves ringing on the deck. Her confidence was commendable, though I supposed it was easier to project surety when speaking from behind the cover of a mask. Even if her eyes could not be seen, at least she had visible eye lenses, it made her visage more relatable, as opposed to the featureless style of helm the Alina's heathens preferred. With her faceplate down, her voice was a bit distorted given it had to go through the external speakers, something that gave her a bit more gravitas. I nodded to her. "I have no doubts." I pointedly did not look at Violet Blood and her flight of greenhorns. Grey Dawn had also risen to her feet and now was lurking off to the side and watching as the rest of the squadron got up. A dozen legionary flyers in gleaming white, gold, and black ritual plate with enough munitions to take out a battleship formation was satisfyingly intimidating. It was a short walk forward from the maintenance bay to the port catapult gallery. Fitted between 1st Squadron's bay and 3rd Squadron's, the gallery housed a battery of 4 catapults. Outboard of the gallery were the RP landing tunnels, with the takeoff, landing, and touch-and-go angles all carefully laid out to prevent any interference, a feature left thankfully untouched in the ship's conversion. By the time we arrived, the gallery was already bustling with technicians tending carefully to the advanced machinery and consoles. Only a handful of 1st Squadron, including the fleet flight, had arrived yet, though they had taken the opportunity to monopolize the area directly around the launch cradles. Sleek in grey and black Harmonia armor adorned with gold trim, the Shippies and Cenis's girls managed to look irritatingly fast even while standing around waiting. Primus Baroness Crystal Candida had her faceplate up and was glancing about the gallery in a way that barely concealed her disdain for just about everyone in the compartment. I supposed she would have preferred this to have been a purely fleet operation as I nodded in recognition towards her, a perfunctory smile stretching unseen below my mask. There were a number of fleet personnel checking the launchers and coordinating with landing and launch ops. I had a bit of amusement at the mental image of the sober operations personnel moving a dozen mannequin-like tokens on their big display board. Given all the forces about to deploy, they would be very busy right now. There was a bit of relief from the Shippy techies when they saw my squadron approach, fully suited and early enough to count as on time. The primary circuit chimed and the overhead speaker activated. "This is Prefectus Commodore Sharptail," the fleet officer said in a gruff but precise voice. Normally a Melina would be captained by a Trier Arch, but given the value of the Tarantula Hawk, it made some sense that her commander would be a grade higher. "Launch operations are about to commence," Sharptail continued. "The importance of this mission cannot be overstressed, and for this mission to succeed, the landing parties require an intact ship to return to. I expect everyone aboard this ship to do their duty. Ladies, you may launch when ready." The speaker cut off. Relieved by the brevity, I turned to look at my pilots. "You heard the Prefectus," I stated, pitching my voice to carry through the compartment. "We've got our task laid out for us. If you'll line up and be patient, we'll be in the air before you know it." The tension crept back for a moment before the flight leaders took their pilots in hand, busying themselves with chivying the ritual plate-clad demons into a queue. The launcher technicians finished securing the catapult tunnels and a woman wearing Optio's badges motioned for us to advance by flight, as a quartet of catapults would launch us 4 at a time. Which was how lavish Rose Talon ended up standing behind me, queued up behind the number 2 catapult. With her faceplate down, the senator's daughter seemed composed enough. "Prefect, I would like to thank you for giving me a chance," she nodded to me, her voice a little bit tinny, an artifact of when the external speakers were dialed down. Her tail was kept rigidly straight. "You did earn it," I acknowledged, my own voice having the same effect. "Yes, but you could have." She coughed into her hand. The affectation rendered a farcical pantomime given her gauntlets and her mask's non-functional mouth. "Encouraged me to take another path." "You earned it," I repeated. "Centurion, we've known each other for a year. These are just nerves. Listen to Violet Blood, remember your training, you will be fine." The platitude slipped past my lips with the ease of practice. Nodding, her stance almost furtive, she began to speak. "I've made a range." I cut her off with a raised hand. "There's no need to tell me about your last letter. I know you did everything right. You need not worry. Focus on your duty now." She straightened up, a bit of her heroine worship still shining through, despite the months of intense training and my best attempts to beat such idealism out of my trainees' heads. "Yes, Prefect Countess." She saluted sharply. With my speakers off, I returned the salute. At least it was easy to keep in my sigh and frustrated groan. I had to get used to the closed-in environment of breathing recycled suit air anyway. I gave her a nod and turned on my heel. Sometimes the ridiculous footwear had some advantages. I stood in the hangar, awaiting my time in the launch queue. I knew intellectually that the wait was short, but it still felt like a subjective eternity. My heart thrummed in my chest with every second, respirators whirred in my ear, and artificially chilled air blew on my nose and mouth. All these background nuances brought front and center, consuming every scrap of attention and patience I had while I watched the clock tick down, second by second. Finally, one of the fleet ratings motioned for me to step forward. My heels locked into the catapult's shuttle, already vibrating from the power in the charged accelerators. I started spinning up my Zephyr, the air spirits were excited and eager to leap to my call. I could practically feel them whirl across the surface of my suit, churning with barely contained energy. I started to kindle my veils. Guided by the business-like contact from the launch crew, I leaned forward and took the proper stance as the team went down their checklist. Air blew around my suit as the Zephyr started to push my locked legs against the shuttle, their exhaust deflected into ducting. Licking my lips, I went down the indicator lights at the corner of my vision, checking and rechecking to make sure every last piece was in order. After confirming that they were all green, and with blood pounding in my ears, I finally gave verbal and physical confirmation. The launch rating nodded and with one arm raised up unlocked a control lever. Yet still, more waiting, the launch boss who controlled the gallery wanted all 4 catapults to be ready. The delay was short, but with my air spirits pushing both my body and my will and my eyes focused on the spot of darkness at the end of the yawning tunnel before me, the handful of seconds seemed to draw out. Then the lights around the launch tunnel flashed. Suddenly, it felt like I was hit in the chest with a battering ram. The crew and the launch gallery vanished from sight. My stomach lurched. My breathing stopped. My Zephyr pushed against my straining wings. I shot down the tunnel, vision narrowing to a point and turning grey. Then I hurtled out into the open night sky, wings aloft, spirits humming, and breath-catching. As the last bits of stress fell into the well-worn grooves of routine in my body and mind, my suit's display updated. 4th Squadron, Operation Epimetheus had begun. Chapter 25, Smooth Sailing. The War Chronicles of a Little Demon. Set in the Diodemon's verse. A Saga of Tanya the Evil FIC. By Sunshine Temple. Naturally, I do not own Yujo Senki. So here's the disclaimer. Saga of Tanya the Evil. Its characters and settings belong Carlo Zen, Shinobu Shinatsuki, and Nutko, Ltd. Previous chapters and other works can be found at my fanfiction website. FIC/CNC as always is wanted. Chapter 25, Smooth Sailing. Flight 1 of 3rd Squadron schemed over the waves, toes all but touching the dark salt sea below us. Our altitude was low enough that we each had to direct guide our Zephyr to keep from kicking up rooster-tail wakes behind us. Our veils thrummed with arcane energy, their gains cranked all the way up to max power and pitched to counter the scrying systems of our target, a formation of 3 Catalan Company Blauvelt fast attack boats. Sailing at a good velocity and in a somewhat dispersed pattern, the enemy ships were an inviting target. According to the local clock, it was quite early and the local star wouldn't rise for hours to come. The ship's crew should be deep into the back half of a long, dull night shift. Inviting though the target was, I could not invest much attention towards it. Indeed, I had to resist the urge to adjust our heading. This wasn't my show, I reminded myself. For now, Volante's Primus Centurion Victorious Shadow was in charge of Flight 1. Micromanaging her would both undermine her command and detract from my responsibilities, namely that my squadron had 2 other flights. Flight 1, adjust heading to west, 292 Visha calmly ordered over the flight channel, easing my tension as she demonstrated her competency yet again. In addition to resetting our sea level pressure, gravity, and aetherics, the compass and other navigation systems were also reset when we arrived on Harp's world. Then I looked at the larger tactical map and that gnawing tension returned with interest. While my responsibility did not seem insurmountable overall, the greater context of the operation gave me pause. The Catalan Company had 8 Blauvelts, 3 of them in port, 2 patrolling well to the west of here, and the final 3 that we were rapidly approaching. That their Alenus mistresses had not ordered the Catalan Company to sortie all of their vessels indicated that Operation Epimetheus still had the element of surprise and that the Onyx Institute was unaware of the impending raid. But still, there is just so much room for something to go wrong here. I sipped some water from the hydration tube, trying to distract myself from the fruitless worry. Diamond Actual to Flight 2 Actual, I said, opening up on the Squadron Command channel before switching to a private 1-to-1 sub-channel. Flight 2 Actual here, go ahead, Violet Blood crisply replied. My heart swelled, she actually sounded the part of a legionary flyer flight leader. How is your approach? Of the 3 targets, Flight 2's were closest. Functionally there. Kelly's civilian air traffic control systems are limited, they won't spot us and only one of the Catalan ships in harbor has an active scrying array. The others are cold. I blinked. It was a bit surprising, the apparent good fortune at the Catalans lacks procedures, but the Baroness was the commander on scene and I would trust her judgment. Confirm 2 boats are cold. Confirm. They must have been doing some maintenance earlier or maybe they're saving on fuel, either way it'll take some time to get up to steam, Violet Blood practically purred the colloquialism. From the briefings, she knew as well as I did the Blauvelt class didn't use steam engines. I have passive intake from 4 Gorgon rigs. The offer was unspoken. She could send me the imagery and scrying intake. It was my prerogative, but I trusted Loveblood and I did not have time to double-check her work. Good, that'll be useful for damage evaluation after your strikes. I paused. What about the secondary targets? They are all feasible, especially if we can get those 2 ships before they can power up any intercept systems. Violet Blood's confidence bleed through the voice channel as she expressed a complete lack of qualms about her mission. This was why I had given Violet Blood this task, it presented easier targets for her rookie subordinates to gut their teeth on while remaining important enough to require one of my most personally loyal centurions, someone who would not question the choice of secondary targets. Reminding myself of those points made suppressing the brief qualms I felt easy. Have you detected any enemy ritual plate? A flight well north of the city, came the prompt reply from Violet Blood, accompanied by the scrying output. It was still long range, with only partial plots available. Performance curves are likely too advanced for archers. Flight Ops suspects those were Alenus Marzana air superiority suits on the southern end of their patrol circuit with a lower order likelihood that these were Volos pattern suits pretending to be Marzana, but that sounds like boffins hedging their bets to me. And they've already turned heading back north? I asked, studying the map display. The enemy flight path, now being tracked by our occultia, would bring them close to the Institute. No doubt 1st Squadron will be giving them a warm welcome, Violet Blood gleefully stated. Probably, I allowed, holding myself aloof from her enthusiasm. Will this affect the timetable? Flight Ops does not think so but, well, you do have local command for this mission phase, the Baroness finished showing nobility's eye for ruthlessness, technicalities, and plausible deniability. I kept in a sigh. I had no one to blame but myself for this. I picked Violet Blood for this task because she would trust me over flight ops or the mission planners. No, we stick with the timetable. Unless some unexpected complication plants a barb in our eyes, Violet Blood countered, aggressive as always in expanding her margins. Yes, I conceded, unless that. I'll get back at -2 with all the flight leaders. Diamond Actual out. Understood, Violet Blood replied. I took a moment to exhale and center myself before going to a new sub-channel. Diamond Actual to Flight 3 Actual. This is Flight 3, Primus Centurion Lucia Hood promptly replied. Our status is green, nothing to report. I paused, her reply was brusque, but within communications etiquette, if barely. That in and of itself is noteworthy. Ma'am. You didn't detect any enemy ritual plate, I stated. Correct. So where are the Catalan Company's squadrons? I asked. Much to my frustration, that particular formation had been lost in the shuffle of our preparations. This mission did not have enough occultia to keep up a persistent watch, especially since all 4 of those suits were to be active right now. Flight Ops estimated that the mercenary plate had been split up to accompany the 3 formations of Blauvelts, but I now found myself doubting that guess. Splitting your forces into penny packets risked defeat in detail. A fear of just that sort of defeat had begun to set in and was squeezing my chest right now as the 3 Blauvelts continued their merry way, unencumbered by any aerial assets. Ah, Lucia sighed, realizing the issue. You would have updated me if they had been spotted. Myself or Flight Ops, yes, I kept any chastisement out of my voice. Primus Hood was new to my command. Yes, we had trained extensively, but this was a true combat operation, and even the best simulation paled before harsh reality. The weather is nominal, but I suppose we're far enough out to avoid any of the Silverhold's effects. Whatever that thing is, Lucia said, grumbling in my ear. Glancing at the map display projected to the side of my vision, I automatically expanded its range. Despite my cheerleading before we'd launched in third in line, my squadron was likely to get first blood. The other formations simply had targets that were further out. Air Station Dola Gorod was the furthest to the north with the Institute roughly half as far. An additional factor was that the fleet assets also had to reposition. I expect that to get worse once we have hoofs on the ground, I admitted as I adjusted my heading a bit per the instructions Visha had transmitted. Especially if we secure air superiority, Lucia noted, doing wonders for the pulsing knot of tension wrapped around my throat. There is that a concern as well, I sighed in agreement. If the Alliance troops found that they no longer had to worry about Allied forces in the air, then they could use whatever arcane weather magic they had access to brew up a mighty tempest and drive our forces away, possibly freezing them right out of the sky. We've done all we can, and the die has already been cast. What will happen, and our task is merely to play our roles to perfection. Everything else is in Darkstar's hands now. Lucia's tone was fatalistic, her reply doleful. I'm not prideful enough to demand she intercede on my behalf, I said, conceding the point while resisting the urge to snap at her to fix her attitude. At -2 I'll have a check-in with all the flight leaders. Understood. Diamond Actual out, I transmitted and sighed, wishing I could rub the bridge of my nose. Sadly, the suit kept me from that particular stress reliever, never mind the more metaphorical mask my responsibilities demanded of me. Speaking of which, said responsibilities meant that I had yet another call to place. I changed to a new channel. HVF Nightjar, this is 3rd Squadron, Diamond Actual. There was a brief pause. HFV Nightjar, go ahead Diamond, said an almost gratingly chipper voice in the carefully smooth tones of a comms dispatcher. Status check-in, I said before checking the handshake and sending my flight's position data, and then confirming the receipt. We are go for the strike. We are also in position, the dispatcher said as my display updated itself with the Nightjar's data. From within the privacy of my helmet, I frowned and asked, Nightjar, you are closer than I had expected. Not your support isn't welcome, but is everything okay? As the Catalan Company had dispersed their ships both to watch a larger area and to prevent them from clustering as one large target, there were some limits to what one Colibri-class corvette could do, at least not without emptying her magazines. And the Nightjar's sister, the Desert Strix, had already sailed off to the northeast to support the incipient raid on the Alinus air station. It was a delicate balancing act for the colonial mercenaries, as even if they sent all 8 of their Blauvelts on a broad picket line there would still be considerable space between them. The sheer expanse of sea they had to secure was simply too large for their available forces. That said, their scrying systems would still detect most ships, which was why this operation was using 4 specialist highly veiled fleet vessels and why my squadron was approaching on the attack vectors they were. But, by concentrating closer to the shore, the mercenaries would at least have some chance to relay an early warning to the Onyx Institute and the Free City of Kelly. Negative Diamond. Based on enemy readiness, Command has authorized closer support from the corvettes for the initial phase, the dispatcher said breezily with a blithe confidence that truly did grate on my stressed nerves. I see, I exhaled. I would have preferred to have been kept in the loop on this matter, but the mission had so far been just one frustration after another. What was yet another to throw on the pile? Legionaries were expected to carry the load no matter how heavy. The occultia have confirmed that the enemy's stockings are down and their garters are nowhere to be found, the dispatcher chirped, solidifying her place on my shit list. I see, I replied flatly, my stomach tightening with anxiety. I wanted to believe we would get lucky on this mission, despite all my experience screaming to the contrary, but so far the sheer lack of any flies in the ointment was only raising my hackles. The longer we were on smooth sailing, the heavier the impending boot hanging over us. Well, why don't you send us a pair of Svalina just in case? I asked with as much noble hauteur as I could summon to make it clear I was joking. Our entire flotilla had only 4 warding suits, and for this phase they were being placed to intercept anything the air station or the mercenary flotilla launched towards our landing forces. Oh, you know? Maiden 2 has been diverted to provide direct support. I'll patch you through. My entire face twitched, and I had to hold my tongue before a curse could escape it over the microphone. Does Flight Ops know about this diversion? I carefully asked instead, keeping the anger out of my voice. It was not like this dispatcher was the one making these choices, including not keeping the field commanders informed. You'll have to ask Maiden 2, they're the ones who informed us. Ah, by all means, I allowed. At least now I could make some adjustments to the plan. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 8 7 6 5 4 3 2 1. The mission clock read -2. It had taken some prompt and succinct discussion with Flight Ops to unsnarl the improvisations. At the root, someone in Flight Ops, upon seeing the enemy's seeming torpor, had decided to adjust things. That was all fine and good, but she had then failed to push the update to all the relevant field commanders, which was decidedly not. I got the brief pleasure of hearing Lady Legate Jade Javelin cut into the channel to express her displeasure by using the aged expertise of her sardonic wit to rapier-like effect. Fortunately, or unfortunately depending on your perspective, the comms channel had gone private shortly after that, putting that diversion to bed. Interestingly, based on the differing distortion, it did not sound like the Lady Legate was on board the Tarantula Hawk, an insight into a further difference from my understanding of the mission that I could have done without. Frankly, my goblet was already overflowing with these little surprises, and I was running quite low on patience for any more diversions from CSR's already overly complicated plan. This is Diamond Actual, I said over the channel. We are counting down to the strike. Catalan Company RP is still absent. I want a go-no-go from each of you. If you aren't in position, if the enemy did something surprising, if you have a mechanical fault, kindly tell me as much. I exhaled. Flight 1. Go, Prefect, Visha stated, her tone crisp and clear. Flight 2. Go, Countess, Violet Blood purred, her flight had dropped down in altitude and was on a vector that would take them over much of the shipyards. Flight 3. We are go, ma'am, Lucia tersely stated. Nightjar. Birds are in the air, the corvette's dispatcher cheerily replied. Maiden 2. I asked. I would have preferred more time to get them to rendezvous to provide direct support, but the timetable was too tight, and I could count myself lucky to have them at all. Go, Diamond Actual, Lady Primus Felicity Ivory Quiver stated with the precise diction of an alum of a Sylvan finishing school. Despite her apparent refinement, I found the fleet pilot and her wingwoman professional enough in our quick conversation. Though the elite Svalina pilots seemed oddly diffident to me. Confirm, I stated, then centered myself. Flight Ops. Flight Ops. This is Diamond Actual. Third Squadron is ready. Commencing attack runs now. A dozen Polyxo advanced multi-role suits accelerated with Zephyr at max sustained output, which was a tithe below redline. Fuel burn went from high to prodigious. Soon our struggling veiling systems would be overwhelmed. The faster a ritual plate pushed, the more it strained the systems. This early into such a demanding operation I was not willing to risk my squadron suits more than I had to. Time was the Blauvelt fast attack boat's main defense, and distance was of course a function of time. Using our veils and Electan intelligence, my squadron and other assets were still lurking, doing our best to erode that armor as much as possible before we were detected. But as the distance shrank between our targets and my oncoming swarm of ritual plate, the power of their scrying systems grew inversely stronger. It was a race to see if those systems would pierce our veils before we were close enough for it to no longer matter. Of course, the mercenaries had the advantage of terrain, so to speak. Flying across an open sea left us with no cover to hide behind, no environmental factors to strengthen our hand. Violet Blood's flight over the shipyard also limited her flight's concealment options, though nowhere near as much as my other two flights. On such a clear approach, any detection of an incoming strike would prompt a launch of anti-air missiles, followed soon after by rapidly scrambling ritual plate. If we only targeted a single boat, the others in the flotilla would be able to respond. Hence, the dilution of my forces to hit the entire flotilla. Hence, the altitudes and astern approach vectors. Hence, trusting in Vida's associates. Hence, trusting Electon assurances on the Blauvelt's weaknesses. That last part was my greatest concern and the one that squeezed my heart every time I considered how much depended on the word of perfidious Electo. My breath caught in my throat as I watched my squadron dash toward the enemy ships. Around each of the 3 formations on my redoubt were thick concentric lines, the outermost of which was an orange line representing the nominal detection range. My pilots hit the line A and D. Started to cross. The half-dozen active mercenary attack boats continued their present heading. The center of my display was filled with passive imagery of BL-03, my target. The narrow little ship was gliding over the sea with her 2 companions following at either side. And then we were on the other side of the line. Nothing rocketed up from the enemy ships. I exhaled and my heart rate crawled down from its murderous pace. My flight leaders were busy giving orders and checking everyone's targeting. I knew better than to meddle at this stage and merely confirmed to Visha that I had acquired my target. At this point, my role was to confirm that each Blauvelt remained unaware and to be ready for when things went wrong. The next set of circles was even thicker and glowed a venomous red. Glancing at the broader display, I could see that Maiden 2 and the Nightjar were doing their part. A dozen indicator lights inched closer and closer. We were irrevocably committed now. Red was when despite all our tricks, despite all our schemes, we were at risk of being detected. The Boffins had assured us that there would be a margin that we would be in firing range before they could detect us. None of us shared their confidence. The Catalan mercenaries would have to be asleep at their screens not notice the streaking distortions coming in. Flight 1, decrease altitude, Visha commanded her voice calm over the flight channel. As one, the 4 of us dropped almost to sea level. It felt like we were riding the waves in towards Out Quarry. The 3 ships in the little formation ahead of us looked close enough to touch. But still tantalizingly outside of lance range. While the Blauvelt class's main offensive armament was its clutch of cruise missiles, the bigger threat to us were the trio of anti-air missile launchers running from the bow to forward of the superstructure and finally on a stern housing. Of the ship I was facing, it was that aft mount in particular that loomed in my display. Fire at target lock, Visha ordered, seemingly utterly unflappable. BL-03's aft launcher suddenly sprang into life as the launcher arms were fed a pair of broadhead missiles and it rotated back. Enemy launch! Grey Dawn shouted a second before I could make the same declaration. My stomach lurched as I threw myself into a hard evasive course, muted thumps along my armor as chaff deployed from Veridum launchers in an attempt to throw off a target lock. Even still, I flew ever closer to the looming vessel, until finally BL-03 inched into the fringes of our range. 8 eye-searing beams from all 4 of us in Flight 1 cut across the night. Anyone on deck was at risk of being blinded. Especially when the lances impacted with the ship's wards. A Blauvelt had only so much power available for their ward projectors to tap into and it was only the extreme range of the blast that kept those flimsy shields from failing utterly. If we could have closed even a third of the remaining distance, the wards on all 3 of the ships would have popped like soap bubbles. Regardless of the suboptimal range, BL-02 was hit by both Octavia and Grey Dawn, the combined fire causing the ship's wards buckled and collapsed in a shower of orange light, sending uncontrolled flares and corposant racing over its hull. The patrol ship shuddered and, as if hit with a convulsive fit, started blindly launching all of its anti-air ordnance, like a desperately flailing animal in its death throes. By the time the first broadheads reached us, we had already fired our ballista projectors and popped smoke to intercept and confuse the missiles. Can you 2 kindly put that thing out if it's misery? Despite firing her own second volley, Visha's voice held all the emotion of a mess hall request for them to pass her the garum. In the bare frenetic chaos of initial contact our lance accuracy was gravely diminished, but such was PAR for the course, at such intimate ranges, it was evade or die. But even with that handicap, these were pilots of the 3rd Squadron. Pilots trained to my standards. We had few lance shots in our capabilities, and none were wasted even despite our frantic heartbeats. Irritatingly, BL-03 had survived and, worse yet, had somehow managed to rekindle its wards in time for my second attack. At around the same time, the missiles it had launched finally began to orient themselves onto my vector. Teeth clenched, I fired again, determined to finish the job. By the time my lance emitters were smoking and my flasks were empty, BL-03 was a listing wreck, and most of her thin superstructure a flaming charnel house. Octavia finished the wretched thing off with a single lance to the cruise missile farm, detonating the remaining munitions and shearing the sternmost quarter away. The 3-ship formation was a collection of pyres surrounded by a halo of a few bobbing lifeboats that the optimist in me hoped at least some of the crew had managed to reach. Before they had gone to their deaths, though, the 3 ships had done their best to launch as many missiles as possible, doubtless wanting us as their escort to the afterlife. They had fired more than just the broadheads, the Electon export knockoffs that were something like early generation Vels, that had briefly filled the sky. BL-01 managed to launch her arbalest cruise missiles before getting her keel snapped. Thankfully, only half of those had made it into the air, the rest were caught in the ship's conflagration or, lacking guidance, fell back onto their mothership. Still, with the spiteful resolve I couldn't help but find admirable, some now-deceased technician had managed to program Flight 1 as the targets for the remaining cruise missiles. I had a moment to wonder where the Catalan company's ritual plate had gone when Lucia Hood's squawking transmission made their location abundantly clear. Well over a squadron of ritual plates, all Electon export models, had scrambled up from BL-05, the trailing ship of the pair targeted by Flight 2. I had suspected that the mercenaries had concentrated their air assets and I was apparently proven correct. BL-04 and BL-05 were in the middle of the three formations, and that had been where the Catalan company had consolidated their suits. While consolidating their strength made sense, I found myself baffled by their decision to not have a flight airborne serving as an early warning element. Perhaps the Catalan company's readiness had been too low to call for such active measures, or maybe their squadron commanders had been in the middle of a late shift meeting when we had attacked. Even so, the elements active were still only 2/3 of their estimated RP complement. Where were the others? Had they been asleep when their ships were attacked? Lucia had reacted to the enemy RP launching with ruthless aplomb. Land strikes were far from the most efficient anti-air weapon system, but ritual plate launching under their own power were uniquely vulnerable. If not for the fact that Flight 2 was simultaneously attacking a pair of active, warded warships, their fire on the enemy RP would have swept the cold-launched archers and yeomen from the air long before they achieved any appreciable attitude. Unfortunately, the chaos of the moment bought the mercenary pilots just enough margin to avoid such an easy end. The sector of the map display detailing the central formation quickly devolved into a mess. Lucia and her pilots had the range and performance edge, but the Electon export suits had the weight of numbers on their side. They also profited from direct fire support courtesy of the two Blauvelts, who were rapidly disgorging the entirety of their anti-air magazines. However, said ships were both sustaining a rapidly increasing number of hits, already their wards flickered, on the brink of complete collapse. Her incoming fire began to slip through the patchy defenses and below hold decks, ruptured compartments erupted into flames. And Flight 2 was not without their own fire support, the nightjar had already begun to lend the embattled pilots some help. Fighting my own battle, I sucked in a breath. Flight 2 would achieve their mission, BL-04 and BL-05 were not going to survive the night, that much was certain, but the cost they could still exact in their death throes remained an open question. Closer to home, Flight 1 was already pressing onward, leaving a trio of burning wrecks in our wakes. Again, the mercenaries had earned their wages. Before they had dived overboard or died at their stations, the ship's crews had fired off their parting shots. We were pursued by a cloud of 4 broadhead anti-air missiles, with a trio of arbalest cruise missiles lagging behind. As such weapons went, the larger Electon leftovers were marathon runners to the sprinters that were their smaller broadhead companions. The arbalest was designed to take out large far-ranged targets, hence the risk my squadron had shouldered to sink these damnable little ships before they could hurl their payloads at our own naval assets, or worse, our ground team. Dangerous though the arbalests were, they were spectacularly ill-suited to take out nimble ritual plate. But much like our now depleted lances, the large ordnance could be haphazardly pressed into the anti-air role, especially with their narrow speed advantage. But the big missiles were a problem for the next minute. First, we had to deal with the broadheads. They were less of a threat to us now that the hands guiding them had sunk still burning below the waves, but their simple seekers would continue to draw them after us. Our choice of response boiled down to either slowing down and kindling our veils to lose them, or maintaining our headlong rush to draw out the closing time, increasing the window before impact so we could pick them off as they approached. All 4 of us were already shooting down the lead missiles as they entered our sectors, depleting our secondary weapons magazines in the process. A third option presented itself as a pair of bright purple symbols blinked onto my display. Maiden 2 to Flight 1, we are on intercept set markers. Lady Primus Ivory Quiver said, her tone snootily detached as if the battle was figuratively as well as literally beneath her. The Svalina was a fast ritual plate, which technically added to the suit's overall expense, but given the astronomical total cost, not by much. After all, a defensive interceptor would be of little use if it could not rapidly reposition. Fortunately, Ivory Quiver and her wingwoman had proactively begun moving into position before I had even thought to call them into play. It took years of training to not overstep my bounds. Besides, I had both a wider and narrower tactical picture to deal with as I kept abreast of the other 2 flights and continued firing my ballista. Lucia's Flight 3 was dealing with an RP formation that, while inferior in performance, heavily outnumbered them. Flight 2 though. Flight 2 showed that Violet Blood had the luck of the damned. Overwhelmed by 4 Pollexo who had found concealment within the harbor buildings and cargo yards, BL-06 had managed to get off some shots before being sunk. BL-07, on the other hand, must have either been refueled, had unstowed munitions left out on deck, or some other improperly stowed flammables because it had gone up like a feast day firework. The resulting explosion also took out BL-08, neither ship getting a chance to shoot back at the plunging suits that sent them to their doom. But my bloody Baroness had not been content with only 3 ship kills to her name. Instead, she had plunged on, rapidly fulfilling secondary mission objectives to the letter. 3 ships sunk, Countess. She crowed with justifiable pride. And then Lavish took out a tank farm. And oh! This is the best part. Skyspear spotted a barge that was being pushed out the harbor's main channel, and we managed to sink it in place. My Baroness was quite proud. Let the colonials try to fix that. Good work, Primus, I stated. Chastising her for her zeal and lack of professionalism over the comms would come later, for now we had a mission. And she had completed her tasks with minimal casualties. It was unfortunate that Flight 2 was too far away for either of its sister flights to provide support. Proceed to the rendezvous point for rearmament. Confirm, Prefect. She practically chirped. I exhaled, relieved. That was one fewer plate I had to keep spinning, and I allowed more of my focus back to the flight I was in. Flight 3's own support was inbound at least. Flight 1, Maiden 2, go to the following waypoint. Priority on the broadheads, if you please, Visha effortlessly ordered. There was a light, but oh so polite, chuckle, as if Visha had told Lady Ivory Quiver a slightly too risque joke for polite company. Don't worry Flight 1, just focus on catching any stragglers that escape our net. You heard the maidens. Visha stated over the flight channel. Reorient to the following vectors on my mark, she ordered as new headings populated my display. There was a beat as the 2 Svalina present in Maiden 2 descended and came in on an oblique intercept track. The 4 of us in Flight 1 turned and made a pattern that was something like an elongated blooming flower as our formation expanded. Normally a flight would fly in a pattern that, while dispersed, would still give mutual support, but now we were supporting something entirely different. Lady Ivory Quiver raced towards the cloud of broadheads and their following arbalests. Having been launched at nearly the same time and at functionally the same location, they were less dispersed than we were, but the missiles still filled an arc of the sky. That was, of course, before Lady Ivory Quiver and her wingwoman dropped their veils and charged up their potent IA ward projectors. Ace Valina had 2 ward systems, a conventional personal warding similar to any ritual plate as well as the specialized and powerful wards that defined the suit's role. The resulting signal was broad enough that the 2 Svalinas spiked on my own scrying intake. It was a signature that the missiles could not ignore. More advanced warheads, such as ones with spirit guidance, would notice that the signals were too strong, as would any scrying teams providing missiles direction. But the personnel who would have manned those scrying teams were dead now, that were huddled in lifeboats, and neither the broadhead nor the arbalest mounted a sufficiently advanced guidance system to compensate for their loss. Thus, dozens of broadheads and all 3 arbalests zeroed right in on Maiden 2, who was now flying right at them. The range rapidly closed in and Ivory Quiver triggered her potent IA ward projectors. What had been a spike on my scrying intake was now a massive pulse as suddenly a capital ship-grade ward blossomed out in front of the Ivory Quiver. More like a giant comet than a proper bubble that easily encompassed herself and her wingwoman with space to put a small airship, however, all the strength of the energy shield was in its front which smashed into the incoming barrage. The Electo-Export missiles were smart enough to detect the ward and tried to preemptively detonate. Against a normal ritual plate-grade warding, their safeguard detonation would have burned right through the wards, leaving the suit horribly vulnerable. But the Svalina's entire purpose was to carry warding far beyond that mounted upon a normal ritual plate, warding sufficient to intercept just about any threat. So instead, over 3 dozen broadheads and a single arbalest spent their energy on a ward that ignored their fury with contemptuous ease. Strong though the adamantine barrier was, it was equally short-lived. In seconds, the vast comet burned itself out. And there were still at least 20 broadhead anti-air missiles and a pair of cruise missiles flying right toward Maiden 2. But then Ivory Quiver's wingwoman activated her potent TIA wards and brushed them aside. I couldn't help but be impressed by the brilliant display of pyrotechnics, magic, and teamwork. Despite training alongside them and the rare deployment, it was the first time I had been this close to a pair of Svalina in combat. The warding suit was breathtakingly expensive but, as my yet unblemished flight could attest, certainly worth every ore. There were still a handful of broadheads left after the second major ward failed, but the cupping formation I and the rest of Flight 1 assumed took them out while Maiden 2 moved back to a slightly more protected position. Ace Valina could only activate her potent TIA wards a handful of times before the pilot had to go back to a carrier for refueling and swapping out a fresh set of projectors. The spent projectors could be refurbished a number of times, but that was a time-intensive process. There was no reason for them to waste more than 2 charges on us. Besides, my pilots were more than capable enough to mop up the mindless stragglers. While we faced undirected missiles, the mercenary RP pilots were nowhere near so lucky. The supporting fire from the Nightjar was not as flashy as the Maiden 2's contribution. At the go, no-go check-in, they had launched a trio of Roadwolf light aerial torpedoes. One of the shiny new munitions CSR had earmarked for this mission, each carrying 5 Vel Sprint missiles. Unlike its sister variants, the Vel Sprint was little more than a guidance package, warhead, and a sustainer rocket engine for terminal maneuvering. Compared to the mighty Skofnung, which carried a breathtaking 20 full-size Vel missiles, the Roadwolf was less impressive. On the other wing, the Roadwolf was far smaller, and an airship could carry 8 of the smaller munitions in space required for a single Skofnung. Lucia eagerly accepted control of the 3 Rodwolfs when they entered her area of operation. Unlike with a Skofnung, which could practically be pointed in the vague direction of an enemy squadron and be expected to shatter it, its smaller sister had to be guided with greater care. Still, Flight 3 now had 15 Vel missiles of their own to play with. Against an enemy already whittled down to a mere baker's dozen enemy ritual plate, that could make all the difference. On my display, I saw that Centurion Charity Breeze Flowers icon had an amber diamond. Her suit had sustained moderately damage but was still reasonably functional, the same could be said for the pilot. She had pulled back to the protective aft position in the flight's staggered diamond formation. The Catalan company's pilots were proving themselves reasonably proficient in the skyward dance. They had fallen into a formation that, while unimaginative, was at the very least cohesive. Those in the glorified trainer archer suits had been placed at the leading edge of the assault, a decision that displayed a willingness on the part of their commander to make some rather ruthless calculations. Behind the more expendable plates, a number of the remaining broadhead missiles were being directed by the yeomen from their relative safety in the rear. Overall, it was a formation that, for being thrown together in the middle of the night on a hectic launch while their ship was sunk from under their boots and with many of their number already blown out of the sky, was certainly impressive by the standards of an off-world mercenary company. It also showed a foolhardy optimism in their chances of success. Were I in their place, I almost certainly would have opted to surrender or at least opt for a more defensive posture. I suppose that was the cost of having a ruthless commander. The mercenary pilots already had plenty of their sisters in arms who were bobbing in the water. They could be fishing them out of the water and into the lifeboats. They could be watching the lifeboats in case one capsized. At the very least they could be calling Kelly's Port for a ship to come and pick up the survivors. However, not only were they implementing none of those loss prevention measures, but violet blood had blocked the port's main channel, cutting off outside avenues of help. The only chances any of their wounded had of recovery was through their intervention. And instead, they had opted to pick a head-on fight against us. Crazy demons. Lucia had tightened her formation with herself as the lead element as they used their superior speed and maneuverability to spiral about to try to flank the incoming mercenary formation. And then the trio of Rodwolfs dropped down on a near vertical descent. Like the larger Fujiwara torpedo, the Notice spirits provided remote guidance, and, at Lucia's prompting, the 3 centered on the aft half-dozen yeomen. The torpedoes split apart and disgorged their munitions. The stubby anti-air missile's engines lit and 15 Vel sprints utterly swamped the formation. A few yeomen managed to fire off flares, but given the plethora of data being fed and directed, almost all of the Vels ignored the distractions. An entire flight's worth of enemy RP was simply deleted from my display, with 2 more spiraling out of control. Then Lucia revealed her next trick. Flight 3 still had lance munitions. A pair of searing beams shot out of Charity's suit and erased the last 2 undamaged yeomen. Without direction, the mercenaries' own missiles went to local control, defaulting to their onboard guidance systems. Formation stumbling, the archers tried to close in. They still had numbers and some missiles. I wondered who the too young, too proud, too brave mercenary officer was leading the remains of her squadron to their deaths before the question ceased to matter. Flight 3 launched their own black fog countermeasures and utterly shredded the enemy archers. To call what happened next a dogfight was to call a pack of hungry wolves descending on a wounded foe in a pitched battle. Flight 3 simply outmaneuvered, outthrusted, and their secondary ballista projectors outranged the archers' rather underpowered weapons. The yeomen, with their superior weapons, performance, and air direction capabilities, on the other hand, would have had a chance. Which was exactly why Lucia had killed them first. Exhaling, my eyes scanned the display. The scrying intake cleared and the local map was left with nothing but the Maiden 2, HFV Nightjar, and the 12 icons of my squadron. No matter what was happening in the rest of the opening phases, and I could see a number of icons vectoring into Air Station Dola Gorod, my squadron had made it through this phase at least. After sipping some water, I hissed through my teeth. All my pilots were alive, but upon looking at their statuses they were not out of the woods yet. Charity had some real damage that would make for a complicated landing. Flight Ops, this is Diamond Actual. Phase 1 complete. I repeat, Phase 1 complete. The Catalan company is neutralized, I stated, putting the weariness out of my voice as I activated the broth heater. The night was still early. Excellent news, Diamond Actual, the dispatcher acknowledged. No planned deviations. Commence to the next phase. Confirm, Flight Ops. Diamond out, I transmitted. I took a sip of the bland, nutritious broth. Its warmth helped. I toggled over to a private channel. Fight 3, this is Diamond. Well done. Thank you, Lucia replied. Are we proceeding to the resupply? Because. I cut her off. Correct, and I need a no-bullshit assessment on Charity. Yet. I have eyes on her right now. I was going to call you about this. Can she make a carrier landing? Lucia laughed. She's missing her left leg below the knee. I swore. That, complicated things. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 8 7 6 5 4 3 2 1. The Colibri class was small, fast, cheap, and came in many variants. Some didn't even have teleport runes. The torpedo corvette version was basically a flying missile boat. Its hull and gondola had been designed towards supporting its ability to carry and launch a full 8 Fujiwara heavy aerial torpedoes. However, as shown tonight, it could swap some of those spots out for a larger number of smaller munitions. Really, it was shocking how single-mindedly the torpedo corvette variant had been oriented towards its singular specialist role. Even the ritual plate complement and maintenance bay was secondary to the great munitions the tiny ventral deck was built around. The Colibri corvette's light RP squadron could expand their ability to find and provide target guidance to have at least some capability to put up a combat air patrol. Even the HFV Nightjar fell into the same role. Yes, the specialized equipment she carried made the ship far more expensive than the standard corvette, but the Nightjar was still far cheaper than the larger highly veiled ships in the fleet. With her capability to sneak past enemy defenses and launch over half a dozen large munitions, I was sure the Nightjar and her sisters kept many enemy war planners up at night. I wondered if any of those feverishly dreaming war planners had ever considered the use we were about to put the Nightjar to in those anxiety-fueled dreams. Somehow, I doubted it. This ship did technically have a landing and launch ops, but it represented a tertiary function at best. Most of the ship's crew were singularly focused on caring for the large torpedoes slumbering in the bow half of the ship. Tonight, however, the onboard launch crews would certainly be earning their pay tonight given the unconventional ritual plate landing awaiting them. A landing so unconventional that the whole thing had gripped me with a rather unpleasant feeling of powerlessness. With one leg, Centurion Charity Breeze Flower couldn't make a normal landing. There were procedures, of course. If we were over ground, she could land in place and a search and rescue bird would pick her up. Even with the sea below us, the VTOL earmarked for that role in this phase of operations had been warmed up, but whether it would arrive on time to fish her out before she drowned was a question of distance and time I didn't want to ask without knowing the answer in advance. There were procedures to have a pilot eject her suit, which was vital over a water crash, but right now her suit's systems were what was keeping her from bleeding out. In extremis, another ritual plate could grab onto the stricken pilot, but that would slow both down. The issue was further complicated by the lack of assets on hand. While Nightjar was the closest friendly vessel, it did not carry any VTOLs. On the upside, its aft hangar was large enough that a Spadea or a larger Umbra could land. Instead of directing Charity to the rather small RP landing tunnel, Nightjar's landing and launch ops was directing her towards the yawning aft mouth of that hangar while the crash netting was rapidly spooled across the decking of the vacant VTOL berth. All Charity had to do was make it to the Nightjar's largest portal and then effectively go limp, falling safely into the crash netting, hopefully without sustaining further injury. What worried me, however, was the suit's tourniquet system, currently the only thing keeping my pilot alive. Hopefully it was redundant by now. Hopefully Charity had healed up enough to not bleed out the moment the techs popped her suit open. Yet hope was a debased currency in the face of uncaring reality. That she had gotten this close under own power already had surprised me. That she could still succumb to her wounds even now, so close to the finish line, consumed my mind. As her flight leader, Lucia was flying wingtip to wingtip, standing ready to catch Charity in case the wounded flyer lost consciousness. Iron Talon and Adriana, the other two members of her flight, were running close escort. My eyes were fastened to the display, thoughts pensive as I watched the final approach. The most I could do, the most First Flight could do, was adjust our heading and act as pickets just in case something tried to jump Third Flight or the Nightjar. I had ordered Violet Blood's unit to take a similar slight deviation on their side of the vessel. It was not that I was without authority. At any time I could jump into the channel I was monitoring where the mission-wide flight ops dispatcher handed off authority to Nightjar's landing ops. Yet, to what end? A key aspect of leadership was knowing when not to try and fix things by sticking your tail into already turbulent waters. Further stressing an already harried dispatcher and the wounded pilot who seemed to be still flying solely via gridded wool would sooner get someone killed than bring her home safe faster. Altitude match, heading confirmed. Reducing velocity to intercept, Charity enunciated through clenched teeth. I glanced at my status update, and while her suit had not tossed out any more alerts, I was less than happy with her physical condition. But there was nothing I could do now, not at this point. She was on final approach. If anything happened, it would be up to Lucia to catch her. Charity's icon approached the Nightjar from the aft. The two icons grew closer and closer on my display. While I had other plates to keep spinning, and other pilots to keep in mind beyond Charity, this was very critical. Thankfully, that was why I had subordinates. Checking to make sure Violet Blood was monitoring the situation, I pulled my attention away to check my other two fights and to update Quirinus. I only took up a brief moment of her time. She was busy with Phase 2 of tonight's operation. With Air Station Dola Gorod neutralized, the Catalan company on the bottom of the sea, and many of the Onyx Institute's defenses sabotaged by broadcast recon infiltrators, the primary assault was about to commence. Slowing, Charity's Pollux wobbled onto a stable path before going between the Nightjar's twin ventral tail fins. The stricken pilot had to hit a target 40 feet wide by 25 feet tall, well over 10 times the area required for a normal carrier landing, and was doing so at a far slower speed than normal. My body tensed. Not only was she being guided in, but Charity's status was monitored, and Lucia was right behind her. It would take something extraordinary for everything to wrong now. We have her. The landing ops dispatcher said, excitement slipping past her training. Lucia landed right after Charity, though with far less trouble and without the swarm of responding ritualista and medicos. I heaved a sigh as the stress flowed out of me, every muscle relaxing for a single glorious moment. Then, break time over, I concentrated on getting the rest of my squadron to the Nightjar. The 2 remaining pilots for Flight 3 circled around to take a more conventional landing approach. Normally I would have done this in stages, keeping at least a flight in the air to give the Nightjar some semblance of a combat air patrol, but time was of the essence, and it was not like we would be lingering in the area after we refueled and rearmed. Maiden 2 had already redeployed. Thankfully the other 10 landings proceeded routinely. Shortly thereafter, I found myself in a cramped RP maintenance bay sized with only 9 arming chairs. Save for a corridor on the port side to allow for the transport of torpedoes from the aft hangar to the magazine and launchers on the bow, the compartment was almost the full width of the Nightjar's slender embarkation deck. Forward of the starboard RP landing tunnel and aft of the RP catapults the maintenance bay was a bare 25 feet by 60 feet. Maybe the compartment would have been more comfortable with the normal amount of RP and ritualista, but this was not my squadron's bay, and save for the handful of maintainers we had shipped over before the operation commenced, these were not our ritualista. The whole affair had a slightly awkward feel to it. We were, after all, strangers to this ship and its spirits. Even our spirits had a bit of anxiety, reflecting our own worry back at us. The incense thankfully did help soothe them, though even that was a slightly more sandalwood and sharp-smelling blend than we were accustomed to back in our home berths. It took the edge off, but barely anything more. Despite their failure to be our usual ritualista, the maintainers worked quickly to replace the flasks for our lances with fresh cells for my first 2 flights. Flight 3, the earliest to land, had more time on deck and was getting a bit more attention, along with Octavia. I supposed the speed was partially due to the help provided by our own loner ritualista, and partially due to the Nightjar being the home of 7 Harmonia and a pair of Svalina. While most of the girls on deck weren't my ritualista, they were certainly still experienced with quickly swapping out high-energy arcane components. Sipping some fleet brew, I took a moment to go over the damage list that had been thrust into my hands almost before I'd exited my plate. All told, it could have been a lot worse and I had no right to complain. Charity, on the other hand. I bit back a grimace. Handing the clipboard back, I walked over to the casualties. After being stabilized on the hangar deck, my injured pilot had been carried forward to the maintenance bay. Partially because the Corvette was small enough that its sick bay did not have much in the way of a surgery, partially because her suit did need to be peeled off of her, no small task with one of her legs mangled. "Ma'am," Charity said with a vague salute, her eyes a bit glassy with analgesics. This end of the compartment stank of blood, though I was happy to note that the maintainers had mopped up enough to keep anything from dripping onto the deck. "Centurion." My tail flicked as I took in the damage. Below the knee her leg was gone completely, and what was left of the joint was a twisted ruin of splintered bone and wet shredded cartilage. Even with the medics and ritualista working, there were still glittering metal shreds peeking out from pulpy red flesh, the remnants of the exploding plate that had sheared through her leg. I did not stare. I had seen worse countless times. I had survived far worse injuries myself. I knew Centurion Breeze Flower would recover, given time and proper feeding. With just over 100 on billets, the Nightjar was too small to have a proper surgeon, but even a fleet medico could keep someone alive. Charity was done for tonight, that was true, but it wouldn't take more than a couple days of good feeding and medical care to get her ready for duty again. It would have to wait until the doctor signed off on it, and at the moment the medical staff wanted to wait until we returned to Mersum, but it might only take a week for Charity to be back on her feet. It'd almost be like it never happened. Physically, at least. Just because we could heal almost any physical wound did not mean that we didn't get scars. When it came to matters of the mind, psychological trauma could be far harder to see, let alone treat, than something as trivial as a lost leg. I would make sure to have a quiet word with Lucia on if there was any trauma accumulation and that Charity really was ready to pilot again. "I can still go out," the older pilot assured, gritting her fangs as the medicos removed a bit of shrapnel. "I don't need no legs to fly." "You did good tonight," I stated, ignoring the logistics of how a one-legged pilot could use a catapult. "We'll take the rest from here." I nodded to Lucia, still in her arming chair. She would have been here but the lance emitters and their power cables had been removed from her suit and she was still waiting for her new mission modules to be broken out. She also still needed to have her ward emitters swapped out before the maintainers would sign off on her readiness. The same explosion that had taken Charity's leg had also burnt out Lucia's emitters. If things had been a bit different, I would have been down both of those too, likely permanently. Of course, ma'am, Charity said before the ritualista moved to unbuckle her torso armor and remove the breastplate. Don't feel guilty, I said and raised my voice so the whole maintenance bay could hear. An enemy flotilla has been sunk because of you all. You sank your number in enemy ships, while us officers were just along for the ride. In a just world we would all be celebrating back on the Tarantula Hawk. This time the cheer was more ragged, but I allowed it. They were tired, distracted, and focused on getting ready. But this is Harp's world, and the reward for good work is more work. My smile sharpened, brimming with teeth. Check your systems, get some water in you, use the head if you have time. We will be returning to the air soon, ladies. Not all of the medics had clustered around the tall blonde. There were a couple with a ritualista on the next chair over. One of Violet Blood's rookies had her helmet off, which was handed to me by Violet Blood. The right side behind the horns to the nape of the neck was just dented. For once my cocky betrothed looked subdued. Expecting the worst, I looked to Pulavia vibrant fang. Instead of a shattered skull, there was only a bit of blood matting her green hair. Countess, she said with a slight slur. I noticed one of her eyes was not quite focusing. I told you we could do it, she stated with a slow, deliberate diction. If I had known, I'd at least have had her take the crash landing in the aft. She was flying just fine, Violet Blood babbled as her tail curled. I saw the readout from her suit and agreed, I said, and gave her a reassuring emotional pulse. We don't think there's anything broken, but if an explosion went by close enough to her head. The medico gave me a careful look, adjusting her gloves. I can patch her up, but... My hand went up. I'm not having her fly. Primus Countess, I can do it. Pulavia cried to me. I kept in a wince at her getting my rank wrong. Centurion. I need someone to keep an eye on Charity, can you do that for me? Her nutmeg features flushed with concentration as she nodded. I patted her on her armored shoulder. Charity, I want you to help her too. You'll be wingwoman for the rest of the night. The far older and far more lucid pilot gave me a knowing nod. I motioned for Violet Blood to follow as I went to Lucia. It happened after we took out their harbor facilities. You said if we had the opportunity. And you took it, I assured her. At that moment the Alinas up at the air station weren't sure what was going on. They didn't know if they would be facing an attack or if the free city of Kelly was being softened up for a raid. At least that was the intention of the mission planners. I was not certain if our ruse would fool the Alinas, and to be honest neither were Invidia nor her associates. But they did figure that the lives, and livelihood, of some off-world stevedores and merchant sailors were worth it. That was how the Great House game was played. We're down 2 pilots, I stated without preamble once we reached Lucida. No, her name is Lucia, Primus Centurion Lucia Hood. Her Polyxo had almost been fully switched over to air superiority mode, but that still gave me a captive audience. Her purple eyes looked up at me with a haughty uncertainty. I pushed that aside. Octavia's being seconded to your flight. Her rearming also concluded, Visha approached. I was poaching one of her pilots from first, but as squadron commander, this was my prerogative. The Lancian woman nodded. Giving us a full flight of air superiority, and 2 light flights of strike units. We will be working closely together, I nodded to Violet Blood. The second phase of the operation was where our squadron's flexibility would come in handy. We would be kitted out depending on what Quirinus needed to help secure the landing zones. Not breaking us up? Violet Blood asked. I shook my head. That will be up to Quirinus. When I talked to her she wanted us all as one strike unit with organic escort elements. Can't spare first or the fleet harmonious squadron? Lucia asked, flexing a hand as the ritualista worked on swapping out her mission modules. I shook my head. Fleet girls are rearming on the desert Strix. The second phase is getting into a touchy spot and we will be supporting the main landings. Visha nodded. Anything about the remaining Alina's strength? Fleet girls in the Strix say they neutralized the air station so the landing's northern flank should be secured. You sound skeptical. Violet Blood's smile was all fangs. I would not so easily dismiss the Alinas, I replied, and gave her a measuring look. How are you two doing? I asked my betrothed and Lucia, lowering my voice. Charity will pilot again, Lucia said with an exaggerated shrug. While the gesture was partially due to her armor, the fact remained that despite her longer experience she still had yet to lose a pilot in combat. I'll make sure to correct Pulavia for her mistake later on, Violet Blood promised with her classic hauteur, but it felt thin now, exposing a hint of the raw undercurrent of concern underneath. The noble family running barony of Lilla had given their lives in the Imperatrix's service to the level that the whole thing was all down to just Violet Blood and, to my understanding, a cousin of some sort. My love blood knew she could die. A tour at Fob Emerald Inferno would dissuade even the most stubborn of their illusions of mortality, but this was the first time she was responsible for the lives of others. Make sure she deserves it before you get too harsh, I said, sipping some water. You always were too kind with your rookies, Violet Blood Softy chuckled. The Countess's training shows she cares about their well-being, Visha happily agreed. Tail flicking, Lucia gave her fellow flight leaders a gaze of barely concealed concern as her eyes darted toward the exits. I nodded. Right, get your flights up and checked out. I want you to make sure one of our ritualists has verified everyone's lance flasks or conversion to air superiority. My subordinates nodded as one. It was not that we distrusted the Nightjar's ritualista, but they had little practical experience with Polyxo or lance systems. Besides which, it never hurt to be too prepared when flying headfirst into carnage. Visha, tell launch ops that we'll be ready shortly. With only one launcher we can focus on the first flight with everyone suited up, but I don't want to penny packet us into the air, and I stopped as there was a chime in my ear. 1 second. I keyed my comms system. Diamond Actual here. Tapping my ear, I motioned for my flight leaders to patch into the channel. This is flight ops with an alert to strike elements. The barometer is falling across all fleet and airborne elements, the strongest drop is nearest to the Institute. Temperature has dropped slightly. Fleet Tempstery, I have reported ill auspices on the auguries observed with their scrying. Forward elements are trying to counter this effect. Repeat pressure dropping, temperature to follow, ill omens. Command suspects the Silverhold is being activated, the dispatcher said with the same mild tone she was trained to say everything with. Confirm flight ops. Diamond Squadron is down 2 pilots. We'll be launching in. I paused to take in the maintenance bay and the amount of work left to be done, 4 minutes. Understood Diamond, we'll update once you get in the air. Flight ops out, the dispatcher closed the connection. I held out a bit of a breath I had been holding. In a previous life, I would have had less latitude to ground 2 of my pilots. A singular raid was far from a major conflict. Though if things went wrong, this could be the opening shots in the Fourth Great House War. That long? Lucia asked. We can push the ritualista and get in the air in half the time. My VS gave her withering looks. I put up a hand and lowered my voice. If it were our ritualista team? I would trust Gibbs to know what checks to skip and not have one of our girls blow up when she tried to charge her emitters. No, we do this by the book. The last thing we can afford right now is losing any more of our girls to rushed maintenance of all things. Go to your flights and see what our ritualista need to get your pilot's flight ready. The 3 saluted and strode off, their heels clanging on the deck. I took a moment to watch their armored forms before I closed my faceplate. I had enough time to get an overall tactical update and call Quirinus to get orders in her sense of things. I knew that it was going to be a long night. Chapter 26, Inclement Weather. The War Chronicles of a Little Demon. Set in the Diodemon's verse. A Saga of Tanya the Evil FIC. By Sunshine Temple. Naturally, I do not own Yujo Senki. So here's the disclaimer. Saga of Tanya the Evil, its characters and settings belong Carlo Zen, Shinobu Shin Atsuki, and Nutko, Ltd. Previous chapters and other works can be found at my fanfiction website. FIC/CNC as always is wanted. Chapter 26, Inclement Weather. The Onyx Institute was on fire, that was entirely our fault. The hail pelting 2nd and 4th squadrons and threatening to put our fires out was not. Despite our efforts, the Silverhold was active. As my diminished squadron raced to the north, I split my attention, arranging my forces as I studied the tactical plot. Soon, I expected that we would be tasked with our first attack runs, perhaps sooner than my pilots thought, if they expected everything to go per the briefing. While we were engaged with sinking those mercenary sailors, and as the fleet girls had bombed that Alenus air base, the broadcast recon team had become the first of the Imperatrix's forces to make hoof fall on Harp's world. Complicating their arrival had been the presence of jammers in all of the Institute's critical locations, including Building 37, the presumed location of our target. The plan called for broadcast recon to teleport to a location just outside of the jammers' range and then infiltrate the facility from there. I was not sure how they would disguise the magical signature, but given the Elder Demoness Jade Javelin was presumably on the same VTOLs that the raiders had teleported from, I had my suspicions. Broadcast Recon's target had not been Building 37 nor any other similarly flashy location. In this early phase of the operation, they had studiously avoided the Silverhold or any of the other experimental facilities, remaining laser-focused on their preliminary objectives. Their designated target was the Institute's auxiliary control room for its physical plant. Places like the main scrying arrays and antennae farms would be more heavily guarded, but the mission's planners had hypothesized that security would be lighter around a redundant location like the backup control room. Their goal had been more than simple sabotage. From that control room, they had hopefully learned all that the Institute possessed that required such large amounts of power. Any power, be it electrical, steam, or arcane, was after all traceable through its distribution network. Based on the information Broadcast Recon had unearthed, our targeting information would be updated, and soon afterward, the main landing would then commence. We would arrive too late to take part in all of that. I did not know if the bombardment came from the Tarantula Hawk's small but secretive magazine or the Desert Strix, but by the time we arrived, the Institute's scrying systems, air defense installations, the 6th River Detachment's likely barracks, and hangars for the base's Golem complement were all engulfed in flames. Under the protective cover of Quirinus's 1st Squadron, 24 Sarpedana ground attack RP were running constant sorties on anything that offended the Tribune's sensibilities. Somehow, CSR's audacious madcap plan was actually working. As the defenders reeled, the other squadrons punching a hole in their defense, our landing craft swooped low, getting as close as possible before delivering our forward recon scouts, the grenadier teams, Laris and his boys, and our combat mages to the operation zone. Despite the unseasonable sleet, the small air defense golems we brought with us were coming online. And Building 37 itself was assaulted. Observing from miles and miles to the south, my squadron's channel erupted in cheers. "We better not be late," Millie said with what I hoped was a mock pout. I did share her desire to not be tardy, but as fast as our Pollux were there was only so fast we could go, and while an option that could guarantee our timely arrival existed, I was not ready to use that contingency, not yet at least. "There will be plenty of the two-faced curs left to face our wrath," Lavish declared with a haughty sniff as if tonight were not the first time she had killed anyone in anger. I could understand my pilot's exuberance, their blood was still up after destroying an enemy flotilla, they'd seen the enemy driven away from our might, they wanted to avenge our wounded, and the Silverhold was tantalizingly within our grasp, and the call for vengeance sung in their veins. But House Elena was our greatest rival for a reason. "Hopefully there will be some Elenus armor left by the time we get there," Melisande laughed. "I'd hate to go all that way and not be needed." "We've gotta make it up to Pulevi's absence," Rose Talon smugly cheered. "And we brought plenty of ordnance. Be ashamed to return to base with full flasks." Just as I was about to temper their exuberance with a few carefully chosen words, another voice beat me to the punch. "You thin-tailed, soft-horned braggarts," Violet Blood growled over the channel, her tone full of scorn. "A treat broodling who followed her sisters has more sense than you lot. One only has to look at the weather overlay to know the enemy isn't out of this fight." "Thank you, Primus Centurion," I stated. "Prefect Countess," my betrothed acknowledged. "Violet Blood is right," I said as I highlighted some items on the squadron-level tactical plot. "Note that Building 37 is still in enemy hands. We have not confirmed that all enemy armor has been destroyed. More tellingly, despite the power being cut, the Silverhold has been activated, and despite our Tempsteriai's best efforts, our friends are fighting in a gale right now. Taken together, what does all of that tell you?" "That the Silverhold can be used as a weapon against ground troops?" Visha asked. "They want to deny the sky to us," Grey Dawn remarked. "Elena is only doing this because they have a counterattack planned," Lucia stated. "Correct, all of you." I smiled. "They are buying space and time. If I were tasked with defending this facility I would secret away as much of my equipment as I could." "Ah, that explains these vectors," Violet Blood purred as she went over the attack runs I had proposed. "And why my flight is running anti-air suppression," Lucia noted. "Indeed, while Elena is not above attritional spoiling attacks, their preparations and these crack troops mean they'll only launch their counterattack once they think they can take us out, and that includes getting enough launchers to clear us from the sky." "Great." Lucia crawled. "So you think we could still be facing a full battery of Lau anti-air golems?" "Correct." "Quirinus shares my concerns," I stated. Admittedly, she also thought that I was being pessimistic, paranoid, and cynical, but that was her prerogative. Besides, skepticism aside, the Tribune could not discount my worries and was an experienced enough Legion flyer to know to always prepare for the worst-case scenario. And of course, for a sky-to-land assault, heavy concentrations of anti-air tended to feature prominently in any scenario ranging from worst case to abort immediately. In an airborne raid, getting your troops down was only half of the mission. The easy half. We still had to get this Darkster cursed whatever it was, which had just been made more difficult by the hold-up researchers activating it, load the possibly still functioning device onto a VTOL, and get it out of here. Not to mention extracting everyone else who set foot on this cursed colony. All of which fell under the umbrella of the harder half. "Our occultia haven't detected any enemy preparations?" Lucia tepidly asked. "It's a giant facility with over a dozen arcane test cells, many of which are built out of massive concrete blocks. And much of it is on fire, freezing or both," Grey Dawn stated. "I pity the fleet ops boffins obliged to try to separate a smoldering alchemical plant in a reinforced bunker from a lurking golem ready to strike. I suppose that's why we're redlining our Zephyr," Lucia noted, her tone indicating she found tossing aside veiling to be disquieting. "Our time for stealth is over," I stated with more confidence than I felt. I would have preferred to keep our approach more low profile. But all the stealth in the world wouldn't help if we arrived after the battle was already lost. And if we get jumped by survivors from Air Station Dolagorod? Lavish asked. Then they won't be able to interfere with the ground team or our mission objectives, I said with a cold calculation. Volantes Centurion Rose Talon, you are a Legion flyer, you get the privileges of flaunting dashing silver flashes on your uniform, hoarding enough glory to make your mother Senator's sycophants jealous, and donning armor that costs more than the average hoofslogger will see in her lifetime. In exchange, the Imperatrix demands that you run the risk of being blown out of the sky so those same hoofsluggers have a chance to get back home. Such is the compact, such are your oaths. I know that. Lavish tried not to bristle. You've done well tonight, I softened my tone and shifted to the whole squadron. I know some of you are new to this, and we're all new to each other, but you wouldn't be here if I didn't believe in you and wouldn't trust you at my wing. Yes, Countess. Lavish said, along with several other transmissions of agreement. Okay, now tighten up the excess chatter, I ordered. We'll be in the thick of it soon enough. My squadron continued to fly on in silence for a few more beats as I studied the map display. The Institute had a massive footprint with many of the test cells in isolated parts of their grounds. That made sense from a practical standpoint, certainly some Arcana experiments were quite energetic. Unfortunately, it also made our job quite a bit harder. It seemed that the meteorological conditions in the operations zone had begun to stabilize, relatively speaking. Freezing precipitation was still causing havoc with the relatively warmer ground. Leafy tree branches had already broken, and roads had slicked up. Horrible weather would hurt the defenders as well, but if they had expected and trained for it, then that might give them the edge. The cloud ceiling was ominously low, blotting out the sky over the Institute with the thick curtain of the roiling storm the Alenus had summoned. The surprised complaints from my Zephyr preceded my instruments warning me of the pressure drop as we flew across the weather front. Flight ops, flight ops. This is Diamond Actual, we are approaching from the southeast, I said before adding in our precise heading. Confirm Diamond. Good work handling the Catalan Company. 1st Squadron is escorting a VTOL landing mission and 4th Squadron is relieving 2nd Squadron for another assault on Building 37. Maiden 2 is positioned to provide for those ops while Maiden 1 is supporting the Fleet Harmonia. Understood, I stated. I already knew much of that, but having flight ops confirm that my map was not simply displaying nonsense was well worth it. What of the corvettes? Other than my pilots, those 2 Colibris were the big guns of this operation. If nothing else, that little fact amply demonstrated the laughably shoestring nature of CSR's scheme. Darkstar's blood, it's not like I was asking for a Kanabo-class battlecruiser. A cruiser, or even a destroyer would be enough to give us a decisive advantage. After the strikes on the air station and the Institute, Desert Strix is husbanding her munitions. But Nightjar is already en route. Understood, we just came from there, I added the bit as a minor way to express my pique. While the Colibri class was quite fast, that was by airship standards. By ritual plate standards, my Pollux-O was easily 7 times faster. Their supersonic aerial torpedoes will be in firing range shortly, the dispatcher replied. And that was true. While the Colibri class was slower, the large missiles they carried had far greater range than my squadron's lances. A torpedo bomber would combine higher speed and longer range munitions, but Operation Epimetheus had not brought along any Ostas or the rumored to be even faster Manta Ray. Which means their subsonics are already in range, I noted. Those missiles could be a help, but due to their slower propulsion, it would take them longer to arrive. The few there are, the dispatcher agreed. You're updated into the tactical network. You'll be alerted when a firing solution is ready. I kept in a chuckle. Apparently, we have moved past any pretense that my pilots were necessary for this phase. We all knew that someone was going to be at the receiving end of a lance strike, whether or not I was on station to rubber stamp the launch. Confirm, I stated. Even with both corvettes able to help, the problem was that the small airships had correspondingly small magazines. Flight ops, out, the dispatcher said, seemingly eager to be rid of me and on to the next task in her queue. I did not begrudge her. While the Tarantula Hawk was by far the largest ship in the operation, and had been modified for operations like this, it still had a limited number of dispatchers, tactical officers, arcane analysts, and other boffins to help run operations. The shippies and the VTOL jockeys are fixing to help the hoofsloggers with another push, and my pride will not stand for us to be late to the party, I said to a chorus of enthusiastic agreement from my pilots. As the celebratory mood once again spread through the squadron, although this time sufficiently muted to not rouse Violet Blood's ire, I settled into the laborious task of watching our relative positions inch up the map display while keeping an eye on the scrying feed. It would not do to be jumped by the enemy before we arrived at the Institute. The tiny part of me that had grown comfortable with the idea of being the pious Countess of Larium held out a bit of hope that the bulk of the Alenus forces had perhaps already been routed and this fresh assault by our forces would brush off the determined, but isolated, defenders of Building 37 and the Silverhold would be ours. The rest of me laughed at that deluded noblewoman's naivete. The analytical part of me noted that the fire missions of our Sarpedana squadrons had kept the enemy down, but had avoided simply leveling the building. If destroying Building 37 and sifting through the ruins was not an option, that meant that the Silverhold was apparently fragile. Perhaps not fragile like a piece of glass, perhaps fragile like an undetonated bomb. A sufficiently strong and fully empowered magical artifact might just explode if a building fell on top of it. Such an outcome would present both a risk to any friendlies unfortunate enough to be in the blast radius and, perhaps worse, a clear failure of our mission. My tension grew as the minutes passed. The closer we got to the Institute, the more my stomach churned. House Elena was not stupid. They valued the Silverhold and had erected a multi-layered defense to protect it, and while our assault had destroyed many of their assets, it could not have taken out all of them. That Building 37 was still being contested was proof enough of that. The Institute's grounds were far too large for us to get a full idea of everything that the enemy had hidden here. The naive countess in me thrilled with a slight bit of hope when our arcane sappers took out the wards on a secondary door on the low-slung concrete blockhouse. That hope almost bloomed when our grenadiers began their breakthrough. The Alina's counterattack followed shortly after that. It started slowly. A burst of concerned chatter here or there, a couple unconfirmed reports of increased activity in, a few queries about new hostile targets. It quickly exploded into something much worse. Confused chaos soon consumed the communications channels in a hungry conflagration. The comms channels became a twisted mess of conflicting, unconfirmed reports and sightings, making it all but impossible to discern what had happened beyond Elena finally throwing their shit at the fan. Soon, however, the professionals in the fleet ops separated the signal from the noise, and the tactical display began to organize itself. From redoubts in the western part of the base a number of golems emerged. The majority were the smaller Lau anti-aircraft platforms, but there was a troop of Baal Shem combat golems and a couple of Vilna golem tanks. The scrying data also indicated there was at least a century's worth of infantry scrambling about. At least the charge did not seem to be full at strength, so our initial bombardments had thinned their numbers. Flight leaders, this is Diamond, I called over the command channel. The two-faced brainwashers have made their move. We're still too far out, Lucia noted, though her tone was more thoughtful than dour. For now, but we still have a couple tricks, I assured. That is if Fabia's 4th Squadron leaves us anything left over, Violet Blood groused. Oh, and now Jade Talon's girls are moving to reinforce. Careful what you wish for, Love Blood. And you were just being critical to the squadron for bravado. I frowned. Before all this, 2nd Squadron was being rotated off the line to rearm and top off their fuel. That was to the rank and file, who were engaging in false bravado, the Baroness clarified as if that made all the difference. Keep it in the command channel, then, I stated while we watched the scrying intake as the tactical markers resolved. The Alina's armored advance organized and, after a false start in the heavy precipitation, launched into an assault. 1st Squadron's Harmonia were still escorting a pair of VTOLs but had split with half their forces moving to give overwatch. 2nd Squadron arced around and, joining with the 2 Svalina, moved in to take out the enemy air defense golem. 4th Squadron then took position to slice between the armored Alina's armored thrust and our ground elements. And 3rd Squadron, my squadron, was still too far out. While the 6-legged Lau were built with their own wards, their primary defense was the racks of Kresnik missiles they carried. With a comparable range to the Vel and a somewhat larger warhead, the Kresnik was a capable munition, far more than the aging broadheads the Catalan company used. The Lau typically only carried that one type of missile, which was unusual for a larger platform. Despite the potential weight of fire, Lady Primus Ivory Quiver and her wingwoman of Maiden 2 would be capable of running interception to allow 2nd Squadron to take out the scuttling battery. Everyone's performance would be degraded, given the Maelstrom's horrid weather state, but Sarpedana pilots were specialists in air-to-ground fire in all conditions. That was, at least, the plan. Shockingly, the Lau golems withstood the intense pylum fire, enduring the withering projectile hail as if it was just more sleet pouring down from the sky. Improbably, most of their wards countered the arcane blasts with the same resilience as they did the hail. 2 unlucky Lau blew apart when the squadron switched their tactics to concentrate their fire, but that still left the bulk of the battery functional and more than willing to fire back. Perfidious swine, Violet Blood groused. So they do have a stone coat with them, Lucia dryly noted. The damn her eyes part of that comment was left tactfully unspoken. It looks that way, I sighed. And instead of enhancing their armored golem, their golem wrangler is enhancing their anti-air assets. Foregoing the increased range of a larger missile, the Lows simply invested in cavernous magazines supported by a capable scrying suite and solid warding, and that was before their protections were enhanced by a specialist arcanist. A veritable swarm of Kresnik missiles burned through the air, angling at 2nd Squadron. It was only due to the intervention of Maiden 2 Svalina that the Sarpedana force escaped instant destruction. Over on the Squadron Commander channel, I heard Quirinus bark orders to Jade Talon. Julia. Pull back. You're already down 2 pilots. You started out on fumes and you don't even have enough pylum to go around for another try. Confirm, Jade Talon acknowledged through gritted teeth, growling out an order for her remaining forces to cede the airspace. While the intense storm hurt the maneuverability of both ritual plate and missiles, the latter were expendable, and each Lahu had considerable magazines. The display updated, the overlay changing color as flight ops grudgingly bowed to reality and admitted that part of the airspace over the Institute was contested. For the moment, the Alenus defenders had, by combining weather conditions, arcane enhancement, and a local air defense network, created a small region of hostile airspace. "We have other assets that'll take them out," the Tribune growled out as if chewing nails. Fabius's 4th Squadron had ground down the counterattack's momentum to near nothing, or at least their fire had forced the Alenus forces to remain cowering directly under the anti-air umbrella provided by the Lois. The shoulder mounts of the Baal Shem combat walkers were firing up arcane beams. They did not hit, but they did keep 4th Squadron on their toes. Icons representing 6th River Detachment commandos advanced with their armored support. My stomach churned when I caught a flickering icon on my display that indicated a sightless spectre assaulted the ground team's flank, one met with a symbol indicating auxilia scouts. I wished Laris and his boys the best as they faced their Alenus rivals. The Sarpedona had slowed the Alenus assault and bought time for the ground team to reposition in the process. Much of the heavy guns of the Baal Shem and cannons of the Vilna were intercepted by Maiden II as the Svalina pilots dove down low to project their wards. The action helped keep the Hoofslaggers largely alive as they retreated to an adjacent facility across from Building 37. However, while it may have bought some time, the Svalina only had a limited number of charges on their ward projectors. Armarius mule-mounted launchers lobbing their own missiles purchased more, but ultimately both were stopgaps, not solutions. The VTOLs on approach were waved off, with half a 1st Squadron sticking with them. Unfortunately, speedy solutions were something we were in short supply of. Fortunately, I had a way to provide a more timely one of my own, though it came at a bit of a risk. "Tribune, this is Diamond Actual," I transmitted. "I have a request." Quirinus's voice was a bit harried. "Countess, I'm trying to convince these shippies that they can either have their reserve torpedoes for a later disaster or they can watch the mission fail right now and that Bloody Lady Legate is being cryptic about emergency assets. Which, as much as we all trust our CSR friends, I doubt they have anyone who can arrive in time. So unless you have a way to get your pilots here even faster, Yes, ma'am, that's exactly what I'm asking for." I had looked at the map, checked and rechecked the calculations myself, and found that it could work. It would be costly, and had its own dangers, but given our tight time constraints, it was a rational decision. It was not like anyone else was coming to save us. We are going to get a torpedo strike. Even if the corvettes complain their cupboard is bare, the Lady Legate is not stupid. There are contingencies my commander caught herself. That is to say the Tarantula Hawk has. She sighed. "You'll be gambling with your pilots' lives. We're flying headfirst into life-threatening danger either way, ma'am, that's part of the oath we took to the Imperatrix. Besides, what if that stonecoat has some fire talkers to help her or they pull out some other trick and manage to shoot down the torpedoes?" I shrugged. I'd much rather my girls arrive while we still had friends to lean on, than after we'd already burned the last card in our hand. Quirinus pondered for a moment. "Do it. But tell your girls they must drop back if their systems start to overload." "Confirm, Tribune." I clicked the channel off and exhaled a heavy breath. And went back to the flight leader channel and added Grey Dawn. I wanted my signifier to provide a sanity check. "You've all seen the disaster unfolding. Our firepower is urgently required. Which means we'll be bending the rules, the Tribune has authorized this." "We're pushing Zephyr beyond redline then?" Visha asked. "My remaining pilot suits are to spec," Lucia offered. I took a moment to weigh the risks and, more importantly, to be seen weighing the risks. I'd already thought the matter over well beforehand. It was a foregone conclusion in my mind, no matter how distasteful. However, showing such clear consideration on the part of officers conveyed the message that their soldiers' welfare was of great concern, boosting morale at the expense of a few seconds. That wasn't to say that the dangers were at all imaginary. The extra fuel burn, increased stress on power distribution networks, greater wear to propulsion enchantments, and near certainty of Centurion Gibbs yelling at me when this was all over were all notable downsides. Ritual plate models had a max thrust rating for a very good reason. However, that was the governed max rating that Muark Amalgamated included as a way of maximizing a suit's lifespan and minimizing the odds of malfunction. It was the highest thrust the manufacturer was confident the suit could do safely under most conditions, but it also meant there was a little bit of a margin for someone willing to push the envelope if it meant wearing out their suit faster or risking an arcane or mechanical failure. And I did have every confidence in the skills of the Ritualista in my command when it came to handling the increased wear and tear. "We can go 15% over, but only until we cross into the Institute's airspace. That shouldn't be too long to stress our systems or have us go bingo on fuel, while leaving us plenty of time to throttle back and let our suits cool off," I said, concluding that the exchange of extra wear for increased speed would be worth it. Adding in all the increased velocity relative to our current rate, we'd arrive in about 3/4 of the time. Besides, by the time we get that close we'll be worrying about firing solutions. The squadron can just go through a cloud bank. That'll be plenty cold, Violet Blood joked. Or at least I hoped my Baroness was joking. Not that we would have a choice. Shoving my curiosity aside, I turned back to the topic at hand. Clouds aside, I want all of you to make it very clear to your pilots that they are ordered to cut back power immediately if their systems or spirits can't handle the extra strain. I swear by Darkstar that if anyone gets themselves killed thanks to an overclocking failure, I will personally drag their souls from the afterlife and bind them to heat my coffee pot. Our veils should be powered off, Grey Dawn added after a beat's pause. Pushing our power systems to that level will be enough of a strain. Do it, I agreed, confirming the order. It was a sensible call. Right now, with us at the nominal maximum speed, our veils were at a low setting that did provide some chromatic camouflage. Once we overclocked, that camouflage would cease to provide any real utility. That's why I want time to get them rekindled once we arrive. I looked over the squadron status indicators on my display. By my read, everyone's suits can handle this. Does anyone know otherwise? After this stunt, all our suits would need a full examination and testing to recertify our power systems. In addition to earning Gibbs's ire, each suit would likely require replacing dozens of components, their fragile internals weakened by the power they were forced to conduct. I waited until all three of my flight leaders gave their assent. I felt a small pang of the isolation of command as I heard them sound off one by one, but I pushed it away. Practicality far outweighed sentimentality in warfare, and if my Primus Centurions knew their pilots and the condition of their suits better than I did, that was simply part of their organizational purpose. The resulting distance was the unavoidable price of being an officer. Good, I said, acknowledging the confirmation. Go and pass the orders to the girls with my compliments. In many ways, an RP pilot was much like her Zephyr, most critically in how both hungered endlessly for speed. Even my own spirits burbled with excitement. It was not since the sky over Narvos 2 years ago that I had pushed my suit this hard in combat. Though there were times over the Croc Alley jungles that came close, dipping above the officially rated power was a handy trick, but one that a pilot could only do so often before the odds caught up to her. And it was due to my spirit's influence that I flicked the safeties and let my Zephyr loose. The distant roar of the thrust that had long since faded into the background surged again as my Zephyr all but howled with glee. I pressed yet further into the cushioning of the suit, feeling the strain across every inch of my body as the Pollux shot past the red line and raced ahead of the formation. I was sure Visha would chastise me for my showboating, and Grey Dawn might even have a quiet word in private, but for the moment, I luxuriated in the thrill of acceleration. To my squadron's credit, they did not lollygag about in shock but instead copied and rocketed to catch up. Knowing it would not be long before flight ops chimed in my ear to demand an explanation, I preemptively called in to make my order to exceed the red line on my squadron suits official. A Volante's Tribune's approval would cover many sins, and dropping Quirinus's name was more than enough to smother any complaints. Besides, if there ever was a time to profligately burn fuel and risk our suits, it would be in responding to an emergency just like this. It did not take long for the excitement to wane and slowly be replaced by mounting dread as every instrument tasked with monitoring the arcane energies flowing through me slowly climbed higher and higher over the listed do not exceed values. Some of the dials had literal red lines which the indicator needles had moved past. I did have to give Muark credit, other than the tooth-rattling vibrations, a fluttering from my Zephyr that bedeviled the autopilot, the ward projectors frizzing once we entered the Silverhold summoned storm clouds, and a slowly growing number of alerts in my power system. My Pollux held up magnificently. Which is to say, it entirely failed to detonate under the pressure of the overclocked forces throbbing through its conduits. The strain on my wings grew to a dull ache as the spells in my Zephyr fought to keep them from being ripped off. If not for those spirits shaping the airflow around me, the drag would have torn my suit and body apart. The slipstream also started to chill my tail beyond the capacity of the suit's heating elements, an increasingly distracting detail. I could feel the growing toll it was taking on me, body, mind and spirits, and the discomfort was starting to bleed into genuine pain. Aren't you all thankful for the endurance training now? I transmitted to the rest of my squadron, momentarily distracting myself from the misery blooming within me. They gave pained laughs, but each one of them was keeping up. Keep it up and the drinks will be on me when we get back to the Tarantula Hawk, I encouraged while scanning the abbreviated status alerts. Our suits were not in great shape, but neither was the situation truly bad. There was a variety of small warnings, but there was nothing that made me order anyone to drop out. Instead, all 10 of us continued our profligate fuel burn. On top of considering my own survival, and on top of keeping an eye on the Alenus armored assault, dread over what I was missing began to fill me. The forces defending the Institute had assembled and launched a strong counter-offensive, but it was incomplete, lacking a diversion. Where was the Alenus air power? Surely we couldn't have taken it all out in our initial assault. If any of their air assets had survived the attack on Air Station Dola Gorod, this was the moment they would appear, ready to exploit the localized disputed air control. Perhaps I was being needlessly pessimistic, perhaps we truly had managed to take out all of the Alenus planes and ritual plate. But no, Not even my internal optimistic countess could find it in herself to truly believe that much. House Elena had prepared well in advance for hostile actions and had exhibited an unflinching willingness to stand in defense of the Institute. Whoever was commanding them wouldn't have been so foolish as to keep every air asset tucked away into the same hangars. There had to be some other reason to explain the delay. That they were playing for time before Elena's fleet assets arrived was a nightmare scenario. I sipped some water and ordered my squadron to hydrate and keep a close eye on their fuel burn and etheric pressure gauges. A sudden surge in burn, above the already high rates, or a spike in pressure in the fuel or munitions flasks would be signs to immediately drop speed. Flight ops, this is Diamond Actual, I transmitted. Diamond you are. The dispatcher paused, seeming a bit distracted. Ah yes, that explains your velocity. Correct, Flight ops. Requesting firing vectors for my strike suits. You're still well outside of lance range and haven't even entered the Institute's airspace. Given our velocity is closer to twice the speed of sound than not, I want to ensure we are lined up on the correct heading and get this on the first pass. I am reading the enemy anti-air battery at the following location. I managed to keep my voice controlled as I read off the coordinates. That is correct Diamond Actual, but the Strix has already launched a quartet of Georges light torpedoes, she explained, seeming a bit harried. My anxiety spiked, a nervous dispatcher was a bad sign. Like the Horde Wolf, the Georges was another supersonic member of the Kono light torpedo family. Unlike the Horde Wolf, the Georges did not have submunitions. Instead, its warhead was a single 120-pound charge. The Georges was intended to be used against heavily warded targets that were too large or too well protected for normal submunitions, but too small to be worth a Fujiwara heavy torpedo-sized ship killer missile. Under normal cases, a Georges would be overkill against a target the size of a Lau, but with a stone coat increasing their warding efficiency, I could see the logic. Then if all goes well, I'll need to be given the data feed on the survivors of that bombardment or secondary locations. There are plenty of enemy targets worthy of Dark Star's wrath. There was another pause. Understood, Diamond Actual, transferring targeting data to you. I blinked as my display updated. The current assignments straight from the Strix's fire control team were an admittedly passable bombardment pattern. The defenders had dispersed pairs of Lows fairly far apart, which indicated a strong stone coat and was a defense against an attack just like this. That Flight Ops was only sending 4 Georges torpedoes indicated that they were worried about running low. Still, they had aimed the missiles where they could do the most good and should be able to cripple the battery's strength, which would allow for a follow-up force such as that slower group of light torpedoes they had launched to mop them up or strike at the other golems. I see the targeting locations, Flight Ops. I'm sending you my squadron's planned strike vectors, I explained after modifying the flight paths a bit. It would be nice to take out more of the Elena's armor fighting for control of Building 37, but there were 2 squadrons of Sarpedana who could do as much, once that anti-air battery was destroyed. We have your vectors, Diamond, and intercept times, the dispatcher said with a bit of renewed confidence. Vectors confirmed. We are giving you the live telemetry on the Georges strike and the follow-up bombardment. Will Maiden 2 be available? I asked. Maiden 2 is running low on ward charges, said the dispatcher, before trailing off for a moment, hissing through her teeth, before adding that, Maiden 1 has been rotated in to relieve them. Thank you. Diamond Actual, out. I swapped back to my flight leader's channel and walked them through the updated plan. Understood, Lucia promised with a slight chatter clipping her words. We'll clear the path for you. Anything Maiden 1 misses, I assured. Of course. And we're not easing off on the thrust. No, I said, explaining that, even if the torpedoes hit, I want to give the enemy as little react time as possible. Even if? Violet Blood asked, catching the caveat. Have any of you fought a stone coat? I asked, knowing the answer. No, but we have been briefed. Violet Blood growled. You think they're hiding their true capabilities? That would just be like those false-faced betrayers. I'm saying that there wasn't even supposed to be one here at all, I replied levelly. Who knows what other tricks they have lying in the shadows? The stone coats are one of House Elena's most secretive arcane sisterhoods, Visha noted. See, they are secretive by Elena's standards. I want you to be ready. I glanced over the color-coded indicators of my status board. How are your pilots taking this? Oh, they're thrilled with the extra speed, Lucia replied. They're puffed up with unearned noble pride, Violet Blood grumbled. There might have been some light chuckling at that. Keep an eye on them, unless you want to help me explain to the senior senator of Bellum how we let her daughter blow herself up. Well, mine are worried about their ritualist yelling at them afterwards, Visha said. There was some more tension-easing laughter at that. Good, I said, relieved that morale in the leadership cohort at least remained high. Now go brief your pilots and check on their suit status, we're 2/3 through this and will be able to drop below the red line soon enough. Letting my flight leaders go about my work, I checked back in on the overall tactical picture. The Elena's armored assault had finally bogged down, and they had lost a couple more golems. The Baal Shem, for all its weapon, armor, and warding, was still vulnerable to enough concentrated firepower. Unfortunately, as our Sarpedona were limited to providing fire support in a way that was not suicidal, that left the Alenus ground forces a freer hand. As a fast, implacable combat walker, the Baal Shem was designed as a breakthrough asset, one that was ultimately expendable. Worse, the Alenus commandos practically had the legionary ground team by their tunic belts and were fighting over the various support structures surrounding Building 37. If not for the anti-air battery, our Sarpedona could have closed in to provide some extra close fire support, but that was impossible with the Stonecoat on the field. One upside was that with the Stonecoat busy keeping her Los operational and the sightless specters seemingly driven off by Lares and his boys, the ground team was facing only 6th River Detachment commandos. Said commandos were still supported by armor. Even with that advantage though, they were fighting relatively conservatively. This could indicate they had sustained heavy losses in our initial assaults and that they were husbanding their resources. Alternatively, perhaps they were simply pinning our forces to buy time for reinforcements. Which was why I was more than fine to let the fleet try and bombard the anti-air battery. If it worked, it would free my squadron to take out the rest of the defenders' heavy assets. If it worked. As the 4 light torpedoes began to approach their targets, I switched over to the channel used by the Strixus Telem officers. Flight Ops. Flight Ops. Torpedo Package 7 is accelerating on terminal sprint. Systems are solid, targets are locked in, veils are up. Package 8 is in the air, the torpedo wrangler said in a crisp, familiar countertenor. Confirm, the Flight Ops dispatcher replied. We have you on. Missile launch. Missile launch. Another dispatcher cut in. Kresniks are in the air. All Lahu platforms are launching. Torpedoes evading. I don't think they've got our heading yet. Active scrying sweep. Lock down that location. Send something to hit that emitter. The second dispatcher cried. Kresnik missiles adjusting course, the missiler stated, her voice tight. Torpedoes evading. Miss. Miss. First group overshot the torpedoes. We've got another sweep. New location. Send 4th squadron, at least knock out that scrying platform, Flight Ops cried. Oh, hallowed lady. The missiler gasped. Second and third missile groups have bracketed our torpedoes. Intercept. 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 The channel went silent for a moment. Final Gregorius is headed in. Course correcting, correcting. Evading. We have detonation. What is your assessment, Telem Prefect Commius? Flight Ops asked. Collating feed. We have a hit. Single. 1 Lahu destroyed. Its partner is intact but their ward emitters seem damaged, the Prefect Centurion stated. Being finally close enough to watch with my own suit's Gorgon rig, I felt my blood pressure spike. I felt a slight apprehension. I knew this Centurion, we had both been tutored by the same prissy etiquette and elocution instructor at the capital last year. Flight Ops, this is Diamond Actual. Our feed confirms. 1, repeat, 1 platform destroyed. Sometimes, I loathed being right. I could at least take some solace in the fact that my worst-case scenario hadn't come to pass. As far as I could tell, there weren't any fire talkers helping this Stonecoat. That was something, I supposed. We all knew a Stonecoat could enhance the performance and capabilities of a direct combat golem, including their wards. Using that ability to protect anti-air platforms was an unpleasant trick, but not entirely unexpected. That they could apparently also enhance the guidance of their anti-missile counter-fire was a new and unpleasant surprise. I did not know if the Stonecoat was directly guiding the missiles or merely improving their native interception capabilities. Perhaps those extra scrying pulses were her doing. Personally, I doubted that was the case. So far, the Stonecoat had sensibly kept her head down, so her throwing up such a large arcane flag would be a major break from her operating style to date. Still, as unpleasant as this development was, there were counters. Even with magical help, that barrage had still cost those Los a lot of their stockpiled missiles, and they had still managed to only intercept 3 out of the 4 light torpedoes launched. A massed barrage would get several more through, or maybe a Fujiwara heavy torpedo with more countermeasures could obliterate the area, though for redundancy multiple would have to be fired. The only problem with these supposed counters was that none of them were actual solutions for us. Either option would almost certainly require more munitions than the corvettes had on hand, especially if they wanted to retain anything for fleet defense. This was the cost of CSR's hubris in trying to run such a risky operation with relatively small fleet assets. The margin for error was almost non-existent, and we had just about hit that limit. I saw the flashing status light and the slowing suit on my display just as Violet Blood called. Diamond Actual, Flight 2 Actual here. Centurion Rose Talon is throttling back, she stated all business. Confirm. Does she have to turn back? Her plate stabilizers are having an overheat issue, she reported it before it got too bad, Violet Blood explained, a bit of wonder at her rookie's prudence clearly audible in her voice. I'll monitor her status in case it doesn't stabilize once she's no longer overloading. Good work, keep me up to date. Understood, Violet Blood said with pride. Flight 2 out. I switched channels. Flight Ops, Diamond Squadron is still on approach, we are down to 5 strike RP. Ah, the dispatcher coughed. Good. I'll see about routing some Harmonia to run interference for you after they refuel and rearm. I doubted they would all be available. Flight Ops would only indulge in exposing their combat air patrol for so long. Also left unspoken was that while anti-air missiles could not intercept a lance's massive arcane energy beam, those missiles could take out ritual plate. Perhaps the stone coat had a limited capability to enhance her golems, but I was loath to put my hopes on the theoretical limitations of the enemy. Appreciate it, I stated, forcing my tone into the easy, confident Imperial heroine. I will hold you to Maiden One's help. I also require one other thing. Yes, Diamond Actual. Taking in the map, I ran a couple of calculations and nodded to myself. Tell him Prefect Centurion Landgrave Camillus, I'll need you to delay that torpedo package 8 and synchronize it to my squadron, I added, mustering all my noble hauteur. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 8 7 6 5 4 3 2 1. Trailing contrails of melting hail, 3rd Squadron of the 78th Infantry Legion's Epsilon Demi-Wing slashed down into the airspace of the Onyx Institute. On my order, the unit began to throttle down, holding our formation as we gave our Zephyrs a moment to catch their second winds. The storm also seemed, if anything, a bit lower in intensity now that we had arrived. With our own instruments reading the temperature and pressure, things seemed marginally improved. Either the Silverhold had limitations that the defenders were not willing to push, or the Lady Legate and her Tempsterii were finally able to counter the weather magic. Alas, we couldn't stay on the same heading, not with wakes that practically lit up the storming night sky as we cut through the heavy clouds on Howling Zephyr. As 10 Pollux kindled our veils and shifted into a sharp turn. It cost time, speed, and distance, but the evasive actions were vital. I would not have my squadron approaching on such a predictable, obvious, direct line attack vector. Such would be little better than flying my girls straight into the enemy guns. Diving and bleeding altitude made up some of it, and we still had much of the extra speed from our mad dash to the north. Welcome to the Institute, Diamond Squadron, Quirinus transmitted. Apologies for the delay, Tribune. We had to help a few lost sailors find their way. I said, my reply brimming with false cheer as my suit's environmental systems finally had a chance to stabilize the internal temperature. Between the weather, the lack of veils, and the excess thrust, the last part of the dash had been marked by hellish temperature swings. Well, now's your chance to make up for lost time. Since everyone is here. 1st Squadron. First is in position, Sina said, politely omitting the flight she had set aside to babysit the luckless VTOLs that were patrolling out to the east. Her Harmonias would be the beaters to try and spook the air defense batteries so they would flush their missiles. They had been conducting harassing sorties that, while dangerous, had kept the Lau Golems and the Stonecoat Mistress on their toes. It wasn't much, but in times like these, every little bit helped. Maiden 1. We shall protect, came the reply in the cultured tones of Lady Primus Goldleaf, one of the Svalina pilots. 2nd Squadron. Quirinus inquired. Yeah, we're back and full to the brim, Jade Talon confirmed. Her squadron had been able to slip out and managed to get to Desert Strix before they fully ran out of fuel or munitions. I was almost jealous. The Strix was close enough to the Institute that their time spent on that evolution was fairly low. My squadron, meanwhile, had been forced to refuel over the sea and then immediately fly hundreds of miles up north to be present and accounted for in the next operational phase. Their better warded suits would be the wall of the formation, breaking the enemy's wards with their heavier pylon projects in a torrent of arcane fire. Unfortunately, for all that firepower and shielding they weren't quite so quick on their wings, and the reduced high-speed agility could increase their odds of further losses. 3rd Squadron. Our suits are a bit worn and low on fuel, but we've got 5 Pollux strike suits and 4 more to guard us in, I stated with more certainty than I felt. Even with our suits having a bit of time to recover, our systems had taken some damage, including our ward projectors not being at their full strength. 4th. We'll keep the Hoofsloggers alive, Fabia promised grimly, as if that was all they could do. A glance at the display showed the truth of it. The Green Legionary flyers of the 4th Squadron had proven their worth by managing to keep the Alenus armored forces at bay, despite having to, in turn, keep their distance from the enhanced anti-air assets. Yet, at the same time, they were being pushed to their limit just managing that much against fierce resistance. Tell him Centurion Camillus. 4 Dodolite torpedoes are moving in, approach has been adjusted to account for simultaneous arrival in the target area, the Missler announced in his resonant voice. Telemetry is solid and we are fed good scrying data. Each Dada carried a trio of Plumbata anti-armor submunitions. Normally that would be more than enough to penetrate a Loe's wards, but with the stone coat lurking and the Dada's slower engines, those munitions used on their own would just be wasted. The solution we'd come to, however blunt, was to use more firepower, if more coordinated this time. With all these attack vectors combined at once, we had a solid chance to pry open a crack for the guided munitions to lever the Institute's anti-air shell wide open. Flight ops, all elements are ready, Quirinus said. Confirm, Epsilon Actual, the dispatcher acknowledged dispassionately. Commence attack run. You heard the lady, Epsilon Wing. Execute. 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 Sensing the intensifying focus, my air spirits rallied. Lucia's Flight 3 accelerated ahead of us and dropped a bit lower in a guarding position to Visha and Violet Blood's abbreviated flights. The Lancian Primus, in her flight, would run interception on anything that slipped past Maiden 1. The simple pleasure my Zephyr felt when flying with purpose helped raise my own spirits. It was heartening to see the flexibility and discipline of legionary flyers with fleet support in reaction to enemy action. However, despite relishing the sight of dozens of pilots moving in sync with the demands of an intricate plan, I remained burdened with a single remaining concern. Namely, that this was yet another excellent opportunity for Alina's air assets to appear and absolutely wreck our lovely, oh so delicate scheme. If things went according to our plan, it would be about their last opportunity to push us back. If they realized that, and they were half as competent as I thought they were, that meant they had every reason to commit all their reserves to this critical moment. The map display blurred and refocused, zooming to the mere extent of the Institute's expansive grounds. There, represented with glowing icons, 4 ritual plate formations raced into the teeth of the enemy air defense battery. Alone and forlorn, Lavish Suit lagged behind the rest of my squadron. Her suit's status was currently functional, the Greenhorn pilot would catch up to us, but not before this attack run. Glancing at the map, I could see the defensive battle the legionaries were waging against the 6th River Detachment and their armored support across the battered structures around Building 37. From the readouts, the broadcast recon team and our scout auxilia were putting the distraction the battle provided to good use. Brief reports and flickers across the tactical display sketched the shadow war that danced and wove around the bonfire of the intense fighting at Building 37 as the auxilia used their superior stealth and mobility to harass the Alina's commandos and even score the occasional mobility kill on the golems. Of the air components, first to arrive were Cenis and Jade Talon's 1st and 2nd squadrons. The Los shifted on their thick legs and a brilliant cloud of Kresnik missiles rose into the air on burning motors. As the air filled with munitions, the Harmonia shifted and, along with Maiden 1, started thinning out Kresniks from the sky. With the guidance provided by the stone coat, those missiles were just as much of a threat to my squadron as any other. Increase forward wards, veil up and start evading, I transmitted. Flight 3, clear the road. Flights 1 and 2, charge lances. The heavy precipitation was making a hash out of our scrying intake, but thankfully the Occultia flying overwatch helped reduce the interference. Reconnaissance and battlefield intelligence were major force multipliers, and losing either pillar entirely at this crucial moment would be disastrous. Dada are on final approach, Telem Prefect Camilla stated. Kresniks are altering course. The stone coat knows something is up. Intercepting, Primus Centurion Goldleaf, lead pilot of Maiden On, chimed in. Thank you. Submunition separation in 3, 2, 1. Good separation. The missiler's satisfaction was justified, as the sky went from having 4 light torpedoes to crowding with a dozen Plumbata anti-armor penetrators. Battery launching, missiles. Camilus's confusion was also justified, as for a moment the enemy ground-to-air fire seemed uncertain. Then she yelled, the battery is splitting their missiles in 3 parts. Highlighted Kresniks vectoring in our direction, Lucia stated, implacably calm. Intercepting. Ballista projected arcane energy picking off the missiles that started to get close. The 4 Polyxo were making good work of it, but the numbers started to tell. I set my teeth as I checked the display. What did the stone coat fear more? A dozen air-to-ground anti-armor missiles or half a dozen strike RP? Confirm targets, Violet Blood ordered her pilots. I will personally flog any one of you who strays and leaves one of those hard shells intact. Plumbata in terminal targeting, Telem Prefect Camilla stated. Enemy missiles are intercepting. Smiling, I chuckled. It was a natural reaction to focus on the nearer, more immediate threat, and right now anti-armor rockets were closer. Maiden 1. We are crossing your path, Diamond. Be ready and keep your wards up, the Svalina pilot stated. Light filled the night sky as, once again, the Svalina pilot and her wingwoman activated their potent TIA ward projectors and plowed through dozens of the Kresnik missiles. Adriana, mind your sector. Lucia ordered as Melisande got ahead of the others. It looked like a bout of target fixation as she went off, chasing missiles to intercept. A group of Kresniks that had gotten past Maiden 1 bracketed the pilot and blew up. Unfortunately, I had to delegate that for the moment. Though Melisande's continued screaming and forward velocity likely meant she was still alive. Targets will be in range in 3, 2, 1. Weapons free. Weapons free. I ordered. There was no time to get fixed identification from our own Gorgon rigs, which was all the more reason our heading took us parallel to the Legionary ground team so that any lance fire that fell short or went long wouldn't hit friendlies. A dozen lances shot out. Even with most of the Los only getting a single beam, it was still gross overkill. The wards flared in for an instant, dread filled the pit of my stomach. A few missiles vectored to intercept, but the Kresniks simply blew apart when they hit the beams of evocative energy. But the Black Skyvian evocation lances turned out to be stronger than some stonecoat's wool. The massive beams of bright arcane energy shot out and gutted a wide frontage. It was one thing to disperse your forces to avoid conventional counter-battery fire, it was another when dealing with ship-killer-grade munitions. The ground lit up with massive explosions, and for a moment, the hail east of Building 37 ceased. When it resumed, the storm seemed to be sullen and sapped. I had seen enough combat climatology to know that this was Tempstrii taking advantage of a sudden shift in air pressure to get their metaphysical claws dug in deeper. Hits confirmed. The Tellum Landgrave cheered. Directing Plumbata submunitions to anything still moving. Clearing remaining Kresniks, Maiden 1 transmitted. And then my squadron shot past the burning wreckage of the anti-aircraft battery, my heart pounding in my chest. That's a clean sweep, girls. Move to rally point 2. Status check. Adriana has lost a hand, Lucia said on the command channel. Unstated was that her weakened wards would have contributed to said appendage's loss. I kept in the string of obscenities I wanted to blurt out. Third flight was having bad luck tonight, though second flight was a close runner-up. At least Lavish had nearly arrived, which softened the blow somewhat. Understood. Figure out how critical the situation is, get an honest appraisal. If needs be, order her back to the nearest airship, but... I left unspoken that we were already down 2 pilots, 3 including Lavish's damaged suit. We were edging to the point where each loss would build on the preceding, the point when a squadron ceased existing as a collection of distinct tactical elements. Confirm, Lucia said, with a bit of trepidation, as our squadron bled off some speed to wheel around and rendezvous with 2nd Squadron. Jade Talon's mob was moving to intercept Fabia's 4th Squadron, and between the 2 Sarpedana squadrons were the remaining Baal Shem walkers and Vilna tanks. And without their enhanced anti-air protection, the golems were about to face the full wrath of upset legionary flyers. Good work Diamond Squadron, Quirinus said. Fabia, Julia, don't hesitate to use the 3rd to take out any hard points. We're on the clock and I want these golems destroyed. After that, HFV Tamora has detected Alina's air assets. Flight Ops called on the override channel as a collection of new returns appeared on our scrying input. I only had the vaguest ideas where the smallest of our fleet assets was lurking, but doubtless, that scout airship was hiding somewhere and quietly watching our northern flank. Ah, Quirinus sighed. 2 squadrons of Marzana RP and a flight of Cupola light bombers. Could be worse. That all our pre-mission recon had missed these bolt holes indicated they must have been dug out weeks ago and left untouched until tonight. Which, given the ground assets they'd hit on the Institute's grounds, was not too hard to believe. Especially since, while costly, it was not too hard to hide some extra ritual plate suits. I wonder what their delay was, Prefect Cenas mused, absurdly calm for the circumstances. We did just destroy their airbase, I answered, eyes dancing over the crowded tack board. I imagine it would be hard to coordinate a response. I had my own questions about the timing, but this was likely the best that Elena had managed to scrape together. The distances between the Institute and their supporting elements worked against both us and the enemy. Cenas, I want you to take 1st Squadron, Maiden 1 and 1 of the fleet squadrons and intercept this force, Quirinus ordered. Toria, you continue to help the other squadrons. I'd bet a legate's baton that our Stonecoat friend survived and that means those cobbleheads and their tank friends are about to get a lot tougher. Confirm, Tribune, I replied before going to my flight leader channel. Okay girls, we've taken out the anti-air threat and now can help the hoofsloggers get that damn Silverhold out of here. And once Legion flyers are cleaning up fleet pilots' slipshod work, Violet Blood grumbled. Baroness. I chided. She does have a point, Lucia not so reluctantly admitted. Yes, the earlier fleet strikes destroyed that Alina's air base or at least much of the facilities and hardware there. However, it's clear to see that the pilots and their ground crew survived. The job's only half done. And for this delayed response, it must have taken them time to relocate to their secondary, distributed launch locations, Visha added. Hopefully this is all they've managed to scrape together. If it wasn't, they would have waited and launched a single strike against us, Violet Blood countered, then her channel went momentarily silent. Ah, good news, Countess. Centurion Rosetalon has caught up and is in formation. That is good news. But about that strike, let's not get too optimistic, I cautioned. The attack our Harmonious squadrons were racing off to blunt should account for all of the air station's Marzana RP and most of their Cupola missile bombers, but what if our estimates were wrong? Ritual Plate's small footprint yielded many advantages, including manifold tactics for concealing a suit's true strength. Glancing at the map, I saw that the poor VTOLs who had been caught in the sky when this mess had started were now moving back towards us. One moved with a speed and purpose that made it obvious without even looking at its icons to confirm that it had been drafted into a medevac pickup run. It was a bit reassuring that, shoestring as this entire operation was, the Lady Legate had still set aside some VTOLs for critical tasks like evacuating the wounded and search and rescue. To do otherwise would have been a betrayal to every hoofslogger down there. Look alive, flight leaders, it looks like we've got some dropships coming in for a landing. We're burning the candle at both ends, Visha stated rather bluntly. Which, I suppose, was a tactful way to mention that our casualties were starting to mount. Our fleet assets are also exposed. There's hardly any cap watching the airships. Agreed. The brass horns are pushing us to finish up, recover some lost time, get the silverhold, and get out of here, I gave a slight chuckle. Though flight ops may have cleaned up those orders. Diamond Actual, my comms squawked, this is Harrow Fang Actual, I've got a golem I want you to kill for me. Eager to help, I transmitted in reply as the coordinates were updated. The last two of the Baal Shem were trying to back their way toward Building 37, attempting to consolidate their position. Despite the rime of ice on the ground, the pair moved with a surprising nimbleness for 20-ton war machines. The ice was far from the only factor complicating their footing. The Alina's forces were firmly pinned between the bulk of Building 37 to one side, and the harrowed terrain that had been ravaged by over a dozen land strikes on the other. Brutalized buildings that were little more than shattered concrete foundations and the twisted stumps of skeletal steel frames had their insides scattered into flaming wreckage. The remains of the Lau batteries' munitions and alchemical fuels had been scattered, and what had not gone up with the initial strikes were strewn about, feeding into a massed conflagration. An entire wooded grove had been flattened to matchsticks. In the desolate no man's land there was cover, of a sort, but nothing for anything larger than infantry. Not that the 6th River Detachment were trying to flee. They might have lost their anti-air battery, but they still had some armored elements. And while the Baal Shem's shoulder mounts had some capacity to fire in a counter-RP role, it was very much a secondary purpose. Much of the terrain had also been covered in debris, forming an impassable scree that was scattered with boulder-sized concrete chunks. A few of the Vilna golems had been knocked to their side or gotten stuck in the newly formed obstacles. Even golems getting themselves unstuck were opportunistically targeted by 2nd Squadron. In the shock of the anti-air collapse, the Alina's armor force and defensive cordon were whittled down. This is a bit much for half a dozen strike suits, Fabia said with a mock apology. But both the Tribune and the Lady Legate are sick of seeing armored golems in their institute. Their institute? I nearly rolled my eyes at the sheer chutzpah of the comment. Talk about counting your chickens, especially when they aren't the ones bleeding for it. Well, hopefully they're not doing some foolhardy thing like leading from the front. But I do have my concerns, what with Jade Javelin helping our weather mages. Confirm. Mind introducing my flight leaders through with the Centurions on the ground? I asked. When in doubt, Sarpedana pilots had the best rapport with ground elements. I can do that, the gruff squadron commander said approvingly. Having more capacity to move on mixed terrain, the Baal Shem fared somewhat better. One even managed to almost get back up after being knocked onto its back, but not before being cored by pylon fire. All those luckless reinforcements, however, were not what concerned Fabia. Instead, the two golems worrying her had already closed with Building 37 and were busy putting their heavier firepower to good use. Dragging a lamed left foot, one lugged a heavy mortar which would have made life miserable and short for the legionaries, save for a somewhat low rate of fire, maybe due to a depleting magazine. Honestly, that Cobblehead seemed to be more interested in using its arm-mounted rotary cannons to keep the Alina's commandos from being flanked. I had seen more wasteful methods of achieving suppressive fire, but not many. Its partner was a slightly more heavily armored Baal Shem that bore the twisted wreckage of a back-mounted Kresnik launcher cell that still hung from its left shoulder pylon by a single warped bracket and which flopped with every thudding step. I suppose one of the explosive bolts failed due to all the hail. Instead of a mortar, its heavy weapon mount was a crystalline cord anti-armor projector. Visha, Violet Blood, we've got another run. Lucia, watch our backs, the threat level for this run is lower, but Elena has proved that they've still got airborne assets in this fight, I said, glancing at the map icons showing 1st Squadron and the Fleet Harmonia racing to intercept those Marzana RP and their missile bomber support. My subordinates keyed their acknowledgement. We're cutting it pretty close, Visha noted. That stonecoat knows we won't bomb Building 37 or our own troops, so she's pressing in close, I explained. She's also smart. She survived that land strike by not making herself a target and instead puppeteering those golems from some place protected. Meanwhile, the Cobbleheads can use anti-tank guns against our legionaries, Lucia growled. She was correct, that Baal Shem's heavy evocation projector would have been a devastating weapon if we had landed any armor. That wasn't to say that the weapon didn't cleave through any poor hoofslogger who got caught in it, but compared to the rotary cannons in each arm that could do the job just as well, it was even more of a waste. Like using a warmer to kill an ant. At least the mortar its partner had was an indirect fire tool. With wards that burned with a greasy iridescence, both golems were standing up to a fair degree of pylum fire. Clearly, the stone coat had survived. And unfortunately, they were rather close to both the Silverhold and the legionary ground teams. The few Marius mules that had survived were still lobbing the occasional Vel missile, though instead of going after the Alenus armored targets they were being used in an anti-personnel role. Between them, the grenadiers, and the anti-infantry Falk's fire from the Sarpedona, the Alenus infantry were not in the best of situations even with their armored support. There was also a renewed attack on Building 37 itself by the combat mages and Lares and his team, who were using their heavier weapons in an attempt to assault a side entrance to the fortified structure. The key part will be the angle of attack, I stated as I called out courses of fire. The steeper we fire down, the less overshoot there will be, but the V formed between our forces and Building 37 will determine our attack vector. And then, an alert came in on the override channel. This is flight ops to all available ritual plate. My stomach tensed as the map updated. Occultia elements have detected 4 Zoyra heavy fighters taking off. They are rendezvousing with a Yarlaw recon bird. There is an unconfirmed but high probability they are supported by a squadron of Volos high-veiled air superiority suits, the dispatcher said, her voice utterly flat. I barely managed not to swear as I took in the map. The Zoyra had taken off from hidden one-plane hangars that were adjacent to roads that could act as improvised rough runways. They were far to the south of the Alenus air station, which put them much closer to the Institute. Perhaps the delays were deliberate to try and draw away our force. Or maybe the Alenus were having trouble coordinating simultaneous counter-assaults while their bases were being blown up. Maybe it took them longer than expected to get to those hangars and warm up those planes. Elena's newest air superiority RP, the Volos, was derived from the Marzana, so it was even possible that some recon boffin had confused the suits captured by aerial imagery, maybe they were kept completely hidden as an ace in the hole, or maybe they just arrived today. I couldn't know, and it didn't matter, not now. Not when some of the most dangerous Alenus predators of the skies had taken wing, and my girls were practically exposed to their fangs. I swore through my teeth, but the map refused to change. How many air assets had Elena hidden here? We were exposed. Even if they didn't have their own airborne threat, First Squadron was out of position to intercept, and if we withdrew, we'd leave the Institute just as exposed as if we did nothing. Meanwhile, there were a couple of flights of Fleet Harmonia and the Svalina flight, but they were all that stood between the enemy and our venerable legionaries or airships. Violet blood. It's just going to be your flight doing fire support. I ordered. Try to be precise. Confirm, I have the coordinates, the Baroness replied. Good hunting, my Countess. Good hunting, my Baroness, I said, feeling my stomach flutter with nerves as I switched channels. I knew exactly what I had to do, I just hated every moment of it. This is Diamond Actual, I have 2 light flights over Building 37 that can respond. Chapter 27, Tempest's Roar. The War Chronicles of a Little Demon. Set in the Diodemon's verse. A Saga of Tanya the Evil FIC. By Sunshine Temple. Naturally, I do not own Yujo Senki. So here's the disclaimer. Saga of Tanya the Evil, its characters and settings belong Carlo Zen, Shinobu Shinatsuki, and Nutco, Ltd. Previous chapters and other works can be found at my fanfiction website. FIC/CNC as always is wanted. Chapter 27, Tempest's Roar. Confirm, Diamond Actual. We can get you some backup. I heard the hint of guilt buried under the dispatcher's relief, the latter emotion so clear in her voice that it almost drizzled into my ear over the COMM link. But I couldn't blame her for her reaction to the news that somebody, anybody, was in a position to intercept the newly revealed threat. House Elena had managed to conceal a fair amount of air assets, and with all of our ritual plate fully committed to the raid on the Institute, our fleet units were dangerously exposed. It had been a risk anticipated back during the planning stages, but the raid's success had ultimately been deemed important enough to outweigh that risk entirely. And now, as a number of Alenus Lance-equipped heavy fighters supported by ritual plate and a recon bird bore down on the fleet assets stripped of a combat air patrol or dedicated interceptors, we were paying the price for those calculations. Visha, Lucia, with me, I ordered, giving first and third flights their heading. I debated commanding them to go above the red line, but our suits were already stressed from our last jaunt, and this time the distances were a bit in our favor. Ah, more mask-wearing duplicity, Lucia said with what sounded like a begrudging respect. I suppose it's for the best that I still have 4 pilots, she wearily noted. For what it was worth, Adriana had stabilized. It sounded like she still had much of the meat of her hand, if not any functionality at the moment. The analgesics her suit had dispensed were within limits and her flying remained sharp, though she was wisely allowing her wingwoman Cardino take the lead. We're in the legions. We'll take good news in whatever form we can, I joked. They really want to protect the Silverhold, Visha noted with an audible frown. Are we getting any backup? I've asked for some Svalina, but flight ops will almost certainly hold them back for a fleet defense role, I admitted. Perhaps for the first time tonight, the Alinas have finally presented an actual threat to our fleet units. I've fought Zoira before, Lucia said in apparent agreement with my opinion. It's easy to get focused on the lances they carry, but I highly encourage keeping in mind that each carries over a dozen Kresnik missiles. Those make for a nasty surprise. And with escort by Volos RP and guidance from those missing Yarlaw recon birds, I grimly concurred, they might even be able to find and hit the Tarantula Hawk or other fleet elements. Wouldn't that be suicide? Visha inquired as we accelerated and went to an intercept course. Elena takes risks when the odds of success make it worth it. Perhaps. I switched to address the full complement of both flights, such as it was. Girls, we've got a big one. You can see on your screens that Elena has finally woken up enough to throw together a pretty lethal strike package. Primus Shadow is right. Yes, I continued, well aware that this line of discussion was doing little to boost morale. It could be a suicide for the Alinas to run the gauntlet of the fleet flotilla's defenses. If they act with decisiveness and skill, the Volos could stealthily destroy a lot of defenses, clearing a path for the Zoira to strike. Meanwhile the scrying capabilities of the Yarlaw would reveal all of our positions to them. Collectively, this formation poses an extreme risk to our Ritualista and hundreds of shippies. This will not stand. Our comrades will do their part and fight the ship. It is up to us to take out the Alinas force multipliers and buy the rest of the task force time to rally. I forced a note of optimism I didn't fully feel, so my miniature briefing would end on something of a high note. I was dubious of its efficacy. The fleet elements, with their small magazines and having put almost all their RP assets into this raid, were exposed, a fact Command knew just as well as I did. CSR had taken a gamble, and it might end up costing us all. It would certainly cost these Alinas flyers. The numbers were ruthless in their cold calculation, sacrifice a whole strike package, but take out a corvette or a spy ship like the Tarantula Hawk. That was a trade any commander would happily accept. And turning combat into a set of cold equations was integral to Alinas doctrine. But it's not just our ship-bound comrades who are at risk, I continued. The enemy could be headed for the Hoofslagers. Once the flotilla is damaged, dispersed, or driven back, there will be little to force back any air-to-ground assaults the Alinas would be inclined to attempt. Unchecked. Well, I'm sure we all know what precise lance fire, guided by dedicated recon support, can do. I had us power up our veils as we vectored onto an intercept course. The Yarlaw's presence made our attempts to reduce our emissions a bit moot, but there was no excuse for sloppiness. You've had time to look over the threat we're up against, I said over the flight leader channel. Violet Blood's absence left me with a strange melancholy. Besides, she was in the safer position, lending fire support to the Sarpedana squadrons. Your thoughts, ladies? We take out that recon bird and they'll lose most of their stream of updating tactical information, Lucia stated. Though, the Zoira heavy fighters are the main threat to our assets, both to the ground team and the fleet ships, Visha countered. Not their Volos escorts? I inquired, scanning my map as we flew to the northwest. We were still well within the bounds of the Institute's sprawling grounds. While the Volos may be a real threat to our squadron, our primary mission is to protect our fleet assets, and the Volos lack the heavy ordnance to truly threaten those, Lucia coolly replied. Those Zoira have lances and a considerable missile complement. Their destruction should be our priority. Yes, as a threat to the fleet you are right, I chuckled. The Zoira are the sharpest tail blade. But one advantage we have is that we know those heavy fighters will keep most of their lances in reserve for their attack runs on their main targets among the fleet elements. They won't have enough to spare for use against us. That's rather confident, ma'am, Lucia said, carefully diplomatic in her skepticism. Oh, I'm quite sure they can afford to take a couple shots at us, I acknowledged, but nothing more. Elena didn't deploy their hidden fighters to target a mere half squadron. Those Volos suits may be about their most expensive ritual plate, but right now they're just running interference on us. And you've fought them before, Lucia noted. Fight is an exaggeration, I demurred, though the encounter did allow me to collect some very insightful data on them with my Gorgon rig. I felt an unbidden smile tug at my lips as the beginnings of a plan clicked together in my mind. Data that will be especially useful given that, while they may have to reserve their lances for more valuable prey, we have no such restrictions. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 8 7 6 5 4 3 2 1. Taking in some broth to soothe my growling stomach, I rolled my shoulders a bit, feeling some of the tension knotting my muscles subside. It was a relief, though not nearly as much as the news that Lady Primus Felicity Ivory Quiver was willing to support me. With her help, we would have some hope and time to coordinate our forces. There was still the matter of getting fleet ops fully on board with my plan. Fortunately, one of the elements of said plan had already crystallized in my favor, as it turned out that as the Tarantula Hawk had a small torpedo magazine, the contents of which were an unusually closely guarded secret. However, in the extremis of the situation, the magazine's mysteries had been revealed to me. To my great relief, the contents were not some strategic scorched earth cache or other grandiose loadout of munitions destined to erase the entire institute should every twig break against us. No, fortunately enough, the Lady Legate's ace in the hole was quite practical. Countess, Violet Blood transmitted. About this mission we're supporting, you need to see this. I quashed my instinctive irritation at the distraction. Violet Blood was no broodling who needed hand-holding, nor was she a shrinking Violet who quailed at getting her claws dirty. Besides, her flight had already helped destroy the last of the Alina's armored units. What's the situation? Let me just show you. Violet Blood said, her voice fading distractedly away as she entered a command into her comms, and then with a few chirps and clicks, my feed switched to the combined take of the 4th Squadron's channel. I immediately focused on the area around Building 37. Violet Blood's Flight 2 was in overwatch position, but had begun descending along a steady trajectory, stooping down almost to the same altitude as the rest of Fabia's 4th Squadron. Wait, no, one of the Sarpedana flights was moving out of position. Oh Darkster's blood, she's updated the timeline, the Baroness swore, clearly not just addressing me but also the rest of her flight. Harrow Fang Actual. Your first flight is dropping in altitude. Flight Ops cut in on 4th Squadron's channel. Confirm, first is the only one at full strength, Fabia stated tetchily, as if annoyed by the imposition. The renewed tension between my wings grew as I saw where the vectors were going to lead. Flight Ops had made the same realization. But This is Jade Javelin, the Primus is doing what those with the honor name Firmitas do, the Lady Legate cut in. Attack run is authorized. Thank you, my Legate, Fabia replied, her voice tight with concentration. Flight 1 inbound. All ground units on entrance south 2, clear the path. Confirm, came Laris's gravelly voice as rotary cannons and grenades went off in the background. We've got the door held open for you. I guess we're not the only ones bending the rules tonight. Violet Blood said to me, sharing her gallows humor over a private sub-channel, as she directed her pilots to help with some covering fire. And then the night over Building 37 lit up in a small physics-bending sun as Lavish, exercising her stress at being late to the party, dropped a lance strike in the middle of a group of Alina's infantry. As suppressing fire went, it was overkill, but given Fabia's rank lunacy it felt curiously appropriate. We all held our breaths as the four Sarpedana reduced altitude and speed and rocketed right into Building 37. In ritual plate combat, there were a few key rules. They were, in short, never get into a melee fight and never fight on the ground. Both were hammered into the skulls of all recruits bearing allegiance to any house because either scenario negated the ritual plate's key advantages of speed and mobility. On my display, icons started to flare along Building 37's image and the ground team charged inside hot on the heels of Fabia's flight. The other ritual plate around the building dropped to a low, though still sane, altitude and started laying down suppressive fire to keep the Alinas from reinforcing or counter-attacking. It's madness. I mean, yes, she's got wards and plenty of Falk's fire to kill infantry, but the Legion has better equipment for this, Violet Blood said, chuckling once and then sobering. I guess Imperial heroines are like that. Probably for the best that Rainhild didn't pack your sword. I ignored her thinly veiled commentary towards me. She had a point. While a Sarpedana could, in theory, act in ground clearance options, there were far less expensive and risky aspects. A Magnus engineering team could generate and move wards, and as for mobile offensive power, auxiliary scouts like Laris and his men or Legion grenadiers could do the job with far less cost. Desperate times, I remarked. Another risk factor was the alarming capacity of RP to explode when damaged sufficiently, which in the close environs of ground combat and against a dug-in enemy, represented a significant danger to friend and foe alike. Sending in 4 Sarpedana all but reeked of rank desperation on Lady Jade Javelin's part, as she could easily have blown up the Silverhold in the process of breaching the building. Though, I must admit, the Legate's in quite a rush, Violet Blood observed before pausing to give Skyspare an order. Looking at the telemetry, smoke had begun curling out of the roof of Building 37 and the hail had finally started to taper off. Maybe they had managed to shut off that cursed magical artifact at last. We are facing 2 incoming Alina's air assaults. I wouldn't be shocked if the Brasshorns thinks we're running out of time, I pointedly reminded her. First Squadron seemed to be doing well enough, but they would be kept busy for too long to provide any assistance with the force I was throwing 2 of my depleted flights at. Violet Blood hesitated. Good luck, Countess. Don't feel guilty, I reassured her. You're doing the important job of making sure the spooks can get their Silverhold out of here. Once it's loaded aboard the VOTL and off the ground, can start pulling out of this darkster forsaken world. Understood, just make sure you and the Islander girl get back. Violet Blood paused, as if a second thought had struck her. Oh, and as many of the rest as possible, I suppose. I sighed. You're all heart, love blood. I know. Second flight out, she laughed before closing the channel. I looked at my display and saw that the 2 Svalina coming in at a closing angle were almost caught up with us. Maiden 2, it's good to see you, I transmitted. Diamond Actual. I am pleased to say that my commander has released myself and my wingwoman to your operational command, Lady Primus Ivory Quiver greeted, just as prim and proper as if we had run into each other at a bacchanalia. Excellent. We've got quite the threat and not much in the way of resources to meet it, though flight ops has given me more than I feared they would, I said, speaking as I quickly queried her suit and transferred my tactical concepts to her. Indeed, normally even 4 Zorya wouldn't be a true threat, but with our squadrons being committed and our fleet ships running low. Ah. The woman trailed off as she digested my proposal. That's a bold strategy, she said in a very carefully neutral tone. The heavy fighters' lances are their long-range threat, but it's the combination of veiled escort, reconnaissance, and heavy strike that makes the formation a true danger. But you and your wingwoman have unique capabilities that, if used right, our enemy wouldn't expect, I explained. The lady chuckled. I'll admit your idea is bold, and it is nice for once not to have us Svalina pilots forced into the passive role of missile sponge. Well, if things go right, you may have to deflect a few lance strikes, I half warned, half promised. Like most things with combat, it would all come down to timing and range. The Tarantula Hawks magazine held a total of 6 Roadwolf light torpedoes, each with 5 Velsprints, 2 Georges light torpedoes, each of which was tipped with a single monolithic warhead, and 3 Hrunting shipkiller heavy torpedoes. The Hrunting was a particularly nasty and expensive bit of kit, as it had a one-shot teleport system that allowed it on terminal approach to avoid most of a target's defenses by suddenly appearing right next to the target, literally giving next to no time to intercept the missile. It was those 3 shipkillers that CSR was keeping on the down low. Their presence indicated that Nvidia and her associates were concerned that Elena might have their own fleet assets in the area and wanted something on hand just in case of any such rainy day scenarios. For the moment, I couldn't care less about the shipkillers. It was the light torpedoes that had my interest, a bare handful of which flight ops had released into my custody with reluctance. They had a limited stock and their fear was if they used them now, they wouldn't have them later on when the Alina strike was closer. The fault in that logic was that if we could blunt the strike right now, that would be ordnance well spent. As I took in the tactical plots, I could not shake the feeling that this sudden thrust was part of an Alina's delaying action. If they wanted to hold us in place, this was a good moment to force the issue. We were, after all, dangerously strung out. To the east Quirinus, 1st Squadron and the shippies were engaging 2 squadrons of Marzana air superiority ritual plate, supported by a trio of cupola bombers laden with missiles. And between those forces, the ground team, thanks to Fabia's insanity, had broken Building 37's defenses. In this moment, and with the new threat vectoring into the mobile fleet assets, an orderly retreat would be effectively impossible. While the air was still a tumult of hail and thunder, the weather gauges showed the storm was easing. Between that and a call for a third wave of VTOLs to come to the operation area indicated that the Silverhold might just be in Nvidia and Jade Javelin's claws. If the Lady Legate had risked her highborn hide by setting hooves on this Darkster-cursed colony, I hoped it was for something critical like shutting down this secretive, but so important, artifact. And Elena had to know this. They had to know that we were a hair away from accomplishing our objective, but simultaneously incapable of removing our hand from the cookie jar should the need arise. We were caught in a beam sea, and every minor rill could swell into a ship-killing wave in a moment. It was all contributing to my mounting concern that these air attacks were, at least in part, a way to buy time for yet more reinforcements. I sipped a bit of water and allowed myself a tiny bit of pride at having spotted the probable gambit. It was a nice reprieve from the choking dread closing around my throat. I switched to the squadron channel and addressed my diminished forces. 3rd Squadron of Epsilon Wing. I hope you've enjoyed your sojourn to Harp's world. You've seen their lovely seas, enjoyed their picturesque weather, and I'm sure we all agree that Elena's reputation as hosts is unrivaled on the dimensional spine, but alas, all things must end. Despite our squadron having sent the Catalan Company flotilla on their way to Neptune's court, the work of a Legion flyer is never done. Before we leave the wonderful Harp's world, both us and 1st Squadron have to help the shippies put down the dregs from Air Station Dola Gorod. Just one more strike. I cheered, rallying my worn and battered pilots. It was also not a fair comparison, but I let Flights 1 and 3 have their moment. The Catalan Company, for all their aggression and attempts to bring us down with them, had been mercenary forces saddled with old export equipment. Dola Gorod was staffed by Alina's regulars, and they had spent months preparing for just such a raid with a series of contingencies, backups, and bolt holes. Now, your flight leaders have explained your parts in the plan, and I have every confidence in you. Of my forces, only Flight 3 was at full strength, and that was only because I had swapped Octavia for Charity. And even then, my use of the term was generous, given Adriana's injury. Not that a ritual pilot should technically have much need for her hands in combat. But I had other assets, and not just the 2 Svalina. Everyone, get something to eat and hydrate, this will be your last chance for a while. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 8 7 6 5 4 3 2 1. The map projected before me refused to change. That is, the constantly moving estimated disposition of enemy and friendly units did not yield a new tactical situation. Around Building 37 the ground situation was proceeding well enough, and VTOLs were starting to run recovery missions. Though evacuating the salient left when egressing a landing zone was always a dicey proposition. At least I had left Violet Blood's flight to give Squadrons 2 and 4 some extra fire support. First Squadron, with their help from Harmonia fleet pilots, had met the enemy force of Alina's air superiority RP. That fight had quickly grown into a long and drawn-out affair, with the enemy missile bombers helping to cover a series of their tactical retreats while the Marzana tried to flank our forces to get to Building 37. I was acutely regretting this operation's lack of friendly bombers. A flight of Ostas, or the faster but early production Manta Rays, could have done much to blunt this enemy strike. The good news was that it looked like Cenis and her squadron would be able to grind down the enemy, but at the cost of rendering them unable to help my forces. Though I was not without reinforcements. Maiden 2? Torpedo Ops? I inquired, only now patching in the 2 fleet pilots and the Telem Centurion that Flight Ops had provided us. Reassuringly, we had gotten Prefect Centurion Landgrave Camillus again. Presumably, his unit had been roped into CSR via similar machinations to mine. At least I knew the people on this cursed operation were talented. We are ready, Lady Primus Ivory Quiver stated. Telemetry is good, notice spirits have a good thaumaturgical link with the munitions. And while I had hoped to meet you and your betrothed under more friendly circumstances, it is a pleasure to work with you, Countess, Camillus smoothly said. For the moment, we were in a textbook Black Skyvian formation. Air superiority was in the lead, supplemented by Svalina and a trio of light torpedoes on a rendezvous course. All these assets were screening and protecting 3 meager strike suits. Which was intentional. With the Yarila using its advanced scrying suite, it was not like we could hide our force composition as we closed in on the enemy. Thoughts? I asked Grey Dawn on a private channel. It would be great if we had some real fleet assets for this mission, and not just a handful of CSR's shiny new toys, my senior pilot stated. I gave a bitter laugh. Those shiny new toys were the only ones with enough veiling to be able to sneak around without getting detected. The Tarantula Hawk is twice the size of a destroyer, so it's obvious that highly veiled destroyers exist even if only a handful, Grey Dawn sighed. But we got corvettes instead, enough wishing for fire support we'll never get. The Eternal Legionnaires lament, I added before asking. What about the enemy? They're forming up by putting their Volos ahead. No missile launch yet. I think they'll wait until we're committed, Signifier Grey Dawn said. Oh? They don't think this is a real strike. Grey Dawn chucked. With our threadbare team? If I were in the enemy's plate, I'd be anticipating harassment rather than a strike. I'd be warning my flyers not to waste too many munitions as we swooped by. That was my backup plan, I admitted with an exhale. It might work, but First Squadron is indisposed at the moment, and by the time they can support us, those Zorya will be far too close to Building 37. Or the fleet ships. Good thing we're not going to annoy the enemy to death. Eyeing the display, I switched back to the previous channel. All forces, prepare to execute a new course heading in on my mark. The tension pressed on my shoulders as my wings ached from fatigue. If I concentrated, I could hear little pings and rattles of my plate. Gibbs was going to be quite upset with the wear I had put my suit through tonight. The moment came. Mark. Execute. 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 1 second we were in a standard Black Skyvian formation. One that had good mutual support and would make even a superior force, such as the one we were fighting, approach us with caution. But in an instant, we threw all that away. The trio of Kono light torpedoes adjusted their heading and with a snap acceleration broke away from our formation. Maiden 2 also dashed ahead, proving once again that the Svalina were fast suits. It was one of the many capabilities they had that were overshadowed by their impressive wards. They were still below their red line, there was no way I would risk those suits overpowering their systems. When facing an enemy with dedicated scrying assets, concealing the location of one's assets was a fool's game. In light of our own occultia, the Alinas had prepared the ground ahead of time, secreting forces in case of a raid. They then attacked relatively openly, knowing we would see them but forcing a response. In setting a counterattack under the gaze of a Yarila recon bird, I decided to take inspiration from the Alinas playbook. The 2 formations split and went after separate targets. The torpedoes targeted the Yarla. The crew knew what was coming, and dutifully a flight of Volos moved to intercept and protect the aircraft. It was obvious that we were willing to commit a relatively strong anti-air package to take out their high-value target. Meanwhile, the Svalina's attack run gave the whole formation pause. Maiden 2, at max thrust, was charging right at the lead pair of Zorya heavy fighters. My abbreviated squadron followed in their wake. I was curious how the other 2 Zoyras and 2 flights of Volos would react, especially after what happened to their sisters. Doubtless receiving telemetry, a flight of Volos had moved to shoot down the 3 Kono lights rocketing towards the Yarla. Typically, there were two approaches to overcome enemy interceptors. One could spread out the strikes on multiple vectors that would force the enemy to spread their forces out, but that risked being defeated in detail. Or they could concentrate their forces in the hopes of having a stronger attack that could get through. On my display, I saw the torpedo package try to do the latter while also trying to evade interception by twisting around and up, but the Alenus ritual plate ascended to keep between them and the Yarlaw. From the attention I could spare, it seemed these Volos pilots knew their craft and were not spooked by flying into the teeth of Black Skyvian ordnance that had slammed into their terminal acceleration. The flight had split into two pairs in a spread-out rectangular formation that maximized the coverage from their own weapons, forming a veritable net to focus their fire and kill the torpedoes as they passed. The Volos pilots had positioned themselves well, close enough that the faster torpedoes could not outmaneuver the RP by simply flying around them, but far enough that a Roadwolf could not release its payload of Vel sprints. Thus, they only had to defeat 3 incoming missiles instead of 15. It was a solid tactical plan. Then, in an instant, it was all undone. Contrary to their expectations, only 2 of the 3 torpedoes on the tactical plot disappeared, the Roadwolves expending their payload of Vel sprints right in the face of their would-be interceptors, instead of going past them to the Yarlaw they were protecting. At the same moment, the last torpedo hooked a high G-turn that sent sympathetic aches through my bones just by looking at its new trajectory. The enemy flight leader proved she had good discipline. As she watched the jaws of the trap close, she quickly ordered her forces to concentrate their efforts on killing the remaining torpedo, ignoring the hail of anti-air missiles entirely in her single-minded focus. Despite the detour, its course was still on track to Yarlaw. But now, each pair of Alenus pilots had to deal with 5 anti-air missiles in their way. This skill proved why these pilots had been chosen for Elena's rainy day reserve. They were quick to adapt and immediately committed to a plan of attack. Between their suit's performance, superior veiling, and expertise, they could have taken out all the Vels with minimal losses. Alternatively, if the flight commander was willing to destroy her flight, she could have taken out that last torpedo. Unfortunately for them, despite her earlier responsiveness, she tried to be clever. Now, the leading wingwoman took on the incoming Vels while her second split off to intercept the remaining Kono light. Artellum Centurion and his coterie of Notice spirits were feeling vicious and were able to split their attention, helping guide the Vels for maximum harassment. In that mad dash, one Volos was marked crippled, and another wiped clear off the plot, but 2 managed to get close to their target. Not content to merely be helpless prey, the enemy Yarlaw poured on the throttles, racing away at best speed with wards charged to max, point defense system activated, and an impressive amount of chaff flying off its frame. The final approach was a supersonic chase unfolding over dozens of miles and ending in mere heartbeats. The only remaining Volos standing in the way vanished from the display along with the last Vels, clearing the way for the final torpedo. In the last moments, there was no separation, no more clouds of anti-air missiles to confuse with decoy or destroy with evocation projectors. Only a single Kono, guided with all the predatory instinct of its Noctis spirit, fed telemetry from half a dozen Gorgon rigs, wreathed in Gregorius protective wards, screaming through the air towards the Yarlaw. In a brief spark of hope, the Yarlaw's point defense system managed to cut through the torpedo's wards and slice into the casing itself. Had it been carrying the standard 5-part warhead, it might have even saved them. Instead, the almighty thunderclap of the 120-pound unitary alchemical explosive overwhelmed the recon bird's wards, sheared off nearly half Yarlaw's hull in an instant, and sent the remains of the burning fuselage spiraling down to the ground. A moment later, the distant shockwave finally hit me like a punch to the lungs that echoed through my wards and armor. Splash 1 recon bird, Tellum Prefect Camilla stated, pride edging into his voice. I let the fleet officer have his moment, the Yarlaw's death represented one less threat to his ships. My girls had to focus on the remaining pair of Alenus pilots still in the air. I would have preferred to have that whole flight wiped out. That 2 Volos pilots survived having a barrage of anti-air missiles suddenly thrown in their faces was no small thing. That still left 2 flights of enemy RP and 4 heavy fighters. As the Yarlaw was shot out of the sky, Maiden 2 raced to meet the leading 2 Zoryas. Despite not normally being used in an offensive role, Svalin warding suits had advantages. They were fast, nimble, had the same air-to-air armaments as a Harmonia, and their protective systems were second to none. If not for the monumental expense or the rarity of capable pilots, this might be a more common role. Unfortunately, the Zorya's pilots met my expectations with their prudent use of Kresniks. After the first few missiles were destroyed, they slowed the rate of fire into steady but spaced-out launches. Given the limited uses a Svalina pilot had on her heavy wards, it was a sensible way to attempt to erode the protection swaddling that rare and invaluable suit. But it wasn't just a matter of the Zorya's hammering unchallenged on the Svalina, rather, those pilots had to strike a balance. Fire too few missiles and the 2 Svalina pilots of Maiden 2 could use their ballista projectors and conventional wards to intercept, fire too many, and the heavy fighter's magazine would run dry. Fortunately, however, another one of my expectations proved true. As I'd predicted from the start, the Zoyra heavy fighters had held their lance fire. While those long-range evocation weapons, longer ranged than the lances I was equipped with, could deplete the Svalina's wards. Doing so would run counter to this formation's entire goal. Diamond Actual to Shadow Actual, you may commence supporting fire, I transmitted to Visha. Flight 1 had been reduced, amounting to Visha, myself, and Grey Dawn, but it was still her formation. Delegating to subordinate officers and teaching them leadership was a vital part of command. It was something I had much experience in, particularly with Visha, and that served to reduce my temptation to step on her toes. Confirm, Diamond Actual, Visha stated on the flight channel, all business. Flight, you are cleared to bypass range warning Alpha, but only after you clear your 2 targets with myself. You've got Gorgon rigs, Occultia, and Maiden 2 helping your scrying output. Failure is not an option. I repeated the command request to Flight 3. Hood Actual, we have 2 Volos flights coming to us and I would bet my coffee stash that they'll get fire support from the 2 heavy fighters hanging back. I agree, Diamond Actual, Lucia stated. I have orders for my flight to move to an intercept formation after Flight 1 fires. Excellent work. Stand by for Lance Strike, I said before giving Maiden 2 their orders and confirming my targeting with Visha. My systems did flash the out-of-range warning, but allowed me to make the selection as I rolled my shoulders. After a certain range, lances started to rapidly lose their cohesion as the spells keeping the pulses corralled into a coherent beam faded. Despite the minor diffusive factor, though, a ritual plate was a far less protected target than an enemy capital ship. For that reason, when all the tactical balancing was stripped away, that was why I prioritized the Volos over the Zorya. The heavy fighters' stronger wards might give them enough of an edge to survive what their RP escorts couldn't. It was a gamble, but the lances would suffice, should they find their targets. Complicating matters was that after our torpedo strike, the enemy pilots had been expecting something unusual and had upped their veils and their evasive maneuvering. It was a wrinkle, but expecting our foes to be brain-dead drones rushing into slaughter was a fool's dream. Targeting information is in. Ready for lance fire on mark, Visha stated over the common channel for this particular sortie. Comms momentarily went dead as she gauged the distances. Mark. Fire. Visha ordered. For at least the 4th time in these pre-dawn early morning skies, the air rippled with an arcane dawn. Half a dozen eye-searing beams of concentrated ravenous energy snapped out towards 6 of the 8 Volos RP that were escorting the heavy fighters. The cataclysmic impact of capital-grade weapons used to swat hornets briefly overwhelmed our scrying arrays, washing out my eyes and ears with light and thunder. The display cleared as our scrying systems recovered from the brief overflash and various other sources of data fed in. In the aftermath of the strike, I had to admit, I was honestly impressed with the Alina's pilots. 2 suits had been obliterated entirely, having taken the core of the lance fire dead center. One was a charred, twitching cinder tumbling away towards the northwest corner of the Institute's grounds. 2 had partially evaded and were still mobile, but their suits were now leaking magical energy, lighting them up like a feast day bonfire. And 1 pilot, despite everything, had managed to survive the barrage of arcane artillery utterly unscathed. I hissed through my teeth. The results were, by most objective measures, perfectly good. The problem was that we had little room to afford merely good. Even with the heavy damage incurred, the enemy still had flights worth of pilots that were functional, plus 2 more with heavy damage but might be able to fire. As I'd feared, the surviving enemies reorganized and reoriented with irritatingly commendable speed, with the remaining pilots angling right toward my squadron. The distances closed, and then my alert screamed as all 4 of the heavy fighters launched their missiles at us. The Countess and her mistress just gave us quite the dazzling fireworks show. Now it's time for the pilots of the Lancian anchorage to take the stage. Lucia said over her channel, showing quite the dramatic flair. Let's not disappoint them, girls. At least the Volos were focused on us and not Maiden 2. The 2 Svalina closed ranks, with Lady Primus Ivory Quiver and her wingwoman swapping being the leading element as they dove into the leading heavy fighters. Secondary targets if you please, Visha ordered as Flight 1 went to the trailing pair of Zoryas while Flight 3 engaged the remaining Volos. My eyes tracked the vectors on the display. We were cutting our timing a bit finer than I would have liked here. Unlike the earlier carefully measured pot shots against Maiden 2, the heavy fighters released a saturating cloud of Kresnik missiles at my abbreviated squadron. With Maiden 2, the pair concentrated their ballistas, allowing them to pierce through the lead fighter's wards. The Zoyra's wingtip blew off as it spun, recovering enough to start limping back to regroup with its comrades under the cover of the fighter's undamaged partner. I had hoped for a kill, but the odds sadly hadn't borne out in my favor. Maiden 2. Break, I ordered an instant after the 2 Svalinas had already changed their heading. The nimble RP had far greater agility than the much larger Zoryas, and with their new course, they were positioned to cross vectors on a nearly perfect intercept of incoming Kresniks. With their direct guidance from the remaining Volos, many escaped, but the bulk were taken out by Maiden 2's heavy shields. Signifier, that damaged fighter displeases me, Visha ordered. It was ruthless, but with an injured wing, it should be an easier target. Confirm, Primus Shadow, Grey Dawn acknowledged as she fired at the wounded and, for the moment, exposed Zorya. At this extreme range, the fighter's random evasions were almost sufficient to save it, but not quite. The heavy fighter's nose ripped off as it went into a spin. I barely registered the ejection of its 2 aircrew as the remaining 3 Zoryas regrouped and Lucia's pilots killed 2 of the Volos, one a crippled RP from an earlier strike, the other one whose luck had run out. Elena's air doctrine was calculating. True to our inter-house rivalry, they tried to outdo the Black Skyvian way of war. Over Lacus Suprum last year, Pukovnik Amelia Armin was able to make the rational call and withdraw her forces. But that was before blood had shed. That was when her vanguard strike had been observing a training exercise. Here? We were the invaders, and we had already killed many of these pilots' comrades and sisters. I knew they would not simply slink away. I also suspected what would happen when they turned. Power spike! Lucia screamed an instant before me. Zoyra lances are active. Contingency red. I ordered as I flipped my own suit to line up on the remaining 2 heavy fighters. By the standards of a fixed-wing asset, the Zoyra was a large fighter, and for its size, it was agile, even if it was more built for speed and capacity. Our real advantage was the pilot and her evocation systems operator were fighting with one hand tied behind their backs. They had held back their limited number of lance shots, saving them for their ultimate mission. For nearly this entire operation, my flight had outranged and outmaneuvered our opponents. Sniping at them with our lance batteries before darting in for a kill on wounded prey. No more. Now we were locked in a supersonic joust armed with capital-grade ordnance. In but a few wing beats, carnage unfolded. My suit's eyes dimmed as beams brighter than my own lances struck across the night sky. The 3 fighters converged their fire, all aiming to take vengeance upon Flight 1, but Lady Primus Ivory Quiver intercepted. Time moved like treacle as her potent TIA ward projectors flickered and momentarily held against the onslaught before collapsing in a burst of arcane overflash. For a moment, a new sun roared its way into existence in these stormy skies, the rippling air hitting my lungs with the physical impact of Ivory Quiver's final act of defense. I didn't even have time to breathe, taking the barest sliver of an opening to fire my last lance aimed at the lead Zoyra that I knew had just killed the fleet pilot, but suddenly a Volos flew into its place taking the hit. Time slid into a strobing series of flashes. Visual systems cut in and out, arcane leakage hashed scrying intake, and the adrenaline flooding into my veins warped my perception of events. Ivory Quiver was dead, and she would not be the last. The Volos that had put herself in front of my beam had been blasted apart, with the twisted wreckage of her suit, body, and the remains of my lance beam slamming into the lead Zorya's wards. As Volos pilots tried to carve apart Lucia's formation, one of her flyers, ever so slightly out of position, was tagged by a Kresnik detonating just off her port wing. Her wingwoman flew in to cover her as she tried to wobble back to safety, only for the wingwoman's Pollux to be quickly obliterated by a Zoyra's strafing lance fire. A light on my display flicked red, the cold system of the machine factually informing me that someone I had known and trained for months or years was simply gone. The remaining Svalina pilot was gamely keeping up her roles of missile interception platform and flying counter-fire battery, but she was among the highest priority of targets. My own heavy munitions expended, I fell back into the role of supporting the rest of my flight and trying to command this maelstrom. Lucia, get the remaining Volos and cover Maiden 2. Maiden 2, keep interception fire but watch if they concentrate lance fire. Visha, any fire you have should take out those Zoryas, I forced out. I practically had to shout over the weight of my own acceleration squeezing my lungs. I could feel my body chill as adrenaline spiked. We were already executing contingency red, but reaffirming orders was part of my job. At least Cenis and 1st Squadron had completed their task and were now able to help with the pull-out. Though, I didn't even look at their losses. I've still got 2 shots and Grey Dawn has 1, Visha stated, her voice clipped and strained from the high GS we were all enduring as we raced over the northwestern reaches of the Institute's grounds. Understood. Form up, protective screens, I ordered as I had the remaining Svalina protecting Grey Dawn while I flew close escort to Visha. The cold calculus of war would have had me reverse that order, save for a critical difference. Visha was my wingwoman, and I was already in position to watch her, while Grey Dawn was to the southern angle where the Svalina was already in place to neatly protect her and support Lucia's formation. And there was no time to swap up. Another 2 Volos were damaged, but their pilots were moving the pair of lighter air superiority variants with a deft maneuvering that let them stay in the fight with frustrating tenacity. Another light on my display flashed to orange. I spared a quick glance at the names and saw that Octavia's suit had been hit. A strange mix of guilt and relief swelled in me that she was not the one who had died. Still being screened by the Volos flight, the 3 Zoyra were still out of ballista range, and conversely, we were still out of the range of their own non-lance evocation emitters. Visha and Grey Dawn had lined up to fire, and I frowned at the positioning of the 3 heavy fighters. They were moving into us, but not at the maximum closing rate, as if they were not fully committed to their vengeance strike. Maybe these Alina's pilots were acting more rationally than I had assumed. Though that would mean. Watch for them to break off. I warned over the COMM channel as the three fighters seemingly flushed all of the missiles remaining in their ammunition magazines as a full 20 Kresniks launched. At the reduced range, the missiles immediately shot to hard acceleration and fired out in sprint mode, all aimed at Visha and Grey Dawn. Time slowed to a crawl. My heart hammered in my chest. My focus narrowed to my ballista. It was far from ideal but suitable for a counter-fire role. Missiles blew apart as they flashed closer and closer. Sweat seeped into my eyes. Muscles in my wings ached. Warnings trilled piercingly in my ears. Despite all the irritants clawing at my mind, I followed Visha on her twisting course, stooping to descend and line up a shot at the two tailing Zoira. We had fought together long enough that I knew her plan was to take out both remaining heavy fighters, one after the other, and that she was going to come at a higher offset angle. That left the forward one to signify Grey Dawn. And protected by the Svalina's wards, my Grey Dawn fired her last lance. It was a clean hit that blew the doomed Zorya apart. It only came a moment too late. An instant before Grey Dawn's fateful strike, the lead fighter fired its own lance. Ill-aimed from the corkscrewing maneuvers, the beam was a blind dart throw, but an educated one tossed by a skilled foe with everything on the line. Why target the better protected strike suit? Destructive energy raced across my auto-blinded vision and a wall of noise drowned out the world. Blood pounded in my ears. I felt like my chest was hit by a tank. Coughing, I saw that the beam's path had grazed past Visha. My breath caught. I wanted to curl into a ball. Something sharp and dreadful stabbed deep into my chest. A graze could simply mean a lingering death instead of instantly being extinguished. My gaze drifting, I saw small objects falling from Visha's suit. Just before my heart could stop, she suddenly snapped to a new vector and shot into a steep climb. Watching as her ejected and damaged lance flasks exploded beneath her, I heard her sweet voice dance along my ears. My head ached as I tried to look out and orient myself, but the eye lenses were cracked. A series of off-tempo notes trilled in my ears, making discordant music. I smelled something like burning metal. The cloying taste of blood filled my mouth. Despite my speed, there seemed to be something wrong with my suit's navigation system. It said I was in a flat spin, but I could see the two Zorya covered by a trio of battered Volos breaking away from us. I tried to give orders, but my tongue felt like it was stuck to the roof of my mouth. There was a sharp jab in the back of my neck and my vision and hearing cleared. I was hit by a cacophony of suit alarms. The status screen was full of angry warnings of failing suit systems. Diamond Actual, what is your status? Toria, can you recover? Visha cried, her voice strangely distant. My mouth felt phlegmy, or maybe bloody, and I spit. Endless training exercises took over as I quickly took in the shattered systems. There was now a sharp whistling, somewhere my faceplate had jarred loose, forming a crack. Freezing water droplets splashed onto my face. I felt lucky to have comms at all. Negative, I coughed. Negative. I'm going to have to ditch. We can follow you. No, I cut her off as I started to bleed altitude, and other things. Those two Zoiram must be handled. If they take out the Tarantula Hawk, none of us will return back home. My head pounded. My wings screamed. A fog of dull agony clouded my thoughts. That seemed like the right call. It was long odds that they could reach the assault carrier, but those Alina's pilots had shown luck in getting past us. Sure, they had taken horrific casualties to do it, but now they were very motivated. Tell flight ops. I trailed off as my tail started to ache. There were more perforations in my suit, and my Zephyr were trying to soothe me. We'll have an occultia watching where you go down. A SAR team is on the way, Visha assured, her voice brittle. I'll land fine, we've all been trained for this, I quietly assured her. The main warning light went from amber to flashing red as a series of gauges for my power system flashed into the danger zone. That was that. If not for the mad dash to satiate my pilot's bloodlust, I probably would have gotten to the ground in my suit, maybe it would have survived the glancing near miss of a lance. 3 years of memories and melancholy filled me as I keyed in the ejection system. My Pollux had protected me since my 12th birthday. From the skies over Ortov and the jungles of House Croc-Ellie it kept me alive, and now I had to throw it aside as so much scrap. Verifying my altitude and that the scuttling charges for the critical parts of the communications and scrying systems were set, I closed my eyes, rain freezing on my cheeks, and went to some of the first words my mother Clementia had taught me. Dark Star, give us the grace to return safely to our homes, I recited, unwittingly over the squadron channel, and triggered the emergency release. Chapter 28, Landfall. The War Chronicles of a Little Demon. Set in the Diodemon's verse. A Saga of Tanya the Evil FIC. By Sunshine Temple. Naturally, I do not own Yujo Senki. So here's the disclaimer. Saga of Tanya the Evil, its characters and settings belong Carlos N., Shinobu Shin Atsuki and Nutco, Ltd. Previous chapters and other works can be found at my fanfiction website. FIC/. CNC as always is wanted. Chapter 28, Landfall. The combusting collection of engraved metal plates and fried arcane constructs burst apart unevenly as the fuel and overloaded power systems ripped free, spinning away before exploding. The forested ground below shot towards me rapidly as my helmet rattled, freezing, moist air whistling shrilly in my ears through the widening cracks. The green sea sharpened with terrible clarity into a multitude of reaching trees, their leafy branches heavy with ice. Desperately, I tried to direct my fall between them, aiming for the clearest crash site I could spy. My battered wings strained to bleed away speed, fighting to force my tumble towards a survivable trajectory. Technically, it wasn't all bad. Yes, I had been shot down and was falling not too far from the grounds of the sprawling Obsidian Institute. Yes, my formation had failed to stop the Alina's strike. And, yes, I had left a comet of burning debris in my wake, giving the enemy an obvious trail to follow. But despite all of these admittedly unfortunate developments, I could still feel the reassuring weight of my emergency kit where it hung, strapped to my flight suit. My Zephyr also spun around me, seemingly dismayed by the lack of my suit, but they were alive. That was at least something. Hitting the ground in a flurry of curses directed at the Office of Cultural and Strategic Reconnaissance, I immediately forced myself back to my feet to start moving, despite the hot, tingling pain radiating through my body. No sense letting myself be an easy target, after all. My aching wings were limp at my sides, dead weights whose only motion was the slight ruffling of my feathers, as if my Zephyr were trying to cling to me. After days of being cooped up on one airship after another, after hours spent in the snug confines of a ritual plate, and after the final horrible seconds of cacophonous alerts and screaming automated warnings, the forest stillness and the quiet susurration of wind through ice-laden trees was disorienting in its broad, endless calm. Solid ground, or at least ice over mud, felt wrong. Bits of flaming debris were scattered around me. Most of my once ever-present suit now littered the area, all of the fine arcane engineering and mighty promising power reduced to burning wreckage. Cold rain drizzled onto my battered helmet and shoulders, but though the wet was rapidly wiping the air clean, I could still smell the tang of smoke and the harsh discordant stink of burned metal. I disconnect my crooked faceplate with its crazed eye lenses. After slipping the death mask into my inner flight suit, I took in the improved view. I debated removing the helmet. My Gorgon rig was heavily damaged, not that I could get any real scrying accomplished without any power to feed into the array. But the helmet itself still had some protection, given its internal padding and exterior armor. The momentary anger, frustration, and loss passed, or at least I forced it all down and focused on my training. All RP pilots were put through survival and evasion courses in preparation for such situations. Never one to be satisfied by accomplishing the minimum, I had opted to take the advanced course and insisted my subordinate pilots likewise train beyond the Legion minimum. Now, honed by my training and my experience, I knew the objectives of my new mission. They were simple, free of the frippery and ostentation of more formal commands conveyed through official messaging and written instructions. My goal was reduced to its simplest form: survive. To survive long enough for my search and recovery comrades to find me. To survive long enough to return to my VS, to my home in the Legions, and to my family. Everything else, from evading the enemy or, failing that, to resisting capture by them, to maintaining comms discipline, were all sacrifices burnt upon the altar of that goal. Everything I was and everything I did until I once more sheltered under Black Sky's fell wings would be in service to that goal. I opened my survival kit, slipped on the holstered sidearm, checked the telltales that the backup comms system and locator beacon hadn't broken, secured it onto my flight suit, did the same with a small compass, and then sealed the kit back up. My earrings were another resource, but I would have to be careful spending their stored arcane capacity. So far, despite my unplanned landing, Harp's world was pleasant enough, if utterly lacking ambience. Somehow, the sounds of distant battle did little to aid my appreciation of the snowy landscape stretching all around me. Ambience or not, I needed to vanish into that tree-haunted hell and get as far away from my crash site as possible, ideally also putting some distance between me and the Institute, where who knew how many Alinas remained, continuing their stubborn last stand despite my comrades' best efforts. My survival kit had other tools and survival supplies, but they weren't immediately helpful and so could wait. Some could probably wait forever. The microfishing kit, for example, I doubted I would ever need, but sometimes forever proved distressingly short. As I took out the compass, I felt like I might have missed something. The pressure from my air spirits was a bit distracting, but it was better to move than standing here gormlessly scratching my tail until the Alinas arrived. After taking a heading, I concentrated and drew upon the well of hoarded power concealed in my earrings to cast a veil. Obscuring my movements was, I considered, well worth the smidge of power, and light obligingly bent around me like a mother's arms as I spread my wings wide and beat my way back up into the air and out of the clearing. Thankfully, a veil that only had to stretch as far as to a single demon moving at a wing's pace was considerably less costly than veiling a fully powered suit, but without that suit's emitters it would similarly be much less robust. Keeping low and slow, and with my Zephyr lifting my wings, memories of my survival instructors came unbidden to the fore. I knew Laris would be patiently critical with my woodcraft, and I knew that Rainhild would have that characteristically playful expression as she corrected me. Flying prevented any errant footprints, so easily tracked, from betraying me, but I had to take care to keep my wings from disturbing the ground below me in a manner that would leave a trail for hunters to follow all the same. Violet Blood was right, my maid was inordinately skillful and a surprisingly good teacher. It was not that I was ignorant in terms of orienteering, but my Kitsune's harsh training had been a good preparatory for the advanced course the legions had me go through back when I was stationed in the capital. Periodic checks every few minutes kept me on the same heading. Like the vast majority of colonies, Harp's world had a geomagnetic field. After ensuring I was still on course, I would roll over and glance up at the bits of the dark sky I could see through the trees. There were distant explosions, and to the south, the clouds reflected fires and blasts. Pausing on a branch, I checked the COMM device to make sure it was still functional. Transmitting would be a risk, but the boffins assured me that our systems were both functionally unbreakable and undetectable. I had heard those assurances before. Feeling some odd pressures on my body, I slowly continued on my way uphill, feeling the air shift below my wings as the icy ground below my feet increasingly shifted towards exposed stone. In addition to the fatigue, my progress was further slowed by the cold ache spreading through my wings and my right hip, and by my forestry skills. This last wasn't an unmitigated loss, though. I was trading speed for stealth, taking care to minimize my trail with every single one of Reinhild's tricks. Without the assistance of my suit's systems, I had to put more mental effort into maintaining my veil while minding my course between the looming evergreen trees. The mental focus was the most exhausting part, though it was also a royal pain to slowly, painstakingly fly under the dense canopy without disturbing so much as a single betraying needle. Even with all of my effort, I still couldn't rest easy. What I had done so far might be enough to throw off general infantry doing a patrol, but dedicated trackers would still be able to smell me out. Further up the hill, I could spy some sort of indentation, a rocky alcove that could conceal a cave. A cave would be a mixed blessing. It would offer welcome protection from wind and from the searching eyes of my enemies, but on the other wing, it would keep me from seeing someone sneaking up on me. But between my aching wings and my growing thirst, the prospect of a short break was very welcome. Just enough to recover myself and warm up for a while, out of the wind and ice. As I landed on the rocks, my feet wobbled, the heels of my suit transformed by circumstance from a mere bother to an active hindrance, but I easily got my balance. I chalked my quick recovery up to my ballet training, yielding surprisingly practical results once again. Flexing my gloved hands, I exhaled. On the inhale, I smelled blood, the unmistakable stench worryingly intense. There was also the smell of smoke and fire on the wind, but that was more distant. Cursing, I realized I had forgotten to check myself for wounds. Upon closer examination, trembling as the survival spike of energy began to seep away, I found that my legs, right hip, and left shoulder had all been lacerated when I was shot down. Adrenaline had masked most of the pain I should have been feeling, though that overdue pain was intensifying with each breath. Thankfully, none of the cuts appeared to be cripplingly deep or presented a risk of bleeding out, but traveling overland with them was out of the question, as was flying over any real distance. Sighing, I took out the medical portion of my survival kit and set to work. As I tried to ignore the sting of the needle and the unpleasant tugging of the sutures, I realized why I had been feeling that odd pressure and why my bleeding was far less catastrophic than could reasonably be expected considering how ground up my legs and sides were. My Zephyr were trying to help. The air spirits did not seem to understand what the fluids inside me were, but had nevertheless intuited that they were best being kept inside. After I put away the sealant tube and the remaining clean bandages, I opened one of the sucrose tablets from the survival kit and crushed it. The powder swirled a bit as the spirits explored the offering. Concentrating, I set off a tiny spark, and the powdery cloud combusted in a quick burst that was absorbed by the spirits. Even if the Zephyr's medical help was marginal, they had kept me from leaving a blood trail. That was worthy of thanks. Besides, I would be loath to hurt their feelings. Sipping some water, I retrieved the communications device from my survival kit and plugged its cable into a recessed port in my helmet. There was a chime in my ear as I hit transmit, confirming the connection. Flight Ops, Flight Ops. This is Diamond Actual, I whispered into the microphone. I am stable. No enemy contact. I need pickup, I stated, before giving my best estimate of my coordinates. A rough location would have to do for now. Once the rescue VTOL neared the area, I would signal them, hopefully by simply turning on the beacon, and they could come to take me back to the Tarantula Hawk. The recovery team could already be on their way, I told myself. Surely my absence has been noticed by now. Of course, they could be delayed by operational demands. The complex task of evacuating 100 legionaries from a combat zone must be well underway by now. There was also that those 2 Zorya fighters had to be stopped, and taking out the Tarantula Hawk's VTOLs could be a nice consolation prize. With all of that, I was probably a lower priority. But surely still a priority. Diamond Actual, this is Flight Ops, a relieved voice said in my ear. Looking forward to pick up, I stated plainly and steeled myself. Just as the smallest spark of hope arose within me, I strangled it in its cradle before it could fail me too. There were a couple seconds of dead air. There, may be a bit of a delay, Diamond, the dispatcher admitted reluctantly. I see, I replied, tone leaden. Even halfway expecting something like this, it still hurt. The other VTOLs are busy extracting the ground team, and the SAR bird is recovering another downed pilot, the dispatcher explained apologetically. They've got another stop on the way. Your condition is stable. Guilt blossoming in my chest, I exhaled through my nose and checked myself over. Yes. A few minor injuries, but I can move. I'm fine waiting my turn. I cursed this spendthrift operation in my own ego. Rescue operations came with a clear priority, and I was not it. Diamond Actual, the dispatcher's voice cleared. Toria, we are not leaving you behind. I have a flight vectoring into your position. They'll provide overwatch and if they have to, they'll pull you out themselves. Understood. I know from personal experience how hard it is to use an RP to evacuate downed personnel. And that was with far balmier weather, I whispered the lame joke, flicking a bit of the semi-freezing precipitation off my feathers. Me being carried out would be a last option, speed and altitude would be greatly reduced, but at least I still had my inner flight suit that provided some insulation. The SAR team isn't going to leave anyone behind, the dispatcher stressed. That would ruin the operation's secrecy, I replied, forcing a laugh. While my statement had been more than half gallows humor, it had a core of truth to it. Yes, we had left plenty of Black Skyvian equipment scattered over the Institute's grounds, but the wreckage of an RP suit was one thing, a live prisoner was an entirely different level of diplomatic incident. We can keep talking if it will help, Diamond Actual, the dispatcher offered. Things have quieted down a bit, she added, her voice suddenly sounding a lot younger. Thanks for the offer, and I will call the second if, when anything happens. I exhaled. But I'm going to find a quiet place to hunker down in and wait for that air support. Good luck then, Diamond. Flight ops, out. The sudden silence came with a chill breeze that snuck knife-like through the cracks in the surrounding stone, infiltrating my rocky redoubt. My wings curled over my shoulders, and more guilt curdled inside me. I hadn't asked about what had happened to the rest of my squadron. I hadn't inquired who the wounded pilot ahead of me in the queue was. Darkstar's blood, I didn't even ask if the Tarantula Hawk was okay. That Alenus airstrike had been defeated. Right? I took a quick look at the sky, but any remnant of the air battle had moved out of sight or behind the clouds. I saw nothing, and returned to my cave. Idly chewing a ration bar from my kit, I tried to focus on my surroundings, but introspection gnawed at me, the unfortunate consequence of being alone with my thoughts. Out here, I felt more alone than I ever had. When did that change? I wondered. I had been all alone once, and I'd told myself I was content in my solitude. Now that so-called contentment felt so distant I could scarcely remember it. One could even say it was a lifetime ago. I allowed myself a chuckle at the poor joke, hollow as it was. Anything to hold the grim thoughts at bay. I resisted calling flight ops, they had far more important tasks to busy themselves with than listening to me chatter. I also resisted prayer. Darkstar, even if she had returned to us, would likewise be far too busy to intercede on my behalf. It wasn't like Darkstar was going to ride to my rescue with a battleship at her command. However, the thing I resisted the most as I curled up in my chink between the rocks was wishing for the waiting to be less boring. I embraced the dullness of being adrift, out in a prematurely snowed-in forest of Harp's world. After all, as a soldier, I knew all too well that excitement would surely come sooner or later, whether I wanted it to or not, and that wishing for it was an enormously foolish thing to do, because my wish could very easily be permanently granted. Bored hands were safe hands. Or, at least, blissfully ignorant. It was with dread that noted the slowly intensifying scent of burning fuel drifting out of the west on the easterly wind. Even with my kind's natural night vision, it was hard to see through all the trees and precipitation, but I didn't need eyes to hear that something was happening west of my position buried in the hillside. As I strained my ears to hear, the indistinct sounds sharpened into the noises of a vehicle driving over rough terrain. Flight ops. Flight ops, I whispered into my microphone. Diamond Actual here. Picking up activity west of my position at about 290 degrees. Unknown distance, possibly a couple miles. About where that Zorya went down. I think it's an Alenus Rico. Cut off by the soft buzz of an incoming transmission, I activated it. Diamond Actual, an Alenus recovery team has been spotted. I managed to bite off my acerbic reply as the dispatcher continued. Most of the team are still securing the fighter's crash site, but a vehicle was diverted to where you crashed. Numbers? I asked, keeping my voice steady. The enemy would soon stumble across the scattered debris of my ritual plate, and in minutes would realize that there was no body. Then the hunt would be on. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 8 7 6 5 4 3 2 1. I could have hunkered down, hidden, and hoped the Alina's troops overlooked me where I crouched in my burrow. That option was a massive gamble, to say the least, and even if they didn't find me in their first sweep, remaining in place was still risky. For one, the extraction team would be forced to fight or sneak their way through the searchers to find me. In the far more likely event that my attempt to hide was unsuccessful, the enemy might overwhelm me, either with their current strength or after they withdrew and called in reinforcements. Stuck as I would be in a hole, I would be unable to retreat, my mobility traded for momentary shelter. That they possessed adequate force to pry me up out of the ground, possibly in pieces, I had no doubt. While we had destroyed most of Elena's heavy equipment, something as simple as a mortar crew or a heavy machine gun team could still ruin my day. A far better option was to take the initiative and choose the time and place of what was all too likely to be an inescapable engagement. This was not a decision born of some bloodthirsty desire for revenge or delusions of glory. This was the product of doctrine, of logic, and of my ardent desire to maximize my chances of survival. Thus, it was entirely rational for me to be concealed in the bough of a large deciduous tree, hidden by the bending branches full of ice-laden leaves. Below me, the rough track that led from the crash site of the Zoira heavy fighter to where I had gone down wended its way between the trees, a long brown wound in the rich darkness of the leaf litter and glistening white of the snow. My stomach grumbled, and my body ached as a chill ran through me, my ice-shod perch swaying in the bitter wind. I shut the numbness spreading up from my toes, fingers, and tail away, slamming the door on that corner of my mind, and continued my watch over the empty track. Focusing on the enemy I knew would be coming helped push aside the intrusive thoughts. I had a mission, a target. I could stay on task under the worst pressures, a few moments waiting for an enemy to present themselves was nothing to me, nothing I couldn't master, couldn't control. After a couple of minutes, a rumbling noise shook the pillars of the still cold night air. A truck, dappled dark green and grey with an enclosed, possibly armored, cargo or troop compartment slowly grumbled down the trail, the wheels of its 4 axles propelling it forward inexorably over the brutal terrain. The vehicle's heavy suspension throbbed and jolted, but ground on nonetheless, carried upon large knobby tires that churned up ice and mud like the great paddles of a steamer thrusting into a river's breast. Escorting the truck were a half-dozen Alina's soldiers, to a woman cold and soaked from the mid-thigh down. 2 ranged out to the front, 1 kept pace at either side paralleling the running boards, and a matched pair trailed at the end of the small procession. As I followed their progress I exhaled slowly, carefully, running through an internal checklist to keep myself centered. As they approached, I tensed. All it would take was a momentary failure in my veil, or an overlooked trail, perhaps a scent I had not thought to cover, to betray me. Even a dropped feather could be my undoing. If that cargo hold contained an arcanist capable of sensing my magics, I might already be doomed. Other things could go wrong, perhaps the truck was better protected than it looked and my strength would not be sufficient for the task that lay ahead. Perhaps I would succeed, only for cruel chance to bring down her hand. All of these doubts battered my mind like storm surges, but I wiped them away with methodical assurance, letting the waves bash themselves against the unsympathetic geometry of my mental levees. Hesitation is defeat, after all, and I refused to be swamped. As I lifted my pistol and sighted down its barrel, my heart slowed, its beat smoothing as the cloying tension slipped away, unimportant now that the moment to act had come. My sidearm pressed back into my hand, the recoil welcomed like an old friend, the trigger unsubstantial below my finger. The gun in the windshield cracked as one. The flash of blood as the driver's uniform blouse acquired a scarlet bib was bright against the dark and the drab. The truck continued on past, swerving to one side as dead weight heaved at its wheel, and I was already in motion, dropping down out of the tree. Beneath me, a soldier looked up just in time to catch the flash of movement as I plummeted from the bows. Something about the angle of her blank mask conveyed surprise as I fell upon her with claws out, landing squarely on her back between her wings. I had no difficulty in reading the Alina soldier's emotions as I clung to her with legs and tail, sawing through her neck with my left hand and shooting the guard to her left with my pistol. The blood warmed my hand and my stomach growled as the rich scent filled my nostrils. Ahead of me, a third soldier raised her rifle. I concentrated, and the loose snow and mud whipped up as my zephyr pounced on her. The unfortunate demon tore at her mask, weapon dropping to the ground as blood poured from her ruptured ears. She followed her rifle to the ground, tumbling to the snow gasping with agony and disorienting vertigo. Her face was a rictus of silent terror, jaws wide as she tried to scream but, lacking the breath, failed as the life-giving air itself turned against her. The 4th guard suffered a fatal moment of indecision, caught between helping her partner and shooting the little monster clinging to her comrade. Feeling energy flowing into me as the guard below me writhed, her life's blood frothy and scalding on my cold numbed hands, I waved and with a flick, my other zephyr sprayed ice over her mask. Her hand twitched up, a choked gasp of agony scratching out from her suddenly frozen face as she fell to the ground. In the seconds all of this had elapsed, the truck had not remained idle. The guard riding shotgun had climbed over the perforated guard to take control of the wheel just in time to haul the truck away from a crash course into a shaggy barked conifer snarling. I released my oh-so-eager, oh-so-playful air spirits from their targets, directing them to pin the vehicle's doors firmly shut. The two vanguards chose that unfortunate moment to round the front of the truck and enter the fray. Using the hood for concealment, they began to fire, their rounds slashing holes through the bitter wind blowing past my ears. With remarkably cold pragmatism, they shot through the barely standing woman to whom I clung. Pain lanced through me as I collapsed to the ground atop the cooling meat. Fighting through the urge to scream my pain and frustration, I aimed my gun towards the two survivors crouched behind the truck and tried to kindle a ward while spurring some of my zephyr to attack them. I fired my pistol at the mask of one, and my spirits lunged at the other. Yes, her torso was a larger target, but Alina's body armor was rather good, and while my survival kit's pistol was loaded with cartridges enchanted to penetrate better than standard issue, they were still just pistol rounds. My choice of targets had been correct as the bullets cut through whatever protection her mask gave, and then the small alchemical charges in the tips were detonated by the enchantments activated by the bullet's spin. The damage to her head was so immediately visible that I felt quite certain she would not heal from it. My target died quicker than her partner, who shook with agony as the spirits ravaged her body. Her spine arched and she started to vomit up blood as my zephyr made merry hell of her organs. After an interminable 15 seconds, a disquietingly wet crunch at last heralded their boredom as the zephyr decided to finally end their fun with an implosive vacuum, crushing her diaphragm and evacuating her lungs, and churned slurry poured out her lips. If only I had my sword, I absently thought and giggled a bit, blood frothing up through my lips. My body twitched as pain and power twined through my limbs. I was wounded, but I was also feeding, supping upon the fallen and claiming the victor's truest reward. Sadly, it couldn't last forever, and though my stomach still growled, business came first. Taking grenades from the nearest two corpses, I armed them and then lobbed the live ordnance up onto the top of the vehicle. My vision swam with the effort, but at my urging, my zephyr lifted the hatches open just long enough for two of the grenades to get in before slamming them shut again. The one grenade that got loose bounced back towards me. The cylindrical green Alina's munition loomed large in my vision until it was casually batted away by a giddy air spirit. Then came a series of dull cracks I could feel deep in my chest, metallic clangs as the fragmentation grenades violently reorganized the contents of the Alina's steel coffin, and the sleeting night grew silent once more. No more screaming, no more people trying to call for help. Coughing a bit more blood, I raided the cooling troops for supplies. The Alina's Model 427B rifle was a bit long for me but was otherwise a serviceable enough weapon. I found a medical bag in the back of the truck, whose outer container was thankfully robust enough that the contents were undamaged by my grenades, as well as a set of manacles, fetters, straps, and a thick hood. These latter objects I left behind. I would, after all, have no capacity for the transport of prisoners. Realizing that, even if this patrol had not managed to call for help before their violent extinguishments, they would nevertheless be expected to check back in. Estimating their check-in schedule, I guess I had just enough time for a quick meal and an even quicker patch job to mend the worst of my damage. Between my claws and the combat knife in my survival kit, I was able to scrounge off the best of the field rations from the enemy troops and pack them away in a liberated tarp. Some of the food was already packaged, which made things easier. The fourth guard, whose mask I had iced over, was whimpering as I worked. Licking my lips and feeling the weight of my knife, I studied the haggard, pale woman who had pulled off her mask and helmet, gasping like a landed fish. Her eyes looked up and were wide and fearful. My stomach gurgled, and blood seeped out of my flight suit. I smiled and slammed the butt of my purloined rifle on her forehead, right between the horns. She slumped down. With the Alina's rifle over my shoulder, magazines and grenades crammed in my flight suit next to a medical bag, another canteen clipped to my belt, and a bindle of fresh victuals, I went back into the forest. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 8 7 6 5 4 3 2 1. It took time for me to make my way back to my hidey hole. Hungry and cold I certainly was, but not daft enough to leave a blatant trail straight to my door for the enemy to follow. Thus the lengthy detours and other, more preventative, time-sucking measures, made all the more annoying by the heavy and, for lack of a better term wet, load I teetered under. I was thankful that I had used a waterproof tarp to construct my bindle. Back in my hole and once more alone with my own thoughts, I felt weary and drained as the fatigue crested back over my head. It was easy to second-guess my choices, now that the moment of action had passed, especially as I dressed my bullet wound. Medical supplies, training, and the supply of field rations helped take the edge away from the spirit of the stairs, and other regrets thankfully. Full bellies smothered regrets. Though, I had only taken the latter because I was injured, so that was that. Before I set to work in earnest, though, I laid out more sweet offerings for my Zephyr, who had most certainly earned their tokens of gratitude today and would likely deserve more before tomorrow's sunset. The minute offerings weren't purely expressions of gratitude, admittedly, I couldn't have my little helpers tiring themselves out, either, not until Harp's world was far below my heels once more. There were more distant explosions, their reverberations echoing through the stone bones of the crag, and with the wind changing direction, I could smell more of the fires coming off of the Onyx Institute's buildings. It was easy to see this whole mission as a giant waste of material and lives, especially given my precarious position. Powering up my communicator, I wanted to check in with Flight Ops to give them a status update and maybe talk to someone who could make a decision. Unfortunately, I got my wish. Countess, we are doing everything we can to get you out, NVIDIA promised. The spy's voice actually sounded sincere, which only deepened my initial instinctive skepticism. I realize there are other downed pilots. One's more injured than I am, I quietly stated as I finished a quick meal. Mouth full, I tried not to cough. At least breathing was getting a bit easier. Maybe not given your recent escapade, NVIDIA chuckled, a bit of her usual cold smarmy cadence returning. But you are in danger. Do tell, I dryly noted. That was not the only capture team searching for you. We just had to pull one of Cenis's girls out of a hot LZ. Can you give me a location fix? Yes, 2 trucks 3 miles north-northeast of you, on the logging trail. Another has stopped 2 miles southwest of you. It looks like they ran into the little friend you left behind to mind the counter at your impromptu delicatessen. That group has all decided to wait for backup, it seems. My anxiety spiked at that. Hunkering down was not what I would do if I were the Alina's commander who had found one of my patrols slaughtered save for one trooper. Or they're coordinating something. Likely. We have eyes on them, though. NVIDIA exhaled, and I could hear the droning of engines in the background. Countess, help is on the way. We've called in, well, help is coming. Please just hold out, we're going to get you. Which translated to, don't go attacking more Alina's patrols. Why the pep talk? I asked. NVIDIA gave a dry chuckle. Because this mission has been a rush job from beginning to end. Because maybe I don't want a valuable Legion flyer to be wasted when we can do something to help her. Because Elena is the CSR officer stopped. The Southern Patrol is on the move. Darkstar's blood. That was a veil, they're already gone. Tail going limp, I exhaled. I suspected as much. Countess. NVIDIA stated in a vaguely scolding tone that reminded me of the Sterner sisters from the orphanage. There were 2 distant explosions to my west. They were closer than the previous ones, but much smaller. Each was about the size of a grenade that had been wired to an improvised trip line. Reinhild was a very capable instructor, and she had shown me how much of the standard pilot's survival kit could be used. For example, a fishing line strong enough for use as animal snares could be employed in many other roles. However, the real challenge lay in leaving a trail that the enemy would follow, but not one so obvious that they would suspect it was a trap. Explosions made a momentary hash of their veils, NVIDIA said, all business-like, with only traces of her aloof tone. 1 killed, 1 wounded. 2 troopers are pulling the casualty back. That leaves 8 left. Understood, I said as I took up my purloined rifle and supplies. I would have liked to have taken more grenades, but done was done. Prefect, they've regrouped with speed and are pressing forward on a new axis. Institute guards would have just pulled back, even an Alina's recovery team would have waited. Sightless specters? I asked. Her bitter laugh returned. Doubt your trap would have worked on their lot, but 6th River Detachment is looking to even the score. Lovely. I slipped forward, away from the rock and into the snow-haunted forest. I could imagine that the Alina's commandos would want to have something to present to their mistresses to lessen the sting of losing the Silverhold, and a Black Skyvian noble and heroine pilot would do nicely. EDA on pickup. We are focusing everything we have on getting you out there, the spy promised. I gritted my teeth. NVIDIA's words were as empty and useless as ever, worse now that I had no recourse but to rely upon them. Instead of the hard numbers and facts I needed, I was handed nothing but hollow assurances to trust the manifestly untrustworthy. After such assurances had gotten me to where I was today, under an alien sun in a dimension not my own, as far from native sod as a demon could be. Goat-footed, I picked my way down the shingles of the slope and quietly scrambled up a shaggy barked tree. Between foliage incarcerated in frozen rain and boughs bending under the false winter's cracking strain, the sight lines were utterly abysmal, but there was a spot where the game trail and the trail I had left bent, right at the foot of a rocky outcrop I had used as a signpost and a ladder back up to my hiding spot. Unslinging my rifle, I let my senses spread as I put the scope's rubberized eyepiece up to my eye and peered out between the glimmering needles. I was far closer to my intended ambush site than I really wanted, but for this to work I had little other option. Rocks were a natural place to try to lose one's trail. But a couple spots of blood, the kind that may have leaked from an ill-secured bindle or a shot-up flight suit, all but screamed the unsubtle passage of weary feet. My heart slowed as I saw the blurred forms creep to the edge of the clearing and stop to study the place where the trees halted. 6th River had good equipment, and their uniforms' camouflage blended well with the background. In truth, it was less that I could see the Alina's hunters and more that I could see the ripples in the wood left by the imperfections in their tradecraft. If I hadn't known they were coming and if I hadn't known where to look, I would have missed them. That was disquieting, as I could only make out a handful of enemy troopers studying the clearing. Were the others behind them? Had they split their forces and sent a group wheeling about to flank me? My waiting was rewarded when a couple of the Alina's commandos sprinted through the clearing, moving fast and low to minimize their exposure. They knew an enemy pilot was out there, one that had booby-trapped her trail. They would be looking for more trip lines. Which was why I didn't use any this time. This time I had placed a minute mote of blood to the underside of a couple of thin flat shards of shale and then used each to hold down a couple grenades. I had hoped that the minuscule scent trace would be worth the risk. It was crude work, but among the rocky debris of the field, they were easy to miss. My air spirits went to the familiar scent and tossed the rocks I had bled on, and the explosives went off. The timing was bad, with only one commando caught in the blast, but that was what the rifle was for. As the grenades detonated, I opened up, sending a couple of rounds flying at every figure I could see and into every gap between the trees I suspected an enemy could crouch in. At least I knew that these bullets could go through Alina's personal armor. Jumping, I glided over to the next tree, wincing as the wind filled my feathers. Wings still aching, I glided past another trunk before alighting on a bough, then scrambling back down to the litter and winter-stripped undergrowth of the forest floor. "There's a team to your south," Nvidia warned from my earpiece. Pushing my veil up, I withdrew. My goal was to avoid being caught between two groups of Alina's commandos. Thankfully, Nvidia was not a backseat driver, and she kept her peace as I rucked over snowdrifts and past beds of frost-blackened ferns. Pausing to catch my breath and reorient myself, I popped open one of my looted canteens. I nearly retched as the contents hit my lips instead of water. It was filled with a thick astringent liquor. Well, I thought, that explained a few things about that patrol and gave me a ready supply of disinfectant to boot. My heartbeat slowed as I settled in between the forks of a tree and drew energy from my earrings. Between my Zephyr, my magic talents, and my innate demonic abilities, I had another ambush in me. It was the combat afterward that I was less sure of my odds. The Western group has taken care of their wounded, and they're now moving with the other group, Nvidia stated, passing on an update with all the passion of a weather service prognosticator passing on next Saturn's forecast. "Scrying is vague, but I think the Western one will pass by, you're right." Frowning, I quietly checked my rifle and swapped out a fresh magazine. Nvidia's scrying intake was getting better, which either meant that she had detached an occultia to watch over me, or more mundane aerial assets were right over my head. "EDA on that air support?" I asked, my voice a bare whisper as I focused on my spell. The spy's response was cut off by the Alina's commandos opening fire. Aiming down the sights, I returned fire. After a few bursts at likely blurs, I took my right hand off the grip and, with a focus of will and power, released a brilliant blue stream of fire that banished the darkness with a roar and, with the help of my spirits, arced through the forest, sublimating ice straight into billowing clouds of thick steam. The staccato thumps of my Alina's rifle punching supersonic holes in the air combined with the howling, luminous azure flames of my magic worked to create a true spectacle of fury in the dim woods. I didn't recall my flames having a silvery kind of glow before, but I didn't have time to think about that now. Besides, it could just be my infernal flames refracting on the hissing clouds of roiling vapor. In the chaos of the forest, who was I to draw conclusions? Retreating, I continued to lay down as much suppressive fire as I could to keep the enemy hunkered down. I nearly managed to reach the next fallback position I'd identified, itself little more than a natural hollow indenting the ground behind a ridge of stone and dirt. Pain exploded through my side and head as something detonated only a wingspan behind me. It was that distance, and that I was still wearing the remnants of my helmet, that saved my life. Tumbling to the ground, I could feel, more than hear, Alina's rifle grenades going off and distantly. Nvidia screaming something into my ear. The Alina's fire intensified, but instead of riddling my body with bullets, they seemed to be firing at something else. Then the screaming started, and the whine of familiar rotary cannons. Rolling onto my back, I could see a bit of the dark sky. Through the heavy branches overhead and the blood dribbling into my eye, I could see that the cloud cover had broken. I guess our own boffins had got the silver hold shut down. After what felt like an eternity staring into the uncaring alien stars, just letting my aching chest suck in one greedy breath after another, I managed to force my screaming body to flop over and crawl back to my makeshift trench. Grabbing the rifle still slung over my chest, I took aim and saw a group of Alina's troops advancing. I wiped at my eyes and sniffed. No. The armored forms of the commandos are retreating. They were moving in good order, but they were less concerned about stumbling into my position than they were about fleeing, whatever was after them. I sighed as I reloaded, wishing I was not alone and feeling a strange familiarity. Smiling at the chance of getting a good crossfire going, I took aim and started shooting. The Alina's troops reacted with aplomb and, with an instant of deliberation, decided to push through my meager ambush. As their fire increased, I wondered if that third Alina's patrol had managed to join up with them. They had some sort of evocation caster with them as arcs of lightning shot through the forest. It was then that I was pushed prone by a large hand the size of a dinner plate. "Please stay down, Countess," a deep voice rumbled as a giant form appeared at my side. The hulking figure was carrying a smoking Minerva rotary cannon. "Lares?" I asked blearily. "I can't have my landlady die on my watch. That would get both the Bloody Baroness and CSR upset at me," the forest person rumbled as he opened fire with his cannon. "Besides, getting a new countess would be far too much trouble." I could barely parse out his words behind the sounds of the spinning cannon. "Oh, good." I blinked as I shook my head and tried to rise up with my rifle. "Centurion Nihilus, I have the prefect. I need a medico and extraction." Lares paused to gingerly push my head back down. "Understood. Countess, brace for close air support." I had a moment's bleary confusion before a barrage of arcane stars rained down across the forest. I felt the light sear through my eyelids as ground and rocks blew up, tree limbs burst apart, and groups of Alina's soldiers were blown apart under the demonic thunder of House Black Sky. For a moment, the bright blast sliced through the forest in a devastating wave that was gone as quickly as it had arrived. Steam rose up all around us from the flash-melted snow, and a haze of fog, dust, and sparking debris blew up. "Check fire. Fire mission is over." A cold voice shouted over the small battlefield, and I watched as another auxilia trooper supported by legionaries cleared out any enemy survivors. My tail twitched as my ears rang, and I spit out a bit of dirt from my mouth, shaking the spots from my vision and trying to keep my head up. I knew legionary flyers could get close but... However, my attention refocused on a figure in legionary armor with a medical bag rushing to my position. She had a familiar stern expression and black feathered wings. Thankfully, I only passed out after Nvidia reached me. 12345678987654321. Emergency blanket over my shoulders, I brooded in the back of the Spada. I really should not complain, the SAR team had done their job admirably, even if they had to fight Alina's commandos to do it. They had been quite brusque with the whole process, utterly lacking in bedside manner as they focused on securing me and falling back to the VTOL as I passed in and out of consciousness. The only reason Lares hadn't picked me up by the scruff of my neck like an ill-tempered kitten, I had been told, was because Nvidia had been too busy patching me up. Being a capable medico, the spy was busy monitoring me and one of the other pilots she had picked up before retrieving me. An ashen blonde-haired woman in a shredded Harmonia suit and missing most of a wing leaned on one of the jump seats across from me in the cramped cabin. Sweat beaded her forehead, and her eyes were glassy with analgesics. To my left was the hulking form of Lares, and across from him another forest person and two legionary forward recon scouts. Secured to the decking between our feet was a rubberized body bag carrying the remains of Volante's Centurion Iron Talon Cardino. I couldn't help but notice how the bag looked nearly empty. "It doesn't get easier," Lares tried to sound sympathetic, even though he had to raise his voice over the background noise. "You lose anyone, tonight, that is?" I asked as Nvidia handed me a couple of pills from a pale green bottle. I took them without comment. Lares shook his shaggy head. Nvidia turned her attention back to me and shined a light in my eye before doing a series of invasive feeling checks on my wounds. Thankfully, she was wearing gloves. "I didn't expect you to be a medic," I noted as I rolled my tongue, which felt oddly dry. Nvidia offered me a canteen that had a straw stoppered in the mouth. "Cross-training is standard in CSR," she glanced to my right, where the Ventus Centurion was flying the Spada from the cockpit controls. I lacked the energy to glare and simply drank. Based on the fresh battering her armor had taken, she'd had a busy night herself. I wondered if the mission plan involved her supplementing the SAR teams or if she had thrown together a second VTOL and recovery crew when the operation had started to fall apart and had slotted herself in as the team medic. "We're under escort by a flight of RP. We just have to get back to the Tarantula Hawk, and you can be with your VS and I can help the Lady Legate." A trilling alarm came out of the cockpit, and we turned to face it. Bowels of the Prophet. "That's what I get for being optimistic," Nvidia swore, then snapped her fingers. Wordlessly, the VTOL pilot passed back a display panel that was plugged into the avionics. Giving the display a bare glance, Nvidia's black feathered wings sagged, and she tossed it towards me. "Flight Ops. Flight Ops, this is Spada 2, the pilot drawled. Requesting confirmation of enemy contacts. Confirm Spada 2, scouting elements in our occultia have detected Alina's fleet assets," the dispatcher's voice was leaden. Studying the map, I understood her concern. Coming in from the north and already passing Air Station Dola Gorod, the feared enemy quick reaction force was vectoring right in our direction. I guess I should feel insulted. "They only sent a Serpent destroyer squadron and a single Codes-class cruiser," Nvidia dryly said, her tone full of gallows humor. As it was not their primary service branch, House Elena's air fleet was smaller than our household fleet. That meant Alina's designed airship designs were built around different priorities. Unable to have total numerical parity with House Black Sky, Elena worked to maintain local superiority whenever possible. Thus, the Serpent-class destroyer carried more munitions and boasted a slightly greater top speed than our equivalent Mace class. The Serpent achieved this via greater displacement, crew, and cost. It was a bit weaker in ritual plate coverage with only a light squadron and, as another cost of that greater cruising speed, a shorter operational endurance. While each Serpent carried 8 3 heavy torpedoes, the bulk of its armament were the lighter pelt anti-air light torpedo. Between the Vel and Rodewolf in range and capability, each destroyer had something like a few dozen pelts. Like its namesake in Alina's culture, the Serpent was more of a protector of the hearth or, specifically, a mobile air defense, air denial platform. At least they sent the cruiser, I offered. It's not a capital ship, but the codice indicates that they're taking us seriously. It's a weak-tailed hybrid design that doesn't know if it wants to carry torpedoes or ritual plate, Nvidia snorted, which caused some chuckling amongst the rest of us in the VTOL. With a smaller fleet, Elena could not afford to have a massive number of airship classes. That would both make construction harder and result in many classes of 1 or 2 ships, which would cause all sorts of logistical problems. The Cody's class was something of a blend of the Maul cruiser and the Melina medium carrier, but despite being bigger than both, it sacrificed too much trying to multitask to match either specialty. However, that was cold comfort when it still outclassed the Tarantula Hawk's meager capacity of ritual plate and heavy torpedoes. I guess we'll see how good the Boffin's veiling designs really are, Laris grumbled. Hunching over the display, I could only nod. The 6 Alinus airships were still a ways off, but they were already launching ritual plate. Between nearly half a dozen destroyers and that cruiser, they had roughly 100 pilots. That will buy us time, but a heavy wing's worth of RP can search a fair bit of sky, especially with their destroyers splitting into pairs for their own search support, Nvidia sighed. And once they find the Black Skyvian interlopers. I knew Quirinus would be leading her forces, and Visha would ably lead my squadron, but getting just this far into the operation had worked our forces hard, and now there wasn't much left in our tanks to get us clear of this latest complication. Meanwhile, the Alinus RP would be supported by about 50 3 heavy torpedoes and at least a couple hundred pelt anti-air light torpedoes. The Lady Legate should withdraw, I stated, idly noting that the engines had gone a bit quieter. The mood in the VTOL got even more somber. Everyone here, even Nvidia, had risked their lives to keep pilots from being left behind, and I was suggesting that our mothership should cut and run. Obviously. That Alinus destroyer squadron has 4 times the displacement of our little flotilla. We can't all take 4-to-1 odds, Countess, Nvidia said with a frosty smile. It's a bit moot, as they'll run into us far sooner than they'll run into the Tarantula Hawk or our corvettes. I held in a bitter laugh with difficulty. Despite it all, even after the events of the last day and night, it wasn't hard to appreciate the cruel joke of it all. The best our mission planners had managed to scrounge up 4 big guns to support the Tarantula Hawk were a pair of Colibri-class corvettes, which the Alinus destroyers easily outmassed and outnumbered. That was nothing to say about our pitiful Venture-class scout that was likely doing its best impression of an unimportant cloud under full veil somewhere and hoping no one noticed and turned it into an all-too-real one. The Tarantula Hawk had a handful of rooting heavy torpedoes, but nowhere near enough to handle the enemy fleet that had just arrived. At the very least, she could make the enemy sweat before House Elena finally struck her from the sky. We can either try to dash out and get to the Tarantula Hawk and hope we can teleport out, or throttle everything down, pretend we're a hole in the sky and hope the Alinus miss us, or... Glancing at her watch, Nvidia's posture seemed to slump some imperceptible degree. Or we can pray. We could ditch, the Ashen Harmonia pilot offered. Put down somewhere before we get shot down, take what supplies we can, scuttle the rest, make for the free city of Kelly, and from there find passage off-world. I studied her face. I was sure she was part of the second flight of Cenus's first squadron, but that I could not place a name to her face worried me more than her suggestion. That is, possible. Nvidia allowed with a vague nod. Some of us even have covered training, others may have a bit more trouble keeping a low profile, she said, glancing over at the 2 forest people, and me. I decided to ignore the iron scent of barely cold Alinus blood still staining my uniform. Instead of responding to the slight, I found my gaze drawn back to the display and the inexorable advance of the Alinus ships. Running ahead were dozens of ritual plate, flying in an intricate search pattern. Composition? Nvidia asked. She gave her watch a look and seemed disgusted with the time. Estimates from our sources, but mostly Purin strike suits with Marzana air superiority protecting them, and a handful of what are probably Mokosh recon suits, I sighed. The most dangerous of the lot, Laris grunted. I gave a dull nod. Those reconnaissance ritual plate suits would be collating and sifting all the data being collected in the active searches of the rest of the Alinus RP wing. They were the ones who were going to find us, the Tarantula Hawk, and the rest of our formation. Shoulders hunched, I bent my head and could only hope that Visha, Violet Blood, the rest of my squadron, and everyone else would be able to escape. I would beseech Darkstar to give the Tarantula Hawk enough time to cycle its teleport runes if I thought that would make a difference. I clasped my hands and waited. We had gotten close, the silver hold was no longer in Alina's hands, but it wasn't enough. Dark Star preserve us in the perilous skies, I said, words slipping through my lips unbidden. They would do no good here, but the familiarity gave me some small comfort in this dark hour. At best, I could hope they would do the same for the others. May you embrace us with your protection and keep us safe from all dangers. Bless us and enable us to do our duty. Dark Star, give us the grace to return safely to our homes. HFV Tamora has activated a beacon. Our VTOL pilot exclaimed. Opening my eyes, I saw the blip flashing on the map. The tiny Venture Scout was to our east and a bit to the south of us. Still, over 100 miles away, were they drawing enemy attention? Maybe the crew had volunteered to serve as a distraction, to allow the rest of us to escape. If so, a simple glance at the map told me it was a forlorn hope. At best, they would serve as a nice appetizer for the Alina's fleet before they moved to hunting the rest of us down as the main course. I uttered another brief prayer for those doomed souls, out of respect for their mad bravery, if nothing else. Then the sky trembled. A flash of purple, like a second violet sun, burst forth in the dim pre-morning air. Secondary starbursts popped around it, glittering like amethysts from the radiant mana bursting out with their sudden emergence back into reality. For a moment, the harp's world held its breath as 1,300 feet of twin-hulled majesty settled into the skies between us and the Alina's formation, escorted by 4 sleek pilot fish and at least as many tiny scout ships. Emblazoned upon its flank was the gleaming sigil of Dark Star herself. The HFV Dark Star is now on station. A clear, commanding voice rang out over the open channel in Locavian and Sylvan Latin. Her voice was elegant and composed, yet thinly veiled over a core of tempered violence, like a luxurious sheath hiding a silvered blade. To all parties, I find my fangs quite hungry on this dark morning. To anyone who would like to sate them, please, I invite you to fire the first shot. I promise you, a mere trinket won't be the only thing House Elena loses tonight. To anyone who would like to live to see the dawn, however, hold your fire. 3 times the displacement of the Tarantula Hawk, the Dark Star was a Kanabo-class battlecruiser. Carrying over 100 heavy torpedoes, hundreds of light torpedoes, and capital ship-grade wards, it was one of the household fleet's big sticks. The HVF Dark Star alone had more tonnage than the entire Alina's formation. It additionally carried a squadron of torpedo bombers and supported by its own escorts of 2 destroyers, 2 light carriers, and a handful of tiny scouts. Respectable warships in their own right, they were utterly dwarfed by the battlecruiser's immense tonnage. Everyone in the compartment laughed with palatable relief and gave me broad grins while Laurie slapped me on the shoulder. Prayed for a miracle, et. He laughed. Even Invita gave me a smug smile. Black Skyvian ship, you are in restricted airspace, the Alina's commander replied over the open channel in prim Sylvan Latin. Yes, we are, the HVF Dark Star agreed casually, as if discussing lunch options at a cafe. And unless you are volunteering to sacrifice yourselves on Dark Star's altar, then I suggest you be somewhere else. I eyed Invidia. Her composure had slid back into place, and she gave me a smug smile. This must have been the extra support Invidia was talking about earlier. A battlecruiser Singularium was quite the asset to have in one's back pocket, something to pull out when there was no other choice, when plausible deniability was no longer an option. It was just a coincidence that the Dark Star was the ship available for this operation. No wonder she was so edgy about the timing. This whole operation had been cut far, far too close. One of the Dark Star's RP squadrons is adding to our escort, Arspe the pilot said with palatable relief in her voice. We're lucky they appeared right over us. Invidia's thin smile grew a few fangs wider. That Alina's commander might still make a go. Taking out our most infamously named battlecruiser would be quite the jewel to her mask, I cautioned. True, but first she'd have to go through the trouble of actually fighting our most infamously named battlecruiser, Invidia countered. One carrying our latest generation of torpedo bombers, not to mention all your legionary flyer friends will be the ones with a capital ship providing fire support. My eyes went to the map on the display in my lap. The Alina's had not pulled back, but they were not advancing. Meanwhile, the Dark Star had deployed her RP squadrons, 8 torpedo bombers, and her escorts had fanned out. From personal experience, I knew some Alina's officers were capable of seeing reason, of backing down, but Amelia Armin was merely a Pukovnik in charge of a vanguard strike unit. Tonight proved that House Elena would risk multiple strike packages of aircraft and RP on a risky attempt to destroy an enemy airship. However, a cruiser and a destroyer squadron were a far greater cost to their house. That cruiser skipper would be weighing the loss of an irreplaceable artifact in a ravaged research base versus a facing battlecruiser 3 times her displacement. Would she be dispassionate and logical in weighing the costs? Or would she be motivated by honor and revenge? Had any of her friends or family been killed tonight? Strike formations obliquely lined up, including the manta ray bombers who could slash across the sky at a speed that most ritual plate would not be able to match. They would take out the destroyers on the wings of the Alina's formation. Meanwhile, the Cody's-class cruiser and the Serpents near it would be pounded by dozens of torpedoes launched by the Dark Star herself. It would come down to a brutal match of who had more defensive missiles to block and intercept and more offensive ship-killer missiles. Outclassed but not catastrophically so, the Alina's formation would take heavy losses, but they could focus on a single target. An aggressive skipper, one who fought for glory and would charge in to rectify the honor of her house, might just take the gamble. However, I thought, wrestling a mix of optimism, paranoia, and hard-won logic. However, a commander who was trained in a house that saw war as a calculation, was part of an air service that had limited resources, and would only risk them to get a tangible result of strategic value would know that we had nearly 24 Kanabo-class battlecruisers. My shoulders relaxed as the Alina's airships changed their heading and started to move to the north. Their ritual plate elements pulled back to cover their retreat. The Dark Star kept its position and slowly tracked as if to lay claim to all that lay before it before slowly pulling to the south. Thank the hallowed lady for sensible enemies, Invidia stated as she leaned her head back on the wall of the compartment. Instead of falling asleep, she continued to watch me and the Harmonia pilot. I suppose it was good that she took her medico training seriously. Chapter 29, Recall Recuperate. The War Chronicles of a Little Demon. Set in the Daiyu Demon's verse. A Saga of Tanya the Evil FIC. By Sunshine Temple. Naturally, I do not own Yujo Senki. So here's the disclaimer. Saga of Tanya the Evil. Its characters and settings belong Carlo Zen, Shinobu Shin Atsuki, and Nutco, Ltd. Previous chapters and other works can be found at my fanfiction website. FIC/CNC as always is wanted. Chapter 29, Recall, Recuperate. I was no countess. I had not been born on the moon of Lancia or even on Daiyu proper. Not one of Prefect Diamond Dust's VS, I was the odd flight leader out in 3rd Squadron. Immigrants were hardly uncommon to the great houses, all had varying mechanisms of naturalization and assimilation. Technicality myself, my sister, and our friends were refugees. We had fled one war-torn world as teens, only to end up in one that was merely a simmering powder keg. Via deliberate machinations and desperate betrayal, we had washed up on the shores of Daiyu, and like the eagerly piping shorebirds, the natives had squabbled over us until the most aggressive had claimed us as her prize. The end result of further bargains and compacts was an oath of fealty sworn to the Imperatrix. It could have been far worse. I pulled some of my black hair behind my horns as I walked Volante's Centurion Lady Adriana Melisande out of the Tarantula Hawk's medical wing. Her boots made dull thuds on the deck that contrasted with the ringing of my hooves against the brushed steel. Normally, I had little difficulty accepting my new appendages. Hooves were not the biggest change I had undergone as I grew into a young woman, not by far, but in moments like this, it was just another reminder of how far we had gone from what we had once been. Melisande's arm was wrapped up and put in a sling, which did little to hide the stump. The ash-blonde woman gave me a wan smile, her fangs protruding just slightly between her lips. We knew it was a risk, Lu. Lucia. You've brought us through worse. Despite her brave words, her tone was distant, and her tail hung limp. With Flight 3 at 75% casualties, I did not feel like some great leader returning home to glory. Nearly everyone from our demi-wing was back aboard the Tarantula Hawk, but the casualty list was still mounting. You're being too hard on yourself, Lulu. I am not, I stated, trying to keep my voice down in the ringing hallway of the ship. Melisande eyed me, entirely unimpressed. I know you too well to believe that tone of voice. I know when you're about to go full drama queen. At least Charity's is going to get better. Melisande tried, she truly did, but her compassionate words still sounded hollow. She cared for Charity, but Iron Talon Cardino had been her mate. We had already met with Charity as she and the other pilots wounded in the first phase had been transferred over to the Tarantula Hawk. Our assault carrier had the best medical facilities in the flotilla, not counting the Dark Star. Speaking of that ship and its appearance, I could appreciate the theatrics of an appropriately dramatic entrance. Especially one as well-timed as the Dark Star's had been. Already, extra medicos and surgical staff had been sent over from the Dark Star, while the battlecruiser and her heavy escort relieved our RP by lending their own combat air patrol. Charity has dealt with a lot of our nonsense. I said, trying to smile, even though I knew the futility of the gesture. Faking reassurance was difficult to do with someone who'd known you for years. Even before becoming an empathy, she could have likely read me like a book. That's why an experienced pilot is assigned to a younger flight, Melisande pointed out wryly as she idly rubbed her bandaged stump. I avoided staring, she was doing her best to steer the conversation away from her own injury. It is standard practice, I agreed. Even Prefect Diamond Dust had been assigned Signifier Grey Dawn to give the young countess a quiet word before she had the pleasure of our company, or so I hear. Iron Talon always did like Charity's cooking, Melisande's laugh was bittersweet. She made everyone feel welcome. Charity did not have our shared past, but she did care for us. Melisande gave a wan smile. I know. I was quiet for a moment, grappling with what to say. Words alone felt too hollow, yet I felt I had to say something, so I gave Melisande an emotional pulse. We'll all miss her. Yet. Melisande drawled, then pulled herself up enough to nod to me, pushing a smile onto her face. It looked somewhat wistful, hanging there, like a lonely condemned on a gibbet, her tail languidly squished behind her. She really was trying too hard when she picked that name, you know. It must have been all that unsuppressible jealousy that you had the largest tail. I coughed and replied, well. She wanted to fit in. A smile did creep up onto my lips, though. Melisande always was good at that sort of thing. She doesn't need to prove she's a badass, she literally pilots a suit of combat armor. Well. The blonde sighed, she did. It's like it was her motorcycle all over again. She always liked those, I agreed, trying to be supportive. Due to my upbringing, empathy did not come easily to me. No. Expressing empathy was the difficult part. When looking too soft could be a fatal mistake, when revealing your weaknesses could lead to lethal consequences, it was only natural to wear a mask at all times. Unlearning that reflex took far more effort than something as paltry as getting used to hooves. It was something she kept from, before, Melisande sighed. She knew the risks, but... I wish. If only I could just speak to her again. Almost frustrated, the blonde woman looked at me as if she irrationally expected me to somehow prove capable of facilitating the impossible one last time. I tried giving another emotional pulse. I knew what Melisande was talking about, really talking about, not just the wish that all bereaved held in common. Like all of us, Iron Talon Cardino had written a last letter. It was in my possession, and I would hand it over. Not now, but soon. My horns tingled as we approached the hatch and stepped into the Tarantula Hawk's aft hangar. Not all of us could be pilots. It may be selfish, but I thanked Darkstar that my little sister, despite her protests, did not have the necessary affinity with air spirits. Still, our bargain came at a price, and she served Imperatrix too, in her own way. At least she was doing quiet, safe archival research far from any battlefield. And she had Millie's awkward friend to keep her company, a bright young girl who, I admit, had taken to Black Skyvian culture as if she were a native. That just left our other friend. She was a physical therapist now and mostly spent her days helping wounded Legion, Fleet, and Auxilia recover. The latter group got the bulk of her attention, but Charity or even Millie could have used Silver Flechette's help in recovering from their wounds and retraining the use of their limbs. I know. I think that's part of why she kept that hobby. Melisande rubbed her shoulders with her remaining hand. And now, here we are. The mission wasn't a total disaster, I admitted, trying to find meaning in the meaningless. Even the fleetingly transient meaning of victory is never enough to wholly justify the cost. Even if it took a last-minute save. A miracle, if you will. The Dark Star showing up like that, can you imagine the odds? Melisande asked, her tail flicking. The Countess must be blessed, she said in a far too sincere tone, since the man of miracles certainly isn't here. Millie. I hissed. The squadron we had been assigned to did have a reputation. To her credit, the Countess largely rejected such hagiography, not that the rejection seemed to particularly help. Her vivacious expression slipped. I'm not jealous. Her eyes went across the hangar where my fellow flight leaders waited. Even at this distance, I could feel the prickly anxiety flowing off the Baroness in waves while Primus Victorious Shadow stood with contented certainty. It's okay to be angry. If the Dark Star had arrived earlier. Spotting a certain haughty green-haired fleet pilot, I narrowed my eyes as my tail stiffened. Melisande tilted her head. How much earlier? Pulling my eyes away from the Demoness, who I would have time for later, I rubbed my chin as we proceeded inboards toward a spot in the center line forward area of the hangar, mostly used for storing cargo and waiting crew. A medical team was already there with a couple gurneys, idling about in the clear certainty that more work would soon present itself. Talking with a pair of weary ritualista, the trio of medicos were all limp, tails and wings drooping over their shoulders as they passed a canteen about and sat by their freshly restocked medical bags. They couldn't have been with us from the start, I conceded, not without a hint of frustration escaping to color my voice. I could see that there were many reasons to keep the Dark Star in reserve. Perhaps I was a bit too wedded to the idea of keeping secrets for better dramatics. The blonde laughed. The Dark Star's a battlecruiser, it isn't exactly subtle. And trying to veil it like the Tarantula Hawk would have likely been an exercise in wasting as much funding as possible. It would have been impossible to get as close to the Institute as we did with her. Besides, if we had steamed in with a battlecruiser from the start, then Elena could have just as easily called in a much larger fleet to respond. All very good reasons for the greater ship not to be there when it could have counted the most. Would such reasons be enough to appease the dead? Fair, not at the start. Melisande nodded. But what about later? We could really have used the, near bottomless fire support. Plus her escorts, with a few more RP squadrons, really could have helped out with the heavy lifting. True. I would have brought the Dark Star into action right after Elena launched that second air strike, or maybe earlier, had the decision been left up to me, I said as we walked up to our squadron mates. As Melisande waved, I bowed my horns to them. Talking about the Dark Star. Primus Centurion Baroness Violet Blood said, her green eyes appraising us. It was not a guess. Shockingly, the Aristoi had somehow found the time to get her hair styled back into her customary curls. Maybe her zephyr helped, that sounded like the kind of thing she'd train her air spirits to do. The aggressive red-headed pilot eyed me, as if she could hear my speculation and was unimpressed by my prying. Summoning her was quite the trick for CSR. You do not think it was the hallowed lady's intervention? Prefect Crystal Candida asked, her carefully neutral tone not quite careful enough to mask the mocking lilt lurking just below the skin-thin mask. I narrowed my eyes at the green-haired fleet pilot. She, too, had found the time to clean up, this time changing into her fleet whites. The brace and bandages around her neck only highlighted how her somehow excessively poised level of spit-polished perfection. Dark Star's blood. We had just gotten recalled back to the Tarantula Hawk. Even the Baroness was still wearing her flight suit. How the hell did the witch manage that little trick? Fleet deployment is the domain of the brass horns, Primus Shadow shrugged, Candida's little joke seemingly lost on her. But instead of landing right on the HFV Tamora's beacon, the Dark Star appeared, about 100 miles to the northwest, right over the Countess's VTOL. My, how fortuitous, Violet Blood smirked as if she could claim her betrothed's reputation by proxy. I kept my smile firmly nailed in place, my thoughts held close to my breasts. In a way besides the obvious, the entire situation was quite impressive. The Countess had set foot on the airship, and already the rumors were circulating frantically as if sped along by helpful zephyr. We all had heard her final transmission before ejecting, broadcast as it had been over an open channel. Now, the battlecruiser bearing the name of the martyred lady appears, seemingly to save her. It would take only the most trivial effort for the Countess to weave all of those larger-than-life elements into her rapidly growing legend. It's what I would have done. Melisand's tail flicked as she looked between the other two flight leaders, both of whom practically radiated joy, each in their own way. They had reason to be happy, of course, and that reason would soon arrive aboard the incoming Spada VTOL. Victorious nodded to me, took my subordinate's hand, and went over to the side for a quiet word. Seemingly affronted at the familiarity implied by such casual contact, Crystal Candida sniffed and turned her back to us. Despite her stiff-necked dismissal, justifiable as it was right now, I could feel her brittle pain, for all of her masks and the walls she had built to keep people away, a living heart still beat within the witch. Besides, both our flights had suffered similar losses. One Kia and one pilot gravely injured, hers being on the Spada. The only difference being that I was not in bandages while I knew her second was still too injured to be ambulatory. 4 VTOLs tied down to the deck left the hangar comfortably full. And with the Dark Star and her escorts sheltering us behind her combat air patrol, almost all of our ritual plate were on board. Soon, we would make our exit from Harp's world under the protective watch of the battlecruiser. Home beckoned from the far distant end of the dimensional spine. My eyes went to the hangar's aft gates. Soon, all of our pilots would be back. All those intact enough to be recovered, at least. I am sorry, Violet Blood stated, customary bombast absent, her eyes darting over to Victorious who was still having a comforting word with Melisande. I bowed my horns to her. It happens. Grey Dawn nodded from the far side of the Baroness. And a tragedy that it does, the tall signifier added, her eyes thick with memory. Octavia from Flight 1 and one of the Baroness's greenhorns appeared behind the senior Legion flyer. For the rookie's part, she seemed subdued, a far cry from the haughty pink-haired senator's daughter who had launched from the ship last night. Now, the Baroness's eyes gleamed, grief for the fallen giving way to anticipation for the quick. It was close tonight, but our Countess made it back to us. You did well for your first mission as flight leader, I offered out of the spirit that someone should say something to mark the occasion, and with Melisande too occupied to handle the social chit-chat, the task fell to me. There would be, I considered, many such reshuffled tasks, great and small. For a moment, as Melisande and Victorious made their way back over to us, I could almost hear laughter, so familiar from illicit runs to and from underground gambling halls and so often shared during the halcyon days of another world's life. My condolences on your loss, Octavia said as the pair joined us, the gold band around her finger idly spinning as she channeled nervous energy, the meaningless words on her tongue. Tail curled, Melisande nodded as she tapped a gold locket hanging from a silver necklace. It's part of the life. Carrying on and keeping on, as best as one could. Grey Dawn gave her a sympathetic look. Violet Blood looked to the senator's daughter, seeming to notice her presence only now. Centurion Lavish, why are you here? Ma'am. I wanted to see the Countess, Lavish Rose Talon replied, her face a frown of focused concentration as her regal little nose scrunched into a maze of wrinkles. I respect your eagerness to support your squadron commander, the Baroness said, then bapped her on the crown of the skull. But you should be comforting your wing woman. Pulavia could use cheering up. You'll all see the Countess soon enough. More shocked by the contact than chastised, Lavish blinked, her emotions spiking before she exhaled and nodded to her flight leader. I wondered if Violet Blood would take her own advice. After all, her own wingwoman, Sky's pair, had endured her first bout of combat tonight as well, though she had been fortunate enough to emerge from the scrim completely unscathed. Did she not need comforting? You'll learn with experience, Violet Blood said with a massive confidence I was sure mostly served to cover for her own newness to command. Go on, that's a good girl. Take a bag of chocolates from the flight stash to give to Pulavia when you go. Lavish saluted before making her exit, more bemused than off-put by the Baroness's force of personality. Not long after her she left, our tails stiffened as the air was displaced around us, and we looked to the large door that made up the aft landing portal withdrawing up. The night sky was visible, and chilled air blew out a bit as the wards stabilized. For a moment, we all stood looking out into the darkness beyond the hangar. On a moonless night with heavy cloud cover above us and sea water below us, the view outside the airship was a velveteen void. Tribune Quirinus strode up. The commander of Epsilon Demi-Wing was a tall woman with hard amber eyes, ruby coloration, and star tattoos on her cheeks. As senior commanders went, I had had worse, but I had a finely calibrated sense for ambition, and I could see it drawn around our tribune. Her second-in-command, Prefect Cenis, followed at her heels. We all saluted, exposing our necks and tapping our fingers to our throats as one. Compared to other salutes I had seen, it was not the most unpalatable, incorporating only a bare minimum of groveling. Compared to a fist over the heart, the Black Skyvian salute was more aggressive, but there was an honesty to it, I supposed. It held a certain appeal in its unsubtle directness. Crystal Candida started her salute a heartbeat after ours but executed it with a degree of parade perfection I knew had to be sarcastic. The fleet pilot, I noticed, was eyeing Prefect Cenis, the head of first flight and her notional superior. I wondered if the fleet pilot blamed the officer, her nominal superior, for her flight's losses. As you were, Quirinus returned the salute, not deigning to notice Candida's deniable slight. Tail swishing, she folded her hands behind her back and turned to stare at the night sky out through the open aft door. Eager for a distraction, I watched the officer instead of the currently empty sea of night. The Tribune wore her aspirations for higher rank with effortless, complimentary grace. They were shaped into a stylish cloak perfectly fitted to match her ensemble, similar to how her reputation as an imperial heroine gave her strength and lifted her up like a second pair of wings. She did not come off as undeserving, unctuous, or perfidious. Instead, she gave off patient competency with a list of accomplishments that made a legate's scepter seem inevitable. Moreover, her ambition was not entirely selfing. That is to say, while Quirinus looked towards that scepter with an all too familiar hunger in her eyes, she did so by cultivating protégés who would reflect well on her, as opposed to merely stepping on their backs on her way to her destiny. While Prefect Countess Diamond Dust was the most notable example, the rest of her squadron leaders also counted, albeit with fewer political connections. I gave a thin smile as I thought of the now absent Lavish Rose Talon. Clearly, the patronage and favoritism tumbled down. It was a game I was familiar with, but at least the Black Skyvians were more pragmatic about it than other polities I had the misfortune to include in my experience. They still dallied with the coupling of war and glory, privilege and honor, but as garnish to combat as industrialized brutality. This was the fourth epoch, after all. Daiyu had made war into a profession saddled only with the merest echoes of the legends and majesty of ages past. No, when a holy countess summoned a battlecruiser bearing her patron's name it was for entirely rational reasons emerging out of sober tactics. Just nature's course, selecting the most fit to survive and prosper. Clearly. All right, that comparison was unfair. We were demons. Magic and the ineffable were undeniable. Hadn't our ladies and mistresses just gambled our lives in pursuit of some unknowably arcane artifact? Magic required no belief, no more than the color blue did. To deny the spiritual and the devout was to damn yourself with the evidence of your own eyes. It could still be worse. The Imperatrix was less of a monster than other wielders of absolute power and was more of an active presence than many other kings of kings. Even her imperial legions were shocking in their self-service and corruption, namely by how little of either was in evidence, and most of such sins were rather venal as such things went. That House Black Sky was not the most prideful and imperialistic society I had ever had the displeasure of experiencing would have required willful blindness not to see. The irony of calling a literal demon empress less of a monster than a mere man struck me anew for a moment, and I couldn't help the soft chuckle that escaped my lips. What are you snickering about? Melisande muttered quietly from beside me. Oh, just thankful that we didn't end up in House Elena, I added, catching myself. Quirinus gave me a respectful nod and then a more sympathetic one to Melisande that felt sincere. I suspected the Tribune's ambition got her hitched to CSR. It was blatant, this operation happened to be the inaugural mission for her new demi-wing. The question was how many missions it would take to balance the scales and at what cost to her pilots. There was a blur of movement out in the dark as a slightly brighter patch of shadow detached itself from the rest of the empty sky. Dim lights, hooded against undesired eyes, turned the approaching silhouette into a slim VTOL that slipped through the tarantula hawk's wards without noise or ripple. Gaining definition as it approached, the little spathe almost perfectly matched the carrier's speed and heading as it darted between the airship's ventral fins, almost seeming to drift its way into the hangar and down onto the landing track. With a gust of wind, the landing crew's Zephyr and those on the spathe meshed to bring the VTOL to a stop, the landing cables pulling taut. A harsh mechanical hiss came on the heels of an equally unpleasant sound like the wheezing of vast, tubercular lungs as the spathe settled onto its landing struts with a final spluttering flare of its propulsion pods. As the spathe powered down, the hangar's aft door slid back into place and cut off the noise of the wind, restoring the usual relative silence. The crew wasted no time and began to scurry around the spathe, hitching a compact little tractor up to the front landing gear and towing the VTOL clear of the landing pad and out of the way. A chalk and chain team secured it to the deck as other maintenance personnel began to swarm over the craft's surface in a flurry of hasty mechanical diagnosis and triage. Similar tasks would soon be executed upon the living complement aboard the craft, I knew, as I could see the medico team and their ritualista associates were already on their way across the hangar. They made it to the VTOL just as the side doors slid open and the back ramp lowered. "It's good that that's over," a deep voice rumbled at my shoulder. "Lares does fret about his landlady." My tail flicked as I turned and looked up, and up, and up. A pair of auxilia scouts were standing behind our little waiting squad. The two forest people looked respectful and non-threatening, but their sheer size was a bit off-putting, especially paired with their tendency to simply appear. Someone that large shouldn't be so stealthy. And this was in the industrial halls of a warship. In their natural habitat, the shaggy humanoids seemed to be found only when and where they wanted to be found. The medicos were first to the spathe and helped Centurion Nihilus wheel a wounded 1st Squadron pilot off the VTOL in her gurney. As they began their examination of this first patient, the two ritualista made sure the wounded pilot's mauled suit was secured and safe. The SAR team should have disconnected any parts that had lingering power, but given how energetic ritual plate fuel and weapon systems were, caution was more than warranted. As they worked, the spathe's pilot came out of one of the side doors and started conversing with the maintainers and personally checking that the VTOL was secured and chained down to the deck. The thudding of heavy steps heralded the exit of the remainder of the SAR team down the back ramp, and Melisande squeezed my hand. The grenadiers came first, including another pair of hulking forest people, the pallbearers for a thin, unevenly filled body bag. Behind this procession, almost superfluous given how light their burden had to be, was the Countess. With a click of her heels, she set foot onto the brushed steel deck of the hangar, the final cargo off the VTOL, the tardy pilot returning to the Tarantula Hawk at last. Her tail was limp, but her white feathers were just as luminous as always under the steady glare of the hangar's lights. As the procession solemnly neared, the Countess began to speak in a steady, mournful cadence. "Rough wind, that moanest loud. Grief too sad for her song. Wild wind, when sullen cloud. Knells all the night long," she recited, her clarion voice carrying easily through the now silent hangar, tools still in the unoccupied hands of all in attendance folded respectfully. New voices joined in until all the pallbearers took part in the dirge, basso counterpointing mezzo-soprano. "Sad storm whose tears are vain, bare woods, whose branches strain. Deep caves and dreary main. Wail, for the world's wrong." With the final line, the mortal remains of Centurion Iron Talon Cardino were solemnly loaded atop yet another gurney the medicos had quietly wheeled into the hangar for just this purpose. Moving deliberately, back stiff at rigid attention, I helped Melisande over to the gurney. The dirge was familiar, if I remembered my theological lessons correctly, it was an original work by Shelley, later adopted into liturgy by the Church. Falling to her knees, the prefect countess's wings went limp as a rifle and a bloody bindle also clattered to the deck. A moment later, the cracked and scorched mask of her Polyxo slipped out of her flight suit to clatter next to the sodden lump. I stared. At that moment, she looked so young. Bone-deep fatigue stripped away artifice and armor, leaving only a face marked with a vulnerability almost painful to behold in its nakedness. Husked out and sucked dry, she looked far further below the official minimum age of enlistment than the 1 year she currently lacked. At least violet blood, being a year older, looked that part. Immediately, guilt rose in my heart, and I averted my gaze. It was far too intimate to gaze upon, like the moment of birth or the split-second snap of a neck under a garroting wire. It was something I should not see, something not for me. Pointedly, I turned to stare at Violet Blood, who scarcely looked like her superior's elder. It was easy to forget how our kind aged. Compared to humans, we grew quickly, then matured very slowly, and aged glacially. Elder demons were still vital military assets, but most of the fighting, especially in this epoch, was the domain of those far younger. My tail drooped. It seemed that I could run from my past and my family, but as I looked upon the remains of my friend, none of us could escape Moloch's gluttonous maw. A sharp sound turned my eyes back to the Countess as her small fist attempted to hammer a dent into the deck. A Medico, Primus Shadow, and Baroness Violet Blood converged on her while Invidia hovered above them. I must thank you, Countess, she was saying. You prayed for our deliverance. From the hangar floor, Toria icily glared up at the CSR officer as the two forest people who had been on the VTOL loomed behind her. You are too kind, the Countess started with cool politeness, be assured that your own efforts will not be forgotten. Though I must ask, the Countess continued, looking up at her other two flight leaders and me, how is the squadron? Victorious took her hand. We didn't take any more casualties. Everyone is back on the Tarantula Hawk. Toria nodded. Presumably Victorious, or perhaps Violet Blood, would tell her later how Victorious Shadow had commanded her in her absence, how her second had fully lived up to her name in the ruin she brought to the enemy. That would be their story to tell, I decided, and kept my peace. The Countess might have been informed how many casualties her squadron had sustained during her VTOL trip back to the Tarantula Hawk, but I doubted she yet knew how the greater whole of the Ritual Plate Force had fared, to say nothing of the toll extracted from the ground teams. Though the Hoofsloggers had fared comparatively better than the Legion flyers and fleet pilots, less dead comrades was hardly a comfort when there were still plenty of emptied bunks to go around. As Violet Blood and Victorious Shadow helped the Countess back to her feet, Quirinus strode up. Really Invidia, is that why the battlecruiser appeared over the VTOL you were on? I had no means to summon the HVF Darkstar, Invidia demurred with a shrug. It's true, ma'am. The battered first squadron pilot in her flensed Harmonia suit said. She gave a bleary nod to Prefect Cenis and Primus Crystal Candida. And it's also true for you and you, ma'ams. Thank you, Fulvia, Crystal Candida said as she walked over to her subordinate. It's good to see you again. Bitter joy emanated from her. Before Fulvia came on board, she was looking at having half of her flight killed in action. Cenis, for her part, was looking at losing 4 of her pilots, fully a third of her squadron. Not counting the losses from Crystal's flight, which had been attached to her. Even with the Countess's help, First Squadron had still taken the highest casualties. Second Squadron, commanded by Lady Julia Jade Talon, was close behind. I wondered how our rookie prefect was handling it. Good to be back, ma'am. Fulavia agreed as Crystal came over to her and the rest of us. And we have the Countess to thank for it. She added. You're too kind, my commanding officer politely repeated, her tail stiff. But I have only my Zephyr to thank for my continued existence, they kept me alive until Laris and the rest of the SAR team rescued me. A small frown crossed my face. My own squadron commander was new to her position, given her age, that was something that should not be easy to forget. But, much like Cenis, she had an effortless command. Likely due to both of them being Quirinus's protégés, though now both would grapple with loss. Melisand's uninjured hand squeezed mine as her tail flicked, and my attention went to Cardino's mortal remains. We'll be moving her, ma'am, one of the medicos gently told Melisand. My blonde friend stiffly nodded while the Baroness rummaged through the Countess's bindle. Tail happily wagging, she sipped from one of the Alina's canteens and wordlessly handed it to Victorious. And if you'll come with us to the medical bay, another medico said to Fulavia, gently but firmly nudging her along. We'll talk about your rescue when you get back, but you did good, Quirinus assured Fulavia before giving Crystal Candida a look. The rancor between the two was, by mutual agreement, suppressed for the moment. The commander of the fleet flight nodded and helped her subordinate out of the hangar. A moment, Miss Hood. The Tribune then asked me. I'll catch up, I assured Melisand. And we'll all catch up about Cardino. My friend gave a light chuckle. It almost seemed genuine if not for the cold tightness around her eyes. Thank you, Lulu. I need to go talk with the Lady Legate, Invidia said, and she gave the Countess an appraisal. Despite her strong spirits, I would recommend Diamond Dust get a checkout by the ship's doctors. Yes, that is a good idea. And you can make sure the Silverhold is secured both physically and magically, Quirinus stated, her tone crisp. There was perhaps a ghost of resentment emanating from the Legion flyer. She had lost a fair fraction of her demi-wing to capture said artifact. Indeed, Tribune, Invidia's cold smile returned as she bowed her head before taking off. Melisand hugged me, her wings wrapping over my shoulders. After a moment of not being sure what to do with my hands, I put my arms around her torso. Don't feel guilty, Lulu. It was our choice to sign up, too. Melisand squeezed tighter, she released me and followed the medico pushing the gurney with its nearly empty body bag. After watching them leave, I turned back to the rest of my flight leaders and our commanding officer. We were clustered in the forward end of the hangar in an out-of-the-way space that served as a staging area for cargo and passengers. Her straight-backed posture returned, and the Countess tried to present an imperious air. That impression, however, was marred beyond repair by Violet Blood gleefully holding up the bloody bindle for all to gaze upon while Victorious sniffed the canteen. Tribune Quirinus eyed the collection of muscle and organ meat. Ah, I see. To the victor, the spoils. V Victus. V Victus, Countess Toria Magnus Diamond Dust exhaled in a gust of breath. To the victor their just wages. Her tail curled, her emotions roiling. It seemed she had thoughts on that phrase. I, too, had my own thoughts. It was a sentiment I had grown up being told was justification enough for any cruelty. The Tribune held a hand. Prefect, we will have time to discuss things later, and your squadron is in Primus Hood's able hands, she nodded to me before shifting back to Toria. If I may suggest perhaps after your checkup, you should spend some time to unwind with your VS. Toria tried to pout but was pulled inexorably into the arms of Visha and Loveblood. I do have things to do, she protested. The squadron's status alone. You did bring treats back, Violet Blood said. Which was very kind of you, Countess. Oh, and liquor too, Victorious added. Have you given any thoughts on preparing the Countess's bounty? Tribune Quirinus asked. Oh. Well, ma'am. I was thinking. Baroness Violet Blood stammered as she studied the bloody bindle's contents with a pout. Quirinus's tail flicked as she glanced at signifier Grey Dawn. Grey Dawn cleared her throat. I can borrow an enclosed burner from the galley for them. The bakery also just made a batch of naan and some red potato curry. That and some garum and spices to make more of a meal. That does sound lovely, Victorious gushed with an enthusiasm I would have called feigned had it come from the other V. From Victorious, it rang with a simple sincerity that reminded me of another girl, long lost, who once had reveled in the joy of the kitchen. Even though Yuffie never could cook worth a damn. So perhaps the comparison isn't quite as relevant as I had first thought it. Darkstar, I'm exhausted. The Countess coughed, unknowingly pulling me away from my tired thoughts. There's no need for any of that. Nonsense, ma'am. I'll be more than happy to help, Grey Dawn assured. My stomach did grumble a bit. Naan did sound good, chewy, bubbly, and fluffy. If ever there was a bread that did describe Primus Centurion Shadow. Maybe the galley had some simmering stew or other midnight rations. Which was clearly what made me hungry. Certainly not the scent of raw meat, fresh from the battlefield. Lares gave an earthy chuckle. Rest and recover, you have earned it. Little demons are always hungry, one of his fellow forest people grumbled. Especially when it's a rare treat, Grey Dawn said, with no small amount of covetousness in her voice. Turning my head to the Tribune and signifier, I respectfully bowed my horn as I tried to move past the foibles of my adopted culture. I'll make sure to get something out of the galley for the rest of the squadron, including the ritualista, they've been working through the night too. You don't have to do that. Toria caught herself. No, that's a good idea, Primus. Giving a wicked grin, the Countess nodded to Victorious. My fellow flight leader slipped up to me with a morsel held between her claws. My tail stilled as I licked my lips. I saw Lares putting a hand on the Countess's shoulder, and the two exchanged a moment that was only slightly farcical due to their massive height disparity. Eat it now or share that meal with them, Grey Dawn murmured, bringing my attention back to the offering under my nose. Taking the meat, I chewed and swallowed. Some of the tension I was holding eased. I was not sure what I was so afraid of. I knew since I was a child that revenge was sweet. Was it any surprise to find that the blood of my enemies was really that good? I wonder if my older sister would be proud or disgusted. I thought idly as my tongue licked the morsels from my teeth. Wherever she is. I wonder if I'd still care what she thought about me? I turned and, for a moment, thought that Lares and the other forest people had vanished. The reality was more mundane, they had simply slipped away and were leaving via the hangar's forward doors. Thank you for that. I caught myself just before I said offering. I was of the order of our martyred lady which, compared to my commander's order of hallowed lady, focused more on the meaning and example of Darkstar's sacrifice than on the other aspects of her life. Worship in both branches of the church was rather similar, though my sect did have theological differences in which rituals were sacramental, ordinate, or both. Navigating such doctrinal disputes had been something I had dealt with my whole life. This whole thing was awkward, but it would not be the only feeding going on tonight. Plenty of my fellow pilots, not to mention the ground team, would want to burn off stress or sate their hunger. The baths and galleys would be quite busy, not to mention the recreation rooms. For that sample. You three deserve a nice meal. I tried on a toothy smile for fit, intimately aware of how the expression left my own fangs menacing and bare. I raised my arm, unsure. We were in the same unit, would physical contact, even a pat on the back be too intimate? Think nothing of it, Toria tried to wave my praise away. She also looked at my arm with a sense of awkwardness. Inwardly, I cursed finicky demons and all their societal rules. For a species of alluring, empathic succubi, we could be strangely prudish. It's only polite. You did bring us through this mission, I insisted, bowing my horns to Toria and repeating the gesture to Quirinus. I'm getting too much credit, she waved off, her fingers brushing mine. There was a surge as I felt the Countess's anxiety and fatigue intensify. Battlecruiser, Violet Blood reminded with a chirp. Victoria's tail straightened. Not now, Baroness, she said, staring at how our hands were linked. Steeling myself, I pulled the shorter blonde into a hug. Her body tensed for a moment, but as she relaxed, I could feel her appreciation. Unbidden, my tail began to swish to and fro as I likewise eased into the embrace. However, my overlong appendage betrayed me and, without my conscious decision, entwined with the Countess's tail, immediately adding an entirely new dimension to our embrace. My eyes widened as a mass of emotions flooded into me, and I got an almost invasive view of the concerns and fears lurking behind my superior officer's imperious mask. A spike of jealousy flared from Violet Blood, though it soon tempered with a possessive hunger. The Baroness smiled at me. I quickly disentangled from my squadron commander and stepped back, my hooves ringing on the deck. I'll help them get that burner and the other supplies from the galley while our squadron commander gets checked out, Grey Dawn offered as she tried heroically to usher the Countess and her VS towards the door. Soon, it was down to myself, Tribune Quirinus, and Prefect Cenis. Despite being alone with not one but two superior officers, I was more at ease now that the eccentric trio were well gone. Well, at least that helps those three, Cenis remarked and nodded to me, and the rest of the third too. That leaves the other squadrons, said Quirinus, shaking her head. I could sympathize. The losses we had taken were recoverable, but we would need replacement pilots and, if possible, time to integrate them into our formations. Crucial teamwork required time, and nobody wanted to learn about their new wingwoman's foibles first under enemy fire. We hardly had enough time to form up these squadrons in the first place, and already we would have to alloy in replacements. And somehow getting shot down only lets the Countess up her kill count. She even managed to get some choice cuts of meat and fucking drinks. Unbelievable. Cenis shook her head. I noticed she made no mention of the battlecruiser. All while trying to be humble about it. Despite coming on board with a dirge, the Tribune rubbed her horns. I suppose there's one upside to this being a CSR spook show. And that is, ma'am? I asked, sensing the hanging prompt. Otherwise the librarians would be all over this ship, and I'd have to fill out even more paperwork. Quirinus sighed. And the church is doubtless going to find out about it. Centurions do gossip like old biddies, Cenis stated with a twinkle in her eye. Give them time. Tribune Quirinus shook her head and made to leave. Come, Primus Centurion, she said over her back. I dutifully followed alongside Cenis as we made our way to the aft side of the hangar and exited forward to the rest of the ship. I am sorry, Iron Talon was a good pilot, Quirinus stated, almost offhanded. Despite that, the non sequitur did feel sincere. The Tribune was hurting from the losses to her unit. The fleet squadrons seconded to her from the other airships had also been mauled, which was something she also doubtless felt. Battle had a kind of sanguinary alchemy all its own. Skill, training, and luck could mitigate its acid bite, but any chance at victory required some sacrifice, lives wagered and risked. Upon that blood-slick and ever-spacious altar, sacrifice was more than becoming, per church, state, and every other pillar of our civilization. The possibility of defeating the enemy, the probability of capturing a city, a bridge, an artifact, the prospect of returning in glory to the city of trees to regale the eager crowds with tales of conquest. Yes, those were the carrots suspended upon gut strings, dangling over the ravenstone called Nike. But no amount of glory could reverse the process, could recall the athame, could restore the blood. I held firmly onto the hope that the Silverhold was worth the risks, worth the lives lost tonight, worth the lives yet to be lost. The hope that this victory was worth the cost. She was, I agreed, and bowed my horns. With all the VTOLs secured and everyone back on board, we'll be teleporting soon enough, Cenis stated, obviously trying to direct the conversation to safer grounds as part of her duty as the Demi-Wing's executive officer. Good riddance. The Tribune's tail flicked as we crossed the cargo bay. With most of the mules having been scuttled on the ground and a lot of its material expended, the compartment was almost completely empty. The port cargo bay, on the other side of the ship, was practically packed with an assortment of miscellany. It was where all the mundane trinkets stolen during the operation were being examined, stored, and guarded. We got CSR's accursed bauble. Our part is done. The Dark Star and her escorts will cover our exit, Quirinus continued. I nodded. The Tarantula Hawk and the rest of our little flotilla had charged teleport runes and were ready to go, but the Dark Star and her escorts, having just arrived, would have to wait out their cool-down and recharge cycle. I was not terribly worried about the battlecruiser staying behind on Harp's World, though. The Dark Star could more than take care of herself. Especially as she had twice the normal number of escorting destroyers and light carriers. Good work, Primus, Quirinus said, her own weariness beginning to peek through. Your squadron is on stand down, so things should keep until the Countess gets some time to recover. Yes, ma'am, I readily agreed. Despite her words, I was already going over the third status in my head. Everyone's ritual plate was damaged to some extent, but there were enough functional suits and pilots that we could get at least a reinforced flight into the air if required. Our next jump would take us back to Outer Jaffna, nominally an Electon colony and thus friendly territory, but the world was thinly populated, and if Alina's task forces were sent out after us, that would be one of the routes they would follow. Worse, it would take the Dark Star and her escorts the better part of a day to catch up to us. Quirinus studied me, and for a moment, I felt utterly unmasked by the older demon's penetrating gaze. Primus, Outer Jaffna is a large and mostly empty colony. And our little flotilla has the whole world to hide in, Cenis added. Besides, the Dark Star's VTOLs had enough time to top off our corvette's magazines. Yes, ma'am. That was true, and hiding was something the Tarantula Hawk, Desert Strix, and Tamora were quite skilled at. And while the prefect was exaggerating, a few more torpedoes were better than the nearly empty magazines our colibris had. I am far less concerned about being followed. And after that, ma'am. Her crimson features got a bit tight as a wisp of irritation flashed on her. That is an excellent question. Doubtless CSR had some plan to return the Silverhold to the entities whom House Elena had stolen it from. I'm not sure if they'll transfer the cursed thing to the Dark Star or keep it under lock and key aboard this ship, however. After all the hassle and blood spent to get that Darkster forsaken thing, I don't see the lady legate letting it slip through her claws, Cenis said, her Midlands accent coming into prominence as the three of us stopped by a latterway. But, for now, we have a respite, Quirinus nodded to me. Primus, as you were. Ma'am. I acknowledged as the two officers climbed the rungs to the deck above. I knew they had their own work to do. I took a moment to compose myself in the brief solitude and resumed my journey in the direction of the airship's bow, towards the starboard aft RP maintenance bay. After the events and horrors of tonight, going into the incense, chemical, burnt metal, and coffee-smelling compartment was reassuring. However, seeing only 10 of the 12 arming chairs had Polyxo suits bolted to them was like a knife to my heart. The suits had burnt engravings, and all had some degree of damage. My own suit would need most of the ward emitters replaced. With the cracked bone-white death masks and the suits splayed open with ritualists rooting around in their battered innards, the whole room had a macabre cast to it. Gibbs came up to me, a bit of sympathy coloring her eternal ill humor. Primus, I take it you have command, she stated, handing over a clipboard. Behind her, almost 24 ritualists were hard at work on the suits. Despite the number of maintainers at work, it was still a fraction of the total complement under Gibbs' wing. It was hardly like any of them had enjoyed an easy night either. Rumor travels that fast? I asked, giving each status summary a cursory once-over. Each page gave the condition of a flight's worth of ritual plate with a brief on each major subsystem. Every one of which contained an alarming number of variations on the phrase "not cleared for active duty use." The prefect countess brought back the flesh of her vanquished foes and then did some holy nonsense on the flight back. The chief ritualist shrugged while her subordinates chattered excitedly on. Meanwhile, I got to have my girls inspect the power distribution runes of every suit that exceeded power ratings, which was all off them, and then triage all the damage the enemy did. Have you taken into account the medical status of the casualties? Centurion Gibbs' withering stare made me immediately regret the question. Yes, ma'am, she crisply said in a tone that was almost, but not quite, blatantly insubordinate. No reason to spend time fixing a suit that'll stand empty. I will ask the Countess if she wants to have a surplus suit assembled for her, but I have my doubts. That wouldn't be the most efficient use of your time, I agreed mollifyingly. House Black Sky was efficient like that, as of course were her ritualista, who were best not offended by accidental, stupid slights. I had seen some nobles, when deprived of their precious mounts, bully the maintainers into spending whatever time it took to fix their equipment. Even if doing so came at the cost of maintenance time that could put 4 other pilots back into the saddle, to say nothing of the 1,000 other ways the ritualista could make their displeasure known. Thinking on that particular malfeasance was, in an odd way, something of a nostalgic reminder of home. Other than taking someone else's suit, Gibbs had enough spares and assemblies to build Prefect Diamond Dust another Polyxo, but that would take a lot of time and gobble up a mountain of parts. I'm glad we're in agreement. Gibbs' tail slowed as she saw me staring at the summary sheet for my flight. You look like you could use something to drink, ma'am. Coffee. Yes please, I sighed, handing the clipboard over. It doesn't get easier, Primus, Gibbs said as she filled a mug from the coffee machine the Countess had ordered be installed at one side of the maintenance bay. Well, no, that's a lie. You do learn how to manage it. I accepted the cup. I suppose you've seen squadrons get more chewed up than this? I asked, taking a sip. Instead of the bitter fleet brew, I tasted something actually flavorful. Clearly, Prefect Diamond Dust had broken out her personal supply for tonight's mission. Gibbs gave a shrug as she filled her own mug. Focus on what's in front of you, ma'am. The overhead speaker chimes as the primary circuit came on. Teleport warning. Teleport warning. All hands prepare for teleport. Secure all equipment and save all arcane systems, a cool voice stated. Ah, well, when you are right, Centurion, I noted. The ritualist snorted. Shall I make sure everything is squared away? Do it, Centurion. Ma'am, Gibbs spun on a heel and started shouting orders to her maintainers, who were already making sure everything was secured and powered off. Sipping the rather good coffee, I watched as the ship got ready for teleport. A true tragedy that I will have to bid such a lovely locale farewell so soon. I mused, a familiar bile curdling in my gut. Harp's World has done such a wonderful job reminding me of all the most enduring memories of home. And I do mean that from the bottom of my heart. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 8 7 6 5 4 3 2 1. Outer Jaffna's sun rose not long before lunch, shipboard time. Which was effectively my only temporal reference point. Spending a week traveling through 6 different worlds had thoroughly disconnected my sense of time and obliterated any vestige of my circadian rhythm. Bearing food, I stepped into the Tarantula Hawk's medical wing. The smell of antiseptic hung in the air as a medico looked up. The tall woman's lips creased as her tail flicked. Our patients already have lunch, she stated. It's just some treats, Violet Blood said. From the bakery, Visha added. And some coffee and hot chocolate. For those who can have it, Lucia added, holding up a pair of carafes. For this phase of the operation, I had once again dipped into my personal, if diminishing, supply. I did bring enough for everyone, I said, pointing to how the 4 of us were carrying multiple flat boxes. Medical staff included. It had taken a bit of trading to get the bakery shippies to run us an order, but that was the main reason I contributed to the squadron's liquor stock. Or more accurately, I let Violet Blood toss more bottles into the pot. Personal use was not high up on that list. A position freshly reaffirmed by last night's sampling of Alina's pomegranate-based rotgut. Not to be outdone by my Baroness, Primus Hood had also sacrificed Applejack brandy for the cause. Generous though her contribution was, it was also of a far more common earthenware jug vintage that would be best appreciated by those who favored quantity over quality in their spirits. That, and a couple bottles of Eastern Province's finest plum brandy, managed to raise the bounty of various fried and sugared treats to a standard that met with Quirinus's lofty approval. Aided, of course, by the fresh batch of Zeppole I made sure would find their way to my tribune's desk. After giving the medical staff their due, I set my VS to distributing the lion's share of the food among the other wounded while I went to check on our squadron's casualties. You should really be under observation, the medico who had admitted us stated, standing by my side. Though much of the edge to her tone had been smoothed via a turnover with an ersatz filling made from rehydrated peaches. I'm fine, I insisted. I was checked out when I came on board, and again this morning. Ah yes, after a very filling meal and a restful night's sleep, the medico's tail swished in amusement. That is what I heard happened, Lucia said in a deadpan with just a bare amusement in her purple eyes. My wings ruffled a bit at the implication. It's true, Violet Blood said as she bounded back to us. I eyed her, but she did have a right to be here. One of hers was among the casualties. Though Lucia's formation had taken the brunt of the damage in my squadron. The room we entered had brightly painted walls and gave a credible illusion of natural light. Melisande and Rose Talon were already present sitting by Charity and Pulavia's beds respectively. Ma'am. Pulavia said as she straightened up in her bed. Her words were less slurred, that was a good sign. Others followed suit and saluted. At ease, I waved them off and motioned for my flight leaders to give out the refreshments. You brought sweets? Charity asked, adjusting in her bed. Under the blankets, I could see that her leg was longer than it was before. Our regeneration was a boon, but it did come at a cost. It was the least I could do, I said. Simple luxuries were a way to boost morale. At least in the short term. In the long term, I would have to gauge how everyone handled the fallout from this mission. Melisande would require special care, I could only imagine what she was going through. Fear of her loss falling upon me hung over my horns, adding to the anxieties from the fate of my birth parents and Violet Blood's mothers. I'm not complaining. A pastry and coffee is more reward than I've gotten after other missions. The less said about those the better. Charity stared down into her cup, her tail flicking. You've had worse missions? Lavish asked, disbelief in her voice. Unlike before, there was no eager awe at the idea of daring do but instead a far wiser cautious trepidation. I feared that all too soon, distance would cloud her memory, causing pride to turn the combat over Harp's World into some grand adventure where she had cut her teeth and wetted her talons with gore. I have, Charity asked. Last night was bad, but as things go, it was no marathon. Lucia and Melisande looked to the senior pilot in their flight. Before your time, kiddos. Charity sipped her coffee and bit into a pastry. Supporting a Legion landing operation is an endurance march. The enemy knows us legionary flyers can only operate for so many hours before we're combat ineffective, so if they wait us out they can strike after the Legion's air cover crashes. That's standard doctrine though, Visha said. Don't most tribunes try to pare down a few squadrons after the initial landing to try to have a reserve they can rotate back in? Sometimes the enemy isn't so gracious. Kinda hard to build up a reserve of pilots who are rested when facing increasing losses while being harassed by constant enemy raids, Charity shrugged. As bad as cloak and dagger nonsense is, it can always get worse, I said with a sardonic air. The truth is we all know how many years, months, and days we have left in the Imperatrix's service. Unless you plan on serving another term. Violet Blood cheered. Yes, unless that. My tail stilled as I eyed my betrothed. Piercing her brittle mask would do her no good. Losing face in front of her subordinates was not worth it. I want to show my gratitude for your work and sacrifice and do what I can to help you all. The rest of the squadron will be visiting when they're no longer on ready status. Melisande stared down at her lap, her partially healed arm in a sling. Visha came over to her with a cup of coffee and gave the blonde a new pastry before returning to me and refreshing my drink. I should explain some of the things you will hear mentioned quite soon. I looked over my pilots. You are all going to hear a great many pretty words about sacrifice and what it means to die in the Imperatrix's name, what it means to bring glory and honor to our house. I sipped some coffee. That, I said, licking a stray bead of coffee from my lips, was never our mission. Our mission was never about the recovery of whatever it was that Elena stole. Our mission was to make sure that all of us, the hoofsloggers, the spooks, and even the other RP pilots had somewhere to land once they were done reclaiming our missing property. And to provide close air support to give them a fighting chance on the ground, Violet Blood added, her own tail languidly swishing. I nodded. And because of all of our efforts, nearly 90 hoofsloggers made it back. Yes, a couple dozen are right here being worked on, but it could have been much worse. Not to mention 400 ship's crew, all of our ritualista, and the other ships. I looked them hard in the eyes. Girls, this is the job you all agreed to when you became legionary flyers. To make sure that when the Scrivener tallies her butcher's bill it falls more on the enemy than on our sisters. My gaze went to lavish Rose Talon. The spoiled senator's daughter idly scratched one of the silver flashes on her uniform tunic denoting the Volante's specialty. A more sober and quiet pride welled in her as Pulavai reached out and snatched a pastry from her hand. There will be a memorial service for Iron Talon. Not just the shipboard service, but our own. The Tribune made it clear that every squadron will, in due time, be given space to grieve. We all took casualties, but first and second got the worst of it, including the most deaths. Of nearly 50 pilots, our demi-wing had lost 7. Over half a squadron's equivalent was gone. That did not include the losses the fleet squadrons took, including Lady Primus Felicity Ivory Quiver, the Svalina pilot who died shortly before Iron Talon. And we would have lost almost a full squadron if not for the search and rescue teams, Visha murmured, giving voice to my quiet thought. We will certainly need to do something for the SAR crews, I agreed and looked over my pilots. Know that I'm proud of all of you. Regardless of your experience, you completed a difficult mission. One that's not over, not quite yet, Visha reminded, being the executive officer's stick to my carrot. Our ritualista are hard at work to get our Palexo repaired. She gave me a sympathetic wince. It's part of the risk. I waved her off, forcing down the useless pain I felt at the loss of my suit. But Primus Shadow is right about readiness. I sipped some more coffee. I won't say I won't pressure you. We do need pilots. But if you need to talk with me in private, my door is open. And I can recommend counseling when we get back to Mersum. What about religious issues, ma'am? Pulavaya asked, her voice almost shy. Well yes, there is a ship's chaplain, she seems nice enough. I shrugged. No. I mean. Pulavaya's cheeks flushed a bit as Lavish patted her hand. Clearly, she was still getting over her injuries. What about talking to you about religion? I blinked. I'm not, no. I looked to my flight leaders for help. Visha gave me a ghost of a smile. Loveblood's grin was manically gleeful. And Lucia simply stared at me, disbelief written in large block letters across her face. Don't be so humble, ma'am, Pulavaya continued. You're a sister, you're clearly touched by Darkstar. You've seen more and you were shot down and you came back. You're not afraid. She added the last part in a small voice. I coughed. I suppose I did know about what lay beyond the veil of death, but given what those experiences had taught me, it was hardly a comfort. Being X was no god, and Uriel was an even more mysterious, if less blatantly hostile, entity. I might have factual evidence, repeatedly confirmed evidence, even, that there was a kind of life after death, but that, if anything, had only added to the troubles in my lives, never mind how much stranger they always got. Pulavaya. I was terrified after I got shot down. No sane person would be anything else. My return was simply a matter of, putting that fear aside, doing my duty, and having faith in my comrades to aid me. Nothing more than what any other good legionary should. My concentration slipped as I sensed Loveblood's amusement at my statement. I'm sure if the prefect has time she could arrange something, Vicious smoothly offered. But maybe it would be best to ask me so I can check her schedule. I tried not to pout. She was doing her part as my executive officer in supporting my authority. It would be nice if more of my pilots were like Octavia, a member of the Bahá'í Faith. At least Pulavia was already an adherent to our hallowed lady. One of my pilots petitioning me as a potential proselyte to the Dark Star Church and then guiding them toward penance perturbed me in a way I couldn't quite articulate. Having more people to talk to would be good, Melisande admitted. Even I could see the vivacious pilot's spirits were down. Which was understandable. I gave Lucia a nod as I thought. Melisande's pain was obvious, a feeling that was. It was something I could relate to. My gaze went to my VS. What were the odds both of them would survive the decade and a half of combat operations to finish out their terms of service? I suppose I will simply have to endeavor to stack the deck, as it were, I resolved. After all, when any good soldier is faced with long odds, there is always one clear solution. Cheat. I gave them, Lucia and all my wounded pilots, my largest, brightest, and most reassuring grin. For some reason most of their tails stiffened. Girls, I will not make promises I can't keep. Obviously, I cannot promise you a safe life. Those of you who wanted that, my gaze went to Lavish and Pulavia, I gave ample opportunity to change specializations. However, I will endeavor to make sure you are all the best equipped and trained legionary flyers. Death stalks all of us, but I'll make sure you are all shooting back. I snatched a pastry out of Violet Blood's basket. And that, by Dark Star's grace, is something that it is within my power. Chapter 30, Info Hazard. The War Chronicles of a Little Demon. Set in the Diodemon's verse. A Saga of Tanya the Evil FIC. By Sunshine Temple. Naturally, I do not own Yujo Senki. So here's the disclaimer. Saga of Tanya the Evil, its characters and settings belong Carlo Zen, Shinobushin Atsuki, and Nutco, Ltd. Previous chapters and other works can be found at my fanfiction website. FIC/CNC as always is wanted. Chapter 30, Info Hazard. Excellent work, I handed the clipboard back to Gibbs. You've all worked miracles. Something like amusement poked through my chief ritualista's perpetual scowl. What you call a miracle, I call a passing grade. We had 2 full days under friendly guns to make repairs, ma'am. More than enough time for any competent Legion maintenance team to bring a squadron's worth of suits back to full readiness. Frankly, anyone who couldn't even manage this isn't worth their jumpsuit. I nodded politely, well, I'll have take your word on that, Chief. My eyes crossed the maintenance bay and spotted the 2 empty chairs. One was Iron Talon's, late of Flight 3, and the other was mine. Soon, all the chairs would be empty, but that was because my squadron would be taking to the air to do their part of our flotilla's combat air patrol. Not that the need was terribly acute, the Dark Star and her plentiful escorts had caught up to us before we jumped, which left us traveling in a rather strong, if entirely unsettled, flotilla. The air thickened with incense as the ritualist ran their final checks on the suits and made them welcoming for my pilots Zephyr. My pilots, who would be taking to the air without me. Contrary to the intent of the incense to lull and reassure air spirits, my own Zephyr remained very active and highly excited. My feathers puffed up a bit at their swirling interest. In their experience, this particular ritual always preceded flight operations. No suit today, little ones, I said under my breath, trying to reassure my Zephyr. I would have to find some other way to entertain them once it sunk in that they wouldn't be going into the sky. Otherwise, they would spend the rest of the day sulking moodily. As she countersigned the maintenance certifications, Gibbs looked up from the paperwork. Thinking of your replacement Pollexo? She asked with bland disinterest as she flipped to a new page and continued to carefully read. I held up a placating hand. I'm not going to order you to raid our spares to bodge together a suit for me. That's good, ma'am, seeing as I don't have enough parts to do that. Even though you did manage to bring back a mask and some odds and ends. Gibbs gave the final signature with a flourish and handed the clipboard back to me. Thankfully, such forms didn't require anything so arch as a wax seal with my personal sigil. A simple counter-signature sufficed. 3rd Squadron is certified flight ready, excepting suits 1 and 11. I gave her a dry look. Gibbs shrugged. Once we get out of comms blackout you could wire Muark's Mersum office for a factory fresh replacement. I lost my suit in combat, I pointed out. The Imperial Legion will provide a new Pollexo suit out of depot. I may disagree with the new aspect, ma'am, said Gibbs in the long-suffering tones of one familiar with Legion procurement services. Mersum may be the major colonial posting, but it is still a colonial posting. Yes, they'll have plenty of Mark 15s in stock but not many of the new model. Folding the clipboard under an arm, I shrugged. That's what I started out with. Gibbs gave that cynical smile. Yes, 3 years ago it was Muark's cutting-edge production model. There is a reason I have installed refit packages to upgrade all of the Ritualista coughed, your suits to the Mark 16. And you have done excellent work, given half of these came out of Muark amalgamated as Mark 14s, I said, once again looking over the 10 newly polished and engraved suits. True to Gibbs's word, they did look like they had just been pulled out of their shipping crates, fresh from the factory. I only had 9 pilots at the moment, but hopefully, the medical staff should be able to certify Charity as flight-worthy at tomorrow's check-in. Soon, my legionary flyers, those who had survived, would be fully healed. Physically, at least. Without a blemish or scar, it would be like they had never been injured. So long as one ignored the mental trauma, of course. With a species capable of such rapid healing as ours, it was easy for a legionary to deny she had any trauma accumulation. Doubly so for those in the Volantes specialization, where self-sacrifice was emphasized past even the point it was for hoof-slogging soldiers. Our scars were invisible, and a grizzled veteran could look just as peppy as a greenhorn recruit, as long as one did not look too closely at her eyes. This sort of behavior, an unfortunate but seemingly inevitable product of a system that prized toughness and rewarded those who took on heavy burdens for the benefit of their comrades in arms, was an active drag upon force preservation. On the surface things may seem as pristine and enduring as fresh forged steel, but just below the fault lines lay waiting nonetheless. Fracture points liable to tear open under just the wrong kind of stress, which frequently translated to at the worst possible moment. As their commander, it was my responsibility to make sure my pilots and my ritualista were not keeping their pain inside or in denial about their traumas. This was just as much my duty as making sure that all under my command received adequate provisions so they could fly and fight. An army might march on its stomach, but bread and blood alone could not sustain life. If only Zephyr were the only spirits I had to concern myself with. Countess, Gibbs's emphasis on my noble title got my attention. She seemed almost concerned for me for some reason. You have a chance to get a suit that does not need retrofitting, and may even have the latest power system variant, an advantage that has saved your life before. You might even use your reputation to once again get Muark's best. No prototypes, I immediately snapped. If they want me to be a test pilot, they can pay me for the privilege after I muster out. Gibbs snorted. Production only. I wouldn't trust anything our test pilots and ritualists haven't put through trials. Those boffins will come up with some too clever bit of magical mumbo-jumbo without considerations about little things like maintenance or stability. Her words made me consider something, and I tilted my head slightly. Speaking from experience? Well, you have spent many years maintaining ritual plate. Exactly, Gibbs flashed her fangs. And when they're not being too clever, it's just buzzwords or nonsense. Remember the cancelled follow-on to the Gamma Block power system? It took a moment, but eventually my brain made the connection. Ah yes, the medium runic conduit circles with dynamic etheric controls in the Delta block would improve power output by 15%. I nodded as the annoying, and best kept forgotten, memories washed over me. That made quite the buzz for a while, didn't it? Although, I can't recall hearing much about it these days. That's because it was literally just marketing nonsense, ma'am, Gibbs stated evenly. A line of random words strung together to sound clever and stand out from the market and catch the idea of legates, generals, and admirals. That's why it was cancelled for the Epsilon block. I asked. Partially. It wasn't all bad, just not as good as they made it out to be, and they covered it up with bullshit fancy talk. My opinion of Muark dimmed a bit, but I could still understand the kind of pressures a defense contractor would be under to maintain their performance edge. Well, at least they were straightforward with having no idea why the starboard flight stabilizer array had that 44C amplification rune when we visited them at their factory in the capital, I conceded. Gibbs scoffed, because we blindsided them with the question. You know that in the latest manual they call it a Zephyr enrichment and engagement module. That's not entirely wrong. I weakly defended the design and immediately wondered why I was bothering to carry Muark's water. They were big girls, they didn't need little old me shilling for them. You won't believe the things our suppliers have tried to slip through or the obvious issues they missed. Gibbs's eyes momentarily went hollow and distant, as if every overly engineered horror from her whole career were parading through the maintenance bay. It really brought me back to the question I'd asked earlier. How many years has she been at this? I should look up her service record when we get back to Mersum. After a moment, she refocused enough to add, though I'll admit Muark is better than Imperial Blimp and Freight. Then why the instance on the latest version Polyxo? I asked. Because that way it'll come from the factory with most of the known problems already fixed, Gibbs explained reasonably. And that means I can focus on the unknown problems, in addition to the expected pilot-induced damage. I pointedly ignored the minor slight to my piloting skill. While a special model designed just for me would be a shiny death trap. Gibbs snorted. And you would never stand for the efficiency loss of forcing me to stock special components just for you. Fine. I relented. It would be better if I could get a fresh modern suit, instead of having you do all the updates on an older depot model. But I'm not sure Muark would ship me one in time. Countess, she repeated, staring right at the Preserver Award I wore around my neck. I know, I held up my free hand in grudging surrender. If not for the blackout, I'd wire them right now. New Batavia is a civilized world. It's Electo's primary colony world, Gibbs neutrally said. I put her comment down to inscrutable senior NCO humor. Between her, Grey Dawn, and, increasingly, Charity, my command did have a generous number of experienced centurions, their foibles were a small price to pay for the benefit of their knowledge. Still plenty of time to have my mask fixed up, I noted hopefully. Being sentimental? Gibbs wryly asked. I saved it because, if I hadn't, the church would have pressured me to get a saintly face with my next suit. But with me recovering my old one, the church can't complain about me reusing it, I explained, only slightly smug at having seen that particular bullet in time to dodge it. Yes, and certainly not out of any sentimentality for something your mother gave you, Gibbs drawled, but shrugged. Well, hopefully for you, the church doesn't decide that your mask'll become an increasingly holy relic the longer it remains in proximity to your face. Otherwise, your plan's gonna backfire just a bit, hey. I stared at Gibbs. Anyway, ignoring my attention, the senior ritualist looked up at the wall clock. We still have a bit of time left to get everything ready. Shaking myself, I surveyed the maintainers as they finished up their work, a small cluster around every Pollexo. I'd say you're ahead of time. Gibbs grunted. Enough to have them finish the power checks and have a 20-minute stand down to use the heads, hydrate and have a quickie snack before going back to finish the pre-flight and suit up your girls. There was a knocking on the hatch of the compartment, and a taller pilot, muscular with short blue hair and wings iridescent with blue-gray feathers stepped in. I bowed my horns to Prefect Centurion Fabia Firmitas Harrowfang, commander of 4th Squadron. There you are, Countess. Come on, we've got to talk to the boss lady, Fabia said after returning the bow. Oh, good. I've got some paperwork for Tribune Quirinus, I replied and waved my clipboard as evidence. Fabia gave me a sympathetic look. That's not who I'm talking about. My tail drooped. I don't suppose you mean Prefectus Commodore Sharptail? I asked. Being called before the ship's captain would be unexpected, but it was still better than the alternative. Nat, I wish it were the skipper. Sympathy radiated from the older centurion. If a superior officer who wasn't our direct commander in the Imperial Legions or someone in the Household Fleet Command, then that left one option. Right. I stared at my fellow prefect centurion for a moment. I turned and handed the clipboard back to Gibbs. Have someone run this up to the Tribune. Gibbs took the paperwork with a sober nod. Why does the Lady Legate want to talk with us? I quietly asked Fabia once we left the compartment. And only the two of us, she clarified as we went aft a frame. Is it because? I trailed off as we climbed a ladder up to the next deck. Because once again we both took reckless and violent actions worthy of an imperial heroine and somehow lived to tell the tale. She pointedly asked, a gleam in her steel blue eyes. I didn't do that much. I just tried to stay alive, I demurred as we stepped to one side to let some shippies go the opposite way down the corridor. A minute later, we had to go through a security checkpoint being run by a bored but thorough group of grenadiers. Ever since we had left Harp's world, shipboard internal security had been elevated. Sometimes that's all you can do. Fabia's gaze went distant. Sometimes that's not enough. The vision of Iron Talon's suit being blown up flashed in my mind. If things had been a bit different, I would have been the one fried in my armor, and she would have been the one shot down. I nodded, and we walked aft for a bit in awkward silence. How are your pilots doing? I'm down to 10 active suits, like you, and almost as many pilots. Fabia shrugged. Yours hasn't been repaired yet? I asked, making an educated guess. She had led that daring attack right into the heart of Building 37 2 days ago. Maintenance triage, Fabia stated. Due to extensive damage and burnout to the power systems, my Sarpedana got booted to the end of the priority queue. It was only today that I could spare the maintainers to work on my suit, but it'll take some time to repair. At least it's still salvageable, I replied then winced. That wasn't meant to sound so snippy. Fabia's tail swished. First time? She asked, her voice quiet. First time as a squadron commander, though I did a tour in the Croc Alley jungles. But if you mean the ground stuff, well. I tapped the Preserver Award pin to my collar. Not my first near brush. The taller woman stopped walking and shook her head. No. First time losing a subordinate. Ah. I exhaled. That was complicated. In this life, however. Yes, I admitted. I saw something shift in Fabia's gaze. But I've talked with Quirinus about it. I quickly added, hoping to assure Fabia that there was no need to bother our senior officer about the matter. After all, our legate was dealing with her own mourning as well. Her first multi-squadron command had incurred 15% killed in action. The lights of the ship corridor tinged Fabia's eyes purple as she studied me. Well, she is your mentor. But if you need someone to talk to, I do have experience. Fabia was right about that. While the other two prefect centurions in our unit had more time in the legions than I did, both Cenas and Julia were, like me, newly raised to squadron command. I assured. After another checkpoint, we arrived in Hoofslager country, the part of the Tarantula Hawk set aside for berthing the ship's infantry complement. This was also where they had some of their exercise and trailing halls, baths, auxiliary storage, conference rooms, and other miscellaneous compartments. Two of Laris's men gave us a discreet escort, which, given their great size, was surprisingly subtle. Although, really, at this point, how much of a surprise was it that the forest people were so adroit at being understated? It was to one of these anonymous rooms that Fabia led me to. Invidia was waiting outside, arms crossed and wings folded to her back, ruining in the process the pretense that this room contained nothing of interest. My mirth quickly died when paranoia struck. Was that the reason why we had been called in? Did CSR have some esoteric operation that only women with feathered wings could accomplish? Invidia's angular features shifted to her own cold pleasure as she read my disquiet. Ah, the Imperial heroines have arrived. She bowed her horns with what I could not help but take as a slightly mocking edge and knocked on the door to her side. A few moments of silence passed before a chill ran down my spine from my neck to the tip of my tail. By the way the other two women shivered, I could tell that I was not the only one bothered by the strange sensation. Even Invicia's tail straightened, and her black feathers ruffled a bit before flattening back down. The sensation was a bit like a privacy spell, but instead of vibrating the air, the buzzing sensation lingered more in my bones than my horns or ears. I should not be surprised the CSR had some sort of detector or scanner. I knew Legion counterintelligence had a whole suite of arcane tricks to evaluate personnel and secure facilities. Despite doing critical if unglamorous work, LCI was very much a junior intelligence service when compared to the Office of Cultural and Strategic Reconnaissance. There was a warbling buzzer that sounded like it should have set my teeth on edge, but did not. The oddly pleasant feeling that came in its wake disturbed me more than the door unlocking and creaking open a few inches revealing a dim gloom. Fabia gave Invidia a flat look, and to my further disquiet, the spook actually looked somewhat guilty at all the theatrics. An overhead light flickered on, revealing a dim, cramped chamber. Little more than an alcove, it was barely large enough to allow the door to swing open, let alone fit 3 people with fluffy wings and swishing tails. The room was bare save for another door to our left. Invidia closed the outer door behind us. Before I got too comfortable with my fellow legionaries and the risk of skin-to-skin contact, Invidia pulled a little leather-bound binder out of a cubby bolted to the wall. After signing us in, the room's second door to our left clicked open with another buzz. Thankfully, the next room was far more spacious, if decorated with all the personality of a hold full of properly secured cargo crates. There was a drab green lightweight desk, a set of locked filing cabinets, a few vibrating anti-scrying devices, and a handful of chairs. The only personal item seemed to be a tea service secured to a table by the desk and an open case that looked for all the world like a cosmetics bag complete with jade-colored combs, a few pots of various powders, and a chromed hand mirror. Looking at the stern features of Lady Legate Jade Javelin, I doubted the case was something so mundane as a mere makeup kit. Prefect Centurions, thank you for seeing me. Please, be at ease. T. The architect of Operation Epimetheus asked, her prim Electan accent coming to the forefront. The tea did smell fairly good. I glanced at Fabia, who simply shrugged and took one of the 2 chairs in front of the legate's desk. Invidia took 2 mugs that bore a satirical version of the ship's seal, a large cartoony wasp aggressively pouncing on a hairy spider, and filled them with the fragrant tea. I wondered if Invidia thought using such cups was some sort of breach of operational security. Fabia took hers with a bit of honey. I asked for a splash of milk and a spoon of sugar. Unsurprisingly, Invidia had her tea unadulterated, but the legate, for her part, used a peppermint stick as a stirrer that partially dissolved in her cup. I did not invite you here to congratulate you for your work on Harp's World, but congratulations are nevertheless in order. The elder demonist took a sip. Your efforts were instrumental in a successful recovery of the Silverhold and related assets. Invidia sat on a chair to the side by the tea set, looking somewhat like a glorified stenographer. You can surmise that I have more tasks for the both of you. Our mission is not over, the Lady Legate said. I took a drink. The tea was a good Electan breakfast blend. The elder demon across from us gave a polite smile that did not meet her bright blue eyes. I suppressed a shudder. The Lady Legate was imposing and had a quiet, terrifying air about her. Not just because she was a much older and much more powerful demoness, but also due to her rank. A legate typically ran a legion of over 7,000 personnel. A Volantes legate, such as my commander's commander, was in charge of an air group of nearly 400 legionary flyers. Either formation could change the course of battles, and in the process, potentially of history. In the fleet, the equivalent would be members of the Admiralty. Regardless, a legate's scepter represented massive authority in the imperial legions. The same would have to hold true in CSR. However, given how Invidia, a mere centurion, was quite familiar and chiding to Quirinus, a Volantes tribune, it indicated an informal power greater than the official rank. Thus, a legate in the Office of Cultural and Strategic Reconnaissance would have yet more pull. Lady Jade Javelin was a woman who managed to secure the services of the assault carrier, escorts, RP pilots, and ground combat specialists required to execute her mission, as well as the assignment of a capital ship and attached support elements as our standby reinforcements. She had been given authority sufficient to conduct an operation that could have, and might still, result in a declared war between Dai's two largest great houses. And she had invited me over for tea. The elder Demoness gave a rasping chuckle. My, you are a skittish thing. The Duchess said you were nervous, but I didn't believe it. I stared at her. You know my mother, ma'am. Only in passing, Jade Javelin waved her hand. Duchess Silverflight is very proud of you, keeps pictures of you and everything. She has supported me all my life, I said, trying to look less awkward. I should not be surprised. My mother was a reserve legionary tribune and had her own mercenary force of RP pilots. Doubtless, someone like the Lady Legate could find ample work for a duchess capable of quiet operations requiring a large amount of deniable firepower. It is good that you got back safe to us after being shot down. She bowed her horns to Fabia, as well as you, Harrow Fang. Very bold and decisive of you to take a flight down. Risky, but you cracked Building 37 like a nut. Ma'am, Fabia bowed her horns. I expected no less from a pair of imperial heroines. The Lady Legate lifted her cup. And a pair of Legion flyers without functional suits. Well, I would just hate to leave you under the impression you had somehow been overlooked. My tail stilled at that, and the dread in my stomach grew as Invidia pulled out a pair of forms. They were the basic bulk printed security forms. The anodyne text and layout bellied the horror beheld in 2 simple pages. On this day, the 4th of November, in the 432nd year A Prus de Represalia, I, Legate Lady Angela Prudentia Jade Javelin of the Office of Strategic and Cultural Reconnaissance, confirmed by the Senators of the Curia, serving by the grace of the Imperatrix, do hereby authorize this briefing to Volantes Prefect Centurions Fabia Firmitas Harrow Fang and Countess Toria Magnus Diamond Dust of the Imperial Legion's 78th Infantry Legion, Epsilon Wing. The older woman put down her mug and gave us a sharp smile. You may sign now. Fabia had a rather good poker face as she quickly read the proffered document. With great reluctance, I took the document, pen and wax stick Invidia held out. The initial appearance was correct. This was a standard security form with the standard boilerplate about the consequences of unauthorized dissemination of any privileged information. The entries in the boxes looked identical to the form we had to fill in to initially get briefed into Operation Epimetheus. Except for 2 factors. First, instead of Invidia's spidery scrawl, the lettering was done in a neat copperplate that had to be the Lady Legate's. Second, a single anonymous box labeled MIH had been ticked by a hand not my own. Near the bottom, it was one among many in a long row that included such banalities as species, service branch, and province of birth. Neither hardly seemed worth such pomposity, which only meant that I was failing to understand the importance of one or both. Regardless, knowing I was trapped regardless, I sighed, signed, and, heating the wax, sealed the document a second after Fabia did. Invidia gathered the forms and smoothly gave them to the Lady Legate who, with deliberate thoroughness, scanned over them, countersigned, initialed the little MIH box, and then rolled them together into a narrow tube that bulged in the muddle around the curved lumps of still soft wax. As the Lady Legate worked, Invidia watched with the tiniest bit of impatience leaking out. After the older demon picked out of the case a bottle of pale green powder, she sprinkled it onto the rolled-up forms. Then, leaning over the cased mirror, there was a flash of emerald fire, and smoke billowed for a moment as the mirror's surface rippled like quicksilver. The thin plume shivered and my air spirits stirred with renewed interest as smoke was pulled down and sucked into a small silver whirlpool. The Lady Legate snapped a finger, and the mirror's surface stilled and became solid once more, placidly reflecting the room. I do apologize for that theatrical tediousness, but alas, it is a necessity, the Lady Legate sighed, her prim accent making her sound slightly sarcastic. She sealed up the leather case and handed it over to Invidia. Let that be the end of it. I assure you there will be no reading of entrails, though my subordinate is a trained haruspex. Invidia gave a thin smile as she checked the case's seals. Personally, I prefer augury when it comes to dubious means of gathering intelligence. Jade Javelin's narrow smile returned. But that is not why you 3 fine feathered women are here. It's about the silver hold, Fabia frowned into her mug. About how we're going to hand it over. The Lady Legate gave a dry look at the mirror case. Correct. Personally, I care far less about what the silver hold does than who wants it back. As for all these theatrics, I do apologize for the extreme compartmentalization on Operation Epimetheus. I hope you will understand. I gulped down some tea, hoping it would settle my stomach. The senior officer smirked. Perceptive, Countess. Now that the acquisition part of the mission is over, we will begin the next phase. This requires briefing you in. We hadn't troubled you with this information earlier because you didn't need to know, there was a risk of enemy capture, and, of course, on account of the memetic and info hazard concerns. My tail twitched as I tried to get it under control. The first 2 points were valid enough, and both of us had set foot on Harp's world, but the last. But you're telling us now, Fabia flatly said. The Lady Legate merely arched an expectant eyebrow. My fellow squadron commander gave a long exhale. Damnation! Elena decided to play a rather dangerous game and steal from a powerful polity, the Lady Legate stated in a tone that suggested this was a simple observation, one that bore little relevance to the topic at hand, despite all contrary evidence. One that has a very acute sense of justice. One that makes examples of those who dare affront them. One that can be a bit indiscriminate in its retribution. That alone, she continued, the airy tone vanishing from her voice, is enough risk to Black Skyvian interests. But the info hazard? Fabia pressed. An advantage of said polity. The Lady Legate finished her tea. We are dealing with beings of stories and myths. Ones that do not hail from reality as we know it, that exists in a symbiotic relationship with humans, of all things. Their power waxes in the minds of those who know of them, that grows with every story told about them. As does their influence. I tilted my head in disquiet while Fabia went very still. Stories and myths? They are known to Daiyu. If this polity is no secret, then why the compartmentalization? The older demon bowed her head ever so slightly. Let me clarify. My associates and I are not chiefly concerned about the strategic implications of Daiyu learning of these entities. Yes, they are known to the public, mostly as stories, folklore, and tales of their own. We are more concerned about the handful of individuals capable of extracting reality from fairy tales. Including a handful of that handful who are in positions of great influence, and are thus able to render actionable knowledge that was previously only scholarly in nature. It's more a tactical issue. I ventured. That is, keeping the secret of who and what these entities are. More operational, but yes. The info hazard that the knowledge that these entities are real presents to the planning and execution of this mission is a significant risk. This risk, by the way, is cumulative. The more people speak of them, the more of their attention our activities attract. Hence the circumlocutions and the compartmentalization. So, discussing these entities draws their eyes to this mission. Fabia frowned. But, this mission was all about recovering their artifact. The Lady Legate gave a slightly bitter, dry chuckle. The beings we talk of are not unified, Invidia explained, a somewhat pained, almost constipated expression crossing her face. They have peers, internal factions. Not too dissimilar to our own great houses, in that way. They also possess an enemy who is their perfect mirror. Should this rival, their sister polity, learn of this operation, the consequences would be almost as damaging as Elena learning of it. I exhaled. Great house politics was one thing, but getting into some sort of internal tiff between entities that gained more influence the more people spoke of them seemed like exactly the kind of horrifying mess CSR would wade into. Who are they? What magical nonsense are we dealing with? Ma'am? Fabia asked, apparently tired of dancing around the drake in the room. The lords and ladies, Jade Javelin stated with clear distaste, as if she found even the euphemism tiresome. Also called the gentry, those below the hill, or half a dozen other equally florid titles. My wings lowered. It sounded like she was talking about some kind of fey creature. She was correct that legends of such things were common on Daiyu, largely stemming from human myths appropriated by the same demons who had appropriated so much else of human culture. According to virtually all of the stories I had heard, speaking the name of one of the fey was the surest way to gain its attention, to summon them. My stomach also sank as the concept of being with such powers reminded me too much of an echo of being X's so-called omniscience. The Sarpedana pilot stared for a long moment. You're serious? Yes, Primus, the Lady Legate interrupted. I requisitioned a newly refitted assault carrier, escorts, a wing's worth of ritual plate, and a heavy century of specialist infantry, then threw you all at a research facility, got 24 of our people killed, risked a battlecruiser, and potentially started the Fourth Great House War on a lark. The Lady Legate's tone was dryly acerbic. Then her gaze was as sharp and cold as drawn steel. And do not, under any circumstances, say that word. Fabia bowed her horns in apology. The older demoness waved off the gesture. It is a bit much to take in, I know, she said in a mildly conciliatory tone. It always is. Peer states out on, or above, the dimensional spine are often, troublesome, and the lords and ladies all the more so given the difficulties involved in reaching their territory, which is all I'll say about that. She pushed her cup over to Invidia, who dutifully refilled it before passing it back. The Lady Legate took a delicate sip, and then primly announced, the first thing to keep in mind is that the Fey lie. The stories make it seem like the opposite, I noted, dozens of stories of oaths and technicalities coming immediately to mind. Quite. The lady legate put the cup down. The lords and ladies, as I will refer to them again, are beings of deception. They are not, to say the least, particularly ladylike. I managed not to snort at a mistress of spies making such a statement. They can weave falsehoods via implication, omission, supposition, and deflection. They can quote someone else. They can ask a question that can be taken as a statement. Given all of that, does it matter that, within the pure strictures of Boolean logic, they cannot utter an untrue statement? The lady legate asked. Surely, some value can be derived from their statements nonetheless, I said, answering the clearly rhetorical question despite Invidia's sharp look. This seemed important enough to justify a minor faux pas. If one of the gentry makes a direct statement, then by the strictures placed upon them, that direct statement must be true, at least to a certain specific quality or in a particular light. Which is why they are loath to make direct statements, Invidia said, subsiding with a shrug. They hate to make such statements, yes, the lady legate agreed, but the lords and ladies relish the edge they gain from overconfident outsiders believing that they have put one of them into a position of disadvantage. They delight in enlightening such individuals as to the depths of their hubris once the threshold of no return is well and truly passed. But, because the lords and ladies have a compulsion about pacts and deals, dealing with them can have small measure of worth. Though they are very inclined to play games with their word, it is still their currency, their social lubricant, their diplomacy. They are bound by their oaths and by their word, which is why they never fail to ensure such arrangements are to their advantage. No matter how it may seem to be in yours. It is safer to assume trickery and deception. Do not make a deal, do not incur a debt, even inadvertently, Invidia added unhelpfully. Their inability to speak false is a technicality in name only, for they will ruthlessly seek to deceive and enthrall you with every breath. Fabia gave me a glance. I picked up my own cup and managed to keep it from trembling. I presume this briefing and etiquette lesson is not academic. You're going to give the silverhold back, and you want us to be with you. This time when the lady legate smiled, a ghost of the mirth sparkled in her eyes. Quite. It would be foolish, as well as impolite, to not have some kind of honor guard, Invidia explained. The impoliteness would be the foolishness, the lady legate sighed, and for a brief moment, her true age, the long fatigue of deep weariness shone through her controlled facade. The risks, the losses. In the grand scheme of things, all of those are worth what we gained, but they will only remain as such if we return the silverhold without giving the lords and ladies cause for offense. Which polity of fey are these? Fabia asked. Jade Javelin's hard gaze returned. It's no coincidence that the silverhold was used to drop temperatures and generate snow. Ah, Fabia nodded understandingly. Our embassy will be with no wild fee or minor polity but with the unseelie court itself. The lady legate held up a quelling hand. Allow me to reiterate this point, do not speak the names of any sovereigns or nobles or factions you may have heard mentioned in stories. Some of the named parties might oblige your call. Speak of the devil, I thought, tail growing cold. How ironic that now that I have become a demon, it is I who has to worry about my tongue. Externally, I carefully gathered my words so as to maintain at least some level of decorum. I'm in no great hurry to see which legends are true. Jade Javelin's bleak smile returned. Do not fret. The lords and ladies are beings driven by their nature. And while all of Daiyu may earn their ire, my associates doubt they are a truly existential threat. But make no mistake, they can hurt us, and given the cosmology of where they hail from, any expeditionary force we send would have great trouble exacting revenge. One can see that famine, even on a small scale, is a natural threat such beings could pose to us, by dint of their nature, Invidia observed, flexing her fingers as she spoke. A spike of fear and anger flared from the CSR spook before she tamped it down, which was understandable. While no society reacts well when faced with starvation, our species tended to be particularly extreme in our reaction to hunger. Still, we have contingencies, Invidia declared in a particularly wintry voice, failing entirely to be reassuring. Take comfort in that existential posturing is not one way. I could imagine just what dread measures lurked behind the word contingencies. The bulk of the stories claimed that the Fae were weak to iron, of all things, while a minority insisted on silver. Either way, the great houses of Daiyu did not lack for creativity in arms, nor stocks of base metals. The war of reprisal and the empty quarter were evidence enough of that. And since you want imperial heroines to be your honor guard, who better than a pair of legionary flyers who, without suits, would be waiting on the airship anyway, Fabia stated. Invidia gave that smarmy grin again, perhaps my least favorite of all of her expressions. But of course, she said as she secured the mirror's case in a locking cabinet but also withdrew a ribbon-wrapped folder and handed it to the lady legate. More than that, Jade Javelin added as she opened the folder and put out a few cheaply printed chapbooks. Most of these were heavily fictionalized propaganda pieces recounting my adventures, but a good number were slightly older ones featuring similar nonsense about Fabia. You are both beings of story and legend, quality of course varying. You have also been named by the Imperatrix and fall under her aegis. In these circles, such factors are of great importance and bear great weight. Fabia's features hardened a bit at seeing the pile of little books with their crude illustrations. The beginning of an exasperated sneer only just held back. Ah! Oh yes, the Lady Legate continued with a relish I found distinctly unlovely, you both are known across the Empire in song and story. From the cheapest cinema to the highest brow ballet, your names receive top billing in whichever productions you might appear in. And you both, protests aside, have used that narrative to advance your positions. Not a statement of judgment, mind, she clarified, leveraging such advantages is both natural and rational. It does, however, add a certain degree of, let us just call it narrative weight to your roles. And with such weight comes worth, at least to beings whose sweetest sup is storytelling. I tried not to fidget in my chair even as my mind and gut twisted uncomfortably. It was, audacious, to say the least. If the lords and ladies truly craved mortal stories, if they were influenced by them, if such stories were their meat and bread, then bringing 2 living legends was a very definitive move. Although the full implications of that move were admittedly somewhat lost on me, I could certainly see the logic, no matter how distasteful. When faced with beings who gained more influence the more people talked about them, beings about whom even the CSR was afraid to speak openly about for fear of their meddling, Jade Javelin had decided to go on the offensive. After all, if the narrative magic of the Fae was real, then it had to be a two-way connection. If I were not a pawn in this gambit, I might have appreciated her daring. Meanwhile, both of you have studiously worked to minimize the odds of having such popular weight attached to your names. I venture to guess. Names have power, the Lady Legate agreed, though I couldn't help but notice how she refrained from answering my question. Still, both myself and my protégé also have our own honor names. I glanced at Invita and wondered what hers was. Perhaps she had been awarded Fidelis, that seemed appropriately ironic. And our notoriety brings us a measure of protection. Indeed, the Lady Legate agreed, just a bit too quickly for my liking, that, and a message. Both you and Centurion Harrowfang went through the crucible at quite young ages and have since shown remarkable tenacity even at great personal risk. Take Harp's World, Countess, after being shot down, you could have merely stuck to evasion. Given your skills, you could have even baited your Alina's pursuers into an ambush of your choosing. Instead, you seized the initiative at every angle, turned predator into prey, and set the forest ablaze with your passion. A half-hearted protest died in my throat, and my wings slumped. I'm never going to live that down, am I? The elder demoness turned to Fabia. And while I appreciate how decisive you were in leading a ground assault, we both know that your actions had considerable risk, both from the enemy, and from your superiors, had you not proven yourself victorious. Throat dry, I sipped my own tea. Okay, I can see why you wanted us. But what would have happened if Fabia or I had died? It was hardly an outside risk. Darkstar's blood, I was shot down. I'm lucky I wasn't killed. Jade Javelin didn't look up as she gathered up the little chapbooks that had been spilled on her desk. Not to worry. We have a list of backup candidates. I blinked. Oh. Nvidia accepted the refilled folder with a toothy grin. Besides, what makes you think you were at the top of the list? My mind flashed back to Lady Primus Felicity Ivory Quiver. She was a Svalina pilot of some renown in the household fleet and had died 2 days ago. Having seen her in battle, I could say that her legend was warranted. Did she have an honor name? If so, I wondered which of us was her replacement. A shiver went down my spine to the tip of my tail at the all-too-chilling reminder of just how replaceable I was, even as a heroine of the Empire with narrative weight. Ultimately, I was still just a cog in a very large machine. The story of my lives. The Lady Legate gave Nvidia a disapproving look. But yes, our plan will be to have the 4 of us be at the handoff when we return the Silverhold. Other assets will be in position and in the air. Trying not to glare, I nodded. They were still keeping secrets from us. Fabia and I still had no idea what the Silverhold was. The handover is at risk, I said, stating the obvious. If it was not, there would be no need for airborne reinforcements to just hang around burning time and fuel. Does that risk stem from rival factions among the lords and ladies? Internally and externally. There are factions within the Unseelie Court, but they also have their historical rivals in the Seelie Court. Not to mention their external enemies. The Lady Legate stared at her cup. Also, we cannot discount our own rivals making an attempt to spoil the soup. It is possible that Elena or some other great house would attempt to interfere. Or perhaps take the Silverhold from us and hand it over to the lords and ladies to claim the credit. Fabia asked. That the Dark Star had continued to escort us was ample evidence that no chances were being taken. Perhaps, which is why all assets taken from the Onyx Institute are secure. Quite secure in the case of the Silverhold. No one is taking it from us. The Lady Legate's eyes twinkled, indicating that she would not elaborate. There were plenty of secure places on the Tarantula Hawk to stow the silver hold. The torpedo magazine in the bow was just one possibility. More than the hatches that limited access, the literal tons of ordnance and fuel stockpiled there could be detonated, in extremis. Such a detonation would destroy, or if we were very, very lucky, cripple the ship, but that would certainly be enough firepower to ensure no one else would get a hold of the damnable Fey artifact. Thus, a highly secure facility. And these measures are sufficient to secure the silverhold from beings who we cannot freely name? Fabia asked. The Lady Legate's smile turned vicious. I told you, it is quite secure. Even if they were able to locate the Tarantula Hawk, unless they were invited aboard, the actions they could take would be severely circumscribed. You see, the lords and ladies are also limited by the rules of guest right and hospitality. Another reason to restrict knowledge, Jade Javelin added. The only people who can invite them are those who have been read in. Unless invited, these people. Fabia trailed off inquiringly. What? Can't take the silverhold? Or harm anyone, or use any knowledge gleaned, Invidia added as she went back to the tea set to refresh everyone's cups. They can hire mercenaries, who of course do not have such restrictions, but that is why I have assigned the ground teams to augment shipboard security among other such containment measures. I rubbed my eyes. I could dismiss the concept of powerful beings limited in such a way as silly mumbo-jumbo, but, wasn't I sitting on a ship that kept a number of ship's cats with the express purpose of helping firm up the vessel's own threshold? All to help better anchor things like wards, jammers, and teleport systems. Even Uriel had admitted that he was limited in his remit when we had met, and he was a supposed archangel sitting outside of time and space that apparently helped me kill a so-called god. Besides, what was a ward but a magical shield that acted as a direct means of blocking out the uninvited? It just also happened to work well against energetic guests at sufficient velocity. Jade Javelin accepted her freshened cup with grace. We need to give you a crash course in conversational tactics, etiquette, informational security, and diplomacy. You will need to understand the basics of Fey culture and motivations. This is all with the aim of keeping you from accidentally incurring an obligation or debt with them. Fortunately, this is exactly what CSR was founded for. I will free up as much of my schedule as possible but, given my commitments, Invidia will supplement your lessons. Invidia gave Fabia and I an almost apologetic shrug. After we finish our resupply and recharge here on New Batavia, our next jump will take us to Forlorn Prospect, the location of the handover, but we expect to arrive several days in advance, giving us adequate time to get into position and reconnoiter the site, Jade Javelin said. Which explained the continued presence of the HFV Tamora and its complement of occultia recon suits. Ah, I said as I took in the full capabilities of the reinforced flotilla around the Tarantula Hawk. It was, I noted, a very quiet little force that nicely complemented the Dark Star and her rather heavy escort. The poisoned dagger and the cavalry saber. I glanced at Fabia, who nodded to me. The elder Demoness watched us come to the realization. We may have taken losses during the raid on Harp's World but we have teeth. It is my hope that the lords and ladies will parley in good faith and accept the silverhold, but if not, we will be ready for them. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 8 7 6 5 4 3 2 1. Considering the world it glared down upon, it was a cruel irony that the sun shining on Forlorn Prospect was a bright blue inferno. I was not sure if it was orbital distance atmospheric attenuation or what, but the Electon colony world only had a very narrow equatorial band that was even remotely comfortable during their long year. Alas, we were not at a temperate latitude, and thus there was considerable ground shine that reflected up from the craggy permafrost surface below us, turning the planetary surface below into white-blue hell. However, that same view did make up for the brightness, and the long climb it took to get all the way up to the secondary dorsal observation station. A hexagonal blister consisting of panes of glass with metal shutters on the top of the starboard hull near the front of the ship, the post gave us an unobstructed view of the Tarantula Hawk's entire upper half. Nearly 200 feet to our left was the primary forward station atop the ship's port hull. Under most operational conditions, the compartment we were in lay idle, but in case of emergency or poor visibility, could be used to direct high-tempo operations. More commonly, posts like there were a relatively popular hangout spot on the ship. Though the difficulty in getting to the dorsal posts did make them at the bottom of the list. It had taken some favor trading to get private use of the observation post, but only minimal dickering had been required. After recent events, my star was on the rise among the ship's complement. Marching down the hull were the recessed hatches that contained the Vel launchers and other close-in defenses, and behind us were some of the propulsion pods and the giant twin vertical tails. However, Grey Dawn, my VS, and I were all focused on the Leviathan bulk of HFV Dark Star as it flew with its escorts off to our port side. Lit from above and below, the twin-hulled vessel shone like a quarter-mile sculpture. VTOLs glinted like tiny dragonflies as they darted into and out from the aft sections of the high-altitude behemoth. The Dark Star's camouflage systems had blended its coloration to match that of the sky around it, leaving the appearance of a ship outlined in silver tracery, grey fog, and blue crystal. The Tarantula Hawk's own low-profile systems were superior, but for the last couple days, our assault carrier had been pretending to be a plain old Melina medium carrier. Similarly, we were traveling slower to keep in formation with the larger vessel. Faster than the fleet's battle wagons, the Dark Star could cruise at a standard fleet speed of around 95 miles per hour. The Tarantula Hawk was about 10% faster than that. Compared to the other observation posts, the dorsal ones were less popular given the difficulty in reaching them, but after today's events, I was more than happy to have a bit of privacy. It's a shame you can't fly next to such a legendary ship, Violet Blood said with a slight pout. Although, perhaps it isn't quite all that it's been cracked up to be, I expected more ornamentation from a vessel of such renown. What, like 100-foot-tall gilt bas-relief icons of Dark Star and various saints? Grey Dawn sarcastically asked as she made sure we had privacy. The baffling magic made my horns buzz annoyingly. Don't be silly. Violet Blood huffed. That'd be far too much extra weight. I stared at my betrothed. That is a valid critique. Quite so, Visha remarked. Were you thinking something painted onto the hull? Or maybe some smaller devotional symbols? The Baroness nodded. See, Countess? The Islander girl gets it. Fine, I suppose there would be a number of gold stars and other icons when the ship is gussied up for overflights, formal reviews and other events. My tail flicked as I sighed. One frustration to the long climb up here was the outfit I was wearing that Violet Blood had oh so thoughtfully brought for me. The Dark Star's not alone in that, Violet Blood noted with a triumphant smirk. I smiled despite my better judgment. Your foresight was appreciated. I knew you wouldn't think to bring anything like that, she proudly said. It did come in handy, I allowed. That's what I'm here for, to do the thinking for you, the Baroness smirked at Visha's light chuckle. And I'm glad you got to wear it today. Do you know how much of my luggage allotment I sacrificed to make sure you had something proper to wear? I admit I didn't think to pack a nun outfit, I sighed in defeat. One of your puffiest and most formal nun outfits, Violet Blood added, as if that helped. Admittedly, her wings around my shoulders did soften the blow somewhat and made the insufferably frilly dress almost tolerable. It did come in handy for this morning's ceremony. Maybe you should thank Love Blood for her generosity, Visha suggested, always the peacemaker. I did not huff, nor did I stamp a foot, and I certainly did not lean into her hug. Thank you, Baroness. Formal attire certainly lent the ceremony some additional gravitas. Somehow, I managed to say all of that with a straight face and even avoided pointing out that, unlike me, the ship's chaplains had not worn wimples large enough to act as sails, let alone any billowing gowns. Could you imagine how embarrassing it would be if, after a mission like this, after a ship like that appears, the Baroness flicked her tail in the direction of the battlecruiser, if you were found lacking for anything proper to wear? Perish the thought, Grey Dawn said straight-facedly, her amusement nevertheless obvious for all to feel. I frowned. Curse her eyes, she was right. After yesterday's briefing, it was clear that CSR deliberately requested the Dark Star. I was certain that they hoped the venerable ship would not be needed on Harp's World, but even having the battlecruiser for the handover here on Forlorn Prospect would add to the story the Lady Legate was trying to build. But now they could spin a web about my great piety praying for Dark Star to save us all. Damnable spooks and the webs they weave. May their blood boil in Dark Star's enmity, I cursed as my tail lashed at the deck. And you were lovely. Violet Blood preened as she broke the hug to look me over. Then you even made time to talk to your subordinates. You're very caring and a wonderful squadron commander. Thank you, Love Blood. I eyed her. But are you sure this is just sweet talk? I can't just be nice and compliment you. She blinked innocently. Visha and I exchanged a look. No. She pouted at us, but I remained resolute in my skepticism. Eventually, she gave first. Fine. Are you sure there's not more we need to know about this operation? You know, to better help support you when you go down to the surface tomorrow night. Baroness Violet Blood asked, bold as brass and instantly justifying my very grounded reservations. Ah. I glanced away, knowing the hurt I would see in their eyes from my admission. I'm afraid, unfortunately, ladies, further details are well and truly restricted. All I can disclose is that it is for good reason. I took no joy in having to hoard secrets from my VS. It was not like I had been told any truly game-changing truth, other than the nature of who owned the Silverhold. For Dark Star's sake we had spent 2 hours this morning going over meal etiquette, which was especially rich given the primary rule about food when around the lords and ladies was, don't. I glanced at Visha for support. She smiled at me, but even she did not know everything. Part of me worried that Visha had her suspicions about the few things I kept from even her. She and her too perceptive friend, Arya, had harbored suspicions about my own maturity and command skill all the way back when I was still Tanya von Digurekov. But now, as Victoria's shadow, she possessed the advantage of the memories and experiences from her life as Victoria Serebriakov. Would she make the deductive leap? Had she made it already? Violet Blood gave me a skeptical glance, then pointedly put her full attention onto the magical tuning fork Grey Dawn was operating. I'll confess, Primus, I suspected you wanted to talk to us about something important, but private, when you had us go all the way up to this isolated spot, Grey Dawn admitted. But even if you wanted me to play chaperone, I doubt you would have insisted on me casting a baffle for you. Not to mention you did not bring Primus Hood up here, so you only wanted those of us from the old days, Violet Blood said with a little grin on her face. She's taking some extra time to help her flight mourn. A more personal memorial instead of the pomp and ceremony the chaplains and I could provide. I rubbed my eyes. There was a lot I wanted to tell them, but despite my innate paranoia, I found it hard to disagree with CSR's assessment of the threat. Even now, I was loath to think too much about the lords and ladies. I had spent a lifetime planning, plotting, fighting, and defeating a being of near omniscience. And after all that toil and trouble, the concept of going up against creatures with even an echo of Being X's powers was not an experience I relished. I looked over the trio of pilots. Your mission tomorrow will be critical. If the situation requires it, you may get some strange targeting orders. Visha gave a sad little nod while Violet Blood's customary laughter stilled. And Grey Dawn looked thoughtful. That does explain why the Brasshorns wanted a strike squadron despite having an overabundance of torpedo launchers. Lances do give air strikes a personal touch. I gave them a hollow smile. Invidia and her associates aren't lying. This mission, the Silver Hold It actually is important. Quite so. Grey Dawn's expression turned thoughtful. There's only a few reasons to have such restriction of information, especially after the mission's complete. Visha gave her a calculating but cautioning look. The older legionary flyer held up a hand. I know better than to speculate on such matters. Especially with how both of our wing's Imperial heroines were tapped for honor guard duties. Violet Blood exhaled and gave me a toothy smile. You want us to be your special backup, she purred. Nothing so arch. I held up a hand. For tomorrow you'll get a briefing, but that won't give the full context. You will be one of the contingency plans. And if we are, hypothetically told to fire right by your position, you'd rather have Lance fire close than some angry spirits maneuvering multi-ton torpedoes a stone's throw away? Visha asked. Hypothetically, of course, Violet Blood added, once again embracing me. You have trained us to provide pinpoint targeting even with the most powerful of weapons. Something like that, I allowed, wondering why she was being so amorous today. Regardless, we should let Invidia and the Lady Legate have their secrets and schemes. Grey Dawn shook her head. Visha also gave a little smile. And Violet Blood's amusement was blatant. What? I demanded. You brought us up here for a private, secret, intimate meeting. The Baroness put her wings over my shoulders for emphasis, all to reassure us that we need to trust the spooks no matter how crazy their orders were. I sighed as my tail flicked. There's more to it than that. I admitted. In truth, there was little my squadron could do to change events if I felt that CSR had overstepped their bounds. The Dark Star was at the center of a battle group that outmassed and outclassed us in every way and every asset. I suppose the Tarantula Hawk was a quieter platform, but it was not like I had any influence over the ship's commander Prefectus Commodore Sharptail. But I did have the utter loyalty of my pilots. I could only hope my good works would be enough to nudge the needle in a less catastrophic direction. You all have Gorgon rigs and I've trained you to keep situational awareness. Visha, you may have to take the initiative, like we've trained in the past. Visha's sunny disposition clouded slightly. Like the good old days? She asked, picking up my subtext. In our previous lives, we often got a lot closer to the ground. I nodded. Fabia will be down with me, so unfortunately we won't be able to rely on her for those kinds of heroics this time. Violet Blood cackled with partial understanding. You want us to react before we get orders. That's a fine line, Grey Dawn said with studied neutrality. Legionary officers are supposed to show initiative. I flashed my fangs. Invidia should be well aware of what she's getting into when she dragged us into this. My moment was ruined a bit by Violet Blood putting her chin on my shoulder to where her horns rubbed against mine. Her amusement and loyalty coming through the now very close connection. Her tail had also wrapped around my leg, which in a more public setting would have been at risk of undermining my authority. However, given the smiles Visha and Grey Dawn were trying to hold in, I suppose I had less to fear in that regard. If only I could keep my own tail from nervously curling. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 8 7 6 5 4 3 2 1. The walk back down to the second deck where our bunks and briefing rooms was a laborious journey down 12 stories of ladderway after ladderway, helped not one bit by the heap of fripperies under which I had to labor. Sometimes, the route had a detour with a platform that went to one side before we resumed the seemingly endless set of steps. These corridors had hatches that led to the various inspection gantries that weaved among the lifting cells that kept the massive assault carrier aloft. They also provided access to the wide array of warding, veiling, and teleportation systems that had been built into the structural frames and skin of the airship. It was at the first of these landings that we ran into a pair of grenadier friends of Laris's. My notoriety only extended so far, but his vouching for me did give us a measure of privacy as the legionaries pocketed their dice, picked up their kit, and escorted us the rest of the way. I appreciated their vigilance, but, if I wanted to sabotage the ship, I literally had access to magazines containing ship-killing ordnance. If anything, the workout was a nice distraction for my mind. I knew that many legionaries, especially members of the ground teams, would climb up and down these ladders as part of their PT. There was also a set of corridors on the third deck that roughly circumnavigated the ship, giving a running track that was over 1,100 feet long. 5 laps was close enough to a mile for most purposes. My own pilots made use of those facilities. The greenhorns were long used to my training ethos and did not complain, and Lucia's mob also was fine with burning off excess energy. It was fortunate that we were not winded or fatigued when we made it out of the upper reaches of the ship and into the bow area of the second deck. Our bunks were not far from here, nor were the rest of the amenities of pilot country. We had just gotten down to this deck, and were passing the smoking lounge, when the outer doors opened and Invidia stepped out. She gave me her cold self-satisfied smile and stepped aside to let a pair of fleet officers exit the lounge. To my surprise, both bore the prefectus rank. The shorter of the two was a pugnacious-looking woman with a rounded face framed by a short bob of amber-colored hair, dusky grey skin a few shades darker than my signifiers, and a solid fire plug-like body. I recognized her as Valentina Sharptail, mistress of the Tarantula Hawk. Wearing the basic dark blue coveralls all shippies wore as their default duty wear, the only sign of her station were the gold saber over or pins at her collar. Next to her, however, was a woman resplendent in fleet whites. Dark Star's blood, she even had a sword buckled to her waist and a Preserver Award tied around her throat. The gold-winged ruby teardrop was the mirror image of the one I bore with my own set of Immaculate Legion blacks. Willowy and well-formed, the white-clad demon moved with an utter confidence and grace perfectly matched by the haughty expression carved into hauntingly familiar aquiline features. Her skin, an interesting sapphire shade, contrasted strongly with the pair of deep amber eyes that, for all of her studied aloofness, were focused intently on me. Her proud head was crowned with tresses pulled back into a severe bun whose structure was maintained by silver pins adorned with quadri-point stars. The lady legate followed up close behind her, cutting off any possibility of a conversation absent her contributions. "There you are, Countess Diamond Dust. I'm sure you know of our skipper Sharptail, but please allow me the pleasure of introducing Prefectus Commodore Countess Sunset Frost, commanding HFV Darkstar." "Please, do." I saluted, keeping in my apprehension. "A pleasure, ma'am." Sunset Frost gave me an imperious smile and an approving glance to Violet Blood before returning the salute. "We've heard much about you," she said in the same elegantly vicious voice that I had heard when her ship had arrived on Harp's World. "I must say, Countess, a most impressive display," she purred, her words as sharp as the sword on her hip. "It was quite impressive when you summoned her ship with your prayers, wasn't it?" A traitorous voice teased in my mind. "You are far too kind. I just did my duty to house, Empire, and our hallowed lady." I added the last upon noting the other myriad of Darkstar regalia she wore. Like me, she bore a set of ruby earrings that practically had to be relics, as well as some silver bands near the end of her tail and a set of engraved bracelets. That the iconography on all of her jewelry indicated that we shared the same sect in the church was the deciding factor in the pious addition. What use were cultural connections if they went unused, after all? Something like genuine joy, with a dash of religious fervor flared across her narrow ascetic's face, and immediately I regretted my impulsive choice. Oh hallowed lady, was this the kind of madwoman the Admiralty put in charge of a battlecruiser? And thanks to Love Blood, I'm meeting her dressed up as a nun. My, she really is a pious thing, Angela, Sunset Frost noted to the Lady Legate in a breathtaking bit of familiarity as her tail swished. Her record is quite clear on the matter, Jade Javelin dryly stated. I noticed she had refrained from expressing her own thoughts on the matter. In fact, she was just giving religious advice to one of her pilots who is interested in converting, Violet Blood merrily chirped in with her own eager pride. Her fellow noble redhead eyed her approvingly. That is right and proper. She clearly has taken the oaths of the sisterhood as well. The Darkstar's commander studied my fiancé and then looked over Visha, and finally Grey Dawn. Forgive me for the lack of full introductions. May you have the pleasure of meeting Primus Centurion's victorious shadow of my first flight, Baroness Violet Blood of my second, and Signifier Grey Dawn, my senior pilot. The Baroness is my betrothed and Victorious is my mistress. Somehow, I managed to keep an even tone throughout the ludicrous introduction. It all sounded so tawdry when laid out so bluntly. Sunset Frost nodded to them and gave me what seemed like a reassuring smile, but there was also that glee about her. I pushed down any misgivings. Having the approval of the commander of the Darkstar was a good connection to have, in the military, the church, and among the nobility. Ah, young love. You'll treasure this time, but, enough reminiscing. I'm not just here to exchange pleasantries. Behind her, Invidia gave me a wintry smile. Volante's prefect Centurion Countess Diamond Dust, it has come to my attention that you will not be properly dressed for your upcoming honor guard duties. Sunset Frost's tone was mild, but I had been around Acerbic nobles enough to spot the adder in the grass. She tapped the hilt of her sword. I would be more than happy to loan you a weapon as well. My mind raced as I went over the lessons in deportment and high society survival I had been given in the capital last year, not to mention the diplomatic refresher Nvidia had been running me through recently. I wasn't sure about the game she was playing at, but I had a reasonable guess. Then if I'm not too forward, allow me to thank you for your generosity in helping in such a way, I graciously said, bowing my horns. You must allow me to make this up to you. It's no grand gesture, Sunset Frost assured. I'm happy to help another servant of the Imperatrix and a member of the faith. Oh, but I insist, I pressed, trying to keep my wings from fluffing. I had no idea what she was offering, but at least I was correct that there was some sort of deal. Besides, insisting seemed like the right and aristocratic thing to do. Meanwhile, Grey Dawn seemed amused by the noble dance happening around her, but wisely held her tongue. If you insist. Sunset Frost gave a theatrical sigh as she undid her sword belt and held the ebony scabbard with its silver fitting out to me. I shall have to take your favor in return as an act of charity. I may have miscalculated. I privately admitted within the confines of my skull. Externally, I numbly took the blade and said, that is more than acceptable. I told you, you should have brought the sword your mother and sister made for you, Violet Blood remarked before helping me belt the bloody thing around my waist. You should listen to your Baroness, Sunset Frost laughed, obviously amused by Love Blood's outburst. I simply nodded and kept in a sigh. What was the point of all these bloody rules of etiquette if a noble woman could blatantly violate them whenever she pleased? Centering myself, I bowed at her. Thank you for the loan. I will use it with honor and return the blade to you or forfeit my life. I expect no less, Sunset Frost waved and glanced to her fellow ship commander. And you were worried about the hoofsloggers, Sharpie. Both Imperial heroines are impeccable young ladies. Sharptail shrugged. I am glad they met with your approval. I'll pass your compliments on to Tribune Quirinus. I kept a glassy smile. The Lady Legate was having the commander of the Dark Star loan items to Fabia and myself? I wondered what she had gotten. Maybe a sidearm. I wondered if I could trade Fabia the sword for the pistol. We shall do that directly. I have a bit of time before I must go back to my own ship. Angela, are you free for a bit more? Sunset Frost asked the Lady Legate. But of course. Jade Javelin nodded. I was slightly in awe of the battlecruiser commander's force of personality. Not only did the Lady Legate outrank her, but CSR's sinister clout made it so that most officers would listen to the suggestions of someone even of lower rank. It seemed that Sunset Frost felt that such rules were for people who didn't have a capital ship at their beck and call. Or maybe it was specifically that capital ship that gave her the political cover for such familiarity. Or maybe Sunset Frost is simply like that. I thought. She wouldn't be the first officer I ran into with such an odd kind of charisma. Always best to steer clear of their chaos, I say. Let us go talk to the Volantes Tribune then, Sharptail said, giving a slight nod to the Lady Legate. Yes, despite being the same rank as Sunset Frost, the Tarantula Hawk's captain was more accommodating to CSR. Which was expected, seeing how the high-veiled assault carrier was made for the exact kind of sketchy operations Jade Javelin and her associates got up to. Fleet or not, Commodore Sharptail was clearly beholden to the force sinister the CSR represented. Nvidia coughed. If you'll accept my apology, ma'ams, I have other duties. Nor a formal apology I'm sure, Sunset Frost warmly said. I just loaned out my sword and my sidearm, Centurion. Nothing so arch, the Lady Legate assured. Nvidia is merely entertaining some of our other guests and should make sure that all their needs are seen to. Sunset Frost nodded before turning to me. Best of luck Countess Diamond Dust, and may Darkstar guide your hand. May her wisdom bring you enlightenment, I automatically replied. The Darkstar's captain bowed her horns to me while the Tarantula Hawks shook her head slightly. The Lady Legate then left with them going further forward towards the ship's bow while Nvidia slipped off to a side passage. That's certainly a positive development for tomorrow, Grey Dawn stated. I gave her a look and eyed the rest of the corridor. It was just the three of us. Where had the grenadiers gone? Were they helping route traffic to detour around us? Or did they have the sense to, upon seeing a gaggle of brass horns, slip away to avoid the attention of senior officers? Damnation, how do they do that? I wondered, half bewildered and half jealous. If I could sneak off half as easily, I wouldn't get stuck in these impossible situations nearly as often. Oh yes, I think she likes you, Countess, Visha cheered. Clearly, she has good taste, Violet Blood eyed the sword before giving me a toothy smile. And you were worried about tomorrow? Yes, I was, I sighed, patting the hilt. Chapter 31, Redacted. The War Chronicles of a Little Demon. Set in the Diodemon's verse. A saga of Tanya the Evil FIC. By Sunshine Temple. Naturally, I do not own Yujo Senki. So here's the disclaimer. Saga of Tanya the Evil. Its characters and settings belong Carlo Zen, Shinobu Shin Atsuki, and Nutko, Ltd. Previous chapters and other works can be found at my fanfiction website. FIC/CNC as always is wanted. Chapter 31, Redacted. The Spathas shook with the gusting winds as we shot down to the surface of Forlorn Prospect. To our west, the horizon lit up with sunset as the world's misleadingly too bright star slipped out of view. The Ventus pilot at the stick must have been ordered to treat this as a combat drop given the aplomb and alacrity the little VTOL was being maneuvered with. Well, this is a new experience, Fabia dryly noted as she looked past Invidia's shoulder to a small window mounted in one of the side doors. We were sitting across from Invidia and the Lady Legate on the Spathas' small jump seats. I suppose this type of deployment is a novelty for a RP pilot, Invidia remarked, the frostiness in her tone clearly coming over our headsets. That and that we're doing it in full mess dress, Fabia said with slight exaggeration while adjusting the restraints over her Legion blacks. The white leather holster to her lone sidearm did match her belt, but to anyone familiar with Legion's sartorial themes, the clear bit of fleet kit would stand out. Ah, I suppose that is a novelty, Invidia allowed. Her gaze drifted to the dark green crate that had been secured to a low-slung cart chained to the deck in the aft of the Spathas' main compartment. A fair bit wider than a ritual plate casket, the crate nonetheless had a coffin-like aspect. My attention went from the ominous container with its securing bands and bindings to my companions. Invidia was similarly dressed to myself and Fabia. With her sharp features, ebony feathers, and black uniform devoid of any specialization or rank beyond that of a centurion, Invidia Fidelis Nihilus was less than reassuring. However, she was not lacking in honors. She bore a small number of highly select phaelra in polished gold and silver. Phaelra, little sculpted discs with intricate devices, usually served as an officer's curriculum vitae. For those fluent in their sigils, a line of phaelra revealed the lines of an officer's entire career, indicating the theaters and campaigns they had served in. My own abbreviated line indicated my brief time in House Voalaya and my extended tour in the Croc Alley jungles, though the less said about my Preserver award, the better. Fabia's own rack, which was just as lengthy as Invidia's, displayed her own status as an imperial heroine and noted a rich history serving in myriad colonial brush wars, including the Laotia Crisis, the storming of Sevalaya, and the siege of Bononia, not to mention a tour supporting the Empty Quarter Patrol. Meanwhile, despite bearing commendations and medals, none of Invidia's commemorated any particular campaign, battle, or even theater. Instead, all her honors were for the quality of her service without going into any specifics. Noticing my interest, Invidia gave me that chill smile as if to ask what I had expected from the CSR. I simply shrugged my mute reply. At least she was wearing a uniform instead of aping a civilian this time. She had clearly left such pretensions to our Lady Legate. Dressed in an ash-grey suit and matching bodice with a dark tan overcoat, the only symbol of military authority Lady Jade Javelin bore was the polished brass and jade legate's scepter. Which, I had to admit, more than sufficed. We'll be down soon enough, the Lady Legate stated. See, we're over the settlement now. The settlement was more of a company mining town, and looked thoroughly dead. Gazing out the window as the little VTOL banked about, I could see a group of buildings at the head of a valley. No lights were on, and nothing moved below us. It was unnatural, especially considering all the industrial infrastructure. The abandoned town sat in the shadows of a silent refinery from which spread rails to sealed mineheads. We flew over lines of snow-covered hills, showing the vast number of tailings from the closed mines. For it all to be quiet and still seemed ominous. Electon Duraluminum really had an amber mine here? Fabia asked. She tried to sound respectful, but the skepticism was still there. Ether ember was a major energetic component in ship power systems and was thus critical for any great house's war and merchant fleets. They have several on Forlorn Prospect, but with rich veins being discovered on Oncaster, the lower performing hardship posts here on Forlorn Prospect were mothballed like Burnsville down there, Jade Javelin explained. I nodded along. Oncaster was a far more pleasant world. It was also, like Forlorn Prospect, one jump from the Electon hub world of New Batavia, but unlike the frosty mostly wasteland we were on right now, Oncaster was also far closer to Diu. Really? Fabia shook her head. And here I thought Oncaster was just a stopover world and part of the chain linking New Batavia to Diu. Jade Javelin gave her a dry smile. Oh, it was. Initial surveys found a pleasant enough world, but one with few connections and fewer still obvious resources, so it was passed over for development. She shrugged. Just another minor piece in the great game of carving up the dimensional spine. Invidia gave an equally cold grin. At least until later on, prospectors got curious. Thankfully, this time the arcana they found buried and forgotten was a benefit to their house. I gave a non-committal shrug. Despite discovering over 100 worlds, our kind tended to fight over the handful that were strategically vital by the resources they bore, the infrastructure upon them, the travel options they facilitated, or, in the case of Daiyu, all three. There were dozens and dozens of worlds that had minimal settlement, nothing more than a few counties and maybe a city or two of note. Eyes to the horizon, we risk missing the adder at our feet, Jade Javelin chuckled. The Satha's propulsion pods raised in pitch as they rotated as we came in for a final descent. Landing gears came down with a thunk. The short buildings of the abandoned town rose up to meet us as the flaps and engines flared, and we landed in an empty square. Snow blew up around us, and, for a moment, the windows went into whiteout. The Lady Legate stood up, and with her eyes softly glowing, hit the button to lower the aft ramp. It took me a moment to realize that the VTOL had not landed and instead was hovering just off the ground. As the Legate talked with the Spatha's pilot, Invidia and Fabia started removing the chains that had secured the silver hold to the deck. By the time I got my sword adjusted and the side door open, the thin snow cover had all been blown away and I was able to make the modest jump onto the cracked paved street. I had a brief moment of wonder at their paranoia before the sound of Fabia exiting the other side door grabbed my attention. Without any need for words, Fabia and I took up positions bracketing the open ramp, backs towards the VTOL and facing out towards the empty street. While the likelihood of a sudden assault, much less a sudden assault that we could do anything about without our ritual plates, was minimal, there were appearances to keep. While we kept our self-appointed and mostly honorary vigil, the two CSR officers carefully rolled their precious cargo off the ramp onto the ground. Invidia followed the crate down and kept watch while Jade Javelin secured the side doors. For a moment, a trio of feathered women stood a mute watch on forlorn prospect. The wind blew up, as my wings fluttered and a chill bit into my limbs. Then, with the measured stride of a conquering general, Lady Legate Jade Javelin stepped down the ramp and set foot on the surface. The ramp closed behind her, and without so much as a by your leave, the Spatha shot back up into the air, almost as if fleeing the empty husk that was Burnsville. I had a moment to reflect on my spike of anxiety. Once again, I was stranded sans RP on the surface of a strange world. Unlike Harp's world, however, I was not alone. Fabia was by my side, with Jade Javelin and Invidia by the cart holding the silver hold. Jade Javelin gave a toothy smile as she waved a set of carefully crooked fingers with her free hand, and all the dark lamps in the plaza flicked into life with cold, antiseptic light. The Lady Legate had not used kinetomancy to turn on the valves or pyromancy to ignite the burners. I doubted there was any gas in the lines. No, this was an illusion, a comprehensive and far-ranging one. And she was using it to light our way. The casual display of power was as overdramatic as it was pointed with intent. Come, ladies, we have an appointment to keep, the Lady Legate encouraged as Invidia took the handle to the crate and pulled it along. Our guests are not the type to graciously welcome the fashionably late. Exhaling, Fabia and I followed. Despite the way my breath steamed in clouds behind me, the sudden, almost stifling warmth that had wrapped itself over my shoulders since my heels touched the planet's surface clung to me, resolute despite the cold. I resolved to do my best to ignore it. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 8 7 6 5 4 3 2 1. The Lady Legate halted our little procession in what had been the town's market square. With a bit of denial and imagination, I could pretend that the merchants had shut down for the night, had gone home, and were ready to open their stalls and hawk their wares again come morning. A comforting delusion, but a delusion nonetheless. While there were the remains of a few folded-up stalls and booths, most everything else had been cleared out. Besides, this was a mining town, shifts at all hours of the day would not be uncommon, and even if not, our species was quite comfortable in darkness. More than a few of us lived functionally nocturnal lives. A bit of melancholy swept through me as I scanned our surroundings. The Lady Legate's illuminating magic could only do so much to thaw my melancholy. I could see a deconsecrated church of Dark Star standing next to a synagogue. That was interesting in and of itself, as neither religion was particularly common in House Electo. But what struck me more was the idea of the last service each place offered and what had happened to their congregations. My eyes went to the schoolhouse with its carefully installed storm shutters. Whole families had been pulled out when the shifting politics of the Great Game suddenly left these mines redundant to Electo's interest. That so much care had been taken in protecting the windows of the now vacated buildings indicated that the residents of Burnsville had hoped they might one day return. The optimist in me, such as it was, theorized the residents had moved to one of the mines closer to the equator and would likely have been happy enough to find new homes in a more temperate, almost livable clime. Perhaps they had moved to Ancaster. The cynic in me pointed out that those places already had plenty of miners. There's always new Van Zant, Fabia suddenly murmured next to me. What? I asked, my tail stiffening at the abrupt comment that drew me out of musing about the town and the Legate's magic. Despite the frosty weather there was no chill in the air, just an absence of temperature. I had growing concerns that the Lady Legate's magic was far more than it seemed. It's only one jump from here, Fabia continued in a soft and casual tone. They have their own mines, nothing as glamorous as amber, but they've got coal, useful metals and even a black salt supply. There are worse independent colonies out here. I frowned at her, suspicion raised. Where are you going with this? Oh, don't worry, your empathy for the miners was obvious. You really can be a merciful little thing. Fabia's mirth waned. Though you might want to get your game face on. My heart faded back into a steady rhythm at her words of reason. Nodding, I put all my senses on high alert. Keen eyes probing the dark shadows, sharp ears picked to catch what they couldn't, I even sniffed the air searching for a whiff of something out of place. The lady legate was doing a masterful job of concealing what had to be impatience, even her tail swished to and fro with casual ease. For her part, Invidia was almost as good, but her tail flicked pensively as her stern expression became more focused. The elder demon gave her a minute nod. Invidia tapped her headset. Flight Ops, this is ground team. Flight Ops to ground team. Flight Ops to ground team, a voice rang in my ear. We have you on telemetry. What's the situation? Asked a far more mature and cynical voice than the typical chipper but professional fleet dispatcher. That one of Jade Javelin's associates had taken over our comms was disquieting, but at least we still had comms. Given all the heavy restrictions the Lady Legate had put on this mission, I had been concerned we would be under a total blackout as well. Our air cover held back to keep some pilot from seeing something they shouldn't. Thankfully, there seemed to be limits to CSR's paranoia. Or maybe their worries of an 11th hour betrayal had at least outweighed their fetish for compartmentalization. Flight Ops, we are in position. Waiting for pickup of the package. The guests are running a bit late, Invidia stated. Her voice was calm, and she had not used any of the Durus codes I had been briefed on. However, for a mission like this, I was sure Fabia and I had not been given the whole story. Tilting her head, Jade Javelin gave a not to ladylike snort. Understood ground team. Dark Star be with you, the COMM spook said before the channel closed. Then the near oppressive silence returned. This time, however, we thankfully weren't left long to stew in the ominous quiet. Soon, Fabia's nostrils flared and she gave a slight frown, alerting me that her sensitive nose had noticed something at last. Almost at the same time as I saw that frown, a sickly sweet scent, reminiscent of cranberries, drifted across my nose. It was faint, but quickly intensifying. I felt the weight of the sword of the HFV Dark Star pulling on my hip. The illusionary lights grew brighter as the Lady Legate stepped around the cart with its tied-down crate. Then, from the old guild hall for the Sisterhood of Miners, steam fitters, refinery artificers, and alchemists, the sound of footsteps echoed, strange in the starry cold that should have flooded the square. The sweet smell grew more intense as a tall figure bled into existence and sauntered towards us. I blinked. The person looked like a male human, albeit one that moved with the grace of a dancer. A long leather coat swayed at his thighs, and a bright red knit woolen cap crowned fine black hair. The sickly smell, a scent that I at last placed as lingonberry, came from the iced treat he carried, deep red syrup poured over shaved ice in a paper cone whose sheer bland mundanity became a punchline by dint of its holder. The man's vaguely vulpine face gave us a hungry smile as he took a toothy bite out of the sweet confection. Ah, returning the Queen's stolen property are we? He asked in arrogant lilted Sylvan Latin. But for his slight, lilting Attalian accent, his voice could have passed for a native's. His stride shifted to a predatory prowl as he smiled, teeth too sharp for a mere human. The artificial lights cut harsh, jagged shadows in his wake. One might suppose that would be the minimum of grace that can be expected from parties who had wronged us and come prostrate begging for succor and forgiveness, the man continued. Blinking, Fabia managed to keep her composure while Invidia's tail flicked with a weary exhaustion. The Lady Legate squared her shoulders and managed to look down her nose at the Sid man. For my part, I was reminded of the petty squabbles of the spoiled noble cadets in the capital who thought that surviving a few duels to first blood made them mistresses of war. I cut that line of thinking off with a sharp breath. Right. Playing the aggressive foppish dandy is an excellent way to convince someone to underestimate you, or to provoke foolish or aggressive behavior. With a slow deliberate motion, Lady Legate Jade Javelin took her ornate scepter, the symbol of her office, and slipped it into a jacket pocket. She sent us the briefest flickers of approval at our composure. Your suppositions, veiled threats, and postures are not relevant to tonight's business, gentle lord of the Winter Court. The sweet dessert was tossed to the ground. The casual littering offended me more than the blatant symbolism of the red fluid spreading out onto the cobbles. You would spoil my fun, Angela? Bring a motley flock like this to honor my queen? Is that the has-been I see? He gave a smirking bow laden with mockery to Invidia. His shadow mirrored the gesture a beat later. And they? His words trailed off as he met Fabia's gaze. The wind rose as a gust came down the hill bringing with it creaks from the refinery's pipes and conduits. Deftly stepping away from the mess he made, the Fae's gaze went to me. Ah, the Legion's finest. Heroines, rising stars, darkly but still rising. Was that a hitch in his voice I detected? Was that a ploy on his part? There were too many unknowns. What I did know was that the man was deliberately avoiding even looking in the direction of the crate. Mayhap, I've been a poor host, I should apologize, he smiled winningly, and however much it may have been filled with bright teeth and honeyed words, it remained empty of any true apology. I wasn't entirely sure how much I could trust the CSR's word that the Fae couldn't lie, but my instincts screamed that his every action dripped with deception. The Lady Legate held out a hand as if to capture a falling snowflake. Her illusionary gas lamps turned a shade brighter, making the shadows starker and giving an artificial, almost harsh contrast. We are in Electon territory. My command has host right. The man's smile flickered. It was a tiny thing, a ghost of a moment. If I had not been looking, I would have missed it. Clearly, the Lady Legate had not. Her usage of the declarative could be nothing but deliberate. Challenges are to be relished, and where are my manners? We haven't done introductions. How rude, this time. His smile seemed genuine and lovely. But I had spent this life around pretty, alluring predators. Would it be too much trouble to have your names? The man in the red cap crooned. The Lady Legate laughed. It was not a bell-like pearl of mirth, or even a throaty purring chuckle. She cackled derisively and motioned to Invidia. The back-winged woman stepped to the crate and drew a gold-edged dagger that shone in the harsh lights. Now the Fae's attention was to the crate that contained the silver hold. An ugly expression flicked over him as his body tensed. I suspected a lupin lunge, but he regained his composure when Invidia merely sliced through one of the bands securing the crate to its low-slung cart. Posturing and veiled threats have no place here, Redcap, the Lady Legate stated, her tone iron. We shall not question your queen's word. Perhaps you should not question our imperatrix's resolve. The Fae, the Redcaps, hard eyes went to me. Now those cold blue eyes gave more than a cursory glance and his head rapidly went up to the sky, as if he could see the waiting flotilla. If one comes bearing the sigils, ships, and saints of the Dark Star. The Lady Legate cut him off. Yes, then the story of Black Sky's wrath is not far behind. Do we have an understanding? I swallowed at the escalation. I knew that the HFV Dark Star had a considerable religious complement, but I should have expected that Prefectus Commodore Countess Sunset Frost had brought a living saint with her. The Order of Our Hallowed Lady only had a handful of non-posthumous saints, but if anyone could get their attention, it would be the captain of the Dark Star. I suppose that is the question, a silken voice said as a woman appeared on the steps of the abandoned church. She was tall, with luminous gold-green eyes and tumbling crimson tresses. Her pale skin aside, she reminded me of an older, more human-looking Violet Blood. Though her haughty expression was a bit more crazed than my Baroness's. Her tall shadow stretched behind her, moving just out of beat with her steps. The Lady Legate did not seem surprised at her appearance, and the elder Demoness even bowed her horns to the approaching Sid Lady. The lamps closest to the redhead shifted from harsh antiseptic light to a cold blue as she approached, her long emerald green dress swishing on the sparsely snow-covered street. Her gaze set upon the other Fae. And then she looked down to the spilled crimson iced confection. Rude. Her single word cracked across the plaza. Her hand snaked out, and, like a conjurer, a whip appeared between her fingers. The air sang with thunder, and the Redcap fell to his knees, a thin blue cord taut around his neck. Instinct took over. I took a step forward to adjust my stance. My hand darted to the hilt of my lone sword. Wings fluffed with the roiling currents of my zephyr, eager to play. My heart pounded with adrenaline at the sudden turn. The Lady of Winter languidly rotated her wrist, forcing the man to gasp as he was pulled down to his hands and knees, practically bearing the back of his neck. La, good help is hard to find, is it not, Lady Legate? The woman studied the nearly prostrate man with a hungry gleam. I could smell the tall woman's blood madness. I can't say I've had that complaint, Jade Javelin noted with the barest echo of dry wit. Ah, they do seem so very eager, the woman's feline-slitted eyes set upon me with naked interest. My, she already has a sword ready. Would the Redcap's head make a proper gift? An apology, as you call it. The fairy rolled the word around on her tongue, sampling it as if it were some new and unfamiliar flavor, a concept intriguingly foreign to her sensibilities. But, given the vast bloody potential inherent to such a gesture, not one she found entirely distasteful. I tried to control my heart. This woman was not something new. I had spent this whole life around violence-crazed women. I had worked under elder demonesses and dealt with their casually oppressive power. Dark Star's blood, I was engaged to Baroness Violet Blood, a woman for whom violence was only ever an errant twitch away. But then I noticed I had started to draw, and several inches of engraved silvery blade had been exposed. The Lady Legate stepped closer. Peace, Leninsid, no offense was given. Countess, you may be at ease. I snapped the sword back into its scabbard and shifted to standing with legs separated and arms clasped behind my back. This Leninsid may couch her offer in the Daihu convention of apology, but it was still a gift. And a gift from a Fae was a dangerous obligation. A shame, the Leninsid rotated her wrist the other way, and the whip slackened. Get up, she ordered the Redcap. Gasping, he rose in a single sinuous motion and immediately put on a composed, arrogant bearing. He gave Fabia a sarcastically gallant bow that did little to conceal the murderous look in his eyes. Do not fret, Poppet, the Leninsid smiled almost maternally at me, showing her own set of delicate fangs. Patience, patience, you shall have plenty of opportunities to wet your claws. Fabia gave Invidia a questioning look, and the dark-winged spy passed that expression to the Lady Legate. Jade Javelin simply shrugged. Come, Crimson Highwayman, the Fey woman ordered her subordinate, who, with some reluctance, fell at her heel. We are guests, are we not? This inquiry was pointedly at the Lady Legate. The duties of guest and host were important on much of Diu, but apparently, they were unto a law of nature among the lords and ladies. Extending guest right to these two Fey would mean they would have an obligation to comport themselves as guests, but also that we would have an obligation to act as proper hosts. Extending that courtesy would be an obligation, but not extending it would be seen as rude. You are welcome in Burnsville as our guests, but alas House Electo has only delegated such authority to me for a brief window, the Lady Legate smoothly said. As such I must apologize for the lack of amenities at such a venue. Leninsid gave a small smirk at that. One of your ships would be more comfortable, the Redcap sneered. Ah, but good sir, I am afraid those are not my ships. They are the Imperatrix's and through her the household fleet, where I am merely a legate of the Imperial Legions. Jade Javelin shrugged and hung her head, as if this was some grand tragedy out of her hands. Yes, she was not in command of any of the vessels in our flotilla, but said captains would take her suggestions with all due consideration. It was a bare technicality, but among the Fey that was what counted more than any practical truth. Redcap scowled while the Leninsid laughed, it was lyrical and discordant. Unlike him, she seemed to have no concern about the spy mistress and her associates. I could imagine several reasons for that. Perhaps it was merely her madness that lurked just below the surface, like a reef for an unwary ship. Maybe she was confident that this deal would go her way in the end or was dedicated towards bluffing that scenario into reality. It could also be as simple as she was fully aware of the power arrayed against her and, in an utterly rational evaluation of her own abilities, saw us as no great threat. The fact that the last possibility doesn't seem so slim. I thought, resisting the urge to grasp the hilt of my lone sword once more. I don't like it. Not one bit. Jade Javelin nodded to Invidia. The dagger came out, and the other bands securing the crate were cut away. The Leninsid rubbed her hands, and even the Redcap dripped with anticipation. Thunder rolled in, and the flurries above us started to fall with greater regularity. Fabia shared a tiny frown with me. Apparently, she too hoped that we could simply hand the crate over without seeing what the silver hold actually was. We had bled and suffered and lost good people to get to this moment. I would be lying if I denied having any curiosity, but that was tempered by knowing every bit of knowledge I gained drew me deeper and deeper into this world of shadows and lies. By the time Invidia had her hands on the sides of the lid, the sky had grown overcast. Members of the Winter Court of the Fae. Emissaries from the Queen of Air and Darkness. House Black Sky returns the Queen's property, Lady Legate Jade Javelin stated as Invidia lifted and slid out the wooden lid. It fell to the cobbles with a whirlwind of new snow. Brown corrugated paper packing material billowed up. For a moment it looked like the box was full of frozen water. A level surface reflected the dark clouds and blue lights like an icy pond. As more of the packing material was cleared out, the object looked more like a puddle of quicksilver set in an ebony tray. Gazing down into the crate, the Leninsid gave a contented sigh. It is unspoiled? She asked with a languid dreaminess. In the soft azure-tinged illusionary lamplight, her shadow seemed far less threatening. The Lady Legate nodded. We have reconstructed much of Elena's research and testing data. Their focus was on meteorological manipulation. In the end, I could not resist the siren's call. I looked into the crate. Inside, among the silver, was a pale demoness with white feathers and blonde hair. It was my reflection. The silver hold was a mirror. In an ebony frame, the oval mirror was a wide full-length cheval-style piece supported by a frame of the same dark wood intricately carved and polished to shine like the night sky. The Leninsid laughed. It was a musical noise that excited my zephyr and made me want to take to the air and fire my lances on an enemy armored column. The weather? Your Imperatrix's sister beheld the mirror of reason and she used it to play with the weather. She shook her head in disbelief. Will the wonders of your little games never cease? Jade Javelin kept in her slight irritation at that name being spoken. I could understand why she would have preferred to use code names. Perhaps Elena used all their cleverness in purloining the mirror, the Redcap stated. That they managed it at all speaks of their will, if not their judgment, and that it took effort to get it back. The Leninsid directed her manic joy to Fabia and myself. Oh, yes. Jade Javelin gave us an overtly bland look. Such heroics should be rewarded, no. The Leninsid purred. I was merely doing my duty to the Imperatrix and the legions, Fabia stated. All honors and rewards would be bestowed at her behest, I added. The redhead frowned. Law, so formal, poppet. Perhaps it would not kill you to loosen up? To enjoy your duties and indulge in your artistic side. She then directed her attention to Fabia. And you radiate stiffness. I suppose you more than earned the name Firmitas. Fabia stiffly nodded. The redhead gave her a vicious smile before nodding to Jade Javelin. At least this time, you brought pretty little killers. We are legion, the Lady Legate said. The Leninsid ran a finger down the mirror's frame. Sparkling blue tracery lit up on the ebony wood as she watched the fluffy flakes fall onto the mirror's silvery surface and melt into glistening beads. You can make that claim. Indeed, most of Daihu's claims seem founded. Redcap scoffed, but it was held back by Invidia's level, flat glare. The Silverhold is in your custody, Lady Leninsid, the Lady Legate reminded. Leninsid removed her hand from the mirror. Ah, I suppose I must deal with business. Highwayman, you may call upon the porters. I frowned at the Sid woman's almost dismissive attitude towards the mirror of reason. Did she even care about the mirror for what it did? Or just that it was her queen's, and having it stolen was an affront? Was this even really about mirrors? She seemed more interested in us. The little anxiety within me worried that this was some sort of trial. No, was it more of an evaluation by the Fae? Could Elena steal such an artifact? Could we recover and return it? Desolate stars, Electo could have been measured. They quietly, deniably, assisted us every step of the way. If true, that meant we had been played. My tail stilled, and I exhaled. Invidia was giving me a gimlet stare as her angular features seemed to will me into quiet compliance. She knew, of course the spy knew. I just gave her a stiff nod. No wonder CSR was keeping the Fae's role in this lockdown. The lords and ladies were eager. If they had their way, they would have many such little tasks for us. As Uriel seemed to have let me alone, I had thought I was free of other such puppet masters. Before this meeting, I had allowed myself the luxury of hope. I deluded myself with the ephemeral dream that the Silverhold, that this darkster-cursed mirror was worth the deaths, was worth the trauma, was worth risking a new war. I had told my pilots, I had told my VS. I gave them hope and told them their pain had meaning. That hope died. I stared into the mirror and saw my reflection pale and angry. Hundreds had died on Harp's world. And all for a test, a game. Because we feared a threat that even CSR dared not openly name. My hand clenched on the hilt of the sword of the HFV Darkstar. Cold wind and snow started to rise up around me as my Zephyr thought it might be time to play. Oh, such righteous, bloody fury, Poppet, the Leninsid purred with obvious pleasure as she faced me. I haven't felt that since my godson, the wind drowned the rest out. Centurion Diamond Dust. The Lady Legate shouted, but it was too late. I saw myself. I saw my sword, firm and perfectly weighted and pressing against the palm of my left hand. Silver light flared along the intricately engraved blade as I spread my wings, blowing the snow and wind around in a great crescendo. I saw that Invidia had her dagger out. Fabia's own borrowed gun was out of her holster like a magic trick. Pain and indecision crossed her face. My spirits raised, and I knew. I knew that despite the Elder Demon's power, despite the skills of the Fae, I would strike. I saw the blade sweep out. The Leninsid was an ancient being of power and skill in her own right. A lean predator of madness and inspiration. She stood across me, eyes glittering in anticipation. Redcap moved up by his liege lady, shining teeth and suddenly misshapen hands ready to rend alongside her. But I was not alone. And the hallowed lady would guide my hand. It would not be the first time I had sacrificed everything to slay a monster. My luminescent blade would quickly cleave through the redcap before striking true through the heart of one who would play games with me and mine. I saw all this in the quicksilver-stilled surface of the mirror of reason. My hand let go of the hilt, and the sword seated back into its scabbard with a click. The cascade of snow and winds around us died with it, and my Zephyr floated languidly back to me. It was not worth it. I turned from the mirror to face the Leninsid. Invidia's dagger was sheathed. Fabia's holster was still secured. Neither seemed to have seen the mirror's vision. The Lady Legate, however, gave me a tiny nod. Redcap had taken a step back and was rubbing his neck anew. I was sure he was still hurting from the whip attack earlier in the night. The Leninsid was watching me with even more intense interest. Ah, the watchman always picks such interesting strays. I looked away. That sounded too much like a title for a certain archangel. Without staring into that cursed reflection, I instead watched the growing gentle rain of snowflakes pattering onto the mirror's surface. Contrary to the Fae's assertions, I suspected it was not a lack of creativity that held Elena's hand. I suspected that the Onyx Institute had focused on weather manipulation out of caution, out of wisdom. Given the guests the Lady Legate had on the Tarantula Hawk, I was sure that question would be answered in due time. Wary of what you'll see next, Poppet? The Leninsid asked. Maybe, she saw enough, Redcap sneered, voice full of bravado. Lady, sir, my curiosity is not germane to this conclave, I stated. Law, such self-denial. The redhead's mad gleam grew as her smile grew. Still, you have all brought the mirror and you have been polite hosts. We only performed our duty, the Lady Legate stated. How can a species of temptresses be so dry? The Leonid shook her head, and, with a wave of her hand, a snow squall fell around us. The whiteout was brief and centered around the Fey woman. A motion from the Lady Legate had us stand down, but in a moment, the precipitation cleared to the steady flurries. And now instead of a whip, the Leonid held a quaint woven basket and a bottle of wine. Handing the basket over to Redcap, she pulled out a pair of glasses and opened the bottle. In the newly harsh lamplight, the crimson wine in the thin-stemmed glasses was put in stark relief. As a guest, refreshments would only be polite. I stilled at that, and even the Lady Legate's wariness was palatable. We had been cautioned. Beyond the risk of incurring debt to the lords and ladies was the concern that their foodstuff was biologically incompatible to most other forms of life. Your offer is gracious and generous. However, and with no implication on your intentions, our biological differences may be a point of concern, the Lady Legate said with deliberate smoothness. The mighty elder Demoness, the Imperatrix's hatchet woman, is afraid of mere wine. Redcap opened the basket and rummaged around. Or is it the charcuterie that threatens you so? Jade Javelin raised an eyebrow as if the younger-looking unseelie lord's goading was not worthy of a response. Oh peace, highwayman, the Leonid chided. What if I assured that these libations originated from the human world? If you said such a thing that would ameliorate some of the risks, the Lady Legate pulled out a slim copper flask and seemed to study it. Come now Lee, how would you react if we insisted you have dive foods without any assurances as to the quality of the meats? Oh? Did your countess save any of the victuals she acquired on Harp's world? The Leonid eagerly asked and then gave a wistful pout as her green-gold eyes gleamed feverishly. It has been too long since I sampled the sweet pleasures of Diu. The Lady Legate glanced at me. No wonder CSR was so paranoid. The Fae knew much about our raid. I wondered if they were covertly observing or if they had interviewed some of the Alina's survivors. I must admit with regret to have already shared such bounty with my betrothed and mistress. A young love. The redhead smiled. There is much to commend about your people's culture. I kept in a sigh. Of the most positive aspects of my latest life, that there were socially acceptable forms of cannibalism was not something I was terribly enamored with. By the frown and related emotions Fabia sent to me, I could tell she shared my mild disquiet. Redcap snorted. It was with great patience that the paltry conditions of this venue have been overlooked. With what one could say is due to no fault of the hostess. Smirking, Jade Javelin handed the flask to Invidia. The first duty of a host is to ensure the safety of her guests. Are you really challenging that, my good sir? She asked Redcap with a flash of fang. He glowered. The Lady Legate raised a hand. If you insist, a demonstration would be trivial. Bringing in an abundance of servers, cooks, and guards would hardly be provocation on our part if the good gentlemen requested their presence. If you insist on the full hospitality of House Black Sky with the victuals desired, who am I to deny such a request? Lee sipped her wine. A threat to overwhelm us with catering and exotic foodstuffs is quite the novelty. Invidia undid the cap to the flask and gave the contents a thoughtful sniff. A slight anise smell drifted out that seemed to shift to a sweeter scent as it dispersed into the snow-filled air. The sharp-faced spy took a dainty sip. Was not your godson presented with a virgin sacrifice as a ploy? Redcap countered. La, the poor dear was less than willing to make a show of that particular offering, but he more than made up for it, Lee sighed. I suppose it would be proper to celebrate the successful transfer of the mirror with mutual refreshments to symbolize the balance between our peoples, Jade Javelin allowed. But ma'am, that would require concluding our business here, Invidia said, returning the flask to the Lady Legate. For the third time, Lee laughed, it was a beautiful and terrible thing. So, you can bargain, Angela. She clapped her hands. It is a matter of finding the correct levers. The Lady Legate bowed her horns and gestured towards the mirror. What levers does this have? Something like confused anger flittered across Redcap's face. You possessed an artifact of great interest to our queen and you deny the power it brings you. Jade Javelin shrugged. I am merely a courier. Lady Leonid has possession now. And the terms for this transfer? One could count this as a gift to our court and thus worthy of a considerable boon, Redcap proposed. Invidia tilted her head. Or it could be taken as us rectifying a past offense on the part of Elena. Is such humility common among your organization? Lee inquired. The Lady Legate held a hand. It is academic, for any boons or deals regarding this specific transfer shall be decided by authorities higher than us. The Fey woman inclined her head slightly. While I doubted Black Sky herself would take the vault of the heavens to winter for a summit with the unseelie queen, knowing that the negotiations were taking place far, far above my pay grade was both a relief and a new burden. On one wing, I would not be present, and thus not at risk, during such negotiations. On the other wing, knowing that our mission had a direct role for the Imperatrix, or perhaps one of her daughters, was a fair amount of pressure after the fact. And what did it say about a spy mistress to pointedly decline a boon from the Fae? Possibly that the Lady Legate was far more wise about the cost of favors and cautious about accumulating power, especially power that came with strings attached. Which made her more dangerous in my book. Li gave a small sigh. Shame, but I cannot deny my queen and you cannot deny your liege either, Angela. Hence, why perhaps a celebration after the conclusion of our marketplace business would soothe such feelings, the spy chief assured. Both Faye's hungry attention fell upon Fabia, myself, and even Invidia. This time, I managed to keep my hand off the sword, if barely. The snake had stated that as imperial heroines, we were beings wreathed in story, beings that the lords and ladies would find tantalizing. The old monster was using us as a lure to distract them. Oh Poppet, please be at peace. Such stress does little for one's health and happiness, Lee assured with a purr. Especially, for one so little as yourself. I am not stressed, I said, effortlessly maintaining my professional and mature demeanor. Mayhap it's the venue. Lee offered. She's kind of like this all the time, Fabia admitted. I glared at her. Betrayal from every angle. You're not wrong but, that is a bit personal, Invidia admitted. I sighed. At least I expected the spy to stab me in the back. Poppet, do you want worry wrinkles? The Fae teased. I would say you should live a bit more, like your fellow imperial heroine. Redcap snorted. The other heroine seems just as stiff. Oh hush. Lee waved him off. Perhaps it is that our countess and the unbending merely have old souls, both so mature, so sober. Ah, but on Harp's world, neither seemed satisfied merely killing in flight. I managed to keep my tail from stilling. For a moment, despite the Lady Legate's magic, the winter chill went through me. Were the Fae reading me? Mentally? Emotionally? Even if Lee were merely very observant, that was concerning enough. I suppose we will not lack for dinner conversation then, the Lady Legate offered, completing the use of myself as a lure. So be it, Lee drained her wineglass and handed it to Redcap. She put one hand on the frame of the mirror of rationality and extended her arm down the length of the abandoned marketplace. The snowfall increased. It was densest in the area where Lee pointed, but a veritable whiteout had formed all around us. Large figures started to loom out of the snow and march towards us in two lines. Darkstar's blood, Fabia swore as a quartet of massive figures lumbered towards us. Each was several feet taller than Laurie's. Bulkier and shaggier than any forest person I had seen with off-white pelts, the beady-eyed beings wore engraved armor seemingly shaped from vast slabs of ice. Behind the veritable ogres, 6 sit in silvery purple armor astride dark predatory-looking steeds cantered up with barbed lances held high. I eyed the Fey Knights. Their plate armor seemed well designed and, despite the great artistry in their craft, seemed more than functional. The eyeless equines with the spiraling horns and broad fangs were another question. I wondered as to the industrial capacity of the lords and ladies. Doubtless, this was the Winter Court's honor guard, so a degree of ceremonial pageantry was expected. And did not my own house have mounted troops on horses and raptors? A forest of banner-tipped lances lowered in salute as the knights split and formed a guard formation with perfect coordination. Lee's mad smile spread as she directed the brutish quartet. With surprising dexterity, each took a corner of the crate and, as if it weighed nothing, lifted. Where the steeds gave a comfortingly mundane equine smell, the brutes had the slight odor of anyone who had spent a long day of heavy labor out in the cold. Even that, however, was preferable to the knights who were utterly without scent, sound, or emotional presence, and made for barely visible phantoms in the snowfall. Fabia's wings ruffled as she studied the Fey Knights. Her zephyr blew up as their interest matched hers. Invidia had affected an aloof stance that almost hid her apprehension. Meanwhile, the Lady Legate had taken out her flask and took a fairly large sip. The lights around her returned to the harsh white color as her tail swished with amusement. I found a similar confidence growing in my breast. Both by the fact that the Fey soldiery, now bearing that damnable mirror, had started to return to whence they came and by that Flight Ops had announced Squadron 3 was being fed targeting telemetry. With Visha and Violet Blood watching over, there was little for me to fear. Redcap made a move to follow the knights and the mirror, but with a single finger, Lee held him in place. The wind blew up and the Fey troops, and their burden, marched into a fresh squall and soon vanished, leaving the 6 of us alone in the plaza. Lee then turned to the rest of us and gave a razor-sharp smile. Now that the business is conducted, shall we eat? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 8 7 6 5 4 3 2 1. The negotiations were involved, pedantic, and exhausting. Fortunately, the Lady Legate managed all of them, and I simply had to stand still and keep my mouth shut. Having spent 2 lives, short they might be, in the military, this was a skill I was well practiced in. Jade Javelin formalized the deal with the Lenin Cid with a pair of thin silver shot glasses filled with amber liquid poured measuringly from her flask. She held both out and let the Cid pick one while she downed the other. Fabia managed to not roll her eyes at the drama of the pact. Redcap had no such restraint. During the celebratory toasting, Invidia had called her associates to set up our part of the logistics. And now I stood on the front steps of the Guildhall for the Sisterhood of Miners, Steam Fitters, Refinery Artificers, and Alchemists. Fabia and the Redcap had pried off the beam that had secured the large wooden doors and were now busily shuffling some furniture around. Even at this relatively temperate latitude, the residents of Forlorn Prospect constructed buildings to last. This mild winter in desolate Burnsville would have cut through me if not for the Lady Legate's magic. I would have rubbed my arms in worry, but Lee had offered some cheese and sausage from her gift basket, and I had to use my hands to take the food. With this deal in place, it would have been rude for me to refuse. So, I had taken a polite amount of what was, admittedly, a very good appetizer. The red-headed Sid gave me a languid smile. And what mayhap comes next, dear Poppet? You're not talking about tonight? I asked. That was implied, she laughed, sipping her wine. My tail flicked as I frowned. That was the question. The last 2 months of my life had been preparing for, executing, and then surviving this dark star-cursed operation. But the mirror had been returned. It was over. I looked up at the sky. Serving my imperatrix, I stated while taking a fresh sausage offered from the Fey Lady. It would not do to be rude. She rolled her eyes at that. Obviously. Your blood debt has, what, 16 years of tribute remaining? What is next? My head tilted. Partially to concede her point, partially in confusion at her choice of words. I had volunteered. Granted, I had done so out of a feeling of societal and familial pressure. Or so I had thought at the time. I could be clever, Lady Lee, but I genuinely do not know. I shrugged. You do not have suspicions? She asked with a disappointed pout. A wing like Tribune Quirinus's is quite valuable. I'm sure we'll have another assignment, I allowed. We had 7 pilots dead, and I would not be surprised if we got more empty arming chairs due to medical discharges. The 4 squadrons would need time to heal and train to get back to full strength. Hopefully, we would get it. Lee held out a hand to capture the falling snowflakes that sparkled on her palm. Duty is weighty for the warders of the spine. I had a moment to ponder her words before a quartet of gleaming figures burst through the overcast cloud cover in a screech of maximum thrust. Wreathed in droplets and whipping fog, the Pollux suits shone with all their might and power. This had been to plan, but something. I immediately spotted that they were in strike configuration with full-on lances. In addition to the flasks for the lances, familiar canisters were bolted onto the suits. That I could identify their equipment was due to years of experience, heightened senses, and that those 4 madwomen were running without any kind of veiling. Descending, the flight looked like an errant tale from any of them could cut roof tiles. Before I could frown at the lack of veiling, the flight lit up in sparkling comets as the staggered diamond formation shone with contrails of silver, cobalt, and obsidian glitter that rained down onto the street. Midway through their journey, the members of Flight 2, this had to be Violet Blood's doing, ripple-fired the mortars they had bolted onto their suits and shells launched to the sides where they burst into waterfalls of red flames that screamed and flashed as they fell. The tricolored sparkles of the detonating fireworks rained down, adding to the swirling white flakes. Before the first quartet had crossed over us, another pair of RP shot past a hair's breadth higher. Wind blew in a gale and a pair of sonic booms slammed over us. In a blink, the 2 Pollux had vanished back into the clouds, their wakes disturbing the sparkly contrails of the slightly slower formation. My eyes were dazzled with spots and my ears rang. Sniffing the air, my nose was filled with the scent of pyrotechnics that I had not smelled since my days as a cadet. Or that night over Narvos before my 12th birthday. The night where I made ace. The first time Love Blood and I flew in combat. Watching the flight fly back up into the clouds, I scowled. This was the Lady Legate's doing. She had been banking on my exploits. Had she brought along a set of glitter dispensers and pyrotechnics mortars? Or had Violet Blood ordered her ritualista to hide such indulgences among Flight 2's equipment? Was this why Violet Blood was being so familiar yesterday? She must have known about this and had made sure her people were trained up. Her flight was the only one in my squadron that was at full strength. I glanced over and saw that Lee had gleefully clapped her hands. Oh lovely! Poppet, I would so want to see those lances, are they not called? Yes, those lances fire. Missing out on experiencing such carnage is so very lamentable. That was an adequate display, Redcap begrudgingly admitted as he and Fabia stood at the threshold of the now open front door. Tail swishing, Fabia gave him a smug look. Meanwhile, Lee's attention was on the half-dozen broadcast recon troops in their light loreka that blended into the background. 6 cubicle shipping crates were lowered by their carrying loops, and deposited onto the cobbles where they disturbed drifts of sparkling, sulphurous snow. Despite the secured lids, a more appetizing aroma came from the crates. The hoof sloggers looked up to us, exposing their necks, and saluted Fabia and I before they vanished in another flare of arcane light. Will the wonders never cease? I resisted the urge to let out a tired sigh I felt with all my many years. Personal teleportation troops were one of the rarest specializations in the legions, and the Lady Legate had just used them as food delivery girls. I wondered what those broadcast recon troopers thought of all this. Did they get enough of a beat on Lee and the Redcap to realize who they were, what they were? Or were they old enough hands at CSR nonsense to not ask any questions? Regardless, as Love Blood had shown, there were plenty of eyes in the sky. This included the other 6 pilots in my squadron. While Violet Blood had surprised me, Visha's role was something I had planned. And Visha had obeyed by keeping a flight's worth of RP to stay above the cloud cover, ready to provide heavy fire support at a moment's notice. She just happened to have 6 more suits at her disposal, which I had assumed could be moved to support the other squadrons in our demi-wing. Dinner and a show? Lee asked once more, glancing up into the sky. As a multi-role rapid deployment platform, the Pollux-O has much to offer, I stated. Oh Poppet, for a nun must you use such clinical terminology? Lee sighed as she walked towards the crates. Would you drain the passion, the mystery, the magic, out of everything the grand tapestry of existence has to offer? The Countess? She's merely reserved, it is how she grapples with the chaos of life, Invidia stated with an almost genuine seeming smile as she approached us. I eyed the black-haired woman. She had stepped aside to set up the supply drop but could have also been doing some other sinister scheming. Ah, excellent timing, Jade Javelin came out the front doors that Fabia and Redcap had left open. Shall we? She asked, walking towards the neat line of crates. I followed the others with Lee at my side. The tempting sense grew as we drew ever closer. Unbidden, I could feel temptation gnaw at my gut, but I tried to maintain my composure, to guard myself against Faye prying. The ship's cooks have outdone themselves, Fabia noted as she lifted a lid. Inside were stacked metal baking pans with foil lids. Tendrils of steam wafted up, and I paused to take in the scent of sausages, steak, and baked chicken. Invidia quickly checked a crate packed with ice and had various bottles and cartons, while the Lady Legate took one that had been filled with fresh fruit. I was not too proud to admit that I eyed that collection covetously. Having been on the Tarantula Hawk for not even 2 weeks, I was already craving fresh produce. I suppose this was part of the resupply when we rendezvoused with the Dark Star and the fleet train. My spirits lifted a bit at the prospect of a meal with some variety. I went to an unopened crate. This one had a sweet but spiced smell coming from it. I pulled the lid and frowned. Inside was a collection of flatware, plates, and glassware carefully packed in napkins and other linens. The scent was coming from a couple potpourri packets off to one side. I stared at the dried flowers and herbs. I could only laugh at the absurdity of the preparations and game CSR went through for this operation. There was enough bric-a-brac here to set up a formal dinner. Truly, they were all crazy demons, it seemed that those lessons in etiquette would not be wasted. Despite there being 6 crates and 6 of us, it was obvious that our guests were less than willing to do such mundane tasks as moving crates. While even the Lady Legate had taken a burden of produce, Lee seemed comfortable sipping her wine glass, and Redcap watched with amusement. Regardless, bringing everything into the Guildhall and unpacking it was done with relative ease. Inside, thanks to the Lady Legate's magic, it actually felt warm. The artificial lighting was bright, revealing a pair of long old wood tables with a set of chairs around one. The food was unpacked around the other table with the plates and glassware to one end. I am afraid serving will be buffet style, the Lady Legate noted as she opened a bottle. Alas, such suffering must be borne when one roughs it in the field, Lee noted somberly as she intricately folded napkins at each seating place. Her own basket had been portioned out to make an over platter. Yet is it not said that these minor inconveniences only serve to make the true indulgences all the richer? Yet, we've hardly got a full bar here, Fabia dryly said as she put a splash of pale green oily-looking anise-smelling liquor into a stout glass and mixed it with a dash of sugar and a spray from a seltzer bottle. But it beats field rations. Or, you know. Field rations. I decided to ignore that. Instead, taking my own refreshment with a glass of cider, I gave the lone still closed crate a quick peek. Inside was a collection of sorbets and gelatos. Spoiling your appetite? Invidia inquired. I glanced at the small plate she bore, which had a collection of petit fours and other little pastries, and simply raised an eyebrow. As if I would begrudge you from indulging a bit to celebrate. I'm hardly that cruel, Countess. You more than earned a tasty treat, Invidia assured, the conciliatory tone seeming at odds with her sharp features and cold eyes. If nothing else, think of this as my small way of paying an investment towards a worthwhile asset, That, if nothing else, set my mind somewhat at ease. It would not be the first time for her, no. Redcap asked with his own plate of cheese, sausage, and ribs. Despite being inside, he had kept his woolen cap on, though he had at least divested himself of his coat. Those times were different, I argued as I picked up a plate and approached the buffet line. I did have to angle to one side to keep from knocking the table with the hilt of my lone sword. Out of politeness, I took some of the cheese and crackers that Lee had brought. Different in the indulgence or the choice of meat? Redcap asked, his own pointed white teeth flashing. As I filled my plate with some smoked fish and a fruit salad, I eyed him. Why the questions? I asked as I took some honeyed dates. I doubt a man of your experience and rank would indulge in squeamishness over such things. His crooked grin was dashing and roguish, but those eyes were still flat as a predator's. Oh, I'm not. But you will pardon someone taking fascination in a warrior society's stories venerating anthropophagy. Tail flicking, I returned the smile. Fabia and the Lady Legate had approached. Both were having a little nosh, though the elder demoness was watching with the same politely interested expression. Jade Javelin nodded to me as if to allow me to respond. I can't deny that my actions haven't been the source of stories, I shrugged, gamely trying to conceal my amusement at the phase misreading of Black Skyvian culture. We were not a warrior society. Oh yes, the legionnaires, fleet personnel, and Axillaris were greatly respected. An individual heroism was elevated, much to my personal annoyance. However, the Black Skyvian military was a collection of soldiery, not warriors. The Lady Legate's lack of displeasure showed I had made the right decision in not correcting Redcap's misconception. One might point out that the history of Daiyu, or at least the first 3 epochs, was all about learning the folly of being a warrior culture, said culture being extinguished in the War of Reprisal alongside the doctrine of elder demonesses being the key strategic and tactical warfighting asset. Though a real cynic would point out that the modern Daiyu of the 4th epoch has seen more global conflict in 400 years than in any of the preceding epochs, each roughly 1600 years. A roughly 4-fold increase in war. Admittedly, we do have a long history of conflict, I allowed. The great houses do pride themselves on being so very civilized, Lee added with her own vicious smile. She seemed most pleased with herself for having negotiated this meal with the Lady Legate. Redcap's smile slashed anew. Civilized, he enunciated as if tasting the word and then thoughtfully chewed on a spare rib. I can't say I've ever seen the appeal before, but now. History is full of gratifying examples, Nvidia stated. Redcap rolled his eyes. If one relishes washing out all the blood, terror, and intrigue. Lee shrugged. My associate prefers a more hands-on perspective. Understandable, none of us here are shy about getting our claws wet, Nvidia said. This drew an amused smile from Fabia as she ate some ribs of her own, put her glass down, and took a seat. Lee took a place across from her and, using silverware, ate with surprising delicacy. I've been told it's a rare treat to use your war gear in such close confines. And this was not your first time. Redcap said almost eagerly, as he sat down next to Lee. Oh? You mean when I was a cadet? Fabia asked. La, that time's been well told, Lee leaned closer. Our interest is the second time. Fabia's composure slipped for a bare moment, but she rallied gamely. Ah, when I was 19. To give moral support, I took a seat at Fabia's left. It also put the table between myself and the Fae. The 2 CSR spies were of little help with the Lady Legate at the head of the table and Nvidia across from her at the foot. That raid on Sevillaya. My fellow squadron leader clarified. After sipping her wine, Lee shrugged. I care little for those trifles. Perhaps you're talking of the time she ate Trozic flesh, Redcap helpfully added. The aggressive redhead's smile grew as she clapped her hands. Oh yes, if we're thinking of the same story then our aqua-feathered centurion was in quite the vicious spot. Fabia met Jade Javelin's eye and, without breaking her gaze, emptied her glass and handed it to me. Make it neat, Countess. I obliged her and went to find the absinthe bottle. My trip was delayed when the Lady Legate had gotten up to refill her own whiskey glass. We just have to last a social function, she assured me, putting the amber bottle back with the other on the impromptu bar. The elder demon's tail swished as she looked over her shoulder. Fabia was well into her story and was talking about how the fleet had bugged out, leaving her team high and dry on an enemy world. She was most grateful when I walked up and neatly snatched the glass with its green fluid out of my hands. She caught herself before our fingers could touch, if barely, and pulled her hand back. Thank you, Toria, Fabia said, cupping her palm so I could place the glass. Taking a long drink, Fabia tapped her fingers on the table before resuming her story. Eating my meal, I tried to be supportive and not alone in all the right places. It was made easier by Fabia's misadventure being a harrowing tale told with a wry wit that gave the collection of screw-ups from the fleet's early withdrawal, to the weapons misfires on a flight's worth of Sarpedona due to a maintenance screw-up, to Trozic Marines discovering the ground team calling down air support which due to a navigational error ends with Trozic RP firing on their own Marines. By the time Fabia got to the bloody climax, I had gotten up to refill my plate. I was mulling over if I wanted to risk the potential mess that came with stew when Fabia's recounting concluded, and, with her blue wings drooping, she went to her meal. My tail straightened in shock as the Fey woman suddenly slipped up next to me. Quite the story, Countess. She asked. It was, vivid, I allowed as I refreshed my own glass. I must admit that my curiosity is not fully sated. Lee gave me a sharp smile. Oh. I asked carefully, feeling very much like I'd just been handed a live grenade. Who you are makes for a most enticing tale. Lee's smile widened as she opened a fresh bottle of wine and looked over the petite fours and other desserts. Your story makes who you are. Why not indulge me? I suspect yours to be a tale most enticing. I'm sure you've read plenty about me, I said, affecting boredom as I finished refilling my own plate. Poppet, I am aware that the storied version those tales portray is but a shadow. Lee actually had the gall to wag a chiding finger in my face. I managed not to glare at the Fae. That reputation has followed me for years. It is flattering, but over-exaggerated in its enthusiasm. Shadows do more than follow. La, one would think you would not be so young. Drinking the deep red wine, the unseelie studied me critically. You should know the power of such things, especially for one such as you. It is not just names that have power, Poppet. Even an echo, even a shadow has a power, if properly wielded. I frowned. Thank you, but I'm not sure I need to learn such a thing. The redhead gave a very patiently haughty sigh that reminded me of the few times my Duchess was disappointed in me. Nobles always had a way of expressing themselves. Do not let your pride result in your untimely death, Poppet. Few are so secure as to turn down knowledge. But at what cost? Invidia asked as she came up bearing a small platter of glasses. Back at the table, Redcap was having a surprisingly animated conversation with the Lady Legate while Fabia watched. Always a cost, the scales must be balanced. Lee's smile grew warm and delighted. Tail flicking, I tried to keep the pensive expression off my face. A lot of blood had been spilled to get that cursed mirror, and we had just handed it over. Indeed, Lee gave a light laugh. Do you want to know what your Imperatrix is getting from my queen? That knowledge seems ill worth the cost. Invidia's face was impassive. Given what else is on offer. I held my tongue. I knew a leading question and would not play their game. Lee laughed. Oh, do not fret. I am used to the stubbornness of youth. My mouth opened to protest, but my mind managed to get control of my mouth. I stared at her. Cold paranoia ran down my spine from my wings to the tip of my tail. As you say, I still have years of youth. That, years is before I'm grown, I carefully stated with all the fumbling delicacy of trying to defuse an old mine with shaking hands. Did I say such a thing? Lee teased and looked to Invidia for confirmation. I can't say, the black-winged spy allowed while refilling the various drinks. Her flat almost grey eyes pierced me. I nodded. I had been warned. She had warned me, the Fae could lie with the truth. And Lee didn't say that I was a youth. She merely implied it. That left open. My mouth dried. I picked up my own glass of cider and nearly drained it. I felt dread at being caught between beings with vastly more power than myself. Yes, I was a soldier oathed to serve my Imperatrix against her peers and rivals among the Daiu great houses, but that was impersonal. I was just another cog in a vast imperial war machine. This felt like being a toy. I was a bauble the Lady Legate was dangling in front of the Fae as a shiny lure to entrance the lords and ladies. I had been the plaything of eldritch beings before, and I cared little to repeat it. Poppet, have you considered learning to relax? All this dourness and stress could be the death of you. Lee laughed as she beckoned for me to go back to the dining table. Come, I would love to hear more of your stories. I gave Invidia a frosty glance, which she returned impassively. Come, Countess, we require just a bit more of your forbearance tonight, she stated, typically and frustratingly aloof. Giving a sigh, I made my excuses to the others and went to the facilities Fabia and Invidia had set up earlier. As field improvised latrines went, the Guildhall's old bathroom was more than acceptable despite the lack of running water. There were already filled buckets of water and even some soap for washing. True luxury. After returning, I refilled my glass. I decided to go for the stew and filled a small bowl. When I finally got back to the table, I found Invidia finishing up a quick story. The key thing is to remember that Freeport Harbor mistresses are eminently practical ladies. One has to be out on the edge of the spine. They know their livelihoods are caught between the whims of the local ruler and her bully girls, merchant conglomerates looking to squeeze out worlders for a few denarii more, and any great house fleet that decides to burn anyone providing aid and comfort to pirates. And that's not even counting the pirates themselves, who range from idle mercenaries driven to the meanest of work, to desperate tramp freighters turning second-hand weapons on their former kin, to privateers flush with surplus gear of quite deniable origins. Invidia said her delivery, dry with just a bit of a sarcastic edge. Pondering the trailing end of her tale, I used the opportunity alone to eat. Contrary to the proclamations of the great houses, Daiu itself was far from a peaceful bastion of civilization. However, things got even harder the further one went out in the dimensional spine. And despite the massive military expenditures the great houses put into securing their off-world colonies, said fleets were still dwarfed by the amount of commercial traffic. Traffic that both provided targets and camouflage to a variety of predators. At any moment a harbor mistress has to worry that such independent traders might tire of using her port for fencing their ill-gotten gains and instead turn to pillaging said port. Which I don't need to explain is exactly the opposite type of commercial exchange a small independent port needs to survive. Redcap's eyes gleamed. Ah, such people wouldn't truck with brigands if they didn't need their money, would they? Quite. But the dock workers aren't powerless. A sloppy crew may not look too closely at what stevedores are loading or unloading. Not until they're up into the sky and their hold gets turned inside out. Nvidia paused to sip her drink. Or so I've been told. And for those who are cautious? Lee inquired. The harbor mistress is not without friends. The local dives, provisioners, artificers, and brothels all depend on the port not being razed to the ground. More than a few troublesome pirates have spent their last moments in companionable then surprised silence with a woman of negotiable affection. The trick is to use your claws at the most unguarded and intimate moment. Though, it does make quite the unfortunate mess. Or so you've been told. Lee teased. Nvidia smirked. Oh, some things I can speak with direct experience. It was hard to imagine Nvidia in such a role. It was not a lack of physical charms. She was literally from a species of seductresses after all. The problem was that while her body might technically meet all the physical requirements to be the equal of any seductress on Diu, her demeanor and personality were utterly charmless. But, she was a spy and, presumably, could act. That didn't make hearing such stories of the CSR operative conducting such lurid wetwork exactly appetizing, though. I slowly put down my fork at that unpleasant mental image of Nvidia conducting a honeypot act with all the vitality of rigor mortis. Though at a glance around the table, I saw that everyone else was merrily eating, even Fabia. Crazy Fae. Crazy demons. It was supporting such a mission where I met Tribune Quirinus, Nvidia mildly stated. My tail stiffened slightly, and despite her poker face even Fabia twitched at that. Nvidia caught our looks and just rolled her eyes. Oh, nothing so tawdry. Besides, that's a waste of a valuable pilot. Her flight was providing fire support in case our operation missed any of the target ship's officers or the vessel tried to take off. That mission resulted in several fruitful new relations, the lady legate commented idly. Sounds lovely. Lee relished her wing before turning to me. And what about you, Countess? I am quite curious about your own adventures. Perhaps when you were young and desperate. My tail flicked. I attempted to deflect. I've told the story of how I earned the Preserver crown quite often. Perhaps something more unique would be more to your tastes. Lee pouted. I suppose I could hear about your romantic life with your betrothed and your mistress. My tail dropped. Maybe talking about the Preserver crown and that fight wouldn't be so bad? I reconsidered. Well, I could just feel the amusement coming from Fabia and Nvidia. It all sounds so romantic. Lee clapped her hands. The flower of nobility nourished in the glory of war, the lady legate observed, her tone desert dry. Fine, fine. I looked into my glass. I was part of a ballet troupe that was visiting the Andromachian city of Narvos. It was supposed to be a peaceful night at the opera, but my mother Duchess Silverflight had a favor for me. I fell into the familiar rhythm of telling the tale of the first time in this life where I was forced to kill, forced to feed. I was not lying. I had told this story many times, and as much as I disliked the notoriety it engendered, I was not above using the advantages it gave me. It was disquieting to see the naked glee that Lee and the Redcap reveled in, especially when I got to the bloodier parts. Fabia's professional interest was not expected, but even the two CSR spooks were amused, with Nvidia actually giving a chuckle when I got to the end and how I used glitter to blind and defeat the war mistress. I must confess that after I concluded telling my tale, I felt a bit more at ease. And while it was not comfortable being caught between such dangerous dinner guests, I was able to at least enjoy the food and let the meal pass with less open anxiety. After the warm guild hall, going back into the bitter wind outside was an unpleasant surprise. The food and drink had been boxed up with the crates lined up to one side of the plaza. Holding her picnic basket, Lee watched us work with some amusement. What else would they do? Redcap asked, gnawing meat off one last plate of ribs. No reason to leave it behind, Fabia said. Ah, a reward for your subordinates. Lee asked. Quite, the lady legate said as she raised a hand and, with an extended finger, and a bright green beam of light shot up like a flare that punched through the heavy cloud cover. A fresh gust of wind rustled my wings. Exhaling, I looked up into the sky. Thunder rolled above us, followed by more hardening sounds. The clouds blew apart as a flight of familiar Polyxo descended and took position over the abandoned down, circling in an ominous formation. Another RP flight flew in their wake. These were Sarpedona that formed a closer ring that flew with naked bellicosity as the air practically hummed with charged weapons. Finally, a Spada descended through this protective cordon. Engines growling, the VTOL made a direct line towards the plaza. Snow whipped around us as it approached. Landing gears lowering, the Spadas set down and the rear ramp lowered. I joined Nvidia and Fabia to form a line and bucket brigade style past the crates to the VTOL's load mistress, who worked to secure the cargo. While this happened, the lady legate exchanged a few words with the Fae. Jade Javelin walked towards us. Good job, she told myself and Fabia, her voice carrying over the idled engines before walking past us and up the Spada's ramp. Nvidia shrugged and gave the plaza one last scan. We'll be watching your careers with great interest. Lee gave us a confident little smile and a wave. Fabia awkwardly returned the wave while the three of us went into the spada. I turned back and saw Redcap had pulled off his crimson chapeau and held it over his chest in a mock salute. His cold eyes met mine, and he flashed his sharp teeth before the ramp rose up and closed with a thud. Shaking my head, I went over to an open seat and strapped in. The engines increased in power and, with a roar, the spada took off, and I closed my eyes. I had spent enough time dealing with Harp's World, Forlorn Prospect, and Meddling Fae. Chapter 32, Saintly Situations. The War Chronicles of a Little Demon. Set in the Daiyu Demon's verse. A Saga of Tanya the Evil FIC. By Sunshine Temple. Naturally, I do not own Yujo Senki. So here's the disclaimer. Saga of Tanya the Evil. Its characters and settings belong Carlo Zen, Shinobu Shin Atsuki, and Nutko, Ltd. Previous chapters and other works can be found at my fanfiction website. FIC/CNC as always is wanted. Chapter 32, Saintly Situations. Come on. You must see it. Violet Blood exclaimed as she pulled me along. The shops and boutiques along Vitrix's high street were upscale and exotic, befitting a true Daiyu metropolis. That it was a true slice of Daiyu went without question. Mersum was the main world linking Black Sky's outworld colonies to the Daiyu home plane, and much of what was imported homeward and transferred from points out on the spine passed through the ports here. You'll really like this. Lavish found this shop a couple days ago. It was less a promise than a demand, underlined by the sheer energy in my betrothed's voice. Violet Blood was unusually chipper, as if she hoped cheer in sufficient quantity could prove contagious. What, did Centurion Rose Talon go shopping right after we got back? I asked, allowing my fiancé to pull me along. It wouldn't do to cause a scene, and it was generally easier to go along with Love Blood's whims when she got in this kind of mood than try and put my foot down. I certainly could, if I wanted to, I told myself. I simply don't want to right now. Though part of me had to admit we did make a dashing couple, the Baroness with her Legion service pins in her hair and a silver-trimmed and emerald evening gown while I wore Legion dress blacks, complete with all my frippery and awards. I even had that thrice-damned crown perched on my head and the sword my mother and sister had given me banging about on my hip. The ostentatious decorations might be a bit rich for my blood, but even I couldn't deny Daiu's eye for aesthetics. Compared to our finery, Visha was smartly dressed in business wear, with sensible heels, grey pinstripe skirt, leather bustier, and matching jacket. When it came to Legion-specific ornamentation, she merely had a Volante's specialization pin in her hair over her left ear. For all that I envied her more casual wear and the comfort she appeared to be reveling in, it would not do to have her look just as my valet, we'd have to have something more for her next time. You know how vain Lavish is, Violet Blood laughed. Nobles just can't help themselves. Visha, I noticed, was laughing behind her hand, just out of Love Blood's line of sight. Yes, some girls can be clueless and spoiled, I admitted. But we accept you anyway, faults and all, Violet Blood teased. I did not pout as we wove our way through the crowd and past a bakery and a bistro. I don't mean to tease, you just have the cutest reactions, Violet Blood assured with a far too innocent smile. I did my level best to give her my angriest scowl. She wasn't steely enough to plow through that as she bit her lip and swiftly changed the subject. Oh, we're here, just turn left. I held a light glare on her that Violet Blood tried to ignore, but in the end we followed her down a side street in the direction of a thickening crowd. I noticed the number of exasperated mothers herding excitable broodlings increased as we went. Violet Blood pulled us along, literally in my case, in the same direction as the other people were moving. My confusion waned as a particularly twee building came into sight. Dressed with red stone, the structure was fronted by grey granite pillars hung with green garlands of woven pine boughs twinkling with marvelous lights of a quite magical nature. Similarly enchanting and enchanted evergreens flanked open doors through which the scents of spice and cinnamon wafted out. A long queue snaking back from the threshold was full of broodlings, all of whom were flapping their wings with impatience. I saw one terror of little girls standing below the trees dressed in their tinsel and foxfire, staring up with stilled tails. A sure sign that each demon had mischief on their young minds. Furthering the incongruity of the late spring day was the store's window display. With an abundance of flocking and other white fluff, a winter village was rendered in saccharine miniature, complete with ceremonial altars, carolers in the town square, a bonfire with a split boar carcass on a giblet, and a glossy green tiny train threading through the too adorable miniature scene. I found myself drawn closer to the window, Violet Blood and Visha by my side. Looking deeper into the store, I saw more holiday displays, treats, and toys. My hand hovered just above the glass as I watched the simple familial bliss inside. Isn't it a bit early to have all this stuff up? It's not even the Ides of November, is it? Why not wait at least until the latter half of the month? I asked, pulling my hand back. Saber's watch isn't much more than a month away. Besides, this shop specializes in all sorts of winter holidays from Yule to Christmastide, Violet Blood chided me. Yeah, I'm just surprised to see it out here, you know. I mean in Sylvana there would be decorations running from the Feast of Darkstar right through to St. Bloodruby's Day, I admitted. Violet Blood sniffed imperiously. That's due to censor Cloudfire and Edile Felizia, she pointed out airily, who by their offices must support such celebrations. Hardly an act of faith and piety. Fair enough, I nodded to her. The Imperatrix's daughters, especially those two, did have considerable influence on public ritual and ceremony, as was proper for the holders of such offices. Just because Bovitar in Eastern Province has less pomp and circumstance doesn't mean you should be surprised at one shop, Violet Blood said, the tones of disappointed despondency hanging like icicles from her words as she shook her head. Islander girl, please, back me up on this. Visha nodded, dutifully rising to the occasion. Opalescence Bay had a cute little place that was open all year and a couple more that pop up over the fall and winter. See. Violet Blood practically jumped, wagging a chiding finger. And this is the largest city in the largest colony world. Besides, more will be opening if not already, this is just the nicest one. I gave a vague murmur of reluctant agreement, browbeaten as I was under the twin arguments of my VS. And extravagance aside, Felizia and Cloudfire are correct. Decorations are expected for nobles this time of year. Violet Blood looked at me with an unsettling twinkle in her green eyes. Especially for those of particular piety. I have a bad feeling about this, I thought, shifting uncomfortably, my wings twitching. My eyes, at their own impulse, began to scan for any clear exits. The feast is a more important holiday, I tried to counter. And has the advantage of actually being a saint's day. Agreed. Duty permitting, we'll need more decorations and observances next year, Violet Blood stated, smugly bulldozing over me. I looked at Visha pleadingly. It is quite fun, no? She replied, a warm smile full of honeyed betrayal. At the very least we'll need something perfunctory, Violet Blood went on, her tone abruptly all business. Maybe a bit more. And of course your mother Clementia would appreciate something showing your faith as well. Maybe we can get a camera and send out holiday cards with photographs. She would like that, yes, I reluctantly admitted. And I suppose my Duchess would too. So come inside. Violet Blood smirked triumphantly as she pulled me towards the doorway. But we're cutting the line. I cried. Oh, that's just for the broodlings to sit on Darkstar's lap, Violet Blood laughed. Or I guess that old human guy, Odin I think. The woman dressed as Darkstar did have a full-length dress with long sleeves and matching gloves. Even with those precautions, she was clearly taking every care in the proper execution of her solemn duty, a positive sign as to her professionalism. Well, have you been a good girl? Visha asked teasingly. That's not funny. My tail flicked as I was dragged along. Oh, it is, Violet Blood cheerily assured me. Let's get you something special. I'm getting a nice enough present, I half grumbled, but allowed myself to be pulled along like a loose branch in a current. Violet Blood rolled her eyes. A replacement suit doesn't count. Inside, the peppermint, spice, and pine smells were stronger and I could see a group of carolers preparing to unleash holiday wonder upon us. Despite the seasonal mismatch, the festive atmosphere was rather contagious. There were even a handful of humans, a drow family, and a family of forest people to my silent surprise. The parents seemed a bit overwhelmed but their child was galumphing about on a pair of large feet that showed he still had plenty of growth to go. It will be a very nice Polixo, I defended. And really, an improvement to my survivability is one of the best gifts I could ever ask for. My red-headed fiancé turned and pouted at me, squeezing my hand a bit tighter. You will have fun today, she ordered. Brooking no disobedience. I opened my mouth. Without talking about work. Visha cut in, an implacably stern look on her face. I felt myself wilt under the uncompromising gaze of my VS. I assured them, fending them off as we stepped to one side to keep from blocking the entryway. We were closer to the grotto-like alcove that was dressed to look something like a feasting hall, complete with an altar at one end. I tried not to twitch at the habits worn by some of the helpers. They were a close approximation to the robes of my order, but the headdresses were all wrong. The other helpers were wearing tin armor and helmets that were more decorative than practical. Green eyes studied me before Violet Blood turned to Visha. Perhaps we should have gotten into the line. I don't need to talk to someone dressed up like Darkstar, I crossed my arms and tried to not sound petulant. It's not a bad costume. Visha allowed. She's wearing a wig, changing her hair color would have been the least she could have done if they couldn't find someone with some proper red on their head, Violet Blood stated, giving the smiling woman on one of the wooden thrones a critical look. Next to her sat a large, barrel-chested older human male with a graying beard, crimson hunting leathers, and a sable eye patch. His remaining blue eye twinkled as he assessed the bravery of a broodling who tried to pick up a large hammer at his feet. At least the person they got to play Odin looks good, Visha murmured. And that wig isn't bad, and besides, Baroness, not every redhead can have such an elegant coiffure as you. Violet Blood gave a quiet huff, but didn't disagree. Still, she muttered, it could be better. I mean, the eyes are right, and that gown is correct to the first epoch, or at least close to it, I said, weakly defending the demon's costume for some reason, trying to keep my voice down as I did so. There was already a vast clouder of broodlings giving us curious and wide-eyed looks, and the last thing I wanted was to draw more attention to myself. Violet Blood laughed. Do you believe these kids really think that Darkstar came back just to ask what presents they want? She asked, but, I noted, in a near whisper to match my own. A key part of our faith is the idea that one day she will return, I replied automatically and then winced at my waspish tone and at the ingrained piety being raised by nuns had instilled. At least I was in my Legion blacks, if I had arrived wearing my habit, I surely would be causing a scene by now. Violet Blood bowed her horns to me. What I mean is really Saint Bloodruby should be here instead of Darkstar. She's the one who stood vigil for her return, and this holiday is her saint's day. That was fair. Though something about the admission still left an unpleasant taste in my mouth. I think the saint is supposed to be here, Visha said leaning in to read the sign indicating the entrance to the grotto proper. Added onto the printed sign was a handwritten note apologizing for the lateness of Saint Bloodruby. Well, good thing we didn't wait in line, Violet Blood sniffed. Come, let's get out of the way. Feeling Broodling's eyes on my back, we followed her deeper into the store. What's the plan? I inquired, glancing curiously about. The rest of the building was divided into roughly 3 sections focusing on decorations, toys, various foods, and inevitably, a wide selection of treats. Something to spruce up our billet in the office. Violet Blood's smile radiated confidence. And, because I know you have a sweet tooth, I have brought you to an establishment full to bursting with all the variety you could possibly desire. Plus there are various gifts that we'll have to buy for our families, friends, and comrades, Visha added more sedately. Good idea. With my nieces back on Dayu, I will have to buy my gifts early so they'll arrive in time. Plus your family and your cousin. I nodded to Visha and Violet Blood. A nice thing about being in the Legion's Auxilia or fleet was that off-world shipping cost far less subsidized by the service. However, that was contingent on the packages being relatively small. The fleet was unamused by games such as mail a landing craft home in 10 easy shipments. Also, since said parcels were shipped whenever there was spare cargo space, delivery times were rather sedate. Toys then? Visha suggested. I stepped to one side and saw that the toy aisle did have a collection of bright little books, plenty of fancy dolls, rows of soft stuffed animals, and lots of other gewgaws. Good idea. Do we need a basket? Visha looked around to find where they were stored. I'll grab a clerk, Violet Blood decided, and before I could say a word was boldly striding off before I could protest. She swept her way around a couple broods. I frowned, noticing that the girls were still pointing at us and whispering amongst themselves. Let her have her fun, Visha laughed as we went to the toy aisle. It's pretty busy in here, I muttered, thumbing my way through the children's books, looking for something appropriate for my nieces. I also needed to shop for my mother's and my sisters, but that could be later. I don't want her to bully some poor salesgirl. Visha noticed my hand skipping right over a handful of books that glorified my adventures. No good. My reservations aside, the girls already have these. Maybe something from the Sylvia Succubus series? I asked, wincing a bit at the informal name for our species. That could be cute. I liked reading those growing up, Visha noted, and tilted her head in thoughtful consideration. Then, her eyes narrowed, just as I felt the hairs on my neck stand on end. Leaking out over the shelf at our backs, we both heard the sound of little voices whispering to each other, odd and not half as quiet as they probably thought. Maybe I should have changed, I pouted despite myself. People going out in uniform was hardly rare. Victrix supported a massive military instantiation, after all. Darkstar's blood, I wasn't even the only uniformed legionary in the store. I saw one harried mother with the markings of an Armis specialty at the front of the line. The legionary tanker had visible relief when her girls swarmed the Odin figure. I was, however, the only person in the shop with a preserver order around her neck. No wonder I was drawing attention. Then, the carolers started to sing. Their massed voices did provide a pleasant background noise as I mulled over books, enough to drown out the surprised mutters of recognition. Visha had wandered off to look at dolls. Those were fine enough gifts, but I was thinking of something a bit more educational for my nieces. Maybe I could find a nice age-appropriate history book? Something a bit more grisly and bloody, for an older age, would probably appeal more. I pulled out a young adult history of the air campaign of the later Zioxan front on the Third Great House War and frowned as I flipped through it. As such things went, it wasn't objectively terrible. Indeed, my inner cynic even went so far as to note that the jingoism and propaganda were minimized in the writing about as far as I could reasonably expect. Then, I turned to the chapter on the war-ending Operation Sandalwood. Amidst all the heroic descriptions of the broader strokes, there were vignettes here and there describing lost pilots, shot down over those desolated battlefields. Each was only a few words, but even the shortest was more than Iron Talon Cardino would ever get, not that a few words in a cheap book would bring Lady Adriana Melisande any peace of mind. At least she was talking to a Legion counselor about it. Hopefully, she was getting better use out of their service than I had. Toria, look at this. Visha said, a strange joy in her voice. I looked up from the book and saw that she was holding a plush doll with a giant head covered in fluffy blonde hair, and poofy white wings protruding from its back. The doll was dressed in a familiar black uniform. I stared. The soulless sapphire eyes of the doll stared back. Despite my profound hopes, the doll did not change. Where did you get that? I asked, and regretted the question as soon as it passed my lips. Stepping to one side, I could see a whole row of me dolls. There were even some in nun outfits and frilly gowns. My gut dropped. You didn't know? Visha asked as she gave the big doll a playful squeezing hug. The likeness contract I signed doesn't require me to approve every design, I sighed and stepped up to the rows of dolls, even as my stomach did knots in my chest. In addition to the soft ones, there was a selection of more realistically proportioned porcelain-faced dress-up dolls. These came with even more clothing options, including an especially baroque ritual plate suit or a full-blown ball gown. Oh? Well, at least you're getting good royalty payments from it. Visha's voice was strangely distant as she picked up one of the nun dolls. Less goes into my pocket than you'd think, I absently said. In truth, I received nothing. Those funds went directly to an account established to help my patronage of orphanages, scholarships, and other philanthropic works. Records of which were all kept in meticulous order to strengthen my advocate's negotiating position, as it brought the Church and the legions to apply their own subtle pressure to the censor's office. An imperial heroine using her fame to quietly support war widows and orphans was the sort of pious thing someone in my position was supposed to do. I just wish it hadn't come at the expense of glorifying my name and spreading around my chibified image for all to see simply for doing my job. Iron Talon certainly wouldn't ever see anywhere near the same renown, and she'd sacrificed far more than I had. I shook the thought from my head. Melisandre can carry her honor for her, and I know from personal experience that death need not be a true end. I gave the dolls another look. Besides, I suppose I can grudgingly admit that the marketing team did good work here. Visha gave me a warm smile. Oh, there's some of Fabia, I said, and picked one up and nodded approvingly at the iridescence on its plush wings. My tail curled when I felt a bit irked that some shippy in a gleaming white uniform was the most popular of the ranks of imperial heroines. At least there was a variety to choose from, as in addition to the military dolls were enough to make but the bulk of the imperial family, princesses, daughters, and even the imperatrix herself. It was almost sacrilegious to see Black Sky's imperious, but understanding, expression on a soft doll with a far too large of a head crowned in ebony tubular curls. The Dark Star dolls, however, were a bit more questionable on those grounds. Are you going to buy that? Violet Blood asked as she strode up with a basket under one arm. Somehow, it was already half full with candles, boxes of chocolate, a string of sausages, and various other fripperies and sparkling decorations. A harried salesgirl with purple hair and little bows tied to her horns plodded in the Baroness's footsteps, pushing a cart that spoke mute volumes about Violet Blood's anticipated purchases. For a moment, gold eyes fixed on me, wild and hopeless, before they slid away as she turned to glance back. I followed her gaze, and saw behind her where, an entire horde of broodlings stood in expectant silence. All of them stared up at me with wide eyes. Their attention then went to the dolls Visha was holding. Tails quivered as dozens of bright, excited gazes slid back, focusing on me. Ma'am, the salesgirl said, her voice carefully calm as she put the wooden cart between herself and the terror of very excitable broodlings. Flimsy, as far as shields went, she looked as if she'd be more comfortable in a ritual plate all her own, for both the protection and the ability to retreat at great speed. The tension grew, as did the sibilant whispering. Taller and further back, their mothers looked imploringly upon us as if we could somehow defuse the situation. Well, you've been in hairier situations before, Toria, I told myself. It's like defusing a bomb, or talking down a mob. Well, at least they aren't politicians, so I should be able to. Yes. Before you is the jungle fox. The saintly countess. The ace who flies with Dark Star's blessing. Violet Blood abruptly cried out as she brazenly seized the opportunity, taking two blonde dolls from Visha's arms and tossing them straight into the mob of diminutive demons, like a fishing guide chumming for sharks. The broodlings were excited, and their fresh glee at seeing an imperial heroine did seem to displace a disappointment that had been clinging to many. Certainly, there was no sign of reluctance on any of those tiny fanged faces as they squabbled and fought for the dolls. Tail freezing, I stared in a mix of horror and anger. My lips peeled back, but I barely managed to turn the flashing of fangs into a broad smile as I waved and nodded for Visha to get some more plush dolls, cursing an internal blue streak at the proudly grinning Violet Blood. She just had to use those Darkster-cursed nicknames. The only thing that kept me from snapping at my fiancé was that she had not mentioned anything from our recent mission. At least she's learned some manner of discretion. My vs each tossed a couple more dolls, enough to at least whet the ravening appetites of the aggressive broodlings, but there were still more covetous children than soft idols in my likeness. In the face of dwindling rations, I was left with only hard decisions and bad choices. Squaring my shoulders, I damned the fates and met my enemy head-on. "Hello, it's lovely to meet you all," I said, summoning every etiquette lesson and scrap of decorum I had been made a subject to, every last dull minute contributing to the horrible smile slashing across my face like deep laceration. I also called upon some of the recent training Nvidia had been so generous with. Broodlings were hardly the biggest risk to looking past my pious mask, but they were very, very energetic. "Have you all been good girls? I wouldn't want you to hear that you've been making things difficult for your mothers. What would Saint Bloodruby or Darkstar think?" A few of the little monsters still felt the lashes of guilty consciences, at least, and guiltily lowered their heads and pulled in their wings, reducing the scrum's frenetic energy by a measurable degree. One particularly charitable or guilt-scourged broodling even handed a doll back to the girl whose arms she had stolen it from, an act of near-saintly self-denial for one so young and savage. Nimble of mind and immediately spotting the angle, the salesgirl rapidly overcame her shock and began distributing books and dolls and using the cart as a ready display stand. She gave the age of the audience a critical eye and added some more coloring books, crayons, and, with a bit of thought, went to the end of the aisle to get some chew sticks and other treats. "A deft mind on that clerk," I noted approvingly. "She will go far." With a cheery smile that did not quite reach her eyes, Visha handed me a pair of dolls. Small mercy, these at least had me in my Legion blacks. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cause a scene," I told the salesgirl. She gave a small laugh and looked at me with golden eyes gleaming with the assurance of one who had more than met her daily quota in a quarter of an hour. "Oh, it's no trouble." I then noticed more uniformed salesgirls were coming out of the woodwork, and that the crowd of broodlings had doubled. Giving a glassy smile, I tossed out the two soft dolls. "Still, this is distracting from Darkstar and Odin, and we do have to do our own shopping," I said to the salesgirl, watching with dull eyes and vacant smile as the books and toys were slowly depleted. Most of the broodlings were still lingering, waiting to see what I would do next. "I can talk to the manager, maybe something can be arranged." Those golden eyes gleamed. Before I could protest, she waved to one of her fellow salesgirls, who scampered off to the back of the store. "We should get decorations and gifts for the orphanage here," Violet Blood offered into the semi-silence that followed, her tone oh so innocent. "Oh, how lovely." The clerk clapped her hands, as her bows bobbed about. "You're too kind." I shot the redhead a hard look, but my fiancé deliberately ignored other people's feelings in the way only a noble could. "You know. I noticed your Saint Bloodruby is tardy. Perhaps, a mere countess can warm her seat until she arrives." "Love blood, what are you?" I snarled, but barely managed to start before Visha took my arm. "She's trying to help," Visha whispered. "But... and do you really want to disappoint all these little ones?" Her quiet voice crawling into my ears and hooking my attention. It was dastardly, the way her thorns entered so painlessly, sweetened by her shining smile. Nvidia herself could not have done a better job, not even with the assistance of a heated poker, a single claw, and a common desk drawer. Is this not one of the many duties of a legendary heroine? Is this not one of the responsibilities you swore an oath to? I mean... I frowned, a pall of disappointment hovering over the broodlings' heads. I suppose they were upset at not having the Saber Saint here to meet. Visha's smile widened, knowing full well that her barbs had set too deeply for me to offer any resistance to the tug. I felt the relief that she still had me, despite all of my recent actions. I felt a bit better until I realized that Violet Blood had gone off to talk to a willowy imperious woman with pinned-up blue hair who had to be the manager. The woman, at least 20 years our senior, looked from me to the broodlings to the depleted store stocks and, with a broad grin, bowed her head in acceptance of Violet Blood's offer. Shortly after that, I had to help everyone corral the broodlings to the front of the store, leaving the ravaged shelves behind as I took the empty seat between the woman dressed as Darkstar and the older human man. The redhead in her gown made a point to fuss over me and say how proud she was of me. The crowd ate it up, and I could feel just how happy that recognition made them. Odin's lone eye twinkled as he gave a merry laugh while I used a commanding voice to marshal some order into the unruly mob. At least I did not have to change into some fripperies, though Violet Blood did loan me a pair of gloves. From there, things turned into a blur of telling stories, giving out toys and treats, and listening to the concerns of a parade of broodlings. Of course, I failed to escape even being roped into taking photos with the broodlings, Odin and Darkstar, depending on what was desired. Visha felt the need to intervene to correct my smile to something less overtly threatening. I had no idea what she could possibly mean. Seeing a way to spin this dross into gold, I struck out to turn this surprise event into an opportunity for education. Each time a broodling came before me, I tried to dispense wisdom as much as I could while also practicing maintaining my nascent mental barriers. Even I would freely admit it was paranoia to think some telepath would be among these broodlings or their mothers, but it was good practice, and it helped distract me from the eager young faces. While I did not crush any little girl's dreams of being a pilot, I took pains to point out that there were many ways to do great things beyond just soaring about in plate. That there was more to life than excitement and daring do, and that many civilian options were perfectly fine and that the military life was not for everybody. I tried not to lecture the broodlings as a whole, but I did have a semi-captive audience, and if I could help them. Perhaps there won't be so many Melisandres and Iron Talons out there. My thoughts drifted again, this time to where it had all started in this life. Perhaps Mother Clementia won't have so lonely little orphans who'd lost their parents to adventure. I brushed the melancholy mood aside. It wouldn't do to upset the little one with my own insecurities. There were appearances to keep up, and those appearances were as much a duty and a weight as any other. Speaking of, the little terrors were unending in their crushing volume. Violet Blood and Vicious swapped off which of them stood by my side. Over time, the Baroness had accrued quite the haul of what could only be described as holiday loot. It was during a small break when I was taking a drink of hot chocolate that I realized she had sent a runner to our apartments. She must have, because soon I saw my maid Rainhild was there in my shadow, helping to organize Violet Blood's vast haul. I made a note to get her something special when she met my gaze and gestured for me to come over, giving me an excuse for a momentary reprieve. Her niece Brabant, a petite white-haired kitsune who helped with the cleaning, was there next to her, pushing a large pram. Inside, a litter of fox kits were peering over the side and watching me, their ears perked up and their fluffy little tails swishing. After dealing with a parade of broodlings over the last 2 hours, I thought I had been rendered immune to such adorable displays. I was wrong. And now Violet Blood had, after giving them some peppermint sticks, slotted them neatly into the line. My doom by cuteness overload was inevitable. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 8 7 6 5 4 3 2 1. In my all too literal lifetimes of experience, waiting rooms did not change. In what must have been some kind of dreadfully mundane universal constant, waiting rooms for medical services across all my lives possessed the same slightly shabby, insidiously dull presence. The trappings may have changed, but the feeling of isolation in which to ponder one's mortality remained a constant. At least in this particular waiting room, Doctrix Olivia Oakstone made sure that the plants were well watered, the ticking of the clock was neither irregular nor frustratingly loud, the chairs had a modicum of comfort, and the magazines were not horrifically out of date. Despite that, the most recent publication on the coffee table before me was last week's issue of Mersum Minutes, a more generalist daily publication for news on this world and this locality of the spine. The other broadsheet for perusal was Legionary Letters, a distinctly more earthy and direct publication that was the Legion's in-house newspaper. However, that was another week older. The publications ranged from the banal, like Modern Whimsy, Frugal Cooking, and Fashionable Fatale, to ones that I had already read, such as the Journal on Air Combat and Fleet Chronicle. Unlike many such waiting rooms, there was no receptionist. There was a small desk for someone to sit, but like every other seat, it was empty. Seeing nothing else to do, I let out a little sigh and picked up the September issue of Fleet Chronicle and gave it a cursory perusal. While not officially published by the Household Fleet, the periodical had many contributors who were reasonably informed. Happily, I found a surprisingly plain-spoken article about the trade-offs of going from the Umbra to the smaller Spathe as a ship-to-ship cargo delivery platform. The thrust of the article postulated that for small formations using Colibri Patrol and Venture Scout airships, the hit in cargo capacity was made up for by the increased flexibility. Notably, it continued, smaller VTOL were far easier to land and take off on the tiny hangars of the fleet's smallest airships. I continued reading my article as the waiting room's inner door at last clicked open. From the corner of my eye, I saw a weary-seeming human in a green auxilia tunic, with the flashes of a Magus engineer, trudge across the waiting room, favoring his combat engineer's staff. A couple minutes later, the inner door opened again. Prefect Centurion Diamond Dust. A woman inquired in the smooth Vannis accent of someone who had spent a fair bit of time in Vordurium. Doctrix Olivia Oakstone had golden hair pulled into a prim bun set with pins denoting her legionary status. Her deep purple skin and pale green eyes complemented her ash-gray jacket, silver-embroidered bodice, and matching glossy leather skirt. Yes, I stood and put the magazine back onto the table. If it's not too much trouble, please come this way, she bowed her straight, pale horns at me in a formal greeting. I followed her into her office, which was infused with a solid, thoroughly utilitarian air. There was a plain, sturdy desk with a tasteful drift of her notes across the leather writing pad, standing squarely before a set of filing cabinets and a single shelf heaving with well-thumbed reference texts. Despite the flowers in their pots by the window and paintings of cheery landscapes hanging from the walls, this was the workplace of a sober professional. Instead of gesturing for me to lay on the couch on the far side of the room, Dr. Oakstone motioned to one of the leather chairs in front of her desk. I appreciated that there was no pretense with her, there was no sitting around a coffee table with wine and pretending we were friends commiserating over the events. She was a medical professional, and I was her patient. This was no different than having my bones x-rayed to make sure nothing was broken. Or in the case of our species, checking that nothing had set and healed incorrectly. Taking my seat, I frowned at that analogy. Badly healed bones were a known quantity, of course, but relatively rare to the point of quasi-obscurity, saved for situations of mass trauma and a lack of medical care. One advantage of our creation was that, given the chance, we could heal from most all injuries without any physical flaw or scarring. It was almost enough to make one think a diodemon truly did live by the phrase anything that doesn't kill you makes you stronger. The key word being, of course, physical. There were a variety of mental maladies and disabilities that our species could be afflicted by, and trauma was the main, but not only, cause of them. The point where Dr. Oakstone came in was when it became necessary to inquire into the healing of that other sort of wound. I suppose you'd want to ask about your subordinates. The older woman said as she adjusted her wings to settle into her chair. This was part of our little ritual. Without violating any of your oaths, I assured, playing my part. Picking up a set of steel-framed glasses off her desk, the woman slipped them on. They shimmered slightly as her gaze went far away for a brief moment. 10 days ago was, for many, the first mission they participated in with casualties, unrecoverable casualties, sustained. They are doing quite well. That considered, they're handling the strain well. I nodded. My senior pilots like Graydon and Charity had been legionary flyers long enough to have seen many comrades die. Even Octavia, who was not that much older than Visha, had lost friends. Enough to build calluses on certain contact points of the soul, I hoped. I have 2 points of concern. Your greenhorns in second flight, and Iron Talon's friends in third, Oakstone reasoned, her neutral tone betraying no similar concerns, but only an acknowledgement of the worries she knew troubled me. Yes, I admitted. But, I'm wondering if by focusing on the obvious ones, maybe I've missed those suffering in silence. Your concern is admirable, Oakstone smiled. But I've read your evaluation reports, Toria. You are a very thorough young woman. Glancing at her pale green eyes, I could feel a slight buzz along my horns. The woman wasn't prying. The training the Lady Legate and Nvidia had oh so generously sponsored me for left me well aware of that. On the one wing, it was good to have some counter-Shinix training. On the other wing, that was a clear sign CSR intended for me to retain yet more secrets in the future. Furthering my paranoia spiral was the lingering thought, wondering if the instructors were purposely learning my mental backdoors so that they, or some other tentacle of the CSR, could peer into my mind at their leisure. It could be worse. The training wasn't extensive enough for specialist lessons that might truly open holes, there simply hadn't been time for it. Not with the encounter with the Fae knocking on our door. Unless, of course, that had all been planned from the start, and I shook my head. That way lay madness. In all probability, things were nowhere near so convoluted. Someone in the bowels of the CSR, likely Nvidia, had suspected I was being prepared for further advancement, and, as tribunes were given all sorts of supplemental training, had penciled me in for anti-Shinix training at some point in the future. Such arrangements were far from unheard of. I would be far from the first connected legionary flyer CSR helped rise in ranks, and nor was it at all unheard of for an evolving situation to rapidly move some key piece of training up in the priority queue. Still, unless the doctrix was far more skilled in the mental arts, she wasn't trying to rifle through my mind. However, her ivory-colored horns were doing their best to read every scrap of emotional emissions I was broadcasting. I reminded myself that there was no need for anxiety, that I had no need to quail before her regard. This appointment was, at its heart, fundamentally no different from any other medical examination. I just don't want to let them down. I exhaled and kicked my legs, feet tapping the desk. You know, anymore. I couldn't bring everyone back. You did better than any other squadron leader, Oakstone noted, her clinical tone contrasting with a compassionate emotional pulse. While I have not been told the details of your mission, I can count the number of patients we need to recertify for flight duty without difficulty, and can use an org chart with equal ease. I squeezed my hands. And there it was. This prim, professional woman could, with a simple form, ground me or my VS. Oh, I could lodge an appeal, if matters progressed that far. It wouldn't even be a particularly tricky thorn to pluck, particularly since many such orders could be lifted with a successful recertification, unsuccessful appeals be damned. After all, the Imperatrix was loath to permanently lose a pilot. But that sort of gamble could backfire, should the appeal be dismissed with prejudice. While the Imperatrix might loathe the loss of an otherwise functional pilot, she would not extend the privilege of further service on her behalf to a legionary who presented a real and persistent danger to herself or to her comrades. And the doctrix had more severe things she could recommend, beyond a disbarring of my certification. A missio causaria would require more effort on her part and would entail the filing of far more paperwork, but she could start a process that would end with my service to the Imperatrix cut unceremoniously and permanently short. While no official stigmas were attached to a medical discharge, I knew it would always be a cloud over my head and a blemish on my record in the eyes of all who knew what to look for. A symbol of a weakness so profound that I had been cut from a queen of the skies to a cracked menace at its mere identification. Studying me, Oakstone picked up a clipboard, leaned back, and jotted down a few notes. I tried to rein in my imagination. This was not a good place for my mind to wander, but, would it be so bad to find an early discharge, even one leaving the oily soot of madness smeared across my service jacket? Given my history, maybe I could become a country noble, could do normal teenage things, whatever those might be. I could work on furthering my education, tend to my county, and pass justice on my subjects, ending my absenteeism at last. Would it be so bad? I had always wanted that quiet retirement. But I'd be leaving my VS behind. I have a daughter your age, you know. She's a big fan, Oakstone said, her voice soft. Naturally, she doesn't know you're one of my patients. Pondering her seeming non sequitur, I thought back to Violet Blood's little surprise a few days past. If you want, I could sign something. You could say you got it from Quirinus or... I shook my head. Distraction. Why did you bring this up? It's not my place to criticize the pilot cadet program, though I am happy that girls in your situation are rare. She glanced at the small black Skyvian banner hanging on one wall. You're feeling guilt for your actions out there. You blame yourself. But a lot of people look up to you. I was in command. Thus I am responsible. And I'm not feeling I cut myself off. Was I really trying to deny my feelings to someone reading them? I tried to follow it up with something better, but the words got caught in my throat. Of course you feel guilt, Toria. You're not some monster lacking empathy. People you cared about were hurt. Some died. You yourself were even shot down. She gave me a sharp look over her glasses. Frankly, I would be more worried about you if you didn't show any apparent trauma after your latest mission. Absence of symptoms does not, after all, mean an absence of injury. And a complete lack of empathy would be a grievous injury indeed. Potentially even career-ending. I took a breath and tried to relax my wings. I could feel my feathers ruffling up. It did not help that my Zephyr were picking up my agitation. I'm handling it, I firmly said, and hoped that my declaration didn't sound overly stressed. You do seem better than you were last week, and even then you were composed, Oakstone allowed as she flickered through the images her glasses were displaying. Oh yes, you didn't call in, so no negative effects to the Benzadryl. Just a bit of dry mouth after taking it, just like you warned. I waved off before putting my hands on my knees. It did settle my dreams. My mind stuttered back to painful memories. The taste of my own blood and someone else's flesh in my mouth. The screaming of suit alarms. Golden beams across an azure sky. Looking out at a spinning night sky through a cracked faceplate. Feeling warm blood on my claws and my ears ringing from explosion after explosion. Most of my dreams had a common theme. The worst part was that not all of them were nightmares. Oh sure, I woke up with a scream in my throat and rage or terror in my pounding chest some nights. But others? I rose to find a smile on my lips. The pills didn't do anything to settle Visha though. She still kicks and sleep punches, and Violet Blood's snores are as loud as ever. Well, their dosage is different. The dark-skinned woman smiled as she made notes. Good, I'm glad to hear that none of you are having any negative effects. We'll give it another week and see if we can give you something lighter. I nodded. Anything you'd like to tell me about your squadron? Not just your pilots but your ritualista too. I'm not sure anything can rattle Gibbs, I said, laughing despite myself. She runs a tight ship. Oakstone let the following silence grow for a moment. But... I paused, wondering if it was really a good idea to bring it up. It's not her, but some of the other ritualista are spreading this idea. I'm certain that Melisande and Lucia are the ones responsible. I'm surprised it hasn't made it to you yet, in some session or another. Oakstone tilted her head slightly, and for a moment, I wondered who would win if she gambled against Grey Dawn, Visha, or even Lucia. Some of Darkstar's blood, maybe all of Flight 3's ritualista want to retire suit number 11. That is, just skip over it and go straight to 13 on the maintenance logs and other squadron reports. Ah. That's Iron Talon's number. And you object? Oakstone asked, her voice dripping with the gentle kindness of a person about to tell a child that nothing more could be done for a beloved pet. I stretched my legs but found them bumping against the desk, so I pulled them up so I could flex my ankles. It's not that I don't respect her memory, or that I am willfully ignoring the potential morale implications. I know not to give an order that won't be followed. If I have to, I will turn a blind eye. I could have Visha give the bad news to the girls but... I don't want to make her do that. Yes, unit discipline is part of being an executive officer, but some things shouldn't be delegated. I can let being undermined slide, at least in this way, at least this once. I can even ignore that the other prefect centurions aren't retiring any of their squadron's numbers. Oakstone gave a sad look, but I could tell that it wasn't prompted by me or by any of my actions. So, with all of that said, why do you object? She repeated the question. As their commander, I have to think about the long-term implications, I stated flatly. Ah. It's not like that. I snapped, bristling at that single, neutral word. Calm down. Taking a deep breath, I draped my arms over my knees as my tail curled behind me. I could feel the spirits swirling around me, looking for whatever threat had gotten me so defensive. I have to make these decisions, I began, speaking slowly, carefully, and without any hint of agitation. I'm responsible. I have to look past the next mission and the mission after that. If we retire a suit number every time someone dies, then what happens after we lose another pilot? And after the next one? And the next? I have 17 years left in the legions. And if we are very generous and assume current rates hold, that means that my squadron will be compelled to retire 7 numbers by the time I'm out. I lowered my head to my knees. An utter farce. Putting her clipboard down, Oakstone steepled her fingers. That is not an unreasonable concern. I looked up, surprised by the apparent vote of confidence. Yes, but I can't just say that to my pilots. That'll damage morale worse than telling them they can't retire Iron Talon's number. Oh, I'm sorry, but we can't retire Iron Talon's number because I don't want to make a habit of it when the rest of us keep dying, I thought bitterly, acting that particular line's delivery out in my head to a mutely dismayed illusory audience. I'm sure that'll go over well. In that case, what is your plan, Toria? Other than redoubling their training? I sighed as I lifted my head and rolled my shoulders. I'll have to play it by ear and hope I come up with a solution by the next time I take casualties. Oakstone made a thoughtful noise, as if assuming I was discounting the possibility that I could die. I do wish there was more I could do for you. The woman smiled as she murmured her platitude, setting my horns tingling. You've done more than enough, I assured her, the false joviality hopefully obscuring the point I'd failed to entirely draw from my tone. The doctrix had access to more than just pharmacological treatments, after all, and broad latitude to pursue actions she could reasonably argue advanced the Legion's mission. Some of those actions required more paperwork and authorization to approve, of course, more than just the prognosis of a single doctor, but in cases of particular concern, there were mental means of correction. Including many options that a mother could resort to in the course of rearing an incorrigible or troubled broodling. Use of those corrective means on an adult, however, even an adult only named as such by legal technicality in my case, would also require at least nominal consent on the patient's part. I doubted that Dr. Oakstone would advocate using Chinook's diamagic, or whatever other psychic scalpels rested at her disposal to alter the minds of my pilots to remove their trauma, which was some comfort. Or, at the very least, she wouldn't be so eager to conduct such interventions that I'd have to fight to keep the figurative ice pick out of her hand. You do have quite a bit piled up on your plate, she sympathized, either a complete non sequitur to my current line of thought, or perhaps the first words of the formula that would see my career shredded and my liberty abruptly restricted to the gilded cage of a mental ward if I responded unwisely to her fishing. Nothing that I cannot handle, I declared flatly, my tail curled around my legs. Sure, we might have kicked off the Fourth Great House War, but I heard Alecto is trying to mediate things. Oakstone only gave me a thin mirthless smile at that. How were the memorial services? They were. Resisting the urge to put my head in my hands, I leaned back. 7 banner-draped caskets came to mind. Very respectful. I hope they brought closure. What did it do for you? I was too focused on keeping track of the censer and reliquary box, I stated, my horns feeling cold. I had tried to decline taking any special role in the ceremony. Darkstar's blood, it was all I could do to attend in uniform instead of dressed as a sister. Making a couple notes as she studied me, Oakstone's seeming sympathy grew. Of course, if I was a psychotherapist who specialized in the treatment of highly dangerous and potentially fractured military personnel, I would make great efforts to divorce any emotional emissions, facial expressions, or eye movements away from my actual thoughts or feelings at earliest convenience. Did it help? I suppose, I conceded, just a bit reluctantly. My pilots seemed to be less distant in the days afterward. At least until Lucia had to write her letter to Iron Talon's family. My own correspondence had proven was challenging. What could I say? The secrecy removed all pretense. I could not tell any story of glory or try to give meaning to loss. All I could say was that their daughter won't be coming home. And how did that go? It went. Apparently, some Volantes legate up on Lancia already informed her family, adopted, not that that makes a difference. The letters are just a part of it. Teleport gateways meant that major facilities had rapid lines of communication, at least for critical correspondence. Oakstone made a note. And how have the debriefs been going? Well enough, I wearily demurred, and was happy when the doc declined to make me recount everything that had happened in excruciating detail, beat by beat. Security issues aside, I was eternally loath to repeat myself. especially considering how the formal debriefs had at least the secondary purpose of cultivating institutional knowledge. Our personal recollections, along with suit telemetry where available, other transcripts, and scrying intake, were all collated to log what happened. And there was much to learn, not just for air and ground combat but, in my case, to help give more data for our pilot survival and evasion courses. Although, I suspected my experiences might be more of a cautionary example. Simply repeating myself yet again in the supposed privacy of this office offered no such opportunities for organizational development. This was the closest you came to death, at least in the last few years, Oakstone observed. And yet you seem quite composed, especially for someone your age. Thank you. I frowned. That sounded good, but my tail straightened in worry. It helps that you're not afraid of death. I blinked. Where did she get that from? Yes, given that I had died twice I had some assumptions as to what would happen if I died for a third time. But there was no way she would know that. Right? If I die, I'd let people down, I countered absently. Oakstone smiled. Of course you care. You are afraid of failing your special people, friends, and comrades. And a corresponding fear of being without them. I suppose so. It's hard not to, I carefully replied, shoulders squared. Your faith is quite unshakable, Oakstone smiled. No more than anyone else's, I eyed her. The doctrix was not one to give idle compliments. I learned to trust that much from her, praise from her had to be earned. What was her angle? Did she think I wasn't afraid of death due to religion? Making a note, the doctrix thoughtfully adjusted her glasses. I mean it's not anything special, I covered. It's just how I was raised. She held up a hand in acquiescence. It's not a critique, Toria. Faith works differently for all of us and if you get strength from yours that is a good thing. It's not complicated, I huffed internally, it's just. I may not know exactly where I'll go after dying, but I know for a fact I have nothing to fear. Not anymore. The fluttering feeling ruffled over my hair and wings as Oakstone studied me. Her expression softened. I was a medic in the Third Great House War. You are right, people of your moral caliber aren't rare in the legions. However, she smiled. The ones that truly excelled took the long-term consequences of their actions into account. And your own mix of faith and prudence will serve you well, Darkstar allowing. I wanted to pout, I wanted to smile. Looking over Doc Oakstone, by my rough estimate, she could be in her 60s, she had the eyes for it. She certainly carried herself as a mature professional with a few decades in her practice. And she did not move with the effortlessly held power of a true elder demoness. I'm just doing my part, I deflected, trying to bury my growing anxiety. What was wrong with me? I could play the role of the imperial heroine to a terror of broodlings or to a pair of bloodthirsty fae, but a doctor is able to see past my mask? You are. Some may say you've done your part, but I understand survivor's guilt. Oakstone glanced out the window to look at the parking lot full of cargo trucks, the fence beyond that, and finally, the rest of the city around the base. I mean. My tail flicked with agitation. I guess you're right in that it's not dying itself that worries me. It is good that you have people who care for you. Did you get your holiday shopping done? Oakstone asked, once again abruptly changing topics. No doubt it was some strategy to get me off balance to gauge my reaction. Mostly. I shifted, not entirely comfortable with how well it was working. I tried to focus on the fact that it was all for professional purposes. Do I have to go over the whole thing? You don't have to. Did anything stand out? Oakstone asked. It was fine, I stated, my wings fluttering as my tail curled. I'm used to cheering up eager broodlings. It made their day and they'll treasure that memory. But I went still, a chill in my bones as I made sure to pick my next words very, very carefully. I'm sure in a few years some of them will do their part for House and Imperatrix. The older woman chuckled. Oh, so cautious. Do not fret. I know the value of propaganda. I may not agree, but at least with you it is not so repugnant. I held my tongue. Elevating a child to an imperial heroine for what I did over Narvos was something many could call dubious. That my situation was considered merely not so repugnant was, not something I knew what to make of. This won't be your first holiday season away from home, Oakstone noted, shifting to a safer topic. It's not, I nodded, relieved to be slipping into calmer waters. I think I've spent more sabers watches and feasts of Darkstar in some stinking fob than at home. It's still hard for you. So much for calmer waters. I grumbled to myself internally. I can't really complain, it is quite literally her business to ask these kinds of questions, and it's hardly unreasonable for the Legion to be worried about their murderous little investments snapping at the worst moment. That doesn't mean I have to enjoy being pried open and picked apart. Carefully stretching my legs to not hit the desk, I exhaled, there was no use in denying it. I mean, yes. Things are different now, I'm not alone. I winced. Sloppy. I was being too unguarded. That is, I always had my mother's but I wasn't adopted until after, well Narvos. And I'm now engaged. You've done a very good job at building connections, Oakstone observed, her tone clinical as if she were recording my height or weight, which was preferable to being patronizing. It just happened, I deflected. You are a very reserved and humble young woman. Oakstone sifted in her chair. I sensed the other hoof was about to drop. But... She put her clipboard down on her desk. You have accumulated a lot of trauma. Obviously. I've had 2 lives of war and a pair of traumatic deaths, I managed not to snort. I'm not surprised. Will this be a problem? Your self-control is admirable, but there is the question if you are compartmentalizing or suppressing. Oakstone glanced at her clipboard. The latter is a greater problem. Are you worried I'm bottling things up? I'm not that secretive. I could immediately tell she saw through the statement even if it was mostly true. The doctrix chuckled. Toria, we know that's a lie. You're a legionary flyer who just came back sponsored by some questionable associates. Of course you're keeping secrets. Only the ones I must. My tone was cold. She knew as well as I did, that there were some questions she couldn't ask, not unless she got CSR's approval to get access. Of course. Oakstone agreed, holding up a hand. But what about your VS? Are even they fully aware of what you're going through? They've been alongside me, ever since the start. Of course they know. One of them has been with me since even before this start. She knows more than most could imagine, I thought. Yet, traitorously, my mind couldn't help but remind me that I still hadn't told Visha everything. And what did it say that I allowed one of my VS to know half my secrets, while I let my own fiancée think herself content only scratching the surface? Didn't Violet Blood deserve the truth too? She might be a bloody-handed stubborn noble, but she had managed to keep up every step of the way. You're there for them, and they're there for you, the doctrix said. I don't want to be a burden for them, but... I rubbed my arms as my wings drooped. Yes. After giving me a critical look, Oakstone nodded. That's very good. I think that's why Violet Blood has me doing heroine countess stuff, I admitted. I could just hear my fiancé's smug voice going, I try my best, I know it's still hard for you. She does care for you a lot, which is good for her. Yet, she's a war orphan too. You're fortunate to have her, and victorious. I am. I was struck by a profound melancholy. For as long as I have them. Oakstone eased into her sympathetic posture. It is a risk. And I can say without fear of violating confidentiality that both reciprocate such feelings. Well, Violet Blood does wear her heart on her sleeve, I chuckled. But the fear of loss? Quite, Oakstone idly flipped through the notes on her display. Neither of your VS wants to lose you. Although one is, better at hiding the raw intensity of such emotions than the other. Well, she is a deft hand at cards, I admitted. So I've been told. Victorious is a devoted woman of many talents. Oakstone's tone indicated she had more thoughts about Visha, but her oaths kept her from fully expressing them. She is, and I exhaled. You can see my concerns, given both she and Loveblood are serving in the same unit alongside you. Oakstone asked with the barest hint of distaste. It seemed the good doctrix had reservations about the rather permissive rules regarding fraternization. Intellectually, I could agree with the concerns that having a person you were very close to dying next to you would have. But given our species' foibles, as my own experience showed, such relations seemed almost inevitable. And soon it might be a much larger risk, I murmured, pulling out the locket my mother gave me, my stomach turning cold as my tail curled. Ah yes, the rumors of a looming war with Elena. We just talked about the numbers, I said, my voice leaden. This was far from the steely, confident imperial heroine I pretended to be. Despite how I was clasping my fingers over my mother's locket, I wasn't even bothering with my pious mask. Losing half your squadron before your term is up. Or your VS's terms are up, Oakstone added. I lowered my head onto my fingers. I will do everything in my power for them, for everyone, I swore, my will adamant as my wings fluttered and tingled. By Darkstar's grace, if I can give Violet Blood a family and continue to pull Visha through hell, I shall. I had spent too long being alone. And one day that might be my fate, to be the only pilot to return to the ritual plate maintenance bay, but I had beaten fate before. Being X had died by my hands. I had beaten the odds before, I had seen Visha through the other side of it. I would do it again. I felt warmth between my hands as silver light began to escape between my fingers. I swallowed, realizing that it was not embarrassment that was heating my ears but a discharge of my capacitor earrings. Countess? Oakstone asked, a ghost of awe in her voice. It's not faith. It's just my magic. I assured as I held up the locket with its Darkstar symbol on it. And at that moment, my Zephyr decided to be helpful and push the locket up so that it floated on a slack chain before slipping out of my fingers and over to the doctrix. An air spirits. Yes, this is a very emotional moment, she allowed as she opened the offered locket and smiled at the tiny pictures inside. Exactly. And don't read too much into those earrings. Yes, they're relics the church loaned me, but they're full of magical energy. All very logical, but what about your wings? Oakstone asked. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 8 7 6 5 4 3 2 1. Sometimes familiarity can be a comfort. In this case, as once again, a commanding officer had invited me to dine with her, the guidepost of experience provided just enough structure to calm my nerves. I was further calmed by the realization that I would not be attending this dinner alone. The 4 other squadron commanders had also been invited to the same Paimonish restaurant Tribune Quirinus had picked months ago when this demi-wing had first been formed. Stepping into an awning over the restaurant's entrance, I discreetly used my Zephyr to dry off my feathers. Not all of my etiquette lessons had been pointless tedium, some actually had practical applications. Besides, shaking one's wings as soon as you got out of the rain was the kind of clumsy mess-making reserved for rambunctious broodlings, not an officer with any self-respect. I rolled my shoulders and strolled up to the front door, the twin slabs of carved oak parting ways before I could even begin to knock. As the hostess quietly took my overcoat, I found myself thankful for the relative informality that allowed me to wear my Legion blacks. While I had a mess dress uniform that Violet Blood assured me I cut quite the imposing figure in, I personally preferred the less complicated blacks. For all that, it was nice to have a dress uniform that was reasonably practical. It was also more convenient to be able to purchase uniforms in my size instead of requiring bespoke martial formalwear. Legion blacks were flexible and, despite protests from some of my pilots, comfortable uniforms that could suit a variety of social situations. Situations like a modestly upscale restaurant just outside of downtown Victrix. As I was led across an atrium deeper into the restaurant, a woman out on a covered portico spotted me. Her own Zephyr were playing in the cloud of blue smoke rising around her, making intricate wisps and whirls. To the doubtless disappointment of the air spirits, she pinched the end of her cigarillo, and came inside. I gave her a thankful nod as both our Zephyr dissipated the woody, slightly cinnamon-smelling smoke. Such sins were not exactly frowned on among our kind, but our sensitive noses did result in the more aromatic vices being handled with a bit more care. Evening, Fabia Firmitas Harrowfang greeted, bowing her horns to me. I returned the gesture to the iridescently blue-winged commander of 4th Squadron. A pleasure. You hear any scuttlebutt about tonight? I asked as we fell into pace behind the hostess. Fabia shook her head. Nothing from the drones and staffing, which might be a good thing. Your contacts in logistics hear anything? Sighing, I let my splayed, empty hands provide my answer. Fabia gave me a half-amused, half-resigned, grunt. And any news on your replacement suit? I shrugged helplessly. It's in process. Not going with a suit from the reserve crypts at the depot here. A playful smile lit up her features. Something fresh and new from those clever boffins at Muark for the courageous Countess. I made a face at that, waving my hand like I was sweeping away a bad smell. Nothing so grandiose, I assure you. Well, we can't all be content with the robust and reliable products from IBF's Tactical Aviation Division. Fabia managed to point out with a mostly straight face. Careful, I said, with a grin of my own teasing its way onto my face. If word gets back to Imperial Blimp and Freight that you took one of their suits into ground combat, they'll add that to their brochures. Sighing, Fabia turned thoughtful. Still, that you're not in a rush to grab a suit, any rated suit, and launch yourself back into the skies. Well, that does have its own implications. I only just regained my flight cert, I pointed out. Congratulations, Fabia nodded to me. So, if we're not getting any replacement pilots or ritualista, and we're not getting a larger stockpile of spare parts. The woman frowned at her cigarillo before tucking it into her sash. Then we're either not deploying anytime soon, or we're being deployed as is, I replied, finishing for her. Hopefully the latter option is not the case for this gathering. Fabia's frown grew as she looked around the carved wooden accents, wall hangings, and delicate painted screens of the restaurant. The artistic flourishes were far from garish, but their understated elegance was still a sign of opulence, even for a major colony. Despite their tasteful grandeur, her brow remained troubled as a waitress wended her way through the tables to collect us up and guide us towards the back of the hall. Soon we were ushered into a very familiar yet very tastefully decorated private room. Though a metallic wind chime now hung above a screen painted in a seaside landscape. Though Cenas and Jade Talon were already there, drinks in hand, our commander was nowhere to be found. Cenas seemed stoic, but Jade Talon seemed more morose. Cenas's golden eyes met mine. Quirinus just stepped out, but she'll be back. I noted that there was a third glass at the table containing a deep amber liquid. Fabia lightly smiled. Understandable. Can I get you some refreshments? The hostess asked. May I have some tea? I asked. I'll have some plum wine, Fabia asked. The hostess bowed and left the four of us. Fabia gave me a look, and we took our seats. Did the Tribune get a call? I asked. A small grin cracked Jade Talon's sober demeanor. Of nature? Maybe, she gave a bitter laugh. She'll be back from powdering her nose, Cenis added. Or sharpening her horns. How is everyone? Fabia asked as she sat down. Jade Talon stared into the bottom of her glass as if it held any answers, idly swirling the chartreuse like it would provide divination. Looking at the grief on her youthful face, it seemed another reminder of the odd kind of curse laid upon our kind. For all her ageless vitality and physical beauty, no one could ever say that war had left her unscarred. The black-haired, jade-horned woman sighed. I got the transfer list finalized. On the bright side, it's easier to slot in a replacement flight than to do it piecemeal, she drawled out, her mild Luxon accent sharpening. I tried not to win CE. Second Squadron had taken some of the worst casualties over Harp's world. I couldn't say that the final butcher's bill was all that surprising, but that didn't make it any kinder. The door opened, and Quirinus strode in with a waitress at her heel. We stood and saluted. Junior Tribune Artemis Quirinus returned the gesture, fingers to her neck. That's enough of that, she waved off and stepped aside so the waitress could give Fabia and I our drinks and then pass out menus. The green-haired officer with the star tattoos on her crimson cheeks sat down at the head of the table. Let's order a few things first, my treat. She cut the air with the side of her hand to forestall any protest. I insist. There were some pro forma protests, but given how we all were already looking through the menus, those were merely part of the social dance we played. As I went over the page of various and frankly decadent one-pot recipes, I made a note to see if this restaurant was still taking reservations for Saber's watch. Visha had grown up not too far from Paimon, at least in this life, and I knew the right dish could tempt violet blood. I decided to show some restraint and simply go with a shrimp soup with a savory broth and maybe a fillet of mountain perch. I felt some reassurance in my choices as I saw the others, despite earlier protests, indulging a bit themselves. Which I supposed was fitting, Quirinus was much a temptress as the rest of us. Besides, the protests had been more out of a general sense of cultural propriety than any kind of real restraint on our part. Never let it be said that a demon didn't have an appetite. Soon, we had ordered, and the room was just the five of us again as the hostess backed her way out, closing the door behind her. Don't worry, nothing tonight is all that sensitive. And tonight won't be like the last time we ate here, our Tribune assured as she took out a tuning fork. After starting the baffling field, she sipped from a tiny, fluted glass no wider than her thumb, and after finding its contents good, lifted it high. To absent comrades. We returned the toast. I noticed Jade Talon's motions were relatively stiff, and she was already on her second drink. Tail flicking, Cenis was also watching her, inscrutable behind her cool mask. I am pleased to announce that everyone has finished their medical evaluations, and that I have signed the last transfer papers for our legionary flies and ritualista. The room fell silent after Quirinus's declaration. I looked around the room wondering who would speak first. As the Tribune's executive officer, Cenis was too much of Quirinus's woman to take that line, and Jade Talon seemed to be in no mood to play. The silence was undercut by the metal tines of the wind chime gently ringing. I glanced at Fabia and gave a tiny shrug as if to point out that I was as much the Tribune's protégé. The blue-winged woman sighed, resignation heavy on her shoulders. What's the damage, ma'am? Among the flyers, the medical and transfer requests add up to half a dozen, that's in addition to the killed in action. Quirinus dipped her head, but then, we were all there for Casket's send-off, you all know the blood price tendered. I couldn't help but win CE, though my reaction wasn't near as great as some of the others. Jade Talon was the worst off, but even Fabia wasn't spared. I knew that 4th Squadron, like mine, had lost only one pilot over Harp's world. I suppose Fabia had more of her flyers transfer out. The awkward silence between us drew out. Fabia looked between us all and shrugged. One of each, killed, medical, transfer. I had one transfer, Cenis admitted. We all knew she had 3 pilots killed, so I suppose it was a blessing she retained almost all of her survivors. 3, in addition to the 2 Kia, Jade Talon sighed. The other squadron commanders then gave me looks that bore the tracery of jealousy. They could count, between their 3 squadrons was every loss the demi-wing had, Iron Talon accepted. I sipped my tea, trying to not feel so guilty. It wasn't my fault my squadron was full of bloodthirsty madwomen. It was a hard mission, but we all did our bit, I said, the platitude slipping past my lips as rehearsed and false as if I were doing a propaganda reel. The unimpressed looks of my fellow commanders told me exactly how well it had landed. Honestly, I haven't the foggiest idea, I half sighed, half groaned, and shrugged helplessly to further underline my incomprehension. I'm surprised my noble brat rookies still have enough stars in their eyes to keep at it. I'm almost as surprised that no one ended up grounded, even temporarily. Could be their pride, Cenis ventured. Too stubborn to back down when good sense says otherwise. Could be. I allowed. Noble brats can be headstrong fools like that. A sudden cough escaped Quirinus's throat, and she took a drink of water before looking around the table. After getting nods from Fabia and Jade Talon, she cleared her throat. Nearly all of the transfers were Sarpedana pilots asking to be put into a conventional infantry legion. The supportive read is that they got a taste of protecting hoof sluggers on Harp's world and want to focus on that skill, Fabia stated before nodding to Jade Talon. Or want to go back to that more straightforward mission. So the transfers were more driven by the more experienced pilots of 2nd Squadron as opposed to the Greenhorn flyers in 4th, I studied Jade Talon's melancholy. But despite her being a Greenhorn to command, the higher losses were not her fault. Lady Fate and Dame Luck were capricious bitches, as ever. None of you should feel guilty for this, Cenis assured us. While most of her attention was on Jade Talon, the Midlands officer was also clearly trying to reassure me. Was it due to our ages? Jade Talon was young to command an RP squadron, but not abnormally so, unlike myself. There was a polite knock, and Quirinus welcomed in a pair of waitresses. The smell of the food did lift our spirits. Figuratively and literally, as I could sense our zephyr swirling around the room, investigating the new aromas wafting off the plates and bowls. My tea was refreshed with a new little porcelain pot, as well as drinks and water for the others. There were a few minutes of companionable silence as we ate. Many of our dishes were garnished with tiny flags on toothpicks, though my plate had a full-blown minuscule sparkly pinwheel surmounting my salad. Erasing any doubt that the staff were aware of our companions was that they placed a small dish of sweet incense over a burner on a sideboard. The simple joy at unexpected entertainment was a comfort. I do have a few pieces of good news, Quirinus announced, putting down her fork beside the bowl of a steamed then fried rice dish that had a blend of vegetables and spiced cuts of lamb. Apprehension filled the room as all our tales stilled. We all knew that, often in the legions, good news was as such only in the eye of the beholder, who could reliably be counted upon to number among the Brasshorns and other senior officers. Chuckling, Quirinus restarted the tuning fork's baffling vibrations. I mean actual good news. When it comes to Ritualista, our staffing issues are less acute. Yes, we received some turnover among our maintainers, but not above the expected %. I nodded along with the others. My squadron's Ritualista had sustained only a handful of transfers, which out of a staff of 50 was quite manageable. It was good that, at least in this respect, my unit was typical. It also helped that our Ritualista had not taken any casualties during the mission, an outcome far from guaranteed in any frontline support unit. It is one less thing for us to worry about, Quirinus agreed. What of our fleet pilot friends? Jade Talon asked. A sense of loss radiated from Tribune Artemis Quirinus before she could control it. I knew she had been close to Lady Primus Felicity Ivory Quiver, the pilot who used Svalin a warding suit to save the lives of many of my squadron. I still remembered the moment she sacrificed herself to cover us from the onslaught of Alenus Land's fire. A brilliant star in the early morning skies before several more fell to earth. Or the ground team, or the Tarantula Hawk's crew. Fabia added, sending a sympathetic pulse. Gathering herself, Quirinus ate a bit more of her meal. All in all, the shippies are doing well enough. They also have a larger pool of personnel to draw replacements from. Still, our ride will be spending a bit of time in dry dock with some minor maintenance on their oh-so-special systems. As for the ground team, the Tribune shrugged. Missions like this are what they signed up for. I spooned some of my soup. I suppose that was true enough. As a newly refitted assault carrier, the Tarantula Hawk was a part of that special division of the fleet that specialized in metaphorically skulking in an alley, poison dagger readied. But despite that, the crew were still people. And even if the ground teams had made a career of doing CSR's bloody work, and Laris's presence put some light to that, they too were people with their own lives, limits, and desires. It was one thing to look at a table of organization and go, yes, we have the units and equipment, but it was another to actually have the trained personnel. That wasn't even getting into the matter of making sure those personnel were always in good condition themselves, ready physically, mentally, and even spiritually to do their duties. Just keeping them on board was an entirely different kettle of fish. But that's not the real reason I brought you all here, Quirinus brushed it aside, there is more good news. And I don't just mean that Alecto has been hosting a summit with Elena on Dunwich to try and ease tensions. Fabia did not snort, but her expression radiated disbelief. Cenis did not even bother hiding it and made a disparaging sound. How helpful. Say what you will about Electan assistants, it's usually preferable to their enmity. Quirinus looked into her glass before meeting our eyes. There is chatter that Elena has some masks to return. That heightened the tension in the room as we all stilled. Masks were key to Alina's culture. And there was a measure of something almost like respect for the Black Skyvian tradition of using death masks as our ritual plate faceplates. I knew, all too personally, that great effort had been made to recover every casualty, especially the living. We'd done our best to leave not even the dead behind, but not every body had been found in time or had fallen in one piece. That is a positive sign, Jade Talon quietly said, a dreadful tendril of hope curled in her voice. If it happens, Fabia cautioned. That would mean they see our adventure on Harp's world as a legitimate action. Yes, that the families of our dead deserve to have their daughters' and mothers' masks back. Cenis shook her head. It's not just the matter of the masks, though. That they picked Dunwich for the handover is interesting in and of itself, I noted. Alecto and Elena had joint claim to multiple worlds, but on those contested planets, Dunwich was the only sparsely populated minor colony. From helping cover our travel on Harp's world to providing information on the Onyx Institute and the Catalan Company's mercenary ships, Alecton fingerprints were all over this operation. They were displeased with Elena's overtures to Trozic interests, but I suspected there was more to their ire than the largest great house getting closer to Alecto's ancient enemy. The other options were Wayfarer, which is too close to Diu, and Harp's world, Cenis drawled, earning a round of dry chuckles. I can see why they didn't pick the latter. True, and the Countess is right. Picking a quiet, out-of-the-way world is a way to try to have a face-saving meeting, one where one of Praetor Dawnstrike's diplomats can make her case, unofficially. Or at least that's the rumors I heard. Quirinus paused to have a few bites of lamb before continuing. But that's just a bonus, if a potentially dubious one. I really called you here to reward you all for you and your girls' sacrifices, Quirinus promised, her effortless charisma returning as she once again became the ambitious and skilled commander. You will all host a feast for your pilots and I will reimburse you. And you will do this without complaint, because... The Tribune smirked, showing her fangs. You will then announce that we have 2 months of leave. Her amusement at our shock was palpable. That is, most generous, ma'am. And we all appreciate the time off. What will happen upon our return? Fabia ventured, playing her role as the one of us most willing to gently challenge her. We'll set about rebuilding my demi-wing, the Tribune said simply as she picked up her glass and sipped. The time is as much to help you all unwind as it is to give me time to cast a net for replacement pilots, hopefully pull some strings while I'm at it. I smiled, pleased at the situation despite myself. Yes, in the new year I would be busy, but that was in the future, still distant at least for this very moment. As the most intact unit, my girls would be playing the aggressor squadron to help train the other squadrons. Despite knowing better, I allowed myself to have a bit of hope that we would have time to allow our replacements to gel into their new flights and squadrons. I had no idea what sort of questionable operation we would be thrown into after replenishing our strength, but the prospect of future combat was far from a new concern. Having extended leave before deployment is better than no leave before deployment. Well said, Quirinus teased, to my mortification as I realized I had spoken aloud. Will off-world travel be allowed for our leave? Jade Talon asked. The Tribune smiled. Yes, back home to Diu at least. At a service discount price too. Just remind any greenhorns to add a couple days on both ends of their trip, Cenis added. Standby travel is relatively cheap, but the shippies won't be able to guarantee a specific ship will have spare space for you. What about going to Lancia? I asked, thinking of Lucia's third flight. Doubtless, they would like to go back, especially if Cardino's family lived up on that moon. That's cleared as well with the standard limitations, Quirinus nodded. Anywhere else on the spine will require my authorization. Taking a vacation to kayak New Lancia's Ivory Islands is one thing but a trip out to the empty quarter would be quite another. There was a mix of dark chuckles and half-amused snorts at that. No one in their right mind wanted to go to the empty quarter. Haven was the only marginally habitable world in that dexter and down corner of the dimensional spine, and it mostly served as a base for the empty quarter patrol, the only multinational organization the great houses bothered to respect or second military assets to. The only reason they did that was because an entire sector of the dimensional spine didn't earn a name like the empty quarter because it was considered a luxurious vacation paradise. The quarter hadn't always been so empty, but everyone prayed it stayed that way. Tucking back into my soup, my tail swished as I thought about how my pilots and ritualista would be happy to have their vacation. I definitely need to get a reservation at this place for... The spoon nearly slipped from my fingers in realization. No, with this much leave, I could go back to County Larium, Loveblood could go back to the barony of Lilla, and Visha to visit her family on Amber Island. It made me wonder. Would I go back to Larium? Was it even going worth back to visit a place I'd only been to a handful of times? Really, my seneschal, Alexei Frucci, was the one who ran things. Maybe I could visit my mother's? Clementia would be easier to meet up with, but I should make a point to visit Silverflight, and she usually wintered at her ducal estate. Thinking of a nice winter getaway with your VS? Jade Talon teased. I guess they would want to spend their leave with me, I stated as the realization slowly dawned. Your Baroness is not a subtle creature, Fabia chuckled. Once you tell her, I'm sure she'll have all sorts of ideas on how the highborn properly spend the holidays. She had me buying Saber's watch decorations when she thought we were staying here in our apartment. And now? Nervously, I picked up my cup and drank some tea. Now, she has a countess's country estate to play with. You must be ready for her sending out all kinds of invites and filling up your social calendar, Sina said, her Midlands twang in full blossom. Don't forget to bring your tiara, sword, and any holy regalia with you when you go back. Not to mention all sorts of pretty gowns, uniforms, and sisterly outfits, Jade Talon laughed, before going back to her duck. While I was glad her emotional state seemed far better, I wished she wouldn't use the boyd mood to tease me. I don't think Loveblood will let me ever forget that cursed sword, I grumbled, prodding a floating shrimp with my spoon. Not without reason. Jesting aside. You should be thinking of your social obligations, Quirinus reminded me. This is the time of year with plenty of military, noble, guild, and religious events. It's not the feast time, but the Saber's Watch has become a major saint's day and you can celebrate with your fellow sisters. I managed not to sigh, if barely, as I refilled my teacup. Not that my restraint did me much good. Oh, cheer up, we know you like spending time with your family and not just the networking part. Besides, going home will give you more chances to do all those quiet acts of charity we all pretend to not notice, the Tribune said. Honestly, all three of you could do with following the Countess's example, Quirinus knocked back her drink. We're not as bad of an old girls' club as the Fleet, but networking is vital in the legions. Fabia was too disciplined to roll her eyes, but the emotions she gave off were more than enough. For a moment, then she became thoughtful and glanced at me. Her expression was easy enough for me to read. That dinner on Forlorn Prospect had made it clear that Fabia's own status as an imperial heroine was not just something she could ignore and deny. Especially if she continued doing madcap acts of courage. Jade Talon nodded thoughtfully while Sina simply gazed at the Tribune with sober agreement. I suppose I could have stayed on base here doing instruction and training. Even without a suit, but if I didn't have a replacement by December. I picked up my cup and sipped. Offering to stay back and let the rest of us go on leave? That is a way to get experience with demi-wing command. Even as a caretaker of a skeleton unit. Quirinus gave me an approving look, seeming pleased by my honest ambition. Alas, I must return to County Larium and thus the least I can do is extend invitations to all of you. I smoothly said, pulling on my etiquette lessons. Obviously your own obligations and families come first, but you are all welcome to visit. Spoken like a proper hostess. Quirinus bowed her horns to me. I returned the gesture and plastered on my warmest smile. At least I was going to be busy overseeing and organizing travel for the next few days.